Hey everyone, hope you're all doing awesome, staying happy, and keeping healthy. But real talk, are you actually enjoying my videos? Or are you just here to silently judge me? No pressure, but if you're not vibing with them, I might just end up crying in the corner. Kidding, or maybe not. But seriously, let's dive into today's mind-blowing topic. Get ready, because today we're exploring a wild what if Naruto had a unique bloodline and his family abandoned him? Yup, you heard that right. Imagine Naruto growing up not with the support of the Hokage's legacy, but completely on his own with this mysterious bloodline. Who's his family, and why did they leave him? And how would that change everything we know about the world of ninjas in Konoha? The stakes are high, so buckle up, because things are about to get real intense. Let's get started. Chapter 1. Happy birthday. Naruto sat in his room looking out the window towards the training grounds at the back of his family home. The curtains were almost closed, and the lights were off. The room itself was almost bare, almost clinically. The only things present in the room were a bed, a desk, and a dresser, more so everything inside it was white and seemed to have been cleaned so obsessively that there was not even a speck of dirt looking around. He couldn't help but frown as he looked around. He hated the color white. It was too bright and clean like everything else in his life. Naruto was one of 3 triplet sons. In fact, turning to the window, he looked out again, watching his sisters. Train Mito would continually punch and kick a training dummy. His father Minato would watch him from the sidelines and occasionally give him advice or words of encouragement. He could see the pattern of his movements. He could almost hear the rhythm of their blows as they struck the training dummy across the family training field. He could see his other sister Urza. She, unlike Mito, was moving through a series of fencing stances, wielding a wooden sword in her right hand. Kusina, just like Minato, was standing on the sideline, smiling as he led her in her training, teaching her different stances. As he did so, both of her sisters looked like mini versions of their mother, with the same long red hair and light purple eyes, but unlike Kusina, they had 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Mito was dressed in a loose white shirt, red shinobi pants to top off her outfit. She had white bandages wrapped around her hands and wrists. Urza, on the other hand, had recently taken a liking to wearing armor, with a blue shirt underneath her armor and heavy metal boots instead of the traditional shinobi sandals. But although they both looked like mini versions of Kusina, the resemblance was nothing compared to how much they looked like each other. The only way to tell them apart was their clothes and sometimes their hairstyles. There was a reason Naruto was sitting sulking in his room while his sisters were outside being trained by their parents Minato and Kusina. The reason for this separation began almost 9 years ago, the night he and his sisters were born. The Kiri, the 9-tailed demon fox, had been forcibly removed from his mother, who had been left weak from giving birth to both Naruto and his 2 sisters. Luckily, Minato had been prepared and had been able to reseal it before it could cause any real damage to the village. He had also been able to seal enough of the chakra in the air into his wife to keep Kusina alive, even though the QB had been taken from him. When he tried to seal the case sub again, Minato was unable to seal it back into his wife, as in her weakened state it would kill her. Instead, he had to seal it into his own children, who, due to their Uzumaki heritage, were the only ones who could contain the beast safely. Thus, the fox was split in half, with the Kyubi's chakra sealed in Mito and its young chakra sealed in Urza. His sisters were chosen because they were healthier and stronger than Naruto, who was born as the smallest of the triplets, the run of the litter, so to speak. Because of this, his 2 sisters needed training from a young age to control the demonic chakra that was contained within their bodies, along with the backlash that came with it. He had seen Naruto lose control once from his window, and both had been little more than wild animals until his parents put a seal on them to kill them and help them regain control. Unfortunately, although Naruto had not had a part of the QB sealed in him that night, he had not been indifferent to that hellish night. Although unlike his sisters, he did not gain a power boost from the effects of that night. According to the doctors, the QB's chakra had affected both Naruto and his sisters' bodies, while in their mother's womb, Mito and Urzen were unaffected because they had the QB sealed inside of them. Their bodies had their chakra to combat the effects, something Naruto didn't even have. They had a name for what Naruto had, and he really hoped they didn't name him after him. The problem: Naruto's body had supposedly developed from exposure to the QB's chakra at such a young age was that it only converted about 20% of the food he ate into nutrients, so that no matter how much he ate, he was always starving. His body was painfully thin and weak, and because of that, Naruto tended to be constantly fatigued and got tired very quickly. The doctors had expected him to have died before he turned 2 and were shocked when he passed what they called the age of danger. Although they stated that he would never be completely healthy, they also said that he would not collapse and die without warning. However, despite Having passed the age of danger, that did not stop him that his family treated him like he was going to be made of glass, as if a strong wind would make him break. This had led to his parents developing an overprotectiveness when dealing with Naruto, something his sisters had also learned. Therefore, while his sisters were being trained by their parents to be ninjas, Naruto was forced to simply watch, and if he even looked like he was going to ask for training, they would give it to him. This, as if the mere thought of him training terrified them. They would always say that he would train when he was older and healthier, that they needed to focus on his sisters because of the fox. But Naruto knew they were just trying to placate. They never intended to train him, at least not unless he gave them no other choice. Instead, they probably wanted him to remain a civilian and stay safe behind the walls of Konoha for the rest of his life. Unlike Mito and Urza, who resembled their mother, Naruto resembled his father more. In fact, Minato, in the same way as their sisters resembled their mother, Naruto was an almost exact copy of his father. He had the same golden blonde hair with random spikes sticking out in all directions, and the same blue eyes. At least he would have if he hadn't been so thin and pale. His skin was so pale it had an almost grayish tint to it, and was so tight around his body you could see the bones. His eyes also seemed dimmer than his father's, almost lifeless. In fact, like his sisters, Naruto had 3 whisker-like marks birth on his cheeks. Although said cheeks were sunken, there were also dark rings around his eyes, which made it look like he constantly had a pair of black eyes. Despite his room being white, Naruto's clothes were quite dark, which made his thin and unhealthy figure stand out even more. He wore a pair of black shinobi pants, a gray t-shirt that, despite being so small, was still baggy on Naruto's body, and on top of that he had a black hoodie thick with the hood raised to cover his hair. This was mainly so that his skin was covered, leaving only his face and hands exposed, since no matter where he went he always felt cold. With a small growl, Naruto walked away from the window and closed the curtain completely and plunged the room into total darkness. However, despite this, Naruto could still see perfectly, as if the room was full of light. Naruto always hated how bright it hurt his eyes and burned his skin. He preferred the darkness where he could see even if other people couldn't. Moving to his bed, Naruto quickly knelt down and reached under it, pulling out a scroll. A moment later, with a sigh, it was a scroll he had taken from his father's library, a very important scroll. Although the information it contained wasn't considered hard to find, the scroll contained the method to unlock a person's chakra system, giving him access to the energy running through their body. If his family, if he knew he had this, they would definitely take it from him. His father thought he was too weak to try and unlock his chakra and didn't want Naruto to plow him for fear he would get hurt. His mother would be more than happy to never let him leave the house again, and if she had her way, Naruto would be forced to walk in a bubble. Mito and Urza were no better than their parents, and despite being the same age, they treated him more like a little brother. Naruto had been studying the scroll for the past week, making sure he understood everything. He didn't dare try to unlock his chakra in the house while his family was around. His mother was a sensory type after all, and she could sense him unlocking it if she was around. That was why he had been hoping that today, or more precisely tonight, would finally take place. Tonight his parents would be out of the house, leaving only his sisters for Naruto to get through. Although Mito was starting to show signs of being a sensory type like his mother, she was inexperienced and couldn't say if he wasn't in the house. However, he would feel it if he unlocked his chakra, meaning he would have to get out of the house without them knowing. Naruto found his right hand moving to his pocket, absent-mindedly palming the kunai he had stolen from his sister's room. Urza unlocked his chakra and would finally prove to his family that he wasn't as weak as everyone believed, and that he could actually be a ninja like them. That night had been easier than usual. Sneaking out of the house, is that Naruto complained both Mito and Urza had been busy reading some scrolls that their mother had given them, and had been so engrossed in their scrolls that they didn't even notice him sneaking past. It's ironic that he said that they thought he was incapable of being a shinobi. He could sneak past his sisters, who were already in training. As soon as he was out the door, Naruto ran towards the fence at the back of the training grounds, aiming for a specific part of the fence behind a bush. When he reached it, Naruto was panting. His pale skin was flushed red from his brief attempt at running so much so that he had to lean on his knees to support himself. It was times like this he truly hated his body. Moving quickly behind the bush to be out of sight of the house, Naruto took a moment to catch his breath before looking back to make sure no one had seen him. When he was sure no one had seen him, Naruto turned his attention to the fence, pushing to the bottom of a particular plant and smiling as it moved quickly. He made his way. Naruto stopped long enough to make sure it closed behind him before running into the forest that took up the space behind his family's home. The shadows between the trees soon covered him as he disappeared from sight. For the next half hour, Naruto slowly walked away from his home and deeper into the forest, only stopping when he found a small clearing and could no longer hear the sound of the village behind him. Licking his dry lips, Naruto sat in the middle of the clearing on a rock with a flat surface, taking out the scroll and unrolling it. As he did so, Naruto was about to start reading when he heard a noise coming from one of the trees around the edge of the clearing, and faster than his weak body should have been able to, he pulled the kunai out of his pocket and threw it towards where the sound came from. With deadly aim, he had spent hours learning how to throw that kunai while his parents they trained their sisters, and it seemed like it was finally paying off. He watched as what looked like a hawk fell from the tree. The kunai had hit it right in the center of its chest. As he walked to retrieve his sword, Naruto also noticed with dull curiosity that his left wing had broken when it hit the ground, but thought no more of it as he ripped out his cradle and cleaned the blood off the grass. Looking at the mangled body of the hawk at his feet, Naruto couldn't hide his curiosity. Having lived a life so protected, he had never seen a body before, so it took a lot of effort for him to turn his attention away from the sight. Before him finally returning to his previous position on the rock, Naruto turned his attention back to the scroll and slowly began to form the hand seal he said was necessary to focus his unlocked chakra. Closing his eyes, Naruto turned all his attention inwards, searching for the chakra currents. As the scroll called them running through his body like water, he began to feel around his stomach in search of the chakra whirlpool where all the little streams were supposed to run to, and from it was supposed to be the easiest part of his body to find, because it was also the largest, followed by his head, and then his heart, slowing his breathing as he went deeper and deeper into himself. The outside world slowly began to fade from his senses, and Naruto found himself in a world of darkness. It was cold, and it was dark. There was nothing around him, and Naruto was starting to get worried when there was nothing changed. This was supposed to be where his chakra was stored. The scroll said it should have been a blue light flowing like water in the darkness. Panic started to set in. Naruto's mental image began to spin in all directions as his breathing quickened, looking around desperately for any sign of light until he finally stopped and seemed to shrink into himself. His family was right. He was too weak to be a ninja. He couldn't even find his chakra, or worse, he had had so much poo it was invisible to him. Naruto was ready to give up completely at that moment and was about to leave when something in the darkness suddenly grabbed his wrist. It felt like a hand, but it was hard as rock and cold as ice. He could almost feel the bruise forming under its grip as it began to try to drag him further into the darkness. His eyes wide with fear, Naruto tried to get away from whatever was holding him. The darkness was hiding it from him, but it was too strong, and her grip was unyielding as she pulled him down. This was impossible. It was in her mind. Nothing else should be in her mind. Naruto wanted to scream, but when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. Finally, the thing released his wrist. Naruto quickly held it against his body as he tried in vain to see what had been holding it. He turned in all directions, unsure of what was up or down at the moment, as his eyes darted around, searching for more movement in the darkness. However, instead of movement, Naruto's eyes found something else, something that made his heart skip a beat and tears form in the corners of his eyes. Light, not blue like the scroll had said it would be, but a dark purple ball of light surrounded by what looked like red lightning. It almost reminded Naruto of a noob, but as he got closer it grew larger and larger. By the time he was only a few feet away from it, the egg seemed to be the size of the Okage Tower. As he slowly extended a hand towards it, red crackling outline, Naruto noticed that his hand and arm were bleached white like the negative of a picture. All thoughts of what it was that had brought him here had disappeared from Naruto's mind. All his focus was on the light. As his hand slowly inched towards her, she let out a slight sigh as the palm of her hand touched the light, and it turned out to be sun with the texture of frosted glass. Naruto pushed lightly against it and was surprised to find that although it still felt as solid as the glass, gave slightly under the pressure of his hand, almost like it was rubber. Pushing a little harder, Naruto soon found the limit and frowned. Before trying to use both hands, it gave a little more until there was an indentation as deep as his elbows. Before he pushed back and Naruto was thrown slightly, he tried again, only to be pushed back as a deep frown grew on his lips, and he began to tap against the light. With very little success. Your knife used to kuna. Spinning in fear, Naruto, he strained his eyes, looking into the darkness, trying to find what had spoken. The voice had sounded strange, like dry leaves in the wind, and it had sent a chill through him. But no matter how hard he looked, there was nothing, no movement, just the darkness that stretched as far as his eyes could see, slowly returning to the egg. Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out the kunai. Naruto didn't know how he still had it when it was in his mind, but at that moment he really didn't care. Licking his lips, Naruto pushed himself through the hole he had just made in the egg and dove headfirst into the light. For a moment, Naruto felt himself overcome by a feeling of absolute peace. The warmth flooded his body, and for the first time it didn't make him feel uncomfortable. All the aches in his body that he had grown accustomed to for as long as he could remember were being soothed. All the pain and sadness had disappeared, only to be replaced by a new pain. It hit like a hammer, crashing into his body and leaving him breathless, burning. he burned inside. He could feel like fire had passed through him, something like veins inside his body that he had never known, and that carried no blood. His mouth opened and Naruto screamed silently as his fingers dug into his body, trying to put out the fire. Naruto was burning for a few seconds before finally his mind couldn't take it anymore and he simply passed out. When he woke up, he knew he was back in his body in the real world, mainly because of the feeling of the cold stone beneath him. He took a deep, gasping breath as he used his hands to push himself up and sit up. His body hurt more than he remembered, and even though the fire was no longer going through him, he could feel something moving in place. When he finally opened his eyes, the world was spinning, or maybe it was just his head. He still couldn't think very clearly. The memory of the pain that ran through his now numb body was clouding his thoughts. However, at the same time, he was aware of everything around him, sweat dripping from his skin and hitting the rock beneath him, the wind making its way through the trees and their leaves whistling past his ears. He could feel every living thing in the forest all around him. He could feel the birds in the trees, the deer moving in groups less than 100 m from where he was. Naruto could feel every insect in the grass and under the ground. He knew the exact number of every ant in 3 different colonies in the clearing around him. He could feel them working tirelessly. A beehive hung from a tree to his right, thousands of bees flying in and out in a constant flow. That was all. Little by little, Naruto began to calm down, to compose himself to the point where he could think again. With some clarity, if he stayed out too long, one of his sisters might decide to check on him. And if they found out he wasn't there, they would go straight to his parents, who would probably form an entire search party to find him. That was the last thing he needed. Slowly standing up with legs that felt like water under his weight, Naruto was about to start walking home when he noticed something strange. There was a smell in the air, a delicious one. Looking around, he tried to find the source from the aroma. His mouth began to water slightly as he found the source, his eyes fixed on the corpse of the hawk he had killed earlier. As his eyes fixed on the corpse, he found himself slowly approaching the bird. At first, he had trouble focusing on it. His eyes blurred slightly, but the more he tried to see it clearly, the clearer it became. He could see a faint silhouette glowing around the corpse of the bird. The silhouette was blue, and somehow he knew that meant that he was dead. Even as he watched as an orb of light began to rise from the hawk's body. The orb of light began to slowly float above the corpse. What Naruto was unaware of was the fact that his eyes were adapting to the point of being able to see life in things. His irises had turned a crimson red color, and his sclera had turned a dark black color. When added to his generally thin and pale appearance, gave him a distinctly unnerving appearance. For approximately a minute, Naruto had been staring at the ball, transfixed by the pale light it gave off, even as it shone in his eyes, not noticing the changes it had begun to experience, or even that he had been slowly walking towards it. Then Naruto was suddenly hit by a craving, his mouth dry. As he licked his lips, he didn't know what this thing was, if it was dangerous or some kind of jutsu he had never heard of. But there was one thing he did know: the pale blue egg made the orb of light was the most delicious thing he had ever seen, and all he wanted to do was eat it whole. Slowly reaching out his hand towards it, Naruto wrapped his hands around the orb and pulled it towards him. As he brought it closer to him, he began to laugh in elegant happiness at the mention of it. Naruto opened his mouth as wide as he could, not realizing that his mouth had opened twice as wide as it should have been possible, and he stuck the egg in. For a moment, Naruto feared he was going to choke as he tried to swallow the orb of light. However, the orb seemed to get stuck in his throat, but then he felt it move, and as it passed through his throat, the young blonde took a deep breath, and he felt it the moment the orb hit his stomach. Naruto felt his chakra increase slightly. A cold sensation spread through his body as it seemed to dissipate within him and increase his reserves. He felt like the new pass he had just opened tan, and he couldn't help the sigh of satisfaction that escaped his throat. This was the first time in his life that Naruto's body didn't hurt. He had done it. He had unlocked his chakra. Now his family would finally see that he wasn't weak, and that they would have to train him just like his sisters. He could be a ninja like his father and protect the village. Licking his lips, Naruto opened his eyes to reveal that they had returned to normal. Turning in the direction of his house, he began to walk towards it, a slight skip in his step as he headed home. By the time he got home, the adrenaline from activating his chakra had worn off, and in the moment he reached his bed, Naruto collapsed on top of it and fell asleep within moments of his head hitting the pillow. The next day, Naruto woke up to the sound of someone knocking on his door and calling his name over and over again, and although it took a moment for his mind to fully wake up, he easily recognized his sister Urza's voice and let out a groan. He didn't hate his sisters or anything, even though they weren't as close as they used to be when they were younger. He would do everything with them. Hell, he would go to them if he had to, a nightmare in the night instead of his parents. But then they started training, and he was left out, and his parents refused to even consider letting him join them in training that had been about a year ago, and since then he had become distant from both Urza and Mito. Not that any of his sisters noticed, not as expected. They were too busy training to notice that they were leaving him out of things. It wasn't fair that they were being trained while he was treated like he was made of glass, and even though they tried to spend time with him, they were usually too busy with something that had to do with training. But that was going to change now that he had unlocked his chakra. I mean, now that he had access to his chakra, he could train with them. Then there was the fact that he wanted to ask his parents what that strange orb thing he had swallowed the night before had been. Although he had to say that the fact that he had done something as stupid as unlocking his chakra like that on his own actually scared him. As he looked back at her, his back snapped as he stood up from the bed into a dress and the clothes he had worn the night before. Naruto walked over to the door and opened it. He was a little surprised to see that not only was Urza standing on the other side, but Mito was there as well, both of them smiling at him. Mito was the first to step forward and hug Naruto, though the blonde got annoyed when she realized she was being too nice to him, still treating him like he was made of glass. Happy birthday, Naruto, the two girls chorused as they smiled at him. It took a moment to type the words into his head, though he noticed Urza taking Mito's place and hugging him as well. And birthday, Naruto asked with a frown of confusion on his face as he looked at the girls in front of him. Both girls frowned. Urza pulled away from the hug to once again stand at Mito's side, placing her hands on her hips as she did so, doing it in a way Naruto had seen his mother do. Really, Naruto, you should come out of your room more often if you don't even know it's our birthday, Urza said, with a disapproving look on her face as she looked at Naruto. If I had a reason to come out of my room more often, maybe I would, Naruto said somewhat uncomfortably as his eyes shifted between the two similar-looking girls. His comment was met with awkward silence. Both girls suddenly looked guilty. Maybe they weren't as clueless as Naruto. I had thought at first. At least they realized what I was implying, but as quickly as the moment came, it was gone, and Mito was bouncing on the balls of her feet and grabbed him by the arm, pulling him out of her room and towards the stairs, as she did so with a huge grin on her face as she unceremoniously dragged him downstairs. Come on, Naruto, get your ass in gear. Mom and Dad are waiting for us downstairs. Don't forget, we still have to get everything ready for our party. Everyone is going to come, Mito said excitedly as she continued to pull Naruto behind her. Urza ran after them, a disapproving look once again on her face as she saw giddily what Mito was acting. Naruto's face darkened slightly at the mention of the party, not that any of his sisters seemed to notice, as he whispered under his breath, "You mean your party?" Naruto said bitterly. Throughout the day, Naruto had tried to talk to his mother or father with little success, at least beyond him. They said happy birthday when they didn't tell him to eat to help keep his strength up. They moved around the house, getting everything ready for when the clan heads and their children came to the party. Ever since they were young, the heirs of the clan and the Namek triplets had been forced to interact with each other. Their parents tried to make sure that everyone would get along when they were older and ran the village themselves. Naruto was sure that the fact that at least all the major clans had children of the same age was no coincidence. However, out of all the other heirs of the clan, the only one Naruto got along with was Shikamaru, and even then they only played shogi together, and even then they didn't play it that much. Shikamaru was winning their little competition with 24 wins to Naruto's 17, but according to the lazy boy, he was the only person outside of his clan who had actually defeated him, so that was probably a good thing. However, he did get along with Itachi, the eldest of the Yukiya sons, although not they talked often. The few times they did, Naruto enjoyed their company, and the older teen was probably the only person who didn't treat him like he was completely made of glass. His brother Sasuke, on the other hand, was a whiny mummy child who followed his brother around like a shadow. Unfortunately, he was also one of Urza and Mito's friends, so he was around most of the time. Naruto was still trying to talk to both of them, or even one of their parents, when the party started, and then it was almost useless because they were too busy talking and socializing with the other adults. Naruto just found a quiet corner of the room to sit and watch as his family moved around the room, laughing and talking to everyone. No one seemed to notice except Shikamaru, nodding with his usual bored expression on his face, though he thought he saw his sisters sending him strange glances out of the corner of their eyes. Happy birthday, Naruto, a calm, stoic voice spoke from behind Naruto, slowly turning to look at the person who had approached him. While his eyes were closed, Naruto let a small smile cross his lips as he saw the ever-stoic Itachi taking a seat next to him. "Hi, Itachi." "Thanks, I guess," Naruto replied softly, his eyes still scanning the party going on around him. It was really strange. Here he was, sitting in the middle of a party that was being thrown for him, but he still felt like an outsider. The two quiet boys sat in silence for a while, a few minutes after that, both of them just watching the other people in the room, until the older teen finally decided to talk again. "I see you found that scroll I recommended to you. Now I can feel the chakra flowing through you. It's strange though, like something about your chakra feels and looks strange, almost unnatural," said Itachi with a speculative look on his face as he looked at Naruto, glancing at the teen out of the corner of his eye. Naruto wasn't surprised to see his eyes glowing in red with his Sharingan as the older boy stared at him. It was true that Itachi had told him which scroll he needed to enter to unlock his chakra. Not that anyone but the two of them knew this fact, while everyone else saw him as nothing more than a weak and sick child. Itachi said that he saw Naruto's potential and wanted to help make sure that he could truly reach said potential. He told Naruto which scrolls to read. He recommended different training methods that he could do until his body was stronger, and even showed him the proper way to throw the kuna, and that he stole, making sure it didn't look like they were doing more than exchanging pleasantries. After seeing his mother looking in his direction, Naruto didn't respond verbally or immediately, but instead gave Itachi a small nod. "I was able to sneak out last night and unlock it. Although it wasn't exactly how the scroll said, it did push me in the right direction." Naruto finally responded to Itachi with a questioning look on his face as she once again looked away from the party, instead directing her gaze towards Itachi. "Okay," Itachi said. Simply that was when Itachi reached into his pocket and pulled out a fist-sized scroll, placing it on the younger blonde's lap. As he did so, "Your birthday present. Your room looked a little bare last time I saw it, and I thought you might like something to put on the wall," Itachi said, his voice as calm and subdued as usual, raising an eyebrow at the teenage Naruto's words, unrolling it to see the kanji for the words need. It was a popular saying, resenting looking beneath the below to find the truth, and it was actually one of his favorite sayings. There was a small string at the top so it could be hung, and Naruto was sure that Itachi had written it himself. However, it was what was on the back of the paper that really caught his attention. A small smile crept across his lips at the sight of what was on it. Before he forcefully pushed his smile onto the back of the scroll, there was a storage seal small enough that it would go unnoticed unless you looked for it, and he set it so that it would be completely invisible when he hung it. Naruto already knew that his true gift was sealed inside it. Most likely his father or sisters wouldn't find it and try to take it from him. Probably that was why Itachi had asked about it to unlock his chakra. He wanted to make sure Naruto could open it later when no one was around looking. "Thanks, I think you might be right. My room could use some personality," Naruto said, the smile once again coming to his face as he did so. The only response he received was a nod from the older boy before Itachi silently stood up and left without a word, not even looking at Naruto as he did. So the next hour was pretty much the same as the first for Naruto after Itachi left, although his sisters and some of the other heirs of the clan had come at one point or another to strike up a conversation with him. However, they didn't stay for long. Naruto wasn't really that surprised. After all, he knew he made others uncomfortable. They didn't know how to act around him and often worried about offending his sisters or even his parents by saying the wrong thing as usual. Sickly appearance had that effect on many people, both children his age and adults. He was the son of two powerful ninjas, one of which was the Okage himself, and with him being so weak and looking so sickly, it just didn't fit with his idea of what a son of Minato Namikaze and Kyuzen Uzumaki should look like. Even his godfather Jiraiya acted strange around him, but outside he tried to ignore him. The pervert spent most of his time during his visits either talking to his father and sisters or perverting his mother just to get his ass kicked. Even now, Naruto saw the man's face was swollen after probably getting a beating from his mother or some other woman who without doubt had hit him for making a comment about their bodies. It didn't seem to affect him as he kept smiling and talking to people as if nothing was wrong. Even when he started to turn purple from the bruises that formed, Naruto was about to get up when the sound of glass clanging reached his ears, and he turned to see his dad in the middle of the room. His mom stood next to him with a big smile. As everyone turned to look at them, "Attention, everyone, I have an announcement. Mito, could you come here a moment?" Minato said with a big smile on his face as he gestured for his daughters to join him. Naruto watched with narrowed eyes as his sisters moved to stand in front of their father, rising from his seat and moving closer so he could see. As the crowd began to block his view, however, it went almost unnoticed even as he watched his father kneel in front of his sisters while his mother continued to watch with a proud expression on her face. And as he saw it, Naruto felt an empty feeling was starting to form in his stomach. "Now, after talking it over with your mother and seeing how much work you've been putting into your training, we both agreed that you're ready. So first thing tomorrow, I'm going to start teaching you both the Rasengan." "Happy birthday, girls." Minato said, a happy expression on his face as he saw the joy on his daughters' faces. The room soon erupted in cheers as Mito and they started to smile and ran to hug Minato. Kusina soon crouched down and turned him into a group hug. Naruto felt the pit in his stomach getting worse. The feeling spread and his heart started to beat faster and faster. The room began to spin around him. As it did, he saw Itachi watching him as he leaned against the wall to his left with his usual blank expression. His eyes glowed red for a moment, as if waiting to see what Naruto was going to do. When the room finally stopped spinning, Naruto could only feel numbness for a moment. The feeling spread throughout his body momentarily, only to be quickly replaced by cold rage. Naruto went to step forward, only to have someone grab his arm and hold him in place, and he wasn't too surprised to see that it was Shikamaru. The usually lazy boy was giving him a worried look as his hand gripped his arm in an iron claw, shaking his head slightly as his eyes moved from Naruto to his family as they walked away from the hug. "It's not going to change anything, Naruto. Just let it go." Shikamaru said, his tone serious, as he continued to hold Naruto back. For a moment, Naruto thought back to hearing his friend's words, the rational part of his mind telling him that Shikamaru was right and that starting right now in the middle of the party wouldn't change anything. But the other part of his mind, the part that was consumed by his anger, was stronger. Shaking his arm out of Shik's grip, Naruto turned his gaze towards the boy and growled lightly. However, what he didn't know was that as he looked at his scara began to bleed until Naruto's eyes widened as he blinked, turning black, and his irises began to glow a deadly crimson red. The young Nara's eyes widened in shock and he stepped back in slight fear, but in the time it took for him to blink, Naruto's eyes returned to normal and he made his way towards his family. It wasn't until he was standing right in front of them that Kusina noticed him, at which point he had put his face into a blank expression for a moment, and he saw her eyes go wide, as if she suddenly realized he was there, before they moved on to the others, and then back to him. He saw the flash of guilt in their eyes, but it was only there for a moment before they seemed to harden with determination. "Naruto, dear." Kusina began to trail off as she extended her hand towards him. Naruto, however, didn't give her the chance to make an excuse. "Are you going to lie to me again and claim that the Rasengan is part of your training to help control the Fox Chakra?" Naruto asked in a hard voice, though not too loud, as he was aware that he didn't want to draw too much attention. The attention on what was happening. His words, despite having been spoken in a low voice, managed to travel around the room, and those who were closer to the group turned around to be able to see the drama and progress. However, it was not that it really bothered Naruto, as he could see it was making both his mother and father feel uncomfortable. "Naruto, please, we can talk about this later," said Kusina with her voice still calm as she looked around nervously. "No," Naruto said, her voice raised slightly as he did so. Now everyone's attention was on him, including his sisters with wide eyes. "You always say we'll talk later, or that you need to focus on Urza and Mito's training. Because of that damn Fox, I've had enough of your lies. I've had enough. Just tell me the truth. You were never going to train me, right?" Naruto said, beyond worrying, as he vented the anger he had been building up all these years. The silence, the heavy, thick silence, settled throughout the room as Naruto's voice spread throughout the room. Naruto could see the adults sending glances to each other. However, no one seemed surprised to hear his accusations against his parents. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Minato stepped forward, standing between Naruto and the rest of his family and sending Naruto a sad look as he sighed. Naruto could also see Jiraiya moving to stand next to his father, his face stern but almost blank. "You're right, Naruto, we never intended to train you, but you have to understand why. Understand that your condition makes it too dangerous. Your body is too." Minato began to say, crouching down a little so he could speak to his son at his weak level. "That's what you think, not that I'm weak." Naruto became saddened, his anger rising as he succumbed to his childish fit of rage, which wasn't surprising since he was actually a child. The words seemed to hit his family like a physical blow, making his father Minato flinch as Kusina, Aza, and Mito looked away from him. It was finally Jiraiya who burst forward, stepping and looking at Naruto with an impassive face that made the young blonde's body tense. "That's exactly why, boy, you're weak. Your body isn't strong enough to withstand the strain of shinobi training. You can barely get from one day to the next. It's time you saw the truth, Naruto. You will never be a ninja." Jiraiya said, tired of beating around the bush. It was time for someone to tell the boy the truth. It was for the best for everyone involved. Naruto had begun to back away the more Jiraiya spoke, his words echoing in his head over and over. The tears he had been holding back for so long finally began to escape his eyes and run down his face. As people walked away from him, no one seemed to be able to look him in the eye as he fled the room. Chapter 2 Hard Facts. With Kusina, for a moment Kusina could do nothing but stand frozen as her precious son Naruto ran out of the room. As she watched him leave with tears streaming down her face, she didn't know what she was supposed to do. For the past few years, Jiraiya had been warning them about not being honest with Naruto, pretty firm in the belief that giving him false hope was many times crueler than just being honest with him. But how was he supposed to tell his son that he would never be able to live his dream and that he was too weak to do what all the other members of his family did despite everything that had happened with the QB the day the triplets were born had been the best day of her life. It had been the day she had become a mother. Not even a damn fox that she would miss could ruin that. No matter what other people might think, unfortunately, their happiness couldn't last long. It had taken them about a week to realize that something was wrong with Naruto. He ate the same, no more than his sisters, but despite his healthy appetite, he didn't seem to gain weight. His baby fat had been melting away more and more with each passing day, and her cries of discomfort never seemed to stop. It got so bad that they had to call the doctors, and when the medical professionals did their tests, what they found broke Minato's heart, and her own too. Years 3, if they were lucky, that was how long the doctors had given her to live, and even then that was just with her baby living in the hospital within 4 hooked up to her tiny arm, constantly feeding her the nutrients her own body she just couldn't process. When he had been in the hospital, the two of them had visited him every day. Kusina practically moved into the hospital with the girls for those years. If it wasn't for his duty, Minato would have been there with her, but they had managed to get him to make time to visit her at least once a day. Kusina had watched every day as her baby seemed to, with her more and more becoming thinner and weaker each passing day. He had been so small, lying in that hospital bed there had been fragile as glass. Yes, those first few years had definitely been hard. Then the day came when the doctors told her that despite all odds, Naruto had survived beyond what the doctors had called his age of danger. The worst was behind him, and although he would never be completely healthy, he could take him home again for the first time in years. It should have been the start of something better. They were finally a real family again, but Mito and Urza needed training to help prepare them to deal with the fox. Urza had immediately shown that she had the Uzumaki bloodline, one that also possessed solid Kusina chakra, and over the years Urza had shown an understanding and skill in it that Kusina herself had never had. Kusina could use it to make her chains with a blade on the end, and had even learned to use them to suppress the chakra of anyone or thing she had caught in them. But Urza had taken the skill a step further. His little girl seemed to be able to do almost anything with them, including royal armor of all things. Then there was little Mito, his other daughter, who although born without the Uzum bloodline was slowly becoming a very adapted sensory type shinobi just like Urza. Found her passion in Kenjutsu. Mito, or hers, in Fuinjutsu just like her father. She was fascinated by seals of all kinds, learning them, studying them, and dismantling them to see how they worked. That, along with her growing skill in taijutsu, told Kusina that one day she would be a very strong kunoichi. In fact, both of her girls would. Naruto, however, sometimes there were days when she couldn't get down the stairs without running out of breath. The mere thought of him holding a kunai terrified her, let alone training with one. But when she saw her sisters training, she wanted to join them. Kusina had seen it in her face. Naruto wanted to be a ninja, his little sick boy. Both Kusina and Minato knew that if he ever tried to unlock his chakra, his small, weak body could simply break from the strain, let alone try to use it. So they tried to buy time by explaining that they couldn't train as they needed to focus on preparing his sisters. Because of the fox, they just wanted to wait until he was older and more mature. Maybe then he would be able to understand that he simply couldn't be a shinobi. But Jirai was already right, even though she was angry enough to kill him the moment Kusina knew he was right to keep lying to him. To Naruto, this way was wrong. So maybe telling him the truth might be kinder in the long run. He had warned them from day one that giving Naruto false hope was not an act of kindness, and that he didn't agree with what they were doing. He had even offered to try and help Naruto unlock his chakra, saying that it might actually help strengthen his body if it didn't kill him. But Kusina didn't want to take the risk and had put her foot down. That was why Jiraiya had always been kept away from Naruto. The man wasn't willing to lie to him, but at the same time he knew that it wasn't his place to go against the two as they were his parents. Kusina also knew that if Naruto had ever asked him, the old pervert would have been more than happy to train him, so he had tried to distance himself to avoid it. However, none of that changed anything at this moment, not after seeing his son run out of the room and crying with a heartbroken expression on his face, directing a look to the legendary shinobi. Kusina waited until she saw him flinch and look away in embarrassment before running after her son. As he left, Kusina could hear Minato apologizing to the guests before saying that the party was over with Naruto. By the time she got to his room, Naruto's tears had given way to numbness. His face had become an expressionless mask as he sat on his bed. His head kept echoing with Jiraiya's words echoing over and over, "You'll never be a ninja, you'll never be a ninja, you'll never be a ninja." But the fact was, all that had done was validate everything Naruto already knew, that his family thought he was weak, that they had been lying to him for years, and that they never actually intended to train him as a myth. And Urza, never squinting slightly as he felt his eyes burning, Naruto shook his head, thinking he was going to start crying again, not realizing that the pupils of his eyes were still bleeding. Before backing up again, Naruto found himself absent-mindedly palming the kunai that was still in his pocket, running a finger along the edge and mentally noting that it needed to be sharpened. He was actually just about to pull it out when he felt someone's chakra from downstairs separate from the rest and begin to walk up the stairs. The sound of their footsteps soon reached his ears. If he had been more experienced, Naruto might have been able to tell what it was like just by the chakra, but for now all he could do was tell that it was whoever. They were very chakra-bound. However, he didn't have to wait long, because a moment later there was a soft knock on the door before it opened slightly, and his mother's face could be seen. Through the opening, Naruto hadn't turned on the light when he entered, causing the light from the hallway to pierce through the darkness of his room only to end at his feet and leave the rest of his body in shadows. But while her face was hidden, Naruto could clearly see his mother's worried face, her eyes if somehow they found their own in the dark. Though she couldn't see them, she made no move for a moment, walking into his room, standing in the doorway, and trying to squint as her hand reached for the light switch, only to let out a sigh when she did. And nothing happened. Naruto had removed the light bulb several days ago. Naruto, dear, we need to talk about this, Kusina said, quietly, seeing the figure of her son shrouded in shadow sitting on his bed in the dark room. Naruto, no, he replied immediately, trying to control his voice so it wouldn't crack and show even more weakness than she expected from him. What exactly is there to talk about? Both of you have been lying to me for years, constantly making promises you never intended to keep, giving me false hope. You think I'm too weak to even unlock my chakra, isn't that so? Naruto said, his voice as hollow as his gaze. Finally, he looked his mother in the eyes. He watched as she flinched at each accusation, as if they were physical blows, with tears in his eyes. But right now, Naruto just couldn't care, no matter how much Amara's family had us for training both you and me. Father, like me, we knew from the start that we shouldn't have promised to train you. I'm so sorry. We should never have lied to you. But we couldn't. We thought that if we waited until you were older, it would be easier to explain things then, Kusina said softly. As she sat next to her son, she made a move to place her hand on his shoulder in comfort, but pulled back when he pulled away from her touch as if it were poison, pulling his hand back with a crushed look on her face. Instead, she put her hand on his lap and looked down. You have to understand, Naruto, with your condition, it's too dangerous for you to train. I spent hours talking about this with your father, and even some may deem we even considered training you in genjutsu at first, but just unlocking your chakra could kill you. Your body just isn't strong enough for the added strain. Naruto understood that, and even though hearing that unlocking his chakra could have killed him, all his words did was anger. After all, he hadn't unlocked his CH the day before. Sure, it had been painful at first, but nothing he couldn't handle. Clenching his hands on his knees as his eyes began to burn again, Naruto somehow managed to get his words out without resorting to screaming. But you never even tried. You never. Or how do you know it would kill me? Maybe it would help with my condition. Did you ever consider it? Naruto said angrily as he looked at his mother, finally giving in to his anger. Another shudder followed by a deep sigh. We did, and everyone we talked to agreed that if unlocking your chakra didn't kill you, it could help your condition, but it wasn't a risk we were willing to take. Not when it could cost you your life, Kusina said in a pained voice as she tried to explain such a difficult subject to her 10-year-old son. Why did you make the decision? If it's my life, it should depend on me, not you or anyone else. If you had believed in me, I wouldn't have had to do it. Naruto began, the anger not abandoning him. In any case, it grew on him like a ball of molten rock. No, this time, it was Naruto's turn to shudder. The hard expression suddenly appeared on his mother's face, stopping the words in her throat. Naruto, no matter what you think of us at this moment, your father and I have every right to make that decision. If it comes down to a choice between your life or your ability to use chakra, there isn't. And there never will be if you don't understand that right now. But we could never risk losing you again, not this time. When Kusina approached, Naruto didn't move away and was quickly forced to hug him tightly as she caressed the back of his head soothingly. They stayed like that for several minutes without saying anything as Naruto allowed himself to be comforted by the familiar hug. When they finally separated again, Naruto saw that his mother had tears in her eyes, but also a small smile on her lips. It's getting late, and a lot has happened today. I'll let you rest a little, and your birthday presents still, they'll be downstairs tomorrow when you wake up. If we need to, we can talk more about this in the morning, but we won't change our minds about this, Naruto. It's not worth risking your life to unlock your chakra. Naruto remained silent as Kusina slowly stood up and walked away, closing the door behind her. He listened as she stood in front of her door for a moment before letting out a sigh that was muffled by the door and walking back down the stairs. Letting out a sigh, Naruto stood up. He laid down on his bed in a dress with one arm over his eyes as he finally let sleep take him. The next morning, Naruto was ready to tell his family that he had unlocked his chakra, and although he knew that they would be mad at him, he knew that everything would be okay. In the end, he had proven that he wasn't as weak as Aben, and now they would have no choice but to train him along with Mito and Urza. Unfortunately, while everyone was sitting at dinner, both his mother and father were summoned for an emergency council meeting, and they had to leave before he had a chance to tell her they had left, with Kusina promising they would talk after the meeting was over. But Naruto knew from experience these meetings could take hours. Mito had quickly taken over the table after breakfast to work on her seals, writing the same ones over and over again until she got it perfect. Before trying to get it faster, Urza had moved to the training room to practice her Kenjutsu, mumbling to herself about needing to work on her spear handling skills with nothing else to do. Naruto had decided to look through the presents he had received the night before, but had left before opening to get annoyed with the whole situation and stayed down. Shikamaru had given him several new TR chess sets, each designed to resemble the ninjas of each of the 5 great hidden villages. Choji and his family had gifted him a cookbook with hundreds of different recipes. He had even gotten a bonsai tree from Hino and his father, along with the equipment he would need to care for it. There were several other gifts from the various clans along the same lines. All of them, as expected, avoided having anything to do with shinobi training. Unlike what had been given to his sisters, he ended up with a decent amount of money that he was sure would come in handy. It was not surprising that not much was known about it, so it would certainly be difficult to buy him gifts. When he came to a small package wrapped in paper with toad drawings on it, Naruto had debated for several minutes on whether to just throw it away before leaving it and ignoring it. He then got to the gifts from his family. Mito had given him a notebook filled with blank pages of high-quality paper, and Urza had given him a set of charcoal pencils to draw with. Somehow, he thought it could be a cooperative gift between the two. His parents had gifted him a framed picture of all of them together in a group, a perfect family, all of them smiling at each other. The camera had Naruto standing in the middle, with Urza to his right and Mito to his left, both hugging their arms against each other, snuggling their smaller body. Between them, their mother and father were kneeling behind them, Minato with his arm around his wife Kusina's waist, making the peace sign with a big smile on his face as he looked at the camera. Naruto remembered it took a week before they started training his sisters, when they were one big family. Happily letting out a sigh after seeing the photo, Naruto got up and decided to go for a walk to clear his head, knowing that his parents wouldn't be home for at least a few more hours. He didn't bother telling either of his sisters that he was leaving, planning to be back before they knew it. He also didn't want to risk one or both of them insisting that they accompany him, which, especially after his outburst the night before, he knew he had no doubt they would do. So, using the same method as when he left to unblock his chakra, Naruto he headed to the loose board in the fence and headed off into the forest with no particular destination in mind, just wandering around, letting his feet take him where they may. However, after about half an hour of just walking and using his newfound sensory ability to sense the different things around him, Naruto somehow ended up back in the same clearing. He had unlocked his chakra, and earlier the body of the hawk he had killed had disappeared, though judging by the trail of blood and feathers, Naruto assumed that a fox must have found him and taken him back to its den. After looking around the clearing for a moment, he shrugged before walking over and sitting on the rock that was slightly jutting out of the ground in the middle of the clearing. Naruto wasn't sure how long he had been sitting there, just listening to the wind blowing through the leaves and feeling the thousands of tiny chakra signatures of the insects crawling about through the grass beneath him. However, due to how focused Naruto was, he didn't even notice as the world around him was slowly fading away. While I must admit this is a pleasant surprise, I wasn't going to accept to see you again for a few more years. A soft, sibilant voice spoke, bringing Naruto out of his meditative trance. Naruto's eyes widened at the voice, only to widen in shock at what he saw. He was standing on what appeared to be a wall of stone that acted as a border between two landscapes, both as different as night and day. Literally, in the landscape to his right looked like the forest that surrounded him, with Hoa covered in tall leafy trees and bathed in the bright light of the sun, and in the distance there was what looked like a lake. Everything seemed alive and healthy, and the air was filled with the sense of nature, and although he couldn't see any real animals, it still felt like being in the middle of a quiet forest. The sky was mostly clear, with the strange clouds floating slowly in the clear blue sky. The land to his left was completely opposite, however. It seemed to have been bleached of all color. The land was barren and covered in bone white dry sand swirling in the air, pushed by the light wind. Just like on the other side, there were trees, but unlike the other side, they were as dry and white as sand and looked dead. There were wrinkled branches that seemed to claw furiously at the sky. There were also several outcrops. Rocks clustered their shadows that seemed to stretch further than should be possible. The stones themselves were black as night, and unlike their counterpart on the other side of the wall, there was absolutely no life. The wall Naruto was standing on was probably as tall as the Okage Mountain and looked to be almost 300 feet wide, and was made of a dull gray stone. However, what shocked Naruto the most was the fact that above his head was a giant gray orb, very similar to the one he had eaten from the bird, only with a purple center that seemed to act as the sun for both sides of the world. I imagine it's not what you were expecting. Just take your time and absorb it all. After all, it's not easy. Your own soul in physical form, the soft voice continued to echo. Lightly, Naruto quickly turned around looking for where the voice came from. His eyes widened even more in shock upon finding its source. Naruto took a step back in fear as he did so. Standing at the wall less than 3 meters away was a boy of the same age that he but Naruto couldn't understand what he was seeing because the boy looked like he could be his long-lost twin. He had the same as Naruto. He even had the same whisker marks, but unlike Naruto, though his short, spiky hair was pure white and his skin had a grayish tint, sticking out of the top of his head were a pair of 4-inch long horns the same color as his skin, and unlike Naruto, he wore a large baggy black shirt and a pair of shorts. Black on his feet, he was wearing nothing at all. He also had a knife without a guard, the handle wrapped in bandages tucked into the belt on his waist. As he stood in front of Naruto, he had his hand resting on the handle, but what really made Naruto back off were the eyes of the double in front of him. Instead of white scara, they were dark black with dark veins spreading over the skin around his eyes like spider webs. Then there was the iris, 2 fiery red eyes that stood out, making him look absolutely terrifying. Naruto watched as his mouth opened, revealing sharp, pearly white teeth and a long, dark tongue as he lightly laughed at Naruto's reaction. You're not going to piss yourself, right? Because if you do, I'm not cleaning it up, said the voice mockingly. The mocking tone was easy to hear, but the most disconcerting thing was that it was said in Naruto's own voice, and that surprise was enough to give Naruto back some of his courage. Who the hell are you? Said Naruto in a voice slightly shaking as she looked at the boy in front of her in surprise. The CHCH just let out another giggle and walked over to stand next to Naruto before turning around and looking out at the dark landscape with his hand still on his sword. Relax, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not even sure I can, to be honest. After all, we're technically brothers, said the boy without looking at Naruto as he continued to look at the dark landscape, frowning at the boy's words. As he looked at his back, taking Naruto took a deep breath to gather his courage before moving to stand next to the scary-looking boy. Who are you? Naruto asked calmly. Send him away. He was no longer looking at him with those terrifying, unnerving eyes like those of a predator. Naruto watched as the boy licked his lips, a habit he knew he himself had. Well, now you see, that's a rather interesting question, since even I'm not entirely sure who I am. A stronger, more powerful version of you? Or am I something completely different that just took your form? It really is quite a dilemma, since in a way, I am you. I know everything you know and feel everything you feel. But however, I also know much more than you know and have experience beyond what you have experienced. The voice continued curiously. The voice sounded more and more like Naruto's soft tone as he spoke, or what Naruto asked, his face scrunched up in confusion as he tried to dissect the words of the boy. I don't know, I guess just call me you. The boy spoke again, and the intimidating aura he gave off at first faded as he spoke. Wait, so I should call you Naruto? You should know that. Just call me you. So you call me no you, Naruto? Seriously, let's go to this, said the mysterious boy with a silky smooth voice that held a note of fun. It's kind of fun, Naruto replied with a smile on his face as he argued with himself he should tell anyone in Kano about this. They would definitely think him crazy, although after his outburst last night, that may not surprise you. That was when he thought Naruto's good mood collapsed. Yes, you have had a pretty bad time lately. No, the voice said crudely. The statement was made even stranger by the calmness with which it was pronounced. It really wasn't that surprising that the boy knew what Naruto was thinking. After all, he had said it himself. He knew everything Naruto knew, and even so much more. And where are we then? Naruto replied uncomfortably. The boy quickly changed the topic of conversation. You weren't ready or willing to talk about everything yet? Well, I would have thought that was obvious. I mean, obviously we're not in Konoha, and you're talking to yourself, you replied softly, only to frown slightly at the sight of the confusion still on Naruto's face. Letting out a sigh, he decided to answer properly this time. We're in your mindscape, a physical representation of your mind and soul. But then why are you here? Why are we here? Hearing this question, the smile he finally slid from the face of the time identified you. His lips slid into a hard line as his eyes hardened slightly. Until 9 years ago, I did not exist. What I was before that, nor do I know what I do know, however, is that I was born the same day as you. But unlike you, I was not born into the natural world. I was born into you. From what I have been able to theorize, I owe my existence to whatever your father Minato did. The day the Kyuubi attacked, I gained form at the same time the Kyuubi was sealed into your sisters, and the form I gained, was it yours? What it was before, I don't know, but from what little I do know, there was another being present the night your father sealed the kekkei into your sisters. To defeat the beast, your father used the Death Reaper seal, a technique that was designed by the Uzumaki clan centuries ago. It was a seal that was supposed to summon the Shinigami form into existence. Now, if things had gone as they should, your father would have had his own soul taken as collateral to seal the Kyuubi. But he still didn't. You told him with a frown as he spoke. All of this were nothing more than theories he had concocted from the fractured knowledge he had come to possess. Whether his theory was right or wrong, the boy didn't know at this stage. It was then that you rolled his eyes and turned to look at Naruto before letting out a sigh. All of this, of course, is just a conclusion I've come to based on my knowledge and memories, but I believe I was never meant to be self-aware or even exist. I think when the Shinigami was summoned that night, something unexpected happened, something that led to me being created. I believe there was something different about the seal he used, and that somehow a fragment of death's power broke away from the source, and instead of dispersing it latched onto the nearest available host. This lead to the creation of me, a piece of strange energy that gained sentience and was given life. It's a strange thought, isn't it, that from death came life? What I guess it means you could say I'm like a tailed beast, a single piece sentient mass of chakra torn off entirely, which by the way would technically make you my Jinchuriki. Hearing that explanation, Naruto couldn't help but frown. It sounded strange, but thinking about it more, he began to think that the boy might be right after all if he hadn't devoured what he had come to believe was a soul the other night, and besides he wasn't very picky. The art of Fuinjutsu, a single line, even a millimeter out of place, could drastically change the final result, and its father wouldn't have been in a hurry when he was drawing the seal he used to defeat the Kyuubi. Saying this, although he was trying hard to put aside the whole Jinchuriki of the matter for the moment, he might go crazy. That's why later he had other things he wanted to find out first. So you really are the Shinigami? You're not exactly what I expected. Naruto fell silent, deciding to accept the explanation you had given him. After all, it was the only one he had heard, and the boy seemed sincere in his belief. This comment seemed to snap you out of your contemplative mood. A small smile appeared on his face as he let out a light chuckle. Well, technically, if I'm right, which I think I am, then I'm just a fragment of the Shinigami, and now I'm a completely different being thanks partly to you, Naruto. You said, a smile on his face as he saw the confused frown on Naruto's face. Plus, I'm probably more like you than the Shinigami. After all, I grew up experiencing the same things as you, just that he had other memories besides that. Oh, and he was also more handsome. We look more or less exactly the same, right, except I have white hair and cold eyes. As you said this, Naruto once again looked into the boy's eyes, barely containing them. Red and black orbs stared at him. They were the eyes of a predator. One of Vertex white hair makes you look like an old man. Naruto managed to get out as he looked away from the eyes of his counterparts. Naruto finally gave in to his side. Childish. After all, he had only just turned 10. You're just jealous, you replied with a calm expression on your face as you did so you were able to keep your faces straight for 5 seconds before you both burst out laughing at the same time. The situation was so strange it was hilarious. By the time you calmed down, Naruto had completely forgotten about you and was using his shoulder to support himself and keep his balance. That was when something happened to him that Naruto had heard his parents say to Mito and Urza. Something important about Jinchuriki. Wait, yes, technically I am a Jinchuriki. Why am I always sick? I thought Jinchuriki didn't get sick, Naruto asked with a frown as he walked away, his eyes contemplating how his counterpart's body looked as frail and emaciated as his own. Because you're not actually sick, at least not in the way everyone thinks, you replied confidently, knowing what he was saying was now an absolute fact. You see, but the doctors, Naruto, I'm not normal. I don't eat human food, and because of the way does the seal that absorbed me into you work, we are one. Just as I took your form and characteristics, you also adopted some of my features. Your body needs a mixture of human food and what you humans call souls, like that thing you found floating above the falcon. The chakra is life energy, and when something or someone dies, it forms into a mass invisible to the normal. And when you were a baby, your parents realized that something was wrong and diagnosed you with that genetic disorder. The doctors knew nothing about me, so they came to the only conclusion they could all is a underscore underscore. Of course, you just needed to unlock our chakra so you could see souls and eat them. That's why I helped you find it last time you were here. So the more souls I eat, the healthier I become, basically. Yeah, and just like in nature, your body and abilities have adapted to help you survive. You turned to look over the side of the wall filled with life. Just as Naruto turned around, he saw the first sign of life animal, a hawk that slowed down the coverage from the treetops before diving back down and disappearing from sight again. It sounds familiar to you. Should your mental landscape is the afterlife for the salt more than you eat and imprisons them here. Their energy feeds us both as they continue to live. That's why it's split in half. The light is the pure world and the dark is the impure world. That hawk we just saw was the one you saw when you unlocked your chakra. But animals don't have the same conscience than a human, meaning they can't be good or bad, unlike humans who are responsible for their actions. Naruto found himself listening in silence as you continued to speak, ideally watching as the falcon reappeared only to disappear several times. I can see the life of souls when they arrive. When it eats a human soul, I am the one who processes them. The wall is the border between the two lands, a barrier that only we can cross. To put it more simply, you are the outer Naruto, while I am the inner. Naruto, together we are one, unlike the Jinchuriki. Although we are a symbiotic life form, we cannot survive without working together, and if one of us dies, the other will quickly follow. As to all my claims, I am not the true Shinigami. I am not immortal, nor do I have absolute control over death, you said, as you looked your counterpart in the eyes, wishing for him to understand what you were saying, which he himself knew to be an absolute fact, nodding in agreement head as Naruto once again met Yu's gaze, this time easily resisting the urge to flinch. As he did so, Naruto knew what you said was true. He didn't know why, and so he could never explain it, but deep down he did seem to have finished his explanation. You walked away from Naruto and once again looked out at the scenery as the blonde did the same. Naruto, you have to get out of the hidden leaf. Naruto could feel his mind stopping, all his thoughts hitting a wall, invisible as his eyes widened. What, but why? Letting out a sigh, you walked to the edge of the wall in front of what Naruto now knew was called the pure world. Sitting on the edge and touching the hilt of his knife, Naruto, do you know what Jinchuriki are used for besides containing tailed beasts? You finally spoke, still looking at the quiet forests and clearings that made up the pure world. Naruto could only shake his head as he slowly moved to sit next to you, the white-haired boy. He let out another sigh, turning to look at Naruto. You gave him a conflicted look. They might be the same age, but you, unlike Naruto, had fragments of memories and knowledge far beyond his counterpart. This made him more world-weary, more experienced than Naruto, who in Yu's eyes was still so young and naive. Their Naruto weapons used both as a deterrent and when necessary as tools of warrior status. As the son of Lokage is enough to protect your sisters and maybe even yourself for the worst, but the fact is that you are unique. Even among other Jinchuriki, there has never been a Jinchuriki for anything other than tailed beasts, let alone one with the abilities that you possess. You are unique and have the potential to be very powerful, and even in the leaf there are people who would try to use you for their own benefit, but my family would probably fight and die to protect you at first. But the fact is that they also have to look after the interests of the village. Why do you think that it is so important that Mito and Urza learn to control the Nine Tails chakra, not suppress it? While it is best for them, it is also in the village's interest to have them strong. And more than that, Naruto, in the eyes of many, you would be an abomination, a being that needs to feast on the souls of others to survive. I doubt that even our family could do much against the backlash. I fear that such knowledge, if spread, would cause a stir. But that is due to the fact that they themselves would not fear us. We are Naruto, unnatural, and a fact of the world is that people fear what is foreign to them. Naruto found himself unable to look at you at this point. His eyes slowly became hollow as he thought about how his family would react. A part of them hoped they would accept him, but that part was overshadowed by the fear that they wouldn't. Naruto, after all, he had seen the reaction some of the villagers of Konoha had when they thought people weren't looking. The civilians looked at his sisters in fear and in some cases with hatred, and those two were the precious children of the beloved Okage. Naruto was the black sheep of the family. Already his presence disconcerted people. That discomfort would get 1,000 times worse if people found out the truth, and in Naruto's young mind his parents, who had already proven to be unreliable by lying to him, could also turn against him if they found out the truth. When he looked up again with the fear of abandonment and isolation on his face, he felt you put a soft hand on his shoulder. Turning to the boy, said, a kind and understanding look on his face, Naruto, I'm not telling you this to hurt you, and if you want to stay in the village, I'll never say anything about this again. But you needed to hear this. People have been looking for a way to control or avoid death ever since man first understood the concept. You are a 5-course meal placed in front of a pack of hungry wolves. For the moment, they don't know it's there, but when they do, they will fight each other and eat you alive, and nothing and no one will be able to protect ourselves, not even ourselves, unless we get stronger. The tears started to fall, and the grip on her shoulder tightened slightly as her shoulders started to shake with suppressed sobs. I understand we have to go. It's not safe for us here anymore, and I don't know if mom or dad would support us. I just can't trust them anymore, so we have to go and Naruto carve our own path in this world, become so powerful that we never have to rely on others to protect us, you said fiercely, watching as a fire seemed to begin to burn inside Naruto. A slight smile on his face as he did so. Deep down, Naruto knew that you were right, and as he stood there on one of those walls between light and darkness, he made his decision. He would become strong, he would become powerful, and he would never again have to feel as weak and powerless as he did now. Chapter 3, Runaway with Naruto in the inn. Naruto didn't tell his family about unlocking his chakra. He didn't even try to mention anything he had to do with chakra or training for the next few weeks. He actually did his best to be nice and calm, even going so far as to sit outside in the shade and watch Urza and Mito train. His family seemed to think it was because he finally accepted that he would never be a ninja and that he was making efforts to move on, but he hadn't. So when no one was looking, he started to prepare, waiting for the perfect moment to run. He had it all planned out. He knew how it was going to happen, the guards at the gate, and he knew where he was headed. All he had to do now was wait for the right time to leave. Naruto had just finished placing the things Itachi had given him for his birthday on his bed, looking at them with hard eyes as he took the time to carefully examine each item. In reality, the seal had hidden a lot more than he expected, and it still had room for more things to be put inside. It was a thick gray and black coat with a fur interior, warm, and an attached hood, and when Naruto put it on, he found that it was a little big for his emaciated frame. The coat ended just below his knees with the sleeves stretched out past his hands and the hood covering everything but his mouth. It was warm and cozy, but more importantly, it offered him some light protection and could also be used as half-decent camouflage in a dark area. There were also 3 scrolls, one that listed several simple chakra exercises, and the other containing the basics on how to write seals. Naruto had looked through both of them, frowning at some of the seal designs. The last one was about the different hand signs and how they direct chakra through the body, with sketches of each sign to show how the blade should be made. Then a sheathed knife with a foot and a half of blade and no guard, with the handle wrapped in bandages, making him think of the knife you had actually looked a lot like the type of sword he had seen the Ambu carry, usually hidden under there. The blade itself was shaped and polished to a shine, which confused Naruto, because ninja blades were never polished to the point where they could catch the light and alert the target. A white forehead protector attached to a black cloth sat next to the blade, something that was generally used by ninjas who didn't have a village, but there was no shortage of ninjas like that. They were very rare these days, although before the formation of the hidden villages, they were almost all that there was. If Naruto remembered correctly, they were called Lenino whirring. There was also a compass that folded into a small box that fit into a pocket of the cloak. The last thing that had been left inside the seal was a large piece of wood where a note had been attached, which was in Naruto's hands at the moment as he read it again. True ninjas start out as a blank slate, carving and shaping themselves through training, constantly working on themselves over time, until that the mask they create is their true face. Carve your own mask and prove everyone wrong for doubting you, and remember, fear can be a weapon as deadly as any sword. You just have to learn to use it. Give the world a reason to respect and fear you. Itachi Chia. Leaving the note, Naruto sat in his desk chair with his crib and the piece of wood that already showed signs of having been carved. Without knowing it, Itachi had given Naruto everything he would need, not only to get out of the village, but also to put him on the right path to survive outside of their protection. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the right time. The next day, Naruto told his family that he was going to the Ordinary complex to see his friend Shikamaru for a game of chess. And when Kusina offered to take him there, he quickly told her not to worry and that he would go straight there and back when he was done. However, the moment he was sure she had stopped following him from the rooftops, Naruto changed his destination and headed to his clearing with the scroll on chakra exercises tucked into his inner pocket. After reading through the list of exercises, Naruto had found 2 that he thought would be useful to know before he left. Although he was aware that he would be lucky to be able to learn one, the first thing he was going to try was tray walking, which not only worked as a chakra exercise, but was also a useful skill in general. Deciding at the last minute to take off his shoes before, Naruto turned his attention to one of the trees and ran straight towards it. Jumping as he got closer, Naruto aimed his body so that he would hit it feet first, only for it to not stick, causing him to fall on his side. Rubbing his left arm where he landed on it, Naruto sent a glare to the tree before heading back to his starting point and running towards the tree once again. This time, Naruto put as much chakra into his feet as he could. At that moment, his feet began to glow a faint color, grayish-blue. This time, when he hit the tree, Naruto didn't slip, but was thrown backwards across the clearing, hitting the ground with his back. In a loud thud, Naruto groaned as he looked up at the sky for a moment and watched a cloud slowly fly over the clearing, letting out a sigh, and stood up before trying again. However, when he looked at the tree, Naruto was confused to see that instead of a slit in the wood where he was shot, there was a black mark in the shape of his foot. As he walked closer to see better, Naruto saw that the footprint was where the wood seemed to have died, leaving the rest of the tree healthy. Well, that was something Naruto watched with narrowed eyes and arm outstretched as the blue-gray mass of chakra moved across the clearing, taking the form of an ethereal blue hawk for a second, only to fade into a shapeless mass. The next, it circled around the edge of the trees 2 more times before landing on the rock next to him, once again taking the form of a hawk. The bird itself had an almost ghostly appearance, with the main feature being its glowing purple eyes that gave off the only other light in the otherwise completely dark room. Even when it was in a recognizable form, the bird had no details, just a grayish-blue mass of chakra with eyes. Each twitch caused its form to blur slightly, as if it was struggling to keep. Its Naruto was sweating now. His arm was shaking slightly as he tried to concentrate. He held it for another 2 minutes before letting out a gasp, and his arm fell. The bird instantly lost its form as it did so. So the mass of chakra lost all of its form and flowed into his body. The chakra was quickly absorbed through his skin, sending a sudden new surge of energy through his body. As he did so, letting out a sigh as he laid back down on the rock, Naruto grabbed his hoodie that he had left on the rock beside him and used it to wipe the sweat off his face as he frowned at it. Apparently nothing better, but it's still not enough, your soft voice said in his mind, the voice echoing lightly as he did so. Jumping to his feet, Naruto began to walk slowly for a few minutes to stretch his legs before sitting back down on the rock again. You told him, with a hint of amusement in the voice, as Naruto let out a tired groan. Naruto's hands went through the few hand seals he needed, even if they were slower than most genin would be able to. Taking a deep breath as he did so, soul release spirit summoning jutsu. Letting out his breath, Naruto watched as once again the grayish-blue chakra was released from his body and flowed into the air. It swirled before slowly descending to the ground and molding into the form of a large ethereal rat that, like the falcon, had a bright purple light in its eyes. It held the last seal for a moment, releasing it as it did so. The tips of its fingers glowed with chakra before it faded. Naruto let go. A sigh escaped as he moved his hand, and the rat followed it, almost like a puppet with strings going in and out of focus, like the hawk had done as it climbed up the rock and knelt down where it sat, looking up at him with its blank purple eyes. Naruto absent-mindedly noticed the patch of cold slowly spreading across his skin around where the rat sat, followed by the sensation of pins and needles. This was the first jutsu Naruto had ever done himself with help of course from the scroll and the hand sign. Sitsu had been able to begin creating his own style of jutsu based on the skills he gained from being the Jinchuriki of Death. The skill he was using at the moment was one that had been based on the summoning jutsu. He had seen both Jiraiya and his father perform it. Had taken time to figure out the correct sequence and a few near misses, but they were going in the right direction. The jutsu took the same amount of chakra to create the spirit that Naruto gained from eating his soul, and when it was released, the chakra returned to him minus a little depending on how long he was summoned and what made him do it. From discussions with you and experimentation, he had discovered that the souls he devoured acted similarly to batteries, meaning he could draw on the chakra a soul possessed and use it to bolster his own reserves. Although there was a side effect to this, as if he drew too much energy from a soul, it would not have time to recharge and thus become destabilized. And however, one problem with his newly created technique was that the sudden drop in chakra, although not life-threatening, was exhausting. And although when it returned, it was like having an adrenaline rush. The second problem was that at that time, it was very difficult to control the spirit after it was formed, and if he didn't concentrate, it would simply act like a normal animal and do its thing. However, the advantages of the technique were worth the effort of learning it as well as the time he dedicated to it. In addition to obtaining the chakra from the souls he consumed, Naruto also gained their most recent memories, although it was limited as the memories he absorbed could be anything from the last few days to the last few months. At first, it was a little strange and had given him more than one headache before he got used to it. Then there was the fact that their spirits had more in common with ghosts than he had expected, and were able to move through solid objects. It was a useful ability for sure, but still very surprising when you first see it. Luckily, when it came to summoning souls as spirits, he was able to obtain all of the memories they accumulated while in the mortal plane. When they were released, unfortunately, he still had trouble making them solid enough to attack because at the time they would just pass through everything they touched. But despite this, it was definitely becoming a very useful jutsu. He was already thinking of ways it can be used to explore. This time, Naruto, he released the spirit before it began to strain the chakra, floating back into his body once more. It turned out that Naruto's chance to escape came sooner than he expected. Just 4 weeks after his 10th birthday, his parents were once again summoned to another council meeting. And just like last time, they once again left him with his sisters. He waited for about an hour after they left before stating that he was tired and was therefore going to bed early without Mito or Urza. They would think about arguing or questioning him. Sometimes being seen as weak and fragile was helpful. Once he was in his room, Naruto worked quickly, gathering everything he had with him and packed everything into a small bag with everything important sealed in the ceiling scroll attached he had given him for his birthday. He then put on his black coat, making sure it was closed before he climbed out the window, then used the drain pipe to climb down before running to his usual exit behind the bush at the back of the field. Family training. By then the sun had just begun to set, lengthening the shadows and providing him with more than enough cover as he carefully made his way through the village and towards the north gate. He had timed it perfectly, arriving just as the last merchant caravans were lining up to leave before the gates closed for the rest of the night. Preparing himself in the shade of one of the nearby buildings that lined the main road leading out of the village, Naruto began counting in his head 1 and 2 and 3, jumping out of the shadows. Naruto quickly closed the distance between him and the last caravan in the row, rolling as he hit the ground until he was on his back looking at the underside of the caravan and the slightly rusted metal frame. Then he used the first and only chakra exercise he had learned from the scroll he had been given, channeling it to both his hands and feet so that he stuck to the bottom of the moving caravan and used the dark color of her fur to blend in with the shadows. Again, Naruto tried to get as comfortable as possible with Mito. He ignored the sweat dripping down his face, the feeling of his heart beating faster than usual, and the slight ache in his muscles. All his attention was on the punching bag in front of her that swayed back and forth as she continued to nail it with rapid punches. The young woman tried to keep her breathing under control as she performed her training. She could also hear Urza on the other side of the room training covered the sound of the spear in his hands cutting through the air over and over again as he meticulously went over the different forms of fighting his mother had taught him when teaching him the art of kenjutsu. This was how Mito kept his mind away from all the other things going on in his life, a way to clear his mind, so to speak. He knew Urza also had a similar method, though instead of a punching bag, he would practice with his many different weapons over and over again until the muscle memory set itself firmly in his body and mind. He also knew that they were both trying to distract themselves from thinking about the same thing. His brother Naruto, Mito could still fondly remember his brother when they were much younger. He could remember him coming to his room in the middle of the night and asking to stay with them because he had just had a nightmare, but that had been years ago. And it was the fact that it seemed so far away that now gave those once happy memories a depressing aftertaste. Naruto had always been so small and fragile. He looked more like a little brother than one of the same age as them. When their mother and father began training them, both Mito and Urza were so excited so much that they didn't even notice how Naruto had been excluded, at least not until a few weeks later. By the time they did, Naruto was different. He didn't smile as much or ask for help. He also seemed more lonely, moving away from any attempt to make physical contact with him. But sometimes Mito had seen how he had seen a pained expression on her face on more than one occasion, and every time he had seen it, he had always felt it like a knife in his chest. But after the party, things seemed to have changed for the better, as while he still seemed sad, Naruto had started to smile once again. He had even started going out to watch them train and had actually started talking to them again, making a real effort to communicate with the rest of the family. It was not the same as before they started training, but it was better than they had been for a long time. It almost seemed as if her family was back on track to being happy and complete. It was a lie, myth too. She could see it, and she was sure Urza could. The glances Naruto sent them when he thought no one was looking, the almost invisible way he forced smiles that just didn't reach his eyes, the tension in his shoulders when they made physical contact. She had asked her mother about it, but Kusina had just said she would take care of it, and there was nothing to worry about. But that just didn't seem right to Mito, because Naruto had to be left aside while they went to the academy. Now that they were 10, they would be going full-time to the Shinobi Academy for the next 3 years, though Naruto wasn't going to join them. Why did he have to adapt in the first place? Mito let out a loud growl as she went into a flurry of punches, putting even more power into her punches than before. Unfortunately, she couldn't keep up for long, and within 5 minutes Mito was forced to stopping as she leaned forward and panted, taking in large gulps of air as sweat began to drip down her face. As she caught her breath, Mito looked at the punching bag as if it had done something to personally offend her before giving it one more punch, before turning to see Urza in a similar state to her with the spear her sister had been training with, lying on the ground at her feet. "Urza, we have to do something. This isn't right," said Mito, still trying to catch her breath, as she made eye contact with her sister, letting out a sigh. Urza frowned slightly and nodded before wearily picking up the spear she had been using and returning it to its place on the wall. "I know, Mito, but what can we do? Mom and Dad are right. Naruto is too delicate and shinobi training is pretty brutal. It could actually kill him," she replied in a firm tone as she repeated the words she had heard her parents say when they were arguing about precisely this matter. "We don't know, maybe he could learn genjutsu," Mito said, unsure, as she tried to think of less intensive forms of shinobi arts that her brother could practice. Azah seemed to think about this suggestion for a moment before shaking her head with a frown. She would need to unlock her chakra, and even that is risky with her body so weak. Mito let out a small growl of frustration, hating that Urza would use logic against her like that. But before she could think of another argument, Kusina poked her head into the room and smiled at them as the smell of dinner wafted through the now open door. "Hey girls, dinner?" is almost ready. Have you seen your brother?" The eldest redhead asked with a smile on her face as she looked at the tired forms of her two daughters. Urza spoke up before Mito, getting her mother's attention. "She went to take a nap shortly after you and Dad left for that Kusina council meeting. She just gave them another smile and left, but not before asking them to set the table for dinner." Earning a groan from their two tired daughters as she left the room, it was to wake Naruto up with Kusina. Kusina frowned as she opened the door to Naruto's room and found the window wide open with no sign of her son in sight. Quickly closing the window, Kusina took another quick look around the room before deciding to look somewhere else. Closing the door behind her as she did so, she went to the library but quickly saw that there was no one inside since they had left for the council meeting. She then checked the girls' rooms, but there was still no sign of him. Frowning, Kusina stopped looking and decided to do it the easy way by forming a hand sign and using her sensory ability inherited from Utsumi to scan the house for Naruto's chakra signature, knowing that even with his chakra blocked, she would be able to sense it, since even if they weren't active, all living beings had at least a small amount of chakra, which meant she would be able to sense Naruto's chakra no matter what. Wherever she was in the house, she should have at least been able to, but after checking twice, Kusina still couldn't sense anything inside the house that could be Naruto. Starting to get worried, Kusina broke the hand sign and quickly walked down the stairs and into the living room just as the girls finished setting the table for dinner. "Hey Urza, are you sure Naruto didn't go out maybe to the Nara clan compound to visit his friend Shikamaru?" she asked with a worried expression on her face as she was trying to think of where her son could have gotten to as well. Her words caught the attention of both girls, but their confused expressions only made her worry grow. Urza finally answered just as Minato entered the room with a large family-sized bowl of ramen in his hands with a ladle sticking out of the top. "No," he said defiantly that he was going to take a nap. "Right?" Mito said to find his sister for confirmation. "Yes," Mito said with a frown starting to forming on her face. Kusina's hands had begun to shake and her skin began to pale, signs that Minato quickly recognized as he put down the ramen and moved to stand beside her. "Kusina, what's wrong? Where's Naruto?" Kusina began to feel dizzy. Her mouth became incredibly dry as she somehow choked out her next words. "I don't know." With Naruto 2 hours of sticking to the underside of a merchant caravan along a bumpy and uneven dirt road, and a painful cramp in her leg after Naruto was ready to make his next move, being careful not to stop channeling his chakra and come unstuck, Naruto carefully pulled out one of his old shirts and tied one of the sleeves to the bottom of the caravan so it would drag along the ground. After making sure it was tied securely, Naruto finally stopped channeling his chakra and fell to the ground before quickly rolling to the right and off the road, and instead falling into a small ditch. Remaining still for several minutes past and listening to the caravan slowly drive away. Without stopping, the blonde waited until he was sure no one had seen him before letting out a slight sigh of relief. Licking his lips, Naruto stood up and stretched, trying to get the kinks out of his body before reaching into his pocket and pulling out the new compass Itachi had bought him. When he undressed, Naruto nodded to himself before turning around so he was facing the southeast direction before starting to walk, leaving the road and heading in the direction of the nearest port town where he could find a boat that could take him to his destination. He remained on the ground for the next hour, walking slowly through the trees and taking his time. At one point, he was able to hit a rabbit he saw with his kunai, and after eating its soul, he wrapped the body to cook it later. The sun had already set by this time, and the only thing illuminating his path was the moonlight shining through the trees, casting ominous shadows across the landscape. Once he was certain there was no possible way anyone passing by on the path would see or hear him, Naruto licked his lips and looked up at the trees before bending his knees and pouring chakra into his legs and feet. With a small burst of chakra that left the grass he had been standing on brown and wrinkled, Naruto shot up and into the trees, landing on a thick branch and grabbing hold of the trunk of the tree he had landed on to keep his balance. He turned around and looked back at where he had been standing with a frown. All living things had chakra, even plants, but according to you, his chakra had an imprint of death, and it was that imprint that affected the chakra of the living. It was not enough to kill people or even animals on its own, but plants and trees were a completely different story. Until he had better control, his chakra would kill any plant life it came into direct contact with, which was the main reason why the one he had walked so far before he started tree jumping was less noticeable than an actual trail of dead footprints. Naruto's plan was to head to the east coast of the Land of Fire, where he could hopefully take a boat to the Land of Whirlpools, his mother's homeland. The hidden village of Whirlpool had been destroyed long ago, and the Second Great Shinobi War. After a joint attack by the hidden villages of Cloud Mist and Rock, and the island had been abandoned ever since. Find no boat that could take him there would be easy with Kusina. As Kusina ran through the forested landscape of the Land of Fire, she made sure to keep her breathing even as she followed Kakashi, who in turn followed. His 9 Doug summoned Pakun, and the rest of his 9 Doug pack had been following Naruto's trail all night after finding him exiting through the North Gate. But now an hour later, Kusina was getting worried. On either side of her were 2 Ambu with 2 others behind her at the back of the group, all of them scanning the surroundings as they searched for any sign of the fourth son if they followed the trail any longer. Kusina knew it wouldn't be long before they reached the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rice, and if they didn't catch up to the boy and whoever had taken him before they reached the border, then they would lose him. Whoever took Naruto knew how to hide their own scent, but they seemed to have forgotten, or just they couldn't do the same for Naruto as they had done for themselves. However, oddly enough, the kidnappers had stayed on the road as they traveled, which to the trained shinobi made no sense if they wanted to avoid being tracked, or maybe that was the point. Maybe the perpetrators were trying to lead them in this direction so that those following them would think it was a different village in the end. However, all Kusina could think about was who had taken him and why someone would take Naruto in the first place. Considering the direction they were going, Kusina would suspect the hidden Cloud Village. After all, they had a history of trying to steal members of the Konoha clan, and not only had they tried to steal the Yuga heiress, but they had even tried to kidnap her when she was a child. Luckily, on both occasions they were stopped by Minato, and the specific perpetrators received swift justice. But with Naruto's illness, it would be no use trying to starting a branch of the Uzumaki clan in the Hidden Cloud. They would have taken one of the girls, and not both. If they had wanted to do that, the natural abilities of the Uzumaki, their unique chakras and bloodlines, and their natural skill with Fuinjutsu, all this combined with the few members still alive, made Kusina and her children very tempting targets for one of the most unscrupulous hidden villages in the country of Earth. Was also possible the Hidden Rock village hated Minato enough to take him away to Naruto, and had always held the belief that Minato had a bloodline, not believing that the man had given himself the name Namikaze when he left the academy. But if it was the Hidden Rock village, then they were going in the wrong direction, and Kusina didn't even want to think about what they would do to her if it really was them. But the truth was, it could be any of the other hidden villages. Even their allies were not above suspicion. The closer they got to the border, the more Kusina felt the tears were building up in her eyes, trying to escape, causing her to blink rapidly to try and stop them. Then it happened. Kakashi's pack came to an abrupt stop. As if they had hit an invisible wall, they all stopped behind them, looking ahead in a vain attempt to see if they could see any sign of Naruto or their captors. Kusina was able to keep her composure for about 5 seconds before trying to run forward across the border, only for the beams to wooden blocks shot out from the ground and wrapped around her like snakes. Before she could move an inch, her arms were held to her sides and her feet forced together. There was even a beam around her neck to keep her head from moving. However, Azina didn't seem to care as she thrashed around desperately for several minutes before letting out a growl when she realized it was no use, and instead moved her eyes to look at the dragon-masked Buu, who had his hands on her head raised, forming a sign, "Let me go." Tenzo Kusina spat the venom in his voice, causing the other shinobi to shift uncomfortably. "I'm sorry, Lady Kusina, but I cannot allow you to cross the border without first asking the Dano for permission. The Land of Rice is currently allied with the country of Earth, making it hostile territory. Entering without consent could be taken as an act of war," said the now-named Tenzo in a monotone voice as he continued to hold back his Okage's angry wife. "I don't care, let me go." Like Kusina said that, she began to writhe again, in action that caused a loud cracking sound, something that baffled both Kakashi and the gathered Hamber as they realized it was coming from the wooden restraints that were now cracking. Thinking quickly, Kakashi ran over and spoke to Kusina, being careful to keep his cool, just in case. After all, the woman was known for her fiery temper that, when combined with her formidable skills as a shinobi, he became quite a scary person. "Lady Kusina, please calm down and think. Can't you help Naruto starting the next great shinobi war? The trail has gone cold for now. What we need to do is go back to the village and regroup Noos with Minato. He may remember Lord Jiraiya, and we can start searching again when we get a new trail, so please stop us." Kakashi said this bravely. He moved in front of Kusina, blocking her way with his arms raised as he tried to calm the furious mother. Was still struggling a bit even after Kakashi finished speaking, but now it seemed less fierce and more forced. The tears that were now streaming down her face were heartbreaking to all those who had the will to look at her face. And when Tenzo finally let go of her, Kusina fell to her knees and sobbed. Her ears slowed slightly at the thought of her weak and fragile son being taken out into the big and dangerous world by unknown people with Naruto was confused when he saw the lights in front of him. He knew from studying the maps in his family's library before he left that he wasn't supposed to reach the coast for at least another 2 days. Frowning slightly, he pulled out the map he had taken from the clan compound and set it down on the branch he had just landed on, placing his compass next to him, already dragging a finger along the route he had marked so far. Looking at the map, he found nothing that could explain the lights. There shouldn't have even been a village or a small settlement for loggers and their families for miles. And if there was one, it was much further north than he expected, which would mean he would have to change direction slightly to get back on track. Putting the map away again, Naruto debated whether to enter the village or just go around it. He didn't want to be seen. A child would only arouse suspicion after all, but at the same time, if they found him trying to go around it without entering, that would raise even more suspicion. However, a sudden sound took him out, quickly snapped out of his thoughts. And so his decision was made for him, as the sound of a distinctly feminine scream reached his ears, followed by several others jumping closer. Naruto stopped just inside the tree line of the small settlement, only for his eyes to suddenly widen in horror at the sight before him. The buildings that made up the settlement were all on fire. It seemed as if everyone living in the settlement was being taken to one place by a group of what Naruto could only assume were ninja, all dressed in black with hoods and masks so that only their eyes could be seen. The only thing that identified them in any way were the standard D+ shinobi they were wearing, all of which displayed what looked like a musical note. The few that weren't hurting the loggers and their families were using the fire jutsu to set the buildings on fire. The wood and straw caught fire quickly and spread easily. The flames roared, and the Naruto could only watch as people were pushed and kicked, even thrown in the case of several children who weren't moving fast enough, until they were all huddled on the ground with the shinobi standing in a circle around them. Looking at the group, Naruto's sharp eyes could count 11 of them in total. His eyes could see through the darkness as if it were daytime. He could even catch a faint blue outline surrounding each of the people in the clearing. The outline was stronger around the shinobi. It was at that moment that one of the ninjas stepped forward and pulled down his mask, showing the smile on his lips as he looked at the cowering people. "Okay, you pathetic bastards, I'm gonna make this easy for Eads. Tell us where the boy is. Tell us, and we will let you live. We know he was in the area recently. We know he was here no more than a day ago. You know who I'm talking about, and you know where he is. Tell us, and you will live." The man said that his voice held the arrogance that only those who have wielded power can possess. Naruto had no idea who the man was talking about was, but from the looks of the people gathered in the clearing, they did. However, from the looks on their faces, Naruto also knew that they did not know where whoever these men were looking for was. A fact that was confirmed when a large man with arms like tree trunks slowly stood up and moved to stand between the shinobi who were talking and the rest of his people. "Have been here a few hours ago, but we don't know where he is now. He was just passing through." The leader didn't even spare the man a glance. Instead, he simply extended his hand and threw a kunai aimed straight at the man's head. Naruto, who against all logical reason had been preparing to jump and try to stop him, the muscles in his legs tensed as he crouched. However, before his feet left the branch, something strange happened. The kunai stopped in the air less than an inch from the woodcutter's face. As the man fell backwards with his eyes wide, the man backed away from the shinobi in front of him as he did. "So you know it's not nice to throw things in people's faces. Very rude. What would your mother think?" A mocking voice spoke up, cutting through the crackling sound of the burning buildings. As he did so, all eyes turned in the direction of the voice, the shinobi tensing and drawing kunai as they tried to pinpoint exactly where it came from. Naruto found him at instantly sensing the speaker's chakra and seeing the strong blue outline around his figure. Fixing his eyes on the top of one of the burning buildings as he focused on the source of the voice, there he stood, even as the flames beneath his feet slowly approached, was a young boy. He looked a couple of years older than Naruto, probably in his late teens. He had dull gray hair that fell just above his eyes, both covered by a pair of round glasses that caught the light in such a way that it made them glow in the darkness of the night. And the glow had the side effect of also hiding his eyes from view. However, what was visible was the biggest smile Naruto had probably ever seen spread across his face. It was so big it looked painful to Naruto, and clenched between the boy's teeth was an unlit cigarette. He was a little pale, but not too much, and Naruto could clearly see several scars running along his face, with the stitches still present in his skin. His body, while not as thin as Naruto's, was still quite thin. He wore a gray and brown patchwork shirt that seemed to cling to his build like a second skin. His pants were in a similar state, but probably not as tight. Then there was the strange white lab coat he wore over it. The coat looked several sizes too big for the boy, with the sleeves falling past his hands and the bottoms bunching up slightly at his feet to top off his odd appearance. As well, he had, for one reason or another, a shovel strapped to his back, and as he squinted slightly to focus on Naruto, he could see that fresh dirt was still covering him. Overall, He made quite an unusual sight for Naruto. The boy seemed quite upset. However, as soon as Naruto finished taking in his appearance, he also noticed the boys extending their arm with their sleeves raised, so that their hand was visible. Said hand, held with fingers extended with the tips slightly bent. The hand was of a pale white in color and had scars covering it. And just like the ones on his face, they still had the stitches. It was while looking at the boy's hand that Naruto saw it. The light of the flames caught something and made it shine slightly in the dark night. The wire wasn't too thin even for ninja hire. Whatever it was made up of hundreds of strands of rope, each of which shot out in all directions throughout the burning settlement. The threads covered the area like a spider's web, and all they seemed to be connected to the boy's outstretched hand. It was almost like a spider web that would turn the shinobi into the flies that were trapped in the middle of it with no apparent way out. The reason the kekkei had stopped in midair was that it had somehow become entangled in the strings, and for some reason it couldn't cut the wire, which would lead Naruto to believe that whatever they were stronger than they seemed. Naruto saw the moment the shinobi noticed the strings, and the one that had been smiling before suddenly didn't seem so confident now. It was like the look of a man who had temporarily wielded power only to realize he wasn't the biggest fish in the sea. The nameless boy suddenly jumped from the top of the burning building. He was on dropping down to sit on the edge of the roof, with the ropes moving with his movement. And somehow that sudden movement had caused one of the shinobi to lose his leg, while another of the shinobi lost his hand, and a third his head. It was quite a sight for the observer Naruto, who with his enhanced vision could see the ropes moving in the darkness and the ease with which they seemed to cut through the flesh of the enemy shinobi. This left 8 shinobi who could still function at 100%, all of whom now looked very worried and very pissed off. The same one who had been speaking before slowly turned to look at the boy, making a cut on his cheek for his small annoyance. __. You know you'll never get away with this. He'll just sin more. He'll never get away. The man shouted, and the arrogance that had been present earlier faded to reveal a note of fear and anxiety in his voice. In response to the man's threat, the boy showed absolutely no sign of concern, but all he did was lean back so that his head was next to a flame, which with a slight tilt of his head he used to light his cigarette without taking it out of his mouth. You talk too much. I can't fix that. If you want, I always wondered what it would be like remove someone's larynx. I know most go for the tongue, but let's be honest, after so many years of it being the first option, it's kinda boring, was the boy's nonchalant response. A cloud of smoke coming out of his mouth as he spoke. The white smoke was quickly overwhelmed by the large black smoke coming out of the burning buildings. Then, with a flick of his middle finger, 2 more shinobi fell. One lost his feet and fell into the other and was cut into pieces, while the other was simply cut in half the height of his waist. The boy still showed no signs of worry, and the smile was still in place as he took a deep drag before tilting his head back and letting the smoke enter in a thick stream. When he turned to face the man again, he had a thoughtful expression on his face. The smile slipped for a moment as he adopted a serious look and hummed to himself, "You know, actually, I think I have a better plan for you." A flick of his index finger. This time, only one died as the part at the top of his head fell off. After all, he could always use some more parts. Another spasm, another 2 dead, and it's so hard to find. Volunteers twitch, and now there was only the shinobi who had been talking, looking like he was going to run away at any moment. But before he could do so, there was another yank, only this time, instead of cutting the man into pieces, the ropes wrapped around his body. They dug deep, leaving lines all over his skin, but they didn't cut. The shinobi babbled as he breathed deeply with his eyes wide open in panic as he found he couldn't move an inch, yet he was able to speak. "Cursed Frankenstein, curse you to hell." The now named Frankenstein simply tilted his head to the side and gave a small smile, not caring about the man's curses. Where would be the fun in that? And with one last pull, the last shinobi fell to pieces on the ground. Chapter 4: The Grave Robber. With Naruto as the enemy shinobi fell to the ground, the now named Frankenstein, he wobbled on his ropes as he did so. He showed that he had a strange brace on his wrist. It looked strange as it had spools of rope attached to it, which Naruto didn't notice before looking around the burning settlement. Naruto noticed the loggers and their families were fleeing into the woods, using the distraction caused by Frankenstein to their advantage. As they ran away, they didn't even look back as the strange lab coat boy waved them off with a big grin on his face. They seemed to have him as much fear as the shinobi he had just killed, perhaps even more so. Naruto stayed on his branch, choosing to watch and wait, which was worth it, as the moment the last of the villagers were out of sight, Frankenstein leapt from his perch on the burning roof and began whistling as he walked towards the dead and dismembered shinobi. The boy was so unconcerned with the whole affair that he even had his hands in his pockets as he whistled, showing nothing but a carefree indifference towards the carnage that had just caused. However, it was after looking at what remained of the shinobi that Naruto saw all 11 of them floating about 2 feet off the ground, souls, but unlike any he had seen before, as he fed on the various animals that populated with animals that were not limited to birds, dogs, foxes, and cats. Each of the soul orbs was almost completely black save for a few blue spots here and there in the glowing white centers of the orbs. Thinking back, Naruto remembered what you told him you had said about souls. You had said that souls could go to one of 2 places. They could go to the pure world or the impure world, depending on the purity of the soul. You had also said that a tainted soul would be obvious, as when a soul reveals itself, the darkness cannot be hidden. This meant that these shinobi must have been very evil to have such black souls. Naruto felt saliva build up in his mouth at the sight of them. His stomach let out a low growl. It took all his restraint not to jump in there and devour them. It was so big, the momentum as his grip on the tree branch he was perched on began to leave slight indentations. Naruto's eyes flicked from the souls to the other boy in the clearing, who, as Naruto watched, seemed to have begun to finish off the different body parts scattered around the clearing. Naruto removed the bag from his back and rummaged around, finding his newly finished mask. He had at least finished carving and painting it. However, he still planned to add some seals when he had figured it out, and he had learned enough that it didn't literally explode in his face. The mask was actually in 2 parts. One part covered the lower half of his face, while the other covered the upper half. They were made to resemble a slightly demonic skull with large teeth and sharp features, although it was debatable whether it was presented that way. After all, he was only 10 years old and not a skilled craftsman. The 2 parts were separated at the mouth so he could open it, and curved to cover the sides of his mouth. Face stopped right at his hairline. Most of the mask was painted black, with the exception of 2 white lines running down the mask from top to bottom, cutting out each of the eye holes. Overall, it was a shoddy job and definitely looked like it was done by a child. Thankfully, though it did its job, it hid his identity. When he placed the mask on his face, Naruto used a bit of his chakra to keep it in place, leaving only the blue of his eyes visible through the eye holes of the mask, then made sure his hood was up and covering his hair. After making sure both his features and hair were covered, he jumped down from his tree and slowly walked over to where the souls floated over the bodies of the fallen shinobi. His approach was almost like a prowling predator, as he stayed low to the ground, ready to flee at any moment, as while the other boy in the clearing had his back to him. Naruto had just seen and dispatched several trained shinobi. Sure, they were probably pretty weak, but still they were probably stronger than Naruto currently was. Being careful not to make any sounds, Naruto slowly approached the first soul and reached out towards it, covering his hand with his unique chakra as he did so he could grab it. You had told him that to get the most powerful soul, he would need to use a small amount of his chakra to be able to make physical contact with it. The weaker animal souls, with the ones he had dealt with so far, had needed nothing more than the passive chakra he had running through his body for him to pick them up. You had told him that the more powerful a soul was, the more likely it was to try to fight him. He was going to take it, and so to better exert his control, and while he should use chakra, his fingers had just brushed the first soul orb when he felt something touch his shoulder. Turning his hand, going for the knife sheathed at his hip, Naruto was completely thrown off balance by what was said next. "Hey you, which one of these do you think looks healthier?" Startled, Naruto jumped back, turning around and looking at the boy talking to him, pulling out the knife and holding it in a guard position. Not that it turned out to be really necessary, as the boy in front of him barely blinked at Naruto's actions. Instead, Naruto found 2 hands held in front of his face, each holding some sort of organ. How hadn't he felt it walking behind him? He felt anything and everything that was alive. These were the thoughts running through Naruto's head as the lab coat boy continued to wave his hands full of organs in the blonde Naruto's face. Instead of looking at the organs still dripping with blood, he looked at the person holding them. His eyes landed on the smiling face of Frankenstein. The boy seemed to care very little about Naruto's sudden appearance, as instead he seemed more concerned with weighing the 2 organs in his hands. It was also at this point that Naruto had his first clear view of the boy's eyes behind his glasses, which upon closer look turned out to be a golden yellow color. It's so hard to find healthy kidneys, usually they get poisoned with loot or rot away without any use. But these don't look too bad. No, actually they look pretty good. I think I'll save them for later. The lungs, on the other hand, well, you wouldn't believe how many of those I went through. I'm actually thinking about replacing the ones I'm using right now, since they're getting worn out. The boy said casually as he looked away from Naruto and instead focused on the kidneys now in his hands. Unable to think of anything to say to that statement, Naruto could only watch as the boy approached a growing pile of organs and placed the Kidneys on top, he also saw another pile made up of limbs next to it and a final pile that was made up of decapitated heads. Swallowing his surprise as he saw Frankenstein approach one of the other bodies in the clearing, taking out a scalpel from his sleeve. As he did so, Naruto finally came to his senses, standing up from his defensive crouching position. Instead, he gave the boy a confused look, his knife still in his hand but no longer pointed at the boy. "What are you doing?" Naruto said a little shakily at first before composing himself as he got over his shock. "Recycling. I rarely get to pick up things this fresh, not an ounce of rot or a single worm. These lungs look good enough for now," was the nonchalant response. Naruto watched with a loud hiss. The clearly insane boy pulled the lungs out of one of the dead shinobi's chests and held them as he examined them with a cheerful smile on his face the whole time. "And what did?" Naruto asked blankly. For just a second, without saying another word, Frankenstein stood up and removed his loose lab coat, followed shortly after by his shirt. Naruto could only stare at the multiple scars present on the boy's body, making the boy's skin seem more than just his clothes as well. He had a couple of bolts sticking out from the sides of his neck. However, when Frankenstein used the scalpel to cut the stitches along a particularly large scar on his chest, it revealed that it wasn't a scar at all. It was an unhealed wound of some sort, and Naruto felt his legs give out again as Frankenstein stuck his own hand inside the cut. He seemed to be moving it randomly for about 10 seconds, and in all that time, all Naruto could think about was the lack of blood. Finally, the boy seemed to find what he was looking for. Before he did anything else, though, he looked back at Naruto with a bored expression on his face. "If you're squeamish, you might want to look away. This is about to get very graphic very fast." Before Naruto had time to blink, Frankenstein gave a sharp tug and slowly pulled out his own lungs. The moment they were free from his chest, the boy let go and quickly pushed the lungs he had taken from the shinobi out dead to his chest. As a replacement, after that, he quickly put his other hand on his chest as well. Then, to Naruto's surprise, he started talking again, his voice now slightly wheezy. "You know, you never really realize how much you breathe until you have a pair of lungs. It's so uncomfortable." 5 minutes of fiddling around in his own chest, and he suddenly took a deep breath. For that moment, Naruto saw him lose his casual attitude, only for it to return a second later, along with his crazy grin that once again spread across his face. "Wow, nothing like a new organ to get the heart beating. Wait, no, that's fine for now." Shaking his entire body, Frankenstein pulled on the string of one of the spools attached to his bracelet. It was at that moment that Naruto noticed several things he hadn't noticed before, like the fact that the bracelet seemed to be screwed to his arm, the metal rivets dug neatly into the skin. Then there was the fact that at the end of each spool of string there was what looked like a planting needle attached. With practiced ease, Frankenstein he sewed his own chest back together, the gaping wound becoming just one of the many stitched wounds that covered his body. When he was done, Frankenstein used his scalpel to cut the thread, leaving the wound completely sutured. Naruto wanted to be sick, he really did, but it just wouldn't come out, and he was forced to endure the feeling in his stomach as the boy went back to sorting through the dead. However, when he saw Frankenstein's attention was drawn to the soul he had been planning to eat, quickly she pulled herself together enough to stand up and move just as the gray-haired boy started trying to touch her. It turned out that when Naruto's chakra makes contact with a soul, it causes it to become completely visible to everyone. Naruto quickly took note of Aso as he tried to signal the other boy not to touch his prize. He seemed to find the fact that his finger was going through him very amusing as he continued to poke himself. "This looks like a floating mass of chakra," Frankenstein said with a delighted curiosity as his hand once again broke through Naruto's guard, only for it to pass through the glowing orb, licking his lips, being the teeth of his mask. Naruto made an effort to move away from the soul and instead approached the clearly insane boy who had just seen his own lungs replaced. "Who? What the hell are you?" Naruto asked as he gave up on trying to stop the larger boy from touching the soul and instead tried to distract him by turning around with his finger still stuck in the soul. Frankenstein seemed having a slightly confused face. For a moment before, he seemed to realize something and smacked himself in the forehead as he turned to face Naruto fully. His attention is now completely on Naruto as opposed to the soul orb. "Of course. Where are my manners? My name is Victor Frankenstein. At least that's the name I was given. Then again, I guess all names are given by someone." What was he talking about? "Oh, right now I remember. I was named after my great-great-great-grandfather who was an important guy in the past or something. Although I'm also known as the grave robber because of me recycling bodies. I mean, burying them in the ground is a waste, you know. I once found a perfectly good stomach and spinal cord in the same grave, and they say I'm crazy," said the boy before throwing his head back and letting out a mad laugh. When he heard Victor's introduction, Naruto's eye began to twitch behind his mask. An action he expected to happen a lot in the next few hours weren't helped by the fact that as he spoke, Victor had offered him a hand to shake. Only the hand wasn't really his but was part of a severed arm he picked up. Although he wished they weren't still standing in a burning village surrounded by dead bodies, the strange boy didn't seem to care at all. They spent the next hour talking while Victor sorted the different body parts into piles, going off on random tangents every now and then in the middle of talking about something else. Thing with Naruto occasionally grabbing one of the fallen shinobi's souls when the boy's back was turned, shoving it into his mouth quickly and ignoring the surge of energy he received and the amount of flashing images, making a note that he would have to enter his mindscape later and with your help look through the scraps of memory he had absorbed to see if there was anything useful. It turned out that Victor was one of the last members of a clan that was all hidden and had been for decades. They had apparently been very well known before the hidden villages were formed. The clan had slowly begun to die out after the formation of the shinobi villages, although that was mainly because no one had wanted them to join their village while they were forming. Although it was rare, there had been several clans that chose not to join any of the villages or were simply not allowed. Most of these clans had either died out many years ago or had disappeared from the map entirely. Clans like these had been called chopped clans. The Frankenstein clan was a clan of medical ninjas. Somehow Victor's ancestor discovered a way to separate his chakra network from his physical body while still being able to use both. This led to what had been called the living corpse jutsu, which allowed them to become, for lack of a better word, zombies. As long as they had chakra, they could live with almost any damage, though if they ran out before things were replaced, they would die as well. There were more that and other related jutsu were developed by the clan, but Naruto didn't ask for more details. He didn't really want. The clan was technically speaking a clan of immortals. They grew to maturity, but when they did, they stopped aging when they reached their peak. However, they began to rot as they grew, which meant that as long as they had chakra constantly and regularly replaced their organs, they could live indefinitely. They also had no sense of pain, which was no doubt adapted by them to facilitate the process of replacing their body parts. Although a downfall of their bloodline was that they could not heal naturally, however, their inability to heal and tendency to rot was countered by the ability to replace old and damaged body parts with what they recycled from the dead, which was the main reason they were not welcome when the hidden villages were being formed during the time of the clan wars. The Frankenstein clan became infamous for their medical skills and methods. However, after the hidden villages were formed and the clan wars ended, they had lost their recyclable material. They were forced to start robbing graves for body parts, which only made others more uncomfortable around them. Things had gotten better during the Great Shinobi Wars, but every time there was peace, their numbers had continued to dwindle to the point of almost becoming extinct. Naruto found himself feeling sorry for the older boy. Almost his entire clan was dead or in hiding, and he was forced to scavenge among the dead just to survive, though it wasn't just the Frankenstein clan that had been forced to become a rogue clan. Naruto remembered a book he had once read that mentioned several. There were also several he knew of that could be considered, if not worse, on equal footing with the Frankenstein clan when it came to nasty jutsu. Then there were the shinobi from before. Naruto had heard his father speak of the newly formed Hidden Sound Village. Although not much was known, it turned out that the self-proclaimed OT Cage had become interested in the Frankenstein clan, and there he had inherited abilities and had been sending teams to try to invite Victor to the village. It seemed they were all little more than cannon fodder and pieces of scrap metal, as Victor liked to call them. It turned out that the rope trap he had set was actually not as impressive as it seemed. Those shinobi had simply been incompetent. All they had to do was charge his crib with chakra, and they would have been able to cut the wires with ease, and if they had any brains, they wouldn't have fallen for the trap in the first place. It had apparently taken the boy hours to settle in after leaving a trail for them to follow back to the village. Naruto wasn't sure how he felt about Victor using the loggers and their families as a distraction, but at least he had kept any of them from being killed a few days from Konoha. He was already discovering that the world was a much harsher place than he had ever imagined while living in the protected Uzumaki compound. By the time Victor finished talking about himself, the boy gave Naruto the feeling that he was alone, which was why he was being so open, so he could continue talking to Naruto. All the piles of body parts had been sealed into separate scrolls, leaving nothing but the 4 remaining souls floating in the air. Most of the houses had been burned mostly in at that moment, though the flames were still strong from the collapsed wood. Naruto didn't overlook the fact that the 4 remaining souls he hadn't been able to eat yet looked smaller than before and were beginning to fade slightly. So I told you all the dirty details. Now what's your story? Victor asked, staring at Naruto, now no longer distracted by his macabre activities. Licking his lips, Naruto paused for a moment to think of what exactly to say. He couldn't tell him the truth. The main reason he had left home in the first place was so that people wouldn't know who he was, and what he could do. Thinking quickly, Naruto shrugged before approaching the nearest soul of the few remaining that he hadn't been able to consume subtly when Victor turned his back on him, something that seemed to have been done in vain as there were still souls present, and he was still hungry. I obtained a newly unlocked bloodline, the first in my family to possess it. I didn't like the idea of becoming a breeding cattle or into a weapon, so I made a corridor, was Naruto's abrupt response to the boy as he chose to rely on half-truths. The soul was cold to the touch and was the size of an apple now that it had shrunk. Seriously? So what's your thing? I once met this guy from a clan that could turn his entire body into water, which was really cool, Victor said excitedly as he continued to watch Naruto, intently searching for any indication of what this mysterious bloodline could be giving him. He turned to look at Victor with the soul still in his hand. Naruto smiled behind his mask at the shocked look on his face before taking the soul into his mouth. This was the reason he made his mask be in two parts. He hesitated for a second, not knowing if this was the right thing to do, revealing his bloodline ability so blatantly, but then the growl of his stomach decided it for him. Opening his mouth wide, Naruto took the soul into his mouth at once and swallowed it whole. Once again, he felt the adrenaline rush like he had never felt before explode inside his body, filling him with energy and washing away all the aches and pains. After jumping trees for so long, he felt his own chakra double more, tensing slightly in his core before it grew to accommodate the added chakra. Eating the soul was as intense as the others he had eaten. It was so different than the animal souls he had eaten. Before turning his head over his shoulders, making the joints click hard, Naruto stood up. He turned to Victor with a smile hidden behind his mask. Victor let out a low whistle, scratching his head with a small frown on his lips as he seemed to be trying to understand what had just happened. However, when Naruto moved on to the next soul, making it visible as he grabbed it with his chakra, he seemed to slowly begin to understand as he looked at the blood stains on the ground beneath the soul. Are those what I think they are? Shrugging as he was another one of the souls, Naruto rubbed his jaw lightly to ease the pain that was starting before speaking as he grabbed the next one. It depends. If you think they're the souls of the shinobi you just killed, then yes. Not only can I see them after something dies, but my chakra allows me to touch them, and when I eat one, the chakra is added to mine. My body needs a mixed diet of both souls and normal food to survive. That's why Naruto began by sketching out a very rough summary of his lineage. It was fair after all. Victor had told him his, and so Naruto would reveal his. Of course, he wouldn't reveal everything. After all, it's easier to get away with half-truths than lies. You're so skinny. Let me guess, you didn't start seeing souls until after you unlocked your chakra, which means you were starving. Naruto had to give it to the boy. He was smarter than he looked and acted and sounded. He also seemed to be very indifferent to the fact that Naruto was eating human souls, although Victor seemed to understand his silence and shrug. My friend, I'm a fucking crazy grave robber. You eating souls is no big deal. Though I doubt you would have been used as a breeding ground from wherever you were, because a skill like that is more suited to a rogue clan. You, my friend, as far as most people are concerned, you are little more than a parasite that needs to feed off of other people to survive. That's how most of us ended up becoming rogue clans after the end of the clan wars. Just another outlaw, or as we are called by the shinobi in the proper villages, lonely. By the way, Lennon said. Naruto knew Victor didn't think much about the title. Naruto had never thought about it like that, but Victor was right. His family would have thought the same. He would have thought less about why he needed to eat souls to survive. Before, Naruto had said, yes, they would have accepted him without a doubt. Now, though, after having discovered that he had been lied to and deceived his entire life, he wasn't so sure. But one thing he knew was that the rest of the Hidden Leaf wouldn't have accepted his existence. Suddenly his plan of YWH Paul sounded better, although at the same time, it wasn't as well thought out as Naruto had thought at first. Where would he find souls? Sure, the animals kept him fed, but they didn't make him strong. He needed to be strong for when people finally found out what he really was, when they came for him. After all, that wasn't his original plan, to become so strong that he would never have to feel scared or weak again. His hand faltered as he reached the last soul, suddenly unsure of what he was going to do until Victor spoke again. Then you're going to upcountry too? His question was pretty simple, but anyway, it was heard through Naruto on a loop. Blinking, Naruto walked away from the soul and back to Victor, only to go expressionless when he saw the boy. Wasn't even paying attention, but was just picking his nose. What are you going to? The land of water with the hidden mist civil war going on. It's the perfect place for outcasts like we. More people killing each other than people bother to count. And there's always work in war for people like us with special abilities. So you're leaving? Victor asked. Again with a smile on his face, Naruto turned to the last soul and held it in his hand for a moment before nodding silently and swallowing it. Yeah, I guess so. Cool, we can go together. By the way, what's with that stupid mask? It's to hide my identity. Oh, okay, then you're good at riding it. Was while Naruto and Victor, the last bits of dirt were thrown over the mutilated remains of the shinobi. From the sound, Naruto felt something was like a strange itch on the back of his neck. Turning and looking around, Naruto's eyes scanned the dark trees surrounding him for anything that could have caused the sensation. As he looked around, his enhanced eyesight allowed him to see through the night, as if it were daytime, but this enhancement did not allow him to see through the trees. Deciding to try something else, Naruto turned to his detection skills. Although he didn't think they were as good as Myth's sensory skills, Naruto's had a unique trait: searching the surrounding area with his skills. He soon found the source of his discomfort. Sitting about 20 meters from the tree line was the figure of another person. To Naruto's, the person stood out from the rest of his surroundings. His figure was a glowing light compared to the rest of the dull and grayish landscape. The reason why the man came out so much despite trying to suppress his chakra, it was due to the nature of Naruto's sensory ability. He didn't sense chakra like a normal sensory shinobi, but instead he sensed life force. Unfortunately, however, something in his stance must have alerted the observer that he had been spotted, as without warning they began to leap between the trees in the direction of Naruto and Victor. The shinobi took mere seconds to cross the distance and leap towards Victor with a kunai in hand as he fired towards his unsuspecting prey. It all happened so fast for Naruto. 1 second, he had seen an enemy shinobi hiding in the background watching the two of them. The next second, he could see a blurry figure stepping out from the surrounding trees and heading towards his new friend Victor. It was while all this was happening that Naruto's adrenaline spiked. His newly increased chakra reserves roared to life. Naruto unconsciously began to draw in the chakra of the souls he had consumed. The energy flooded his limbs as Naruto lunged forward, heading to intercept the enemy shinobi. As they closed in on Victor, who was only now turning around as he moved, Naruto felt every one of his senses light up. The smell of blood and smoke in the air was suffocating. The sound of his feet crunching against the forest floor as he moved, his eyes caught a flash of metal on the ground. It was an axe, no doubt dropped by one of the lumberjacks as they were attacked. Taking a few steps forward with his body pulsing with energy, Naruto bent down and picked up the axe from the ground, the overabundant chakra coursing through his body, now gushing out of his hands in a blue-gray wave. As Naruto unconsciously channeled it into the axe he was wielding, a step closer and had somehow reached the enemy. The person who had once been a blur came into focus as Naruto approached, his axe already swinging through the air. Even as the now revealed man lunged forward with his kunai in front of him, metal, the sword the man was carrying, gleamed in the firelight as it revealed the symbol of the village's cracking sound. With a dull crunch, Naruto's axe made contact with the shinobi, the axe blade connecting where the man's neck met his shoulder. The chakra-infused blade sliced through muscle, skin, and bone like a hot knife through butter. To Naruto's enhanced eyesight, he could see as the flesh seemed to turn gray and wither as the axe made contact. Not that it really mattered, as the blade continued its path and cut through the man's body, exploding on the other side in a shower of blood. Falling to his knees, Naruto began to gasp. Barely 5 seconds had passed since Naruto had identified the enemy, but somehow it felt as if an hour had passed. His heart was pounding in his chest, even as his entire body began to tremble. As he looked up, he could see the empty look in the eyes of the man he had just killed, holding back a wretched Naruto. He could already see the orb of light representing his soul beginning to rise into the air above the man's slain body. "Oh, that's sweet, you brought dessert." Looking up upon hearing the voice, Naruto saw Victor standing over him, the boy already twirling the scalpel in his hand. As he looked at the corpse in front of him, an appraising look on his face as he inspected the remains of the dead shinobi. "But you had to make such a mess. I mean, you probably ruined his heart and lungs. You, my friend, need some practice." Looking at Victor with a look of disbelief on his masked face, Naruto couldn't help but let out a laugh. The boy had been close to death, and yet he was so nonchalant about it. To Naruto, it was absolutely absurd. Looking down, Naruto looked back at the shinobi's corpse before turning his gaze back to the lumberjack's axe. He had picked up the metal axe. Head was still in perfect condition, but the wooden handle was covered in splinters and cracks. It looked like it could fall apart at any moment. "I think it would break," said Naruto softly. Before turning his gaze back to Victor, the boy just looked at him with an amused expression. "For some reason, we will get you a new one. Now hurry up and eat your dessert like a good boy." "How? I'm in the market for a replacement liver with Kusina." Kusina sat silently on the bed in Naruto's room with his eyes red from crying and his throat raw. The sound of the heavy rain hitting the now closed window and the strong wind made the only noise in the room. One of the rare storms from the land of fire had hit the village an hour ago. She felt sick and tired both physically and emotionally, but no matter how hard she tried, Kusina couldn't sleep, not while her son was missing. They hadn't been able to get permission from the Tane of the Land of Rice, although not for lack of trying. The problem was that unless they gave the reason why they wanted to cross the border, they wouldn't be allowed. But if word got out that Naruto had been kidnapped, there would be chaos. Even with his condition, Naruto was still the son of Lokage, not to mention he was one of the few Uzumaki left in existence at the time. It became known in other villages that he had been taken. There would be a mad scramble to find him, so Minato had to be very careful with who knew. Unfortunately, this did not include the Dano of an allied country, with the Hidden Rock, who were the last people they wanted to discover, but now they had no clues or traces or a way to follow him. The track, even now, the storm took away the few traces of his presence that probably still remained out there. Even if they had been allowed to cross the border, now the trail would have gone cold, leaving them nothing to follow. Now there was only hope. As much as he hated it at that moment, Jiraiya, unfortunately, they had to wait for him to return to the village, since the old pervert had left after the triplets' birthday, after Kusina had asked him to leave with her foot and a few kekkei. Well thrown, Minato had sent a messenger hawk with a letter calling him back to the village the moment they returned after hitting the border, but he didn't go into detail in the message in case it was intercepted by the hostiles. But it depended on where he was in the elemental nations at the time, how long it would take for the message to arrive. How long would it take him to return? 2 weeks was a long time for someone like Jiraiya, and he could cover a lot of ground in that. Although Minato had using one of his codes to emphasize the urgency of the situation, when he received the message, the old pervert would no doubt come running as fast as he could to see what the problem was. Letting out a tired sigh, Kusina stood up and walked over to Naruto's desk. Her hand gently draped over the top as another tear fell from the corner of her eye. However, before she could start crying again, something caught her attention. One of the desk's drawers was partially open, enough for her to see it was empty. Wiping the tear from her face, Kusina pulled the drawer out completely and felt the back to make sure, but still found nothing before moving on to a different drawer. All were empty, feeling a hard lump beginning to form in her stomach. Kusina slowly walked over to the dresser on the other side of the room. With shaking hands, she grabbed the handle and pulled it open. Nothing. This was not right. The kidnappers don't waste time packing. They didn't give her time to the person they were kidnapping to grab a change of clothes or other things. Her eyes widened as a new thought occurred to her. Kusina quickly had to grab the dresser to keep her balance as she was hit by a dizziness. The edges of her vision were starting to darken as her head continued to spin with the new realization. But before she could fully think the words in her head, the world completely faded away, and Kusina fell to the ground, passed out. With Naruto and Victor took shelter from the storm in the hollow of one of the forest's giant trees. As the pair had left the lumberjack outpost behind a large cloud of smoke and a single large mound covering the site of a mass burial were the only things left that would signify what had happened. Not that many people would investigate it, but it would be dismissed as a bandit attack gone wrong. Naruto had been more than a little disturbed when Victor hid the scroll containing the spare parts he had collected within his own body. Literally, the boy had undone one of the stitches in his stomach and had tucked the scroll inside before sewing it back together as if nothing had happened. The two remained in the crazy tree until the worst of the storm passed, at least for the moment, and they slept for a few hours. Naruto had not taken off his mask since he met Victor, despite the boy teasing her several times, and although she doubted that the boy would recognize him even if he did take it off, he had no intention of removing it anytime soon. In fact, Naruto decided that the only time he was going to take it off was when he started adding the seals he wanted to add to it, which meant he had to learn Fuinjutsu properly first. Although thinking about how long it might take, he was considering replacing the mask with something more convenient. But for the moment, although his blonde hair was a little unusual, it was nothing compared to the birthmarks on his face. Those were traits that they were only known to have 3 people, and all it would take is for someone to mention seeing a blonde boy with whiskers like birthmarks, and all of Naruto's efforts would have been in vain. But after having left the treehouse hours ago, the 2 boys now found themselves soaked to the bone, with Victor's hair plastered to his head and his glasses fogged up to the point that he was forced to take them off every few minutes to clean them. Naruto was spared the worst of it thanks to his hood, which hadn't been lowered since they had started walking again. While it would have been quicker to travel between Hunin for Naruto, Victor wasn't as familiar with the method as he wasn't native to Konoha, and the rain posed a greater chance of slipping due to this, and the fact that Naruto had already put enough distance between himself and the village, especially now that the rain was erasing his trail. The 2 boys were now walking quite comfortably at a steady pace in the direction of the land of water. So you said you're the first in your family to have this bloodline, right? So that must mean you're working from scratch? Victor asked with a note of curiosity in his voice as he spoke to the boy. Turning to look at Victor out of the corner of his eye, Naruto took a moment to notice that aside from needing to clean his glasses, Victor didn't seem to mind the rain in the slightest before replying. Basically, though, I've been able to figure some things out for myself. Same, a friend gave me a scroll with the basics of hand seals and how they work. His words seemed to bring another smile to Victor's face, and Naruto was forced to stop as the older boy grabbed him by the arm. and led him to a spot under a tree that the rain couldn't get through. I have to see this, show me what you got. Licking his lips as he thought about whether or not he should show him, Naruto decided to give in to his childish side and show off a little. After being looked down upon all his life, he thought he owed her some flattery, so with a mental shrug and a slight smile, he began to go through the hand seals. Soul released Jutsu of animal spirit envy. Naruto took a deep breath as he made the seals before releasing them with a dark blue-gray mass of chakra that looked much more like smoke than when he had started creating the jutsu. He continued to exhale as the smoke swirled into the air in front of him before it began to slowly descend towards the ground. He watched with a smirk behind his mask as smoke like chakra began to take the form of a fox with purple eyes. Victor watched Naruto's actions with a rare serious expression on his face as he crouched down to get a closer look at the fox like phantom the blonde had just summoned, only for the expression to quickly fade as he burst out laughing. Another large smile returned to his lips as he sat back on his heels, offended by his new friend's reaction. Naruto was about to complain before Victor stood up and returned his smile, patting him on the shoulder as he did. So you, my friend, will be one of the most feared shinobi in the elemental actions. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and to his embarrassment when he tried to speak it came out in a slight stutter, at which point Victor was once again crouched in front of his spirit, slowly reaching out a hand to touch it. You think I can't see what this is? I saw you eat a bunch of souls, and I probably missed you eating a bunch more. Remember, you just coughed up a fox soul. So I can only assume that at some point you ate that fox soul, meaning you keep some sort of imprint of the soul's original form after consuming it. If this is also true for human souls, then who knows the full extent of what you can do. Hell, you might even be able to absorb. Oh, what the hell? Victor was cut off mid-sentence as his finger finally made contact with the fox spirit, only to pass it off as if it was made of smoke. However, that wasn't the only thing that happened, as it became apparent when the older boy pulled his hand away and looked at his finger. The skin that had come into contact with the spirit had turned a dark gray, and to Naruto's surprise, it seemed to be rotting away very quickly. Victor showed little care as he pulled out a scalpel and cut off his finger, causing the finger to fall to the ground at his feet. They watched in silence for a moment as the gray skin continued to rot away for a moment before turning back into one, the other with strange looks on their faces. Naruto was confused. He hadn't seen such a reaction before, but he had never used the jutsu for anything other than practice, so clearly there was more to learn. Victor, for his part, instead of looking upset about having lost a finger, he just smiled more as he pulled a new one out of one of his coat pockets and began to sew it onto his hand. You really are full of surprises. You know what you know. I never actually took a name from you. Naruto absent-mindedly dispelled to the spirit with a wave of his hand, taking a moment to consider what to say. He couldn't tell Victor his real name. After all, it would defeat the point of wearing a mask, but at the same time the older boy needed something to address him with, didn't he? Apparently seeing his conflict, even though he wore a mask, Victor shrugged and crossed his arms behind his head casually. Hey, don't worry about it. I imagine if you're still wearing that __ mask, you wouldn't want your __ mask either. Real name circle. How about a nickname? Then Naruto gave a sigh of relief, grateful for his new friend's understanding, and nodded a little. Victor's lips formed a smile that only turned into a grimace, holding his chin in a thoughtful pose as he seemed to consider what to call him before snapping his fingers. I got it. I'll call you Ghosty. Naruto gave him a deadpan look that could be seen and felt through his mask before shaking his head and walking back out into the rain. Victor said. He followed a moment later with his hand once again on his chin. No, okay, how about Adlam D's corpse breath soul swindler? This continued for the next hour, until Naruto finally had enough and punched Victor in the stomach to shut him up. However, they never settled on a name. By the end of it, Chapter 5, out to sea with Naruto. Naruto made sure to lower his hood as they approached the small port settlement. This was to both cover his hair and hide his face. A masked man, although the mask couldn't be linked to him like his hair, it would still make people nervous. Plus, he was tired of all the teasing he got from Victor about it. Yes, the workmanship wasn't the best, but he was only 10, so you have to give him some credit. However, when it came to unnerving people, he really shouldn't have bothered. After all, Victor did enough for the two of them with his scarred features and the incredibly large smile that spread across his face. It had taken them 2 days to reach the ocean since they left the loggers' settlement. Though they lost another 5 hours searching for the small port village they now found themselves in. The two attracted more than a few strange glances as they walked down the path towards the docks, passing the small shack-like buildings that made up the settlement as they did so, though no one seemed bothered enough to approach them. Between Victor's scars and Naruto's dark hooded clothing that could pass for ninjas, even if they were young, it was fortunate that most civilians never looked too deeply. When it came to shinobi, Naruto was forced to drag Victor away from a few shops As they passed, the older boy took a ridiculous amount of time to examine their wares, though to be honest, Naruto believed he only did it to annoy him. At one point, he had needed to use both hands to pull a strange child away from a butcher shop that had several whole animals hanging of hooks on the window. What Victor wanted with the animal corpses, Naruto didn't really want to know, although the fact that he was salivating when he looked at them was very disconcerting. The port town was small compared to the hidden leaf and not even half the size, so even with Victor being a pain in the ass, they made it to the docks in less than an hour. Although it was a struggle at one point, the streets were pretty narrow after all, and there seemed to be a lot of people in the town. It turns out there was a market in town today, and the smell of fish was heavy in the air, along with the smell of the newly returned and unwashed fishermen who had caught them. Victor didn't seem to even notice as Naruto tried not to be sick. But considering the older boy's habit of digging graves, it wasn't much of a surprise that the stench of dead fish didn't affect him. However, after reaching the dock, they realized that the hard part of their journey had only just begun. They had to find someone willing to take them to the war zone, that was the land of water. It turns out a lot of people were a little put off by the Civil War and had been avoiding it for the most part since it started a few months ago. Not that Naruto could blame them. The supply ships had a tendency to get mobbed and raided by both the Hidden Fog and the Rebellion. Although the crew was rarely harmed when they were attacked, the loss of income from their goods was still a huge loss. A hard blow to captains and investors. This made offering to work on a supply ship for the passage useless because no one was stupid enough to go near the land of water. The fishing boats were also a dead end, as most were too small to go so far from the continuum. The few that were big enough to make the trip had set courses, and none of them even came close to the land of water. Finally, after hours of searching and asking, Naruto found the owner of a small boat willing to take them for an unreasonably high price. Of course, the boat was in surprisingly good condition, although there were some patches of rust, and it was in need of a new coat of paint. The man was middle-aged with charcoal gray hair and a large bushy beard that hung down to his chest. His clothes were in tatters and stained with rotten teeth, and his breath was repulsive, although it wasn't just his breath what he smelled, as it also smelled very strong of alcohol, fish, and underscore. And Naruto highly doubted the man's ability to take them across the sea in his boat. Fortunately, between the money Naruto had saved over the years and what Victor had acquired throughout his travels, he thought it best not to ask for details, especially when he saw the blood stains. They were scheduled to leave within an hour after the ship was loaded and ready to sail. Victor had been offered. Naruto had volunteered for the old man to not bother remembering his name to help load the ship. Naruto was sure that if he didn't continue to look like a walking skeleton that could barely stand, he would have been forced to help as well. But the old man had taken one look at him and snorted before telling him to come back in an hour. Although he had been slowly improving, it would still be a while before he looked anything more than skinny. However, in the last few days, since he ate those human souls Naruto had bulked up a bit and hadn't been hungry either. Over the past few days walking around the village, Naruto looked around at the dirty streets and the large amount of crowded shops and warehouses that ran along the main street of the village. It was a shock to Naruto the difference between Konoha and this place. The disparity of wealth between the two was obvious. Looking around, Naruto saw a market stall that caught his eye. The stall was just a table with a dirty canvas roof on top, but that wasn't what he was looking for. It's not that Naruto's appearance seemed to bother the man, as he forced a large smile on his face, the smile that showed his yellow smoke stained his teeth. Welcome to Wakaba Weapons. We have weapons for all occasions, the best in the land, wielded by famous shinobi and samurai alike. Raising his eyebrow at that, Naruto looked down to examine his collection. He wasn't impressed now. Well, Naruto wasn't an expert on weapons. In fact, he couldn't even call himself one, but even he could see that most of the items the man sold were no better than junk. Of course, the stall owner didn't seem to pick up on Naruto's disappointment with his selection. Look for something you like, young master. Me weapons for shinobi of all ages. If that you're interested, why, even the Okage of Konoha himself has purchased from this store. I remember it like it was yesterday. Hakaba said we are on first-name terms, so said Hakaba. Recently I have been trying to create a new technique. I call it the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, but I have not finished it. The man continued in that manner for the next few minutes, telling Naruto how Minato had helped make perfect his signature jutsu, and how even now the man still comes to him for buy your shinobi gear. Suffice it to say, Naruto was left with wide eyes at the amount of underscore this man was spurting out. Anyway, young lord, what kind of weapon were you looking for? Kaba finally asked his question, snapping the dumbfounded Naruto out of his daze. Naruto started as he looked at the poor quality weapons the man had at his stall, sizing them up best he could as he tried to find something halfway decent. His gaze soon landed on an axe, a one-handed tool He had a sharp blade on one side that looked like it was used to cut and split weeds, and a hammer-like head on the other side. Looking at it, Naruto remembered a few days ago when he had killed an adult enemy with a similar type of weapon. The ease with which it did so still haunted him even nowadays later. The axe he had used then had a double-headed axe blade and unfortunately had not been fit for use afterwards, as the wooden handle was broken and splintered beyond repair. Looking at it axe in the stable, he saw that it had a metal handle and head with what looked like a leather grip on the shaft. Wakaba, the stall owner, seeing what had caught Naruto's attention, instantly seized the opportunity and began his usual speech. To a good eye, you have, young sir, a formidable weapon. What is it, sir? Why did I sell one just like it the other day to another formidable shinobi? Tell me, have you ever heard of Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist? Because of course you have. Well, just the other day he came and bought the exact same weapon to replace his old one. You don't usually use axes to chop wood, Naruto replied softly, looking at the man again as he did so. Well, yeah, I guess, but the man said, a little taken aback by Naruto's blunt question. I'll give you 50 leans for it, Naruto said, deciding that since he was going into an active war zone, it would be worth it to have a weapon. He still had his knife, but using a knife in combat would require a certain amount of skill, a skill that Naruto didn't yet. He had accumulated 150 leans, said Wakaba, hoisted with a surprised expression on his face as he did so. Why, a good piece like this is easily worth 45 leans. Wait, 40 leans? Okay, you can have it, he said hurriedly, as Naruto showed no signs of stopping. The greasy man earned a frown on his face as the masked boy didn't believe any of his speech. Okay, said Naruto, pulling the money out of his coat pocket as he did so. It wasn't much money, but it was still just a little less than the weapon was probably worth. Picking up the axe from the table, after giving the grumpy guy his money, Naruto walked away from the stand and started walking down the street again. As Naruto continued walking through the small town, he decided to take the opportunity while he had it. He soon found himself entering the town's post office, with the walls lined with shelves with bird nests for carrier pigeons to rest on. This place, like apparently the rest of the town, it also stank, only it wasn't the smell of fish that infested this place, but the pungent smell of bird feces. Each of the nests had a metal plate with the name of the place they would fly to on the front, along with the delivery price. The letter Naruto had in one of the inside pockets of his coat had been burning a hole ever since he wrote it before he left the leaf, and now that he was about to leave the land of fire, it was time to send it. It was a letter to his family, although he had addressed it to Shikamaru. To be careful, he didn't want one of the people working at the post office to give out Namkis's name, and decided to make a little extra money by telling someone who could intercept it, and he knew Shikamaru would know to take it to his family. The only reason he didn't leave it in his room when he left was because he needed all the time he could to get as many miles as possible between him and the leaf, and the time they would have spent searching the village before getting a team involved. Tracking had given him even more time, but now that he was far enough away to send the letter, after all, he might not particularly like his family right now, and he might never like them again, but he would always love them. After all, they were his family, and despite the lies, they had loved him and cared for him, which had inspired the unconditional love that many children have for their parents and parents have for their children. That didn't mean he wasn't still angry and upset like he was, but he owed it to both his family and himself to explain why he left. Naruto hesitated a little as his hand moved to the letter. Nerves suddenly made his body freeze. Was he really doing the right thing? Maybe it was a mistake, but then Victor's words rang again in his head about what he was and what people thought of people like them. He was a law known now. He was an outlaw, a scavenger of the elemental nations, and the only way for people like him to survive was be strong and resilient. Licking his lips, Naruto let out a sigh. He pulled out the letter and walked over to one of the people working as if there was no rush. Without saying another word, Naruto placed his letter and money on the table and turned to leave, deciding to check out the rest of the village before heading back to the dock with Kusina. Kusina let out a frustrated sigh as she laid back in her hospital bed with a fierce scowl on her face as she tried not to move under the gaze of the various Amba hiding in the room for her protection. She had been confined to the room and her bed for the past 3 days after passing out in Naruto's room. She had at first assumed it was just the stress and shock of realizing Naruto might not have been kidnapped after all, but after she woke up in the hospital, the doctors had a different theory. Kusina was about a month and a half pregnant, according to the tests they had run on her while under their care. When Minato had told her Kusina had been a mess, as she was filled with a strange mix of joy and sadness, the two emotions fighting for dominance in her mind. The fact that she had another son or daughter was great news. It was not absolutely fantastic news, and there was no way she would think any differently. Having a child with the man she loved was a blessing, and another addition to her family was a fact of life. However, her joy was dampened by the knowledge that the child growing up in her, even now, she might never get. To meet her brother, who it seemed had actually run away from home, meaning that even with the new addition to their family, it would never truly be complete until Naruto came home with them. When she told Minato of her fear, her husband went very quiet for a moment with a look of horror behind his eyes. Before he could complete it, he then discreetly excused himself to go check on him, only to return a few hours later and tell him that he had came to the same conclusion. Minato was in a council meeting at that very moment, updating the other clan heads, and he knew that would mean they would have to change the search method they had been using. It was much harder to find someone who didn't want to be found rather than someone who was forced by a group of kidnappers. Even if he was just an untrained child, Naruto had already proven himself to be more resourceful than anyone had given him credit for, not only by getting out of the village, but also by somehow reaching the border before they could reach him. He had timed it perfectly and made them waste their time looking around the village before even engaging the trackers. This, under any other circumstances, would have made Kushina swell with pride if it hadn't been for the fact that this ingenuity on Naruto's part was making the process of finding him that much more difficult. But thinking about it, it still didn't make logical sense that the fragile boy, everyone they knew she could cover such a distance in such a short time, especially since she hadn't unlocked her chakra. Yet Kushina let out a sad sigh as she laid back on her bed, her eyes slowly wandering to the form of Mito, sitting in a nearby chair in the corner of the room, reading a book on seals with an amount of concentration that worried her. Both Mito and Urza had been taking turns keeping her company, but both had dedicated themselves to their training to an almost obsessive degree ever since Naruto disappeared. They hadn't been told yet that Naruto might have run away. Worried as they were about the reaction the news might get from their two girls, however, they would soon tell them it would only cause more problems later if they didn't. After all, it wasn't this whole situation caused by lies in the first place. But for now, anyway, she needed to keep her calm and trust that Minato would be able to find Naruto, even if every instinct in her body was screaming at her that she should be out there searching with the rest of them. He had a baby that he had to take care of at the moment, and who knows what complications his active Chernobyl work could cause to his unborn baby. He wouldn't have to rely on Minato and the others. They would find him, and everything would be fine with Naruto. Naruto took a deep breath of the salty air coming from the sea as he leaned over the side of the bar, his eyes closed as he took a moment to feel the waves lightly rocking them, the wind blowing gently against his masked face. They had left the port about 5 hours ago, and so far the weather seemed to be staying calm. The sky was slightly cloudy, but it didn't look like there were any dark clouds approaching. Naruto was still unsure of the name of the middle-aged captain who was currently whistling as he steered the ship, although both he and Victor had taken to calling him captain for lack of anything better. The fact that he was still drunk when they left had worried Naruto a little, but after the first hour, the air into the sea seemed to have calmed him down. At this rate, it would take at least 4 days to reach the land of water, probably more if the weather got worse. Licking his lips, Naruto turned his back to the seemingly endless sea and headed below deck to the room he shared with Victor. It was actually the storage room where the captain kept things that weren't needed regularly, like spare sheets and emergency food that didn't spoil. They both had their own hammock instead of beds because apparently they were best to sleep on a boat. Apparently it was very easy to fall out of bed at night when the boat was constantly rocking back and forth. Victor left doing something. He had locked himself in the other warehouse and hadn't shown up since. Naruto wasn't really sure. He wanted to know what the older boy was up to, though based on the sounds of sawmills and cursing, it probably wasn't anything good. Ignoring his hammock for the moment, Naruto carefully made his way to one of the boxes to take a seat, using the wall to hold onto as the boat rocked on the waves. He crossed his legs and waited a moment to make sure he wouldn't be knocked over before letting out a deep sigh and closing his eyes. It took less than a minute for the world to fade away around him. Having practiced every day before letting the blade slip into his mindscape had become almost easy for him. When he opened his eyes again, Naruto was once again standing on the wall that divided the dark side of his mind from the light. As he turned around, he saw his inner counterpart and casually sitting on the side of the wall facing the darker side of his mind, his legs dangling over the edge as he occasionally kicked them as he hummed a tune to himself. Without saying a word, Naruto moved to sit next to the other half of himself, his eyes looking out at the impure world, wandering the dead landscape before them with curiosity. I guess they all ended up there. None of them seemed the type of a person who felt guilty for what they were doing, Naruto said, nodding in the direction of the barren landscape in front of him. Yes, they weren't exactly a nice bunch, murderers and thieves for the most part, although there was one of them who was the worst of all, a murderer, a thief, and a rapist. They had killed hundreds of people between them and had kidnapped dozens more to experiment with. The sickeningly, the world is much better off without their kind of Filth, you said as you turned your eyes to Naruto the blonde. Not even he blinked. As he met you's crimson irises, Naruto wasn't bothered by this news. In fact, if anything, it made him feel better as he ate their souls, knowing they were earth sap. Something interesting you think you should know. I know you said you would stop by from the memories we managed to absorb. You found something interesting like new chakra jutsu exercises. You, upon hearing this, slightly tilted your hands behind your head as you thought about your other half's question. Seeming to have made up your mind, you turned back to you, looked up with a contemplative expression on your face. You didn't really have much in the way of jutsu that we could learn. Many of them were little more than cannon fodder, but there are a few things we worked on in our free time. I'll share the relevant memories with you when I'm done sorting them out, and then you can practice them on our body. You said, a slight smile on your face as you looked up at the sun-like orb above them that seemed to have multiple images flickering on it. The orb was larger than it had been before, as it had expanded from the added chakra generated by the souls Naruto devoured. But the orb not only contained the chakra of those trapped within Naruto, but it was also where the memories that had been absorbed were stored. The memories were all the most recent of the victim, which could be anywhere from a week to a couple of months of memories, and it was Naruto's role to sort through these memories and manage the souls they devoured, just as it was Naruto's job strengthening his body and eating more souls to keep his body running. It was almost like they were a locomotive. Really, you were the engineer and Naruto was the operator. Neither of you could fully function without the other stepping away from the orb to look at Naruto once more. The smile slipped from his face. The only other thing I can think of is the fact that the otak is a man named Orochimaru, and from what I've seen, he's bad news. I suggest we avoid him and his village as long as possible, because it would be a long time before you could even scratch it. Before Naruto could answer, his eyes were drawn to the movement in the landscape of the impure world, something that had never happened before. You had warned Naruto what would happen to anyone who was sent there, but that didn't change the fact that he was a little shaken. Wandering slowly through the dead trees, there was a figure in a black cloak with no legs floating about 2 feet off the ground. The cloak was very loose and covered everything except for the lower half of its face and hands were both covered in gray crusty skin. Its fingers were twice as long as they would have been, and from what Naruto could see of its mouth, its lips were black and the few teeth it had were falling out and pointed. As he looked at the creature, it turned its head up slightly, letting Naruto look under the hood and see the skeletal face covered in tight gray skin and empty eye holes under the hood. This was a specter. You had told Naruto that after his judgment, if a soul was to be placed in the impure world, first it would be forced to experience all the pain and suffering they had inflicted in life. At the end of it, they were reduced to nothing more than a hollow shell with no memories or self-awareness. The dark part in Naruto's mind was not a punishment. It was nothing more than the cell of what was left after the punishment had been fulfilled. It had been designed by you, who had absolute control over his mindscape, just as Naruto had absolute control over his physical body. When Naruto asked him if he was happy with the situation, and he had replied that yes, he could feel everything Naruto felt, and that he would experience everything he did, and that for him, it was more than enough. He had also revealed his slightly sadistic side when he explained how, although he enjoyed playing with the animal souls in the light side, he enjoyed playing with the corrupted souls in the impure world more. As Naruto continued to watch, 2 more specters came floating towards the other, seeming to not notice each other despite being only a few feet away. You followed his gaze and shrugged indifferently, his face wearing a bored expression. Pathetic, isn't it? Don't spend too much time thinking about them, Naruto. They got what they deserved. Naruto grimaced slightly when he heard that. He knew deep down that you were probably right, but in his young mind it still seemed a little wrong. It was moments like this that made the blonde realize how different you and him were. They may share the same body and soul, but their 2 personalities were very different. You were much harsher and less forgiving than him despite being the same age. Forcing yourself to turn around, Naruto nodded before standing up, moving to look out at the pure world. A moment later, you stood up and stood beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder as you did so. Do you want to start with one of those jutsus I pulled out of your heads? There's a couple of really cool ones. Naruto couldn't help but smile up when he heard what you said. They may be very different in some ways, but they were very similar in others. You always knew exactly what to say to cheer him up. What kind of cool jutsu? Tell me, have you ever heard of elemental manipulation? You said as you stepped off the wall and jumped into the light side of the mindscape. Naruto quickly followed with Shikamaru. The moment he saw the name written on the back of the letter he had just received, Shikamaru knew he would have that show it to his father, even if it was troublesome. They were all sitting at the table having breakfast when his mother placed it on the table in front of him. Luckily for Shikamaru, though, his father Shikaku was still reading the newspaper as he sat at the end of the table, which meant if he wanted to give him the message, he wouldn't have to go look for it. That would have been troublesome. Hey, Dad, Shikaku didn't look up from his paper. He didn't even bother to acknowledge hearing it, letting out a sigh. Shikamaru, he tried again. Troublesome, Dad, you should probably take a look at this. What is Shikamaru? I'm reading. He still didn't look up from the paper. I got a letter from Naruto that caught the attention of the eldest Nara. His eyes shot up as he quickly studied Shikamaru's face before his gaze landed on the letter his son held in his hand. Are you sure? Instead of speaking, Shikamaru showed him the back of the letter where Naruto's name was written clear as day. His long-forgotten paper. Shikaku reached out and took the proffered letter with a deep frown on his scarred face before standing up and motioning for his son to follow him. Shikamaru was a little confused that his father didn't take the letter and let him finish his meal, but that gave way to more confusion when he realized he was being taken to the shinobi hospital without any doctor or nurse to spare them a glance. The two Nara cut a path straight to a particular room, and when the door opened, Shikamaru found the Okage and his family all sitting around his wife, who at that time was lying in a hospital bed in the middle of one of the private rooms of the hospital. The entrance of the two Naras caught the attention of the other two adults in the room, although it seemed that Mito and Herza had fallen asleep in the nearby chairs they were sitting in. Shikamaru had no idea how long they should have been there, but there his eyes made out the unmistakable traces of what he knew were dried tear tracks running down their faces. Based on that, he could only assume they had been told something that had upset them, and they had grown exhausted. His eyes flicked to the red-haired woman on the bed for a moment as he tried to determine why Lady Kusina, the Kage's wife, was in there in the first place, but other than looking very tired, she didn't seem to be overly ill. Then his eyes moved to the letter that was still in his father's hands, and it wasn't hard to connect the dots that it probably had something to do with Naruto's disappearance. However, the moment his mind drifted to the sickly blonde Namikaze, Shikamaru's mind was hit with the image of the black scara, the burning crimson irises, and the feeling of death they had inspired in his body. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but shiver slightly. Shikamaru slowly moved to the side of the room, where he leaned against the wall as his father closed the door. He closed the door of the room behind him and walked over to have a whispered conversation with the Okage, both men looking from the letter to him several times. At some point, Kusina started whispering along with them, and Shikamaru could see the pained expressions that kept appearing on her and her husband's face at whatever they were talking about. Finally, his father beckoned him over and handed him the letter with the three adults looking at him. Do you want me to pay for it? He asked. His usually bored tone turned inquisitive as he looked at the sealed letter in his hands. It was Shikaku who answered him, the gravity of the situation, both in his voice and on his face as he looked at his son. The laws of the leaf prevent the Okage or anyone else from interfering with any of the clans unless asked. The letter is addressed to you, the heir of the Nara clan, which means that only you can open it and read it. Letting out a sigh, Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders and without thinking too much opened the letter and looked inside. His eyebrows raised slightly as he saw a second letter addressed to the Namikaze family on the side, along with another small note. The letter, Shikamaru, please give my family this letter. I'm sorry for the trouble this is causing you, but I couldn't risk someone intercepting it because it was addressed directly to my family. Naruto. With Shikamaru not saying a word, Shikamaru handed the note to his father and the letter to Okage before moving to lean against the wall once again. He also noticed that both Mito and Urza were awake now, though they seemed to be very confused about what was going on, with Urza sending him a scrutinizing look, probably wondering what he was doing here. However, it seemed like they soon forgot all about it as the Okage finally got over his shock at receiving the letter before reading it out loud for his entire family to hear, ignoring the fact that both Shikamaru and his father were present, no doubt knowing that he could trust Shikaku's discretion. The second letter, I'm sorry, I know, which may not make any difference at this point, but I needed to tell you that I'm sorry I left at this point. I'm sure you've realized I haven't been kidnapped, and by the time you get this letter, I'll be too far away and out of your reach. The fact that I was able to send this letter also means that Tierra del Fuego and you didn't catch me, which is probably the best thing for everyone involved. I know you don't understand why I left, but I need you to know that I had my reasons. These reasons were just to hurt you. After the years of lying and cheating, it wasn't because this is something I feel I have to do right now. I'm weak. You know that, and everyone else does too, and I don't want that to be true anymore. Something has happened. Something has made me realize I need to be stronger. You yourselves said you couldn't risk training me for fear of my health, but by refusing to help me, you have pushed my hand. I unlocked my chakra by myself. But when I did, I discovered something about me, something different. I need to strengthen myself for what is to come, because when people find out what I can do, their opinion of me will change. I don't know if it's for better or worse. Either way, I have left Konoha to have a new beginning. I ask you to respect my choice and understand that I'm not doing this to be cruel. I hope I See you again. If not, I wish you all the best. Once again, I'm sorry it had to come to this. Loved Naruto with Shikamaru well. That was cryptic. The young Nara knew that Naruto had disappeared. He had realized that something was up with his father, even if the man hadn't told him himself after that. It didn't take long for him to realize that Naruto hadn't been seen in several days, which while it wasn't 2x here for the generally sickly boy, when combined with the stressed looks he had seen on the faces of the cage and the last remaining members of the Uzumaki clan, was more telling. He had come to the conclusion that Naruto's condition had gotten worse or had disappeared. However, never in his wildest imagination had he thought that Naruto had actually escaped from Konoha. And his family. Shikamaru was silent while the other people in the room began to talk at once, trying to figure out what Naruto was talking about in his letter. Mito and Urza asking her parents what it all meant, while her father and the cage spoke again, although this time they bothered us to whisper. The only one who didn't speak was Kusina, who instead cried silently as she read the letter over and over again after her husband kept closing his eyes as all the talk began to give him a headache. Shikamaru tried to dissect the words of the letter in a way that would make sense of it all to the young Nara. Naruto sounded like he was desperate and angry, probably more desperate than angry. Something had happened, something that worried the usually quiet and composed Naruto enough to think that he was no longer safe in the village. Something about himself had come out to strengthen and protect himself that was obvious. He thought whatever scared him meant people would come for him, even from his own village. But what could be so bad that his own father, the Okage, didn't protect him within his own walls? What could be so bad that he didn't feel safe telling his own family? The way he was talking was like he was afraid for his life if the secret, whatever it was, got out. And the Naruto he knew was no coward. The fact that he was willing to face his family at the party was proof of that. But despite this, he was still scared enough to run away. And with all his critical talk of becoming stronger, if the blonde thought that whatever he was hiding or what he was doing was that bad, Shikamaru believed there was a genuine reason behind it. It was while thinking along these lines that Shikamaru realized something. There were things that the Okage wouldn't be able to protect his own from, things that the village and the people within it would fight, things that as an Okage it would be your duty to harness for the good of Konoha. The bloodlines and the power they gave. Naruto said in his letter that he discovered something about himself after unlocking his chakra, something different everyone knew about the Utsumi solid chakra bloodline. It was common knowledge in the village like all the other bloodlines, but if there weren't any other bloodlines unique to Utsumi that had been recorded before, it would be just as surprising if Naruto had unlocked something different when he unlocked his chakra, something new. Shikamaru was once again reminded of those terrifying eyes, and the feeling they gave him was almost as if he was looking into the eyes of death itself. His eyes, although he had said it in little more than a whisper. All the conversation in the room stopped when they realized he was still there. The different people in the room turned to look at him. After a moment passed and he didn't elaborate further, Shikaku moved to kneel in front of he with a hard expression, placing his hands gently on his son's shoulders. As he did, Shikamaru, what do you know? It was at the party right before it all started, when Okage announced that he was going to teach Mito Urza that jutsu. I saw that Naruto was upset, and I grabbed him by the arms to try to calm him down. But when I did, he glared at me with these red eyes. The scare of both eyes were completely black. There was no white or anything, and his irises were red like blood. I didn't think anything of it at that moment, maybe a trick of the light or something, but she didn't need to say more. The adults in the room suddenly seemed a lot more worried than before with Naruto. Looking around, Naruto was starting to understand why the Hidden Mist Village was called that, even though they weren't anywhere near the Hidden Village itself. The closer they got to the land of water, the harder it became to see, and the young blonde was starting to worry about the captain's ability to find the shore in the increasingly thick air. According to the captain, today was thicker than usual, but they were only a few miles from the land of water, and they would be there before the end of the day. Apparently, the fog got thicker and thicker the closer you got to the land of water, getting worse the closer you got inland. The hidden fog village was situated somewhere in the thickest part of the fog, where even on clear days, it was still hidden from a distance. Luckily, Naruto and Victor weren't aiming for the hidden fog. Victor told Naruto that he had received news from some friends that they had set up camp with the rebellion, and that the two groups had come to an understanding. For now, he had made arrangements for someone to meet them at the village they were to dock at, and when he found them, he would take them to the hidden rebellion camp. However, before they got there, Victor was explaining a few things to Naruto, mainly what he should expect after they arrived. Apparently, some of the rebellion were just putting up with the outlaws because they were outnumbered and had no other choice, so they were treated like unwanted trash for the most part. But some of the leaders and some of the more liberal members of the rebellion were starting to accept the outlaws for the time being. However, the two groups were in separate camps, and the outlaws were only allowed into the rebellion camp if they were invited, which was very rare, in exchange for being treated like trash. Allowed to do their thing after any battle, or in some cases during them, the outlaws helped out as much as they could with the rebellion. However, people in need like Naruto and Victor were limited to enemy shinobi and were not allowed to touch the fallen soldiers of the rebellion. Victor had also warned Naruto that there was a chance they would all have to leave before the end of the war, even if the rebellion won. In the end, it turned out it wasn't uncommon for people to turn against the outcasts after they no longer served them. And some adopted the mentality that it was better to kill them when they had the chance rather than risk being confronted later. This had happened before, so the outcasts had taken notice and now treated even their own allies with suspicion, as without a village to protect them, there were no real repercussions for the shinobi to fear after all, because no one cared about the outcasts anymore. The only thing they had to fear was the outlaws themselves, most of whom, due to the harsh lifestyles they lived, had become hardened veterans and more than a match for the Hunin and Chunin of the shinobi villages. The brute was disgusted by this revelation, unable to understand how people could be so cold. Though he did cheer up a bit after hearing how several of the rebels were beginning to accept them. After all, they weren't rebelling against a tyrant who was attacking people with bloodlines. Unfortunately, however, not all of the rebels have come to see the hypocrisy of his actions. When Naruto mentioned his displeasure at the treatment of the outlaws, Victor simply shrugged off his concerns and said that this was just how things worked. Humanity was a deeply flawed race and always would be. The last hour of his journey, Naruto spent in silence as he thought about everything Victor had told him, bar one, thinking about what his life was going to be like from now on. It wasn't until they could finally see the land through the now slightly thin mist Naruto came to a conclusion. Things had to change, even if he had to change them by force. Chapter 6: New Faces. With Naruto, the moment the boat docked, the two boys jumped off the boat and began walking towards the small coastal village. Naruto with his hood up, and Victor, surprisingly, with a blank forehead protector tied around his waist like a belt, was something that hadn't been there the last time Naruto had looked just like Victor. However, Naruto had taken to wearing the similar white forehead protector Itachi had given him as a scarf, although he left it loose so it could be seen. Even with his hood up and coat buttoned up, the mist was much fainter by the time it had been when approaching the land of water, but it still surrounded the village they were in on all sides and almost seemed to isolate it from the rest of the world. Naruto also noticed that unlike the land of fire, the buildings seemed to be more rounded here. The architecture had definitely changed to suit the different landscape and climate. All the buildings looked like semicircles lying on the ground, with round windows and even round doors. It was a big surprise to Naruto, who had grown up in Konoha, how different the different countries were. The people of the village were also quite pale, although Naruto assumed it was due to the lack of direct sunlight that came from constantly living in the fog. There was Naruto caught several looking at them as they passed by out of the corner of their eyes in curiosity, but the moment they saw them, they also blanked out. Many of those stares were replaced by fear, or in some small cases disgust. Naruto was already starting to see the attitude people were having towards them, and it made him frown behind his mask and pull his hood down a bit more. After they had been walking for 10 minutes, seemingly randomly, Naruto turned to look at Victor from under his hood. Where will we meet these friends of yours? Victor seemed to take a moment to think about this before shrugging his eyes, still scanning their surroundings as they continued through the village. No idea, never really, though to be honest, I haven't met any of them before. His words brought Naruto to a complete stop. The older boy himself soon stopped him when he noticed the masked blonde wasn't following him, at which point she turned to look at him with an eyebrow raised in silent question. Naruto took a moment to calm down, so he didn't start yelling at his friend in the middle of the street for everyone to hear. If you've never met them before and haven't arranged an actual meeting place, how the hell are we supposed to find the people that take us to camp? Naruto asked with a somewhat tense tone as he tried not to give in to his irritation. The smirk on Victor's face only made it harder. However, instead of worrying, Victor just gave him another one of his overly large smiles before he turned on his heel and began to walk away again, turning his head and speaking over his shoulder as he did. So don't worry, we'll know when we see them. Trust me, just look for people who stand out and don't belong, who are like us. But older Naruto could feel his eye twitching behind his mask, but he quickly moved to follow Victor before he got too far ahead. He might have been a little angry with his eccentric friend, but that didn't mean he was going to go off alone to a strange land surrounded by hostile people. It turned out Victor wasn't wrong, as he was able to find the group that would take them to the outlaws' camp. And within another 5 minutes, they turned a corner and saw 3 people who definitely didn't belong in the village standing at the end of a path just outside the village border. The first person who caught their eye was a giant of a man who was easily over 8 feet tall, making him clearly Visible above the heads of the other people around him, the man was built like a bodybuilder with muscles on his muscles, each of which could be seen moving beneath his skin with arms and legs that looked more like tree trunks than limbs in terms of size. The man's head was shaved with the exception of a line of black hair that ran down the middle of his head that ran from his forehead to the back of his neck before turning into a long braid that fell to his lower back. As they approached, Naruto also noticed the fact that the man was wearing nothing but a brown loincloth, leaving the rest of his body bare for all the world to see. This also included the blood-red tribal tattoos that covered every inch of his body, including his face. The last thing that stood out about the man were his eyes, which were a very dark blue and seemed to stand out from the rest of his body. There was a white forehead protector around his waist to a belt that held his tail cover. The blank plate identified him as an outcast like Naruto and Victor. The second figure that awaited them was a woman, only that she seemed much more normal than the giant, at least at first glance. However, the image of normality was broken as they approached by the single prominent yellow eye that was in the center of his head. The single eye replaced the two that a person normally would have. The woman was of average height with red hair down to her shoulders. She wore green clothes, clear with leather padding for armor. On top, her outfit seemed to be designed to give her some protection without restricting her movements and showing off her curves at the same time. She also wore what looked like glasses that had been made specifically for her one eye, which after seeing them coming she pulled them down to cover and hide said eyes from view due to the tinted lenses of the glasses. Naruto thought she seemed to be the youngest of the group, no older than her late teens, as Max also had a longbow in his hand that was as long as his height with a leather quiver on his back filled with arrows with white feathers on the ends. His blank headband was tied to his left arm just below his shoulder, visible for all to see. Without getting in the way, by the time Naruto turned his attention to the last man in the group, he thought he was done being surprised until he saw that this man didn't seem to have any eyes at all. In the place where his eyes would normally be, there was nothing but skin. Immaculate was dressed in a simple traditional gray robe-like clothing that hung loosely from his slim frame. He had very long white hair that fell loosely to his chest and covered most of his face. He also had a scruffy, unshaven beard that, while not particularly long or well-kept, seemed to suit him well. The eyeless man was undoubtedly the oldest member of the small group, and from what Naruto could see of his face, it was worn and covered in deep wrinkles that reminded him of Sarutobi and Ruin in the Hidden Leaf Village. The man also had a long bobber staff gripped in both hands, which at the time was being used as a walker. On top of his bobber staff was what looked like a small bell, just like the other people accompanying him. The man also wore a blank forehead protector, but unlike the others, his headband was tied to his forehead to finish off his ensemble. He also wore a pair of old-fashioned wooden sandals that made an audible clicking with each step. The three shinobi were receiving stares and looked stranger than both Naruto and Victor had gotten while walking through the village, but none of the three seemed to pay them the slightest bit of attention. As Naruto and Victor approached, the blonde could see the one-eyed woman pointing at Victor before leaning in to whisper something to the other two. Victor, unlike Naruto, showed no hesitation as she approached the three adults with her usual smile on her face and the hands in his pockets as if to show how relaxed he was with the situation. Naruto, on the other hand, found himself slowing down a bit and standing a bit further back, unsure if he was as welcome as Victor, especially since he was new to the outlaw life. So instead of heading straight up to the trio like Victor did, he stayed a bit back listening as Victor spoke to his guides and introduced himself, making sure to remember the names they had as well as the giant man with the tattoos. Her name was apparently Okori Masita Kaijin, although she told them to just call her Kaijin. Her voice was very deep and Naruto could almost feel the vibrations in his chest as she spoke. The woman was called Kadame Shapu and seemed to speak very softly, unlike her much larger and more muscular companion. As for the old man, her name was Furu, although she told them to just call him old man. Her voice sounded as old as it looked, but there was a small smile on her lips as she spoke, and the genuineness of it was obvious as it reassured Naruto even more. It seemed like Victor had forgotten about him at this point, and Naruto was about to speak when Furu and the old man turned in his direction with his eyeless face, as if he was looking directly at him. "Who is your friend Victor? I can hear his heartbeat behind you, but he hasn't introduced himself yet," the old man said in a loud voice that belied his thin and aged appearance. This statement caught the attention of the other two, who now turned around to look at him before turning to face Victor. Said boy blinked in confusion for a moment before a look of understanding crossed his face as he remembered that Naruto was with him. When he realized, he started to smile again before lunging forward and grabbing Naruto's arm to pull him forward. "Oh, I almost forgot. This is good. We don't have a name for him yet. I tried giving him a few, but he didn't seem to like them. None of the names I came up with for him. But anyway, he's kinda new in the outcast life, so I was offering to leave it with I hope you don't mind, Victor said enthusiastically, his tone and expression told everyone nearby that he really didn't give a damn if they cared or not. Naruto tilted his head up slightly in his sort of introduction so the other three, or rather two adults, could see his masked face, and after doing so he was a little surprised to see that they were giving him a sympathetic look. Furue was the one who stepped forward somehow, putting his hand on Naruto's shoulder, even though he couldn't see him. I understand, since although it is strange, it is not uncommon for new faces to join the outcasts. If I may ask, what made you run away? The fact that you don't want to give a name says that there might be people looking for you, the old man asked, his voice soft and kind as he spoke to Naruto, although he wasn't condescending, for which Naruto was grateful. Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat as his eyes moved to each of the adults and teenagers in front of him, still very aware that Furue's hands were still on his shoulder. I unlocked a new bloodline that requires me to eat souls for sustenance. Naruto managed to get out his voice somewhat tense as he gave information that he didn't feel entirely comfortable sharing. He didn't miss the looks of surprise that crossed Kinshapu's faces when he said this, although they both rushed to hide. However, it was Furu's reaction to his words that caught his attention the most. As a small frown, he crossed his lips as his head tilted slightly to the side as if he was listening to something only he could hear, but it was replaced with another smile as he pulled his hand away, nodding as he did so. I see. Yes, that would make you defiant towards us outcasts. Few people would understand your situation, but you have nothing to fear from those among us. You are not the first to have special needs, and I doubt you will be the last. But enough talking for now. We must go. It is a walk 2 days until camp, and these old bones need to get moving before they get Agar rotten. Furue let out a light chuckle as he said the last part, before making exaggerated groans and slow movements as he turned around to begin walking into the mist. The others hurried to follow the old man's lead. As they walked, Naruto noticed that there didn't seem to be any consistency to the mist around the land of water. They could be walking without being able to see an inch in front of them in a moment, only for it to suddenly clear up enough to suddenly see hundreds of meters into the distance the next. Naruto spent most of the first day just following the rest of the group and keeping quiet. This was mainly because he wasn't sure he could talk to people who had spent their entire lives as outcasts. The fact that Naruto came from a privileged background as the son of the leader of Konoha made it harder to relate to people who have spent all his life in constant struggle. Victor, even though he had never met any of them before today, they seemed to have things in common with the other 3 outlaws, and Naruto had listened as they talked about good places to set up camp around the elemental nations. However, even though he didn't speak to them himself, Naruto took the time to observe each of the adults as they walked, taking note of different things he was sure would be good to remember. Kyojin, the large tattooed man, no, he seemed to talk a lot. Instead, he seemed to prefer giving short answers or grunts when someone asked him a question he also had an affinity with. Fire, something Naruto had learned after Victor asked the giant of a man for a light, to which he had simply grunt before extending his hand towards the Frankenstein clan member. With a snap of his fingers, the Kogan tattoo around his hands began to glow a soft red before soundlessly a small flame came to life in the tip of her thumb, which she had later used to light Victor's cigarette, an indifferent expression on her face as she did so, and a slight grunt when Victor thanked her extravagantly. Shapu, however, she was without a doubt one of the clumsiest people Naruto had ever met or seen before, and seemed unable to go 2 minutes without tripping over something, even if the ground at her feet was perfectly smooth. He had in fact seen her crash into a tree at one point when she took off her glasses to clean them, only to draw her bow a moment later and somehow hit a rabbit 200 in front of them. As they approached, Naruto was shocked to see that the arrow had hit it in the heart, killing it instantly and promptly ate its soul as she skewers the dead animal onto her belt to eat later. Then there was Furue. The first thing Naruto noticed was that despite having no eyes, the old man was more confident than any of them as they walked, and despite his earlier claims of being old, he had been able to easily keep up with the rest of the group as they walked. The sound of his wooden sandals and the bell on the end of his staff seemed to echo lightly in the mist even above their voices, so that there was never a moment of complete silence. Much like Naruto, the man seemed to simply be listening to the others talk, though he would happily join in the conversation when addressed. Naruto was also convinced that Furue was the leader of the 3 outlaws who had come to meet him, at least according to the way everyone was interacting. The other 2 continuously looked at the old man for instructions, and the moment he started to speak, everyone else stopped to listen to his words. Even Victor showed the man more respect than Naruto thought his friends were capable of. Naruto couldn't help but feel like something was missing, but he didn't voice it as they walked. Eventually, the sky started to darken and their visibility decreased even more so as the cold night air brought more mist, and soon after they were forced to set up camp for the night, they were able to find a fallen tree to set up next to so that it would cover their backs from both the cold wind and a possible attack, although the moisture in the air was already rotting it away, so it was debatable how long their shelter would last. Due to the mist, the group didn't have to worry about an enemy detecting their fire, which made the night much more comfortable. What would have been without fire, however, Naruto wasn't sure how they had made a fire, as he highly doubted there was a dry branch for miles, and he had no desire to try and find any. Luckily, one of the others seemed to know what they were doing, and after Shoppa finished lighting the fire with some fried wood, Kin lit it with his thumb again, and before long the small group was sitting around the warm fire, chatting quietly. Naruto had sat down a little ways away of the group. Didn't really need the warmth of the fire due to their abilities, or did he really feel it was his place to sit with them still in the first place? However, after a few minutes of sitting with his back to the tree, Naruto's thoughts were interrupted by Fur letting out a loud, exaggerated groan as he sat down next to him. The bell on the end of his staff gave one more ring as he leaned it against the trunk. "You're going to get sick sitting here. You should really get closer to the fire," he said. Old man, his warm voice moved to Naruto. Naruto was about to shrug, but realized that action would be redundant and let out a sigh. "I don't really feel the cold. In fact, I prefer it to the heat and the bright lights." Furu, and he just nodded his head, humming his understanding. The two stood in silence for several minutes. After that, Naruto glanced at the older outlaw out of the corner of his eye as he did so, while Furu and sat silently with his head slightly leaning to the side. Naruto watched as Furue pulled out a long smoking pipe from inside his robes, taking his time as he filled it with tobacco before also pulling out a matchbox and lighting it. After that, the old man leaned back and took several deep puffs, silently blowing rings of smoke. As he did so, finally the silence was broken once again when Furue moved slightly so that he was looking more in Naruto's direction. "So tell me how much you know about outlaws and clans, rogues. After all, you are one of us now. Maybe I can help fill in some of the blanks for you." A little surprised at the man's generosity, Naruto shifted from where he was sitting against the tree, causing him to look more towards Fur, licking his lips lightly as he did so. "Not really much. I read a book on them, but it was just general information and didn't go into anything specific. However, Victor has been explaining a few things to me. Mostly it was about his own plan." To hearing that, Furue gave a small chuckle before nodding her head slightly. "Yes, Victor seems like a very talkative boy. Why don't I start by telling you about those in our little group? I'm sure you're curious. That would be nice." "Thank you." Naruto watched as Furu gave him another smile before sitting more comfortably against the tree he was leaning against and taking a moment to think before beginning. "Let's start with Shoppu, okay? I'm sure you've noticed that she's not what many would call normal. Shoppu is a member of the kekkei clan who specializes in the use of their bows and long-distance combat. As you have no doubt noticed, they are born with only one eye, but with that single eye they are able to see miles away as long as nothing obstructs their vision. However, because of this, the members of the kekkei clan are very far-sighted, which means they have trouble seeing things up close. That is why Chapula has glasses help him see things close up around him. When the hidden villages, when they first created the clan, they were well known for their phenomenal skill with the bow and as scouts, but due to problems with their eyesight, they were also seen as defective and thus were not invited to join any of the growing shinobi villages. Naruto couldn't believe what he was hearing, that an entire clan of skilled ninjas was discarded due to a small weakness that was easily fixed with glasses. He had seen Shoppu's skill with his own eyes and could only imagine what those skills would still make him an enemy. Each technique had a weakness, even if some were kept better secret than others by the Shoppu clan. He would have to suffer alone because his weakness is a little more obvious than others' weaknesses could be easily overcome. Shoppu's glasses were an example of that. Before Naruto could say anything in response to the elder Furue's words, continued, "The next in our little group is Kaijin, a member of the Okori Masita clan, or as they are better known, the Berserker clan." The clan Okori Masita was once one of the most feared clans, or at least they were before the hidden villages were founded, and many of those who still remember them continue to have them to this day. They draw power from their anger and pain, using it to strengthen themselves in battle. During the clan wars, a single member of the Okori Masita clan could be seen fighting over 20 enemies at once and completely destroying them. However, it is nearly impossible for a member of the clan to control themselves in battle, and sometimes they couldn't distinguish friend from foe on the battlefield. This meant that while in their battle they would nurse anger, they would attack everyone and everything they could, so they were seen as mindless beasts and again were not welcomed. When the hidden villages were formed, Naruto couldn't help but look at Kin at this point, watching as he tore into the rabbit he had been cooking over the fire. While the man was large and Intimidating Naruto still found it hard to imagine a single man capable of fighting so many shinobi at once, yet at the same time, he could understand why his clan might not have been welcomed in the hidden villages, even if he didn't like them. After all, what good is a soldier who can't tell friend from foe in battle? Victor and his clan, you get the idea. So I guess that leaves me. I am a member of the Bura Indo clan, and as am. Sure, you've already noticed we are born without eyes. I've never seen it, and neither has anyone else in my clan. However, it was because of this that we learned ways of see without our eyes, enhancing and honing our other four senses to phenomenal levels. In fact, I can smell the forests of Tierra del Fuego clinging to your skin even more than Victor. After the two of them crossed it to get here, but our sense of hearing has always been the strongest, allowing those experienced enough to be able to see the world around us just by using sound waves bouncing off objects like sonar. However, one of the unforeseen side effects was the ability to be able to tell when someone is lying. Naruto felt himself go a little stiff, suddenly very nervous and fearful of the man sitting next to him. As he continued to speak, I can hear when the heart rate increases, which is a great indicator, but there are other signs that most don't or are unable to perceive, like the slight increase in body heat that comes with nerves, the increase in certain pheromones to subtle, even to those who use chakra to sense normally. I can feeling all these things come together to tell us when someone is lying, like when you said you had unlocked a bloodline. Naruto was ready to run away, just run into the mist and hope he could lose the group, but before he could do so, Furue grabbed him by the shoulder with an iron grip and held him in place, showing a surprising amount of strength for someone his age. You don't need to run, boy. I won't say anything while you were lying about the bloodline. You were also telling the truth about the souls. That's what I know. Naruto felt himself relax a little when he heard that, but that didn't mean he let his guard down completely. He was still tense and ready to run the moment Furue let go of his shoulder. If he had to. I can't let people know about me. I don't need to get stronger yet before people know the truth, Naruto said in a resolute voice as he turned to look where Furue's eyes would have been if he really had them. In response to his words, Furue nodded his head. The hand on his shoulder became more comforting and loosened slightly. It was still held firmly, but Naruto was sure he would be able to break it now with a little effort. Plus, he also had his axe held on his belt. He had seen what he was capable of with a weapon when he was surprised and off guard. He knew that if need be, he could do a lot of damage with his weapon, especially if he used his unique grayish chakra. After all, if just touching it rotted Victor's finger, what then would it serve to be hit by a sharp weapon covered in that stuff? I understand, kid. You have your reasons. It's your secret, and you mean us no harm by keeping it, but I had to be sure, though. If you ever feel the need to talk about it, you should know that I will always be around to listen. I must also warn you that there will be others in camp capable of telling the truth, both sides, and even a few who may know exactly what you are. They won't hurt you any more than me, as long as you don't hurt the rest of us. As for the rebels, as long as you prove yourself useful, they will have no reason to cause trouble. Some of them are pretty decent and can put in a bit of a fight with our fight. A few, however, are still mired in hatred and hypocrisy. With that, Fura gave Naruto one more shoulder before using it to help himself back up to his feet, grabbing his staff. As he did so, he calmly turned on his heel before heading back to the fire and leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts. The rest of the trip to the camp seemed to go by a lot easier for Naruto after that night. The young blonde actually took to talking to the others in the group more and stopped avoiding them like he had been doing before. He also got to know Shoppa-Yojin a little bit more, and although they would never be best friends with the age difference, Naruto now thought of them as friends so much so that he had been able to joke around with them. Although much of the fun was about his mask and how poorly made it currently was, which had amused him so much to Naruto and had also convinced him that he might need to make another mask. After all, it was supposed to not only hide his identity but also intimidate his enemies. Turns out it wasn't so much intimidating as it was ridiculous. He learned that Shappu and most of his clan tended to roam the land of lightning. The mountainous terrain gave them plenty of high points to keep watch from, and apparently the views were beautiful when it wasn't too cloudy. He had also told him how he liked it painting and had shown Naruto some of his paintings. Naruto had been a little surprised by how realistic the landscapes looked, and at first thought they were photographs. Ken didn't really talk much at first until the topic turned to fighting. The giant man talked about the battles he had been in and the thrill he got from the way it felt to charge headfirst and take on his opponents. Naruto had never heard anyone speak so passionately about the honor he had. However, the other topic, what made Kaijin talk, was his family, which surprised Naruto considering his love for battle. It seemed he had a wife and 3 children, 2 boys and a daughter. It seemed his eldest son and daughter were in the land of snow, another land in the middle of civil war, although not on the same scale as the land of water. Kaijin's youngest son was at camp with his wife, and apparently he was 14 years old, and his name was Kimono. It turned out that Furue also had a family and spoke of them with nothing but love in his voice, though apparently they weren't with the camp. Naruto had asked where they were, but Furue didn't say. He was also very skilled at playing the ocarina and had even taken one out and played it as they walked. At one point, the music echoed eerily around them in the mist, making it impossible to pinpoint where it was coming from without seeing Furu and playing it. Apparently, most of his clan tended to wander around the border of the land of rain. Something about this helped them move. Naruto didn't really. He said nothing about himself not wanting to take any chances. However, he did explain a little more about what he could do and showed them one of his spirits. However, as they approached the camps, Naruto noticed the group becoming more serious and subdued. Even Victor remained quiet for the most part. The fog had also been growing thicker and thicker to the point where they couldn't see further than a few meters in front of them, with the exception of Shada, who was now leading them. In no time, he found himself at the back of the group, with Victor trying not to lose sight of Kin's back as the giant walked in front of them. As they walked side by side, the older boy began to speak. "We have to go through the rebels' camp to get to the outlaws' camp, although we can't actually go through it. Just keep your head down and your hood up. Don't say anything if he comes near us, or let Furu and I speak for themselves, cause what's the worst that could happen?" When I hear his words, Victor, he gave Naruto one of his rare serious looks, absent-mindedly pulling a cigarette and a lighter out of one of his pockets. "We don't have a village to protect us, boy. No one will come to help us if something goes wrong. The shinobi know this and use it to their advantage. Now, there are many who don't want to start anything either out of fear or common decency, but there are a few unsavory ones who have given in to their intolerance. And with the rebellion as tense as it is now, it's more than likely that the leaders will sacrifice a few outcasts if it means preventing them from his army fight back into infighting." Naruto had been hearing that a lot lately, and every time it made him frown. "So why don't you outlaws just form your own village? You all seem to be able to communicate in one way or another to spread the word. Why don't you all join together and take that advantage away?" Naruto was a little surprised when instead of Victor, Furu answered him in front of Kogan. The burly man was blocking him from view, but his voice reached him easily. "Where would he mount it? I wanted a group of writings to settle permanently in their land, although there are civilians who would accept us and even help us willingly. How would we find them? Sure, together we could take most of the lands without too much trouble and even find people to help us keep things running once we build them. But it would only draw the attention of the other hidden villages, and they would wear us out before we could even start. It's simple that there is nowhere we can forming a village." Naruto remained silent after the old man stopped talking, taking in everything he had been told. He supposed he was right. Building a village from scratch took time and manpower. While manpower may not be an issue, time would always be, because the other hidden villages would see it as a threat and attack. While they were unprepared to defend themselves, they needed a place that was isolated and highly defensible, but also a place that had a high civilian population. A shinobi village didn't run on charity. After all, it ran on money, and the most immediate money that was available to them came from the civilians within their home country. Naruto had an idea, but there were many problems with that idea, some of which he highly doubted could be overcome, or at least not without significant help. However, before he could think further on his thoughts, something caught his attention. As he looked up, he was shocked to find that he was no longer sheltered in the mist. Although when he looked over his shoulder back the way they had come, he could see it's still there in a solid white wall. Looking at the new scenery around him, Naruto was surprised to see that they were actually already passing the rebel camp on their right, and another camp was ahead in the direction they were walking. The rebel camp looked very militaristic, with the tents set up in the same shapes as the buildings Naruto had seen in the seaside village when they had arrived by for the first time. All the tents except 5 were the same size, and the other 5 were several times larger and were spaced out in such a way that they were as far away from each other as possible. While still in camp, Naruto also saw a lot of people moving between the tents, most of them dressed in ninja clothing in shades of blue and white, with their mist headbands tied to their foreheads or around their arms. He also didn't miss the way more than half of the people in camp were staring at him, direction of his group as they walked, and as some of them had begun to frown or stare at them openly, Naruto even saw 1 or 2 of them with their hands on their weapons as if preparing to attack. The antipathy that many of the rebels felt for them was obvious, but as he looked at them, he didn't see as much hatred as he expected to see. If anything, he could sense that the rebels were more filled with distrust and fear than true malice. Naruto just made an effort to keep his head down and staying with the group like Victor warned him to do. The group had almost passed the rebel camp when a middle-aged man and a girl who looked to be in their late teens walked out and blocked their path, causing both Naruto and Victor to get a little tense. While the adults looked completely At ease, the man had pale blue hair that looked slightly spiky. He was wearing a dark gray turtleneck sweater with a blue kimono with a white outline. He also had what they looked like seal tags hanging from each ear like earrings, and her right eye was covered by a black eye patch. She stood upright, with little expression on her face aside from a small frown that Naruto suspected was usually on her face, and the hooded blonde didn't miss as the man's only visible. I moved towards him and Victor before returning to Furu, who had now moved to the front of the group. The girl had long reddish-brown barred hair that covered her right eye and a knot tied in it on top of her head. She was dressed in a very revealing dark blue kimono that showed off her curves and left her shoulders bare, revealing the slightest glimpse of the mesh shirt she was wearing underneath. Unlike the man's face, she looked much more relaxed, and Naruto could see the playful smile on her face. Her eyes, as well as the man accompanying her, were also taking in the two newest and youngest members of the group before they returned to Furue. I'm glad to see I gave you back, Furue, and you even brought two new beauties with you. The red-haired woman said. Her soft lilting tone held a note of amusement and warmth that Naruto hadn't been expecting. Furue just let out a light chuckle, moving his staff from one hand to the other, ringing the bell on the end of his staff. As he did so, Naruto knew he had done this on purpose to send out a sound wave so he could assess his surroundings, though looking at his face, it looked like he knew who the two people were. Boom. Anyway, may a pleasure. As always, I suppose you have a reason for stopping us more than to say hello after all we've spent the last 2 days walking. Furue said with a certain amount of warmth as he responded to the hour call made. Despite the easy way the two spoke, Naruto could see the other people within the camp watching them tensely. It didn't take long for Naruto to realize that this May was someone important and that the man with the eye patch was her bodyguard, although the two didn't seem to noticing or caring about the people watching. Then he nodded at me and his smile turned a bit into a more serious expression. I'm afraid that if we were able to capture one of Yagura's shinobi while you were gone, we're going to need you there for his interrogation and to make sure he's telling the truth. Of course, I completely understand. Why don't you lead the way while my friends here go ahead and settle in with the new blood? The old man replied, apparently not surprised by his request, as clearly he had been asked many times before. Of course, Furue had only taken 2 steps to follow them when he paused for a moment before turning around to look in Naruto's direction with his sightless eyes. The old man seemed to be thinking something as he assessed Naruto without vision. His pause quickly caught the attention of the other 2 shinobi, and they too turned around and stopped to wait for him, looking from the old man to Naruto, but without saying a word. Eventually, a small smile spread across the face of Furu, and before he gestured for Naruto to come closer to him, moving the hooded blonde in front of him and holding his shoulder as he did before turning to look at the woman. Maybe it would be a good idea for my new friend to join us. He has skills that can help us gain information. Though the man showed no other reaction than to frown slightly, Naruto saw the one visible eyebrow of me raise slightly as she looked at him with a contemplative look on her face. It's another member of the Dorima clan. Because it's still early to involve them, we haven't even started questioning him. No, he's not from the Dorima clan. He's something different. Seeming to take a moment to examine him more closely, or at least examine what he could see with his hood up, he finally gave Fura one more look, and before smiling and nodding, okay, if you're sure, I'll show you where we're keeping him. As he turned around, Furue leaned in slightly so he could whisper in Naruto's ear, making sure he didn't. They will listen. Remember what I said about proving yourself useful. This is your chance. Chapter 7, The Outlaws with Naruto. Naruto made sure to stay close to Furu, and as they were led through the camp, his eyes constantly scanned his surroundings as he carefully made his way through the narrow passages, hallways between the tents of the camp. He tried hard to try and avoid tripping over any of the lines of men that crossed his path as they made their way through the camp. The camp seemed being set up like an organized maze, with most of the shops made to look exactly the same, making it impossible to tell what was in which, as well as making navigation difficult by removing anything that could be used as a reference point. On top of that was the fact that there were armed ninjas at every turn watching their every move, with several of the more cautious shinobi lightly tapping their weapons as they kept an eye out for strangers in the camp. Was more than a little bewildering for Naruto, but whenever he hesitated, Furue was always there to give him a little push and a light squeeze on the shoulder before anyone noticed. Even though it should have been impossible to find the way through the camp, he guided them with a confident step that showed he knew exactly where they were going. After almost 15 minutes of walking, they stopped in front of one of the tents. This one, however, unlike the other similar ones they had passed, had 2 grim-looking shinobi standing outside acting as guards, which Naruto thought cynically to himself was the only thing that made the thing stand out the most from the others around it. Naruto was pretty sure they had been led in several circles throughout the camp before they stopped in front of this tent, which was probably done to make sure they got lost. Naruto was after all a new and untested recruit. The two guards standing outside the tent snapped to attention as I moved to stand in front of them before they both walked away, as she gave a slight nod of her head. As the two were out of sight, she turned to her only for her eyes to move down to look at Naruto. A soft smile spread across her face as she knelt down to his level and placed her soft hand on his shoulder. "It's okay, darling," Furue says. "Will you be able to help us convince the man inside this tent to answer our questions? So I want you to tell me what you're going to do," he asked in a kind voice, but with a note of firmness that revealed to Naruto that this was a woman who was used to giving orders and having them obeyed. Naruto, however, hearing that, frowned beneath his mask before removing her hand with a shrug. He knew he might seem a little petulant or childish, but at the same time, he didn't travel here to be treated like a child. He came here to get stronger, something he couldn't do if he allowed people to talk down to him. However, instead of deliberately calling her the attention, Naruto fell silent and looked at her from under his hood with his baleful blue eyes. After a few minutes passed, May's smile turned into a smirk as she stood up, seeming to be satisfied with something, though Naruto wasn't sure exactly what it was, deciding that he just wanted to get this over with so he could rest and settle down at the outlaws' camp. Naruto spoke in a low voice that would be too low for any potential spy trying to listen in on what you need to know. His question caused an eyebrow to rise, but the older woman seemed to take it in stride as she merely shrugged her shoulders. "Anything that might be useful. You need him alive." After getting the information, was Naruto's bland response, a response that caused both me and his bodyguard to raise an eyebrow, both clearly surprised that such a young boy would ask such a question. "No, once we have the information, they will kill him anyway." "Why?" he told me carefully, his gaze once more at Naruto, only this time she was more cautious and assessing. Instead of answering, Naruto nodded silently, indicating for May to lead the way inside the tent. While still looking curious, May turned to the man with the eye patch who, upon meeting her eyes, wordlessly pulled back the flap of the tent and held it out for them to walk through. The first thing Naruto noticed when he entered the tent was the fact that it was almost completely empty, with nothing inside but a tied-up man, a chair in the middle of the space, and a desk with blank paper covering it, and a pen in the corner. Said man looked like he had been on the wrong side of an earth jutsu. His clothes were torn and covered in dirt. The only clothing that wasn't damaged was the mist headband he wore on his head. The prisoner was also covered in a series of wounds, with both eyes blackened and swollen, and missing several of his yellow teeth. However, other than his sorry state, there wasn't much else in him that made him stand out from the crowd. He had short brown hair and brown eyes. He was neither muscular nor skinny. In fact, looking at him, everything about the man seemed plain and bland. Naruto stood in the shadows as the three adults moved to stand in front of the Nin, choosing to remain invisible for the moment, as he instead just watched the proceedings. The moment the prisoner saw them, the Nin's battered face twisted into a sneer, and he tried to lean back and spit at May, only to fail and have it fall in a trickle down his chin. "Damn monsters, I'm not going to say anything to you creatures. I'll die before I speak," the man growled, his speech slightly slurred by his injuries, but his words were still quite understandable to everyone in the room. However, what was not understood was who he was addressing. He was addressing the bloodline users, the outcasts. Naruto didn't know if there could have been a better time for him to make himself known, and he smiled beneath his mask as he gave a step forward to stand between me and Furue. "That can be fixed. I'm hungry." As for the intimidating L's, it was probably good, or at least it would have been if it didn't come out of the mouth of a 10-year-old wearing a mask that looked more clownish than intimidating. For the 3 seconds after he moved forward to reveal himself, there was silence before it was broken by the MN, who suddenly burst into mad laughter as he looked at Naruto's small figure. "Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? You're gonna get I'm being interrogated by a brat now, ha ha ha," the man shouted in a strained, high-pitched voice that carried a slight tone as he continued to laugh, or at least as much as possible, while being tied to a chair. Instead of answering the man, and before anyone else could do anything, Naruto pulled out the knife he had gotten from Itachi with a step forward, and in a single arm swing he used it to slit the Miss Nin's throat. There was a spray of blood from the cut, since instead of it being a precise cut meant to make that a kill was as clean as possible, he had simply cut the man open. The blood that poured from the man's now open neck covered Naruto. The blood hit his mask and dripped down at the gruesome sight. Certainly made Naruto's mask look more intimidating, but Naruto ignored the blood dripping from his mask and soaking his coat. Instead, he simply wiped the blood off his knife and returned it to its sheath, acting as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. With May wait, the only thing that stopped him, Mio jumped forward when they saw the boy pull out his knife. It was Furu, and extending his arm and telling them to wait. Torture was common practice in the elemental nations, a necessary evil. In fact, before learning that Furue had returned, they had been beating the Miss Nin in an attempt to make him talk, though with little success. After all, shinobi were conditioned to resist torture, which made it very difficult to capture them and obtain information, and any information they always got it was suspicious since it could be fabricated. That's why when she found out about Furu's return to the camp, she had suspended the interrogation so she could lend her help. To the taskmate didn't like the idea of a child getting involved in an interrogation or a war in general. The only reason she had agreed to allow him to come now was because she trusted Furu, and if the man claimed that the boy had skills that could help them, then she was willing to try it. After all, they were in the middle of a civil war with her home village, a war against the tyranny of the Muki Yagura and their targeting and purging of the shinobi bloodlines in the Land of Water. But even if she allowed him to be there, she certainly didn't expect him to simply kill the man. After all, there was no information to be gained from the dead me. She was one of a growing number of rebels who had no problem with loners, or, as she had learned, they preferred to be called outlaws, though she, like many others, was afraid of what several of them could do. He understood that it would be hypocritical of him to hate them while fighting a war against a mad and who tried to kill them for having bloodline limits. After all, it was an opinion that a large part of the rebels had since as the war dragged on and they continued to collaborate more closely with the outlaws. They had begun to form bonds of camaraderie, and the hypocrisy of their hatred had begun to become evident to them. Although honestly, although I accepted, I was still somewhat bewildered by some of them, but still made an effort not to judge something I knew more and more of their commanders and soldiers were also starting to do. But even then, not all of the outlaws had originally been hated for what they could do, but for their refusal to join any of the hidden villages. Many of the rogue clans that had originally been shunned when the hidden villages were formed had simply been misunderstood by the majority, knowing the intricacies of their abilities at that time. The people who established villages had been striving for perfection, and anyone who appeared to be anything less than perfect was not welcome, as they were thought to be dead weight, like the Katame clan, who had been shunned for the defect of having poor near vision. All that was needed was a special pair of glasses, and they were no different than any other ninja who needed glasses, but the myopia of the shinobi of old had blinded them to the potential of many of those plans. By the time any of the hidden villages realized their mistake, it was too late, and none of the outcasts wanted anything to do with the people who had rejected them. Then there were the clans and shinobi who refused to join any village from the start, which left a bad taste in many May's mouths. Wasn't even sure if people remembered why they had started to hate the outcasts. That's why she had taken the time to get to know them as humans, learning about who they were and what they could do while doing so. Unfortunately, some people weren't too happy about this, which forced her to set strict rules to prevent some of her own from rebelling against her. Out of spite, she couldn't risk anyone from either band behaving badly towards the other, so she tried to keep them apart as much as possible. After the war ended, when the need for soldiers and strict order wasn't as necessary, she could change the rules, but for now it was best to keep them separated. That way there would be no distractions caused by the more prejudiced members of the rebellion. I was well aware that as things stood at the moment, the outlaws were the only thing keeping them standing at this point in the war. They were simply too outnumbered and outgunned to fight Yagura without their help. This reliance on the outlaws was part of the reason why some of the more irascible members of the rebellion were being so hostile the way they saw it. This was a rebellion that was to be fought and won by the mist shinobi, and as such they were only tolerant of outcasts as long as they proved themselves useful on a regular basis. The others, however, were grateful for the help, but due to the tension of the subject, they did not feel comfortable bringing it up. As things stood, their rebellion had begun to gain more traction as more and more outcasts and mist shinobi rebels joined the cause, tying their teeth and leading a slight glance at the old man. May tried to ignore the voice in her head telling her to just push him away. The only thing holding her back was the respect she had earned through her patience was wearing thin. He just killed our prisoner before we could get any information out of him. May said, her anger rising as she glared at Fur, momentarily forgetting that the old man actually didn't have eyes. The response Mio expected was for the old man to let a light laugh escape his lips upon hearing her words, even as he slowly and carefully placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his tone warm as he spoke in response to her anger. My dear, I can tell you now that death is only the beginning when it comes. This young man here May had no idea what that meant. However, as she finally turned her attention back to the boy, May felt her mind stop. Her eyes widened in shock, seeing what she was doing to Naruto. Naruto would have liked to give the man a quicker death, but he wasn't sure if he was strong enough to stab his chest and get to the heart was the brain. But if he hit the wrong spot, he could also make it more painful, so instead he had gone for the only option he was sure would work, a slash to the throat. He was sure it would be quick, but what he didn't know was that it would be very messy. Naruto didn't like slow deaths, not even by enemies. Like he was sure this Miss Neen was, if they deserved a death slow and painful, then he knew that you would take care of them when they came to him. His counterpart was much more sadistic than him. Naruto saw no reason to make it harder for him, of course. That's only for the souls he devours. What happens to the ones that go to the real Shinigami? He didn't really want to know. He could hear Furu and the other two adults behind him talking, but Naruto didn't hear them. He was putting all his attention on the dying man in front of him, making sure he was watching as the light poured out of his eyes. No matter what the man had done in his life, Naruto felt it was important that he at least acknowledge his death, especially when he was the one who ended the man's life. And then there was a soul forming in front of him above the man's breasts. It was smaller than he expected, and from what he could see, more than half of it was covered in black spots. The black spots, he had realized, meant the corruption of the soul. He slowly extended his hand, channeling chakra into it. As he did so, reaching out his hand, Naruto grabbed the soul and turned to the three adults who remembered in the store with him. He wanted me and the eye patch man to see what he had in his hand and what he was going to do with it. The moment he saw their eyes widen in shock and confusion, seeing what he had in his hand, Naruto opened his mouth wide and shoved the soul into his gaping maw. As he felt the soul go down his throat and be absorbed into his body once again, he felt that surge of energy, and the quick flashing images appeared momentarily in his head. Then he closed his eyes and took a moment to concentrate. His body throbbed pleasantly with the additional power he had just acquired. Naruto and you had discovered that they could talk without Naruto needing to enter their mind, but neither of them were that used to it. It shouldn't have been surprising that they could communicate like that. After all, they were two personalities that shared the same soul and body. 5 minutes of concentration later, Naruto opened his eyes, and without saying a word or looking at the others in the store, he approached the table and began to write down everything he now knew. Although he didn't write down the jutsu, after all, that information could be more useful later, so he would write it down in private. You had sent him the information quite easily. The boy took some time from what he normally did to sort out the 2 months of memories they had just acquired from the shinobi of the mist, absorbing his thoughts, feelings, etc. Although you did take care to remove 1 or 2 of the more unpleasant memories and discard them, after all, the memory of having murdered a baby was not something that anyone should see. What was that, he asked me, while Naruto walked away from the table where he had just written down what he had found out about the man. Only my lineage, Naruto answered calmly, his tone firm as he refused to say more than that. And what is your lineage? Ao asked the man with the eye patch, his tone much more agitated than Mai's, while showing how clearly baffled he was by Naruto's ability. I have the ability to see people's memories, Naruto replied, deciding that using a half-truth to explain his particular skill set might be better than lying. He was already regretting putting on such a show. What he had told them was one aspect of his ability, and therefore not am. However, judging by the expressions on their faces, they knew it wasn't the whole truth. They went on another 2 hours before Naruto and Furue could leave. Thomi and the eye-patched man still weren't happy to let them go. They had both wanted to know what Naruto had done and how he was able to see the enemy shinobi's memories, but neither the blonde nor Furue answered anything more than the basics, and eventually they had no choice but to let them go. They had the information they wanted, though Naruto was sure he would check it several times before trusting him. If nothing else, Naruto had proven himself useful for now, even if what he could do clearly made people uncomfortable. The man with the eye patch led him out of the camp, this time leaving them at the moment they reached the edge, and pointing at them, Kratos had set up their camp. The first thing Naruto noticed when they approached the outlaws' camp was how different it looked to the rebellion's camp. While the rebels had arranged everything to military and uniform perfection, the outlaws' camp looked like a mix of different camps that they had clumsily put together. A few tents, they all looked the same, all different styles, sizes, and hundreds, but even the ones that did look the same weren't together. They were all scattered in a seemingly random pattern. But the moment Furue led him to the camp itself, Naruto couldn't help but stare in awe at the people walking around and between the tents. As they passed a dark purple tent, Naruto saw a man sitting outside on the ground who looked like he had fallen asleep. The man had dark skin and copper-colored hair. Naruto saw 2 women and 3 children, all dressed in animal skins, with the heads of said animals acting as hoods and masks, with their green eyes glowing slightly in the darkness. As the night progressed, the small family was all crouched around a roaring fire pit with any exposed skin they had covered in white paint. All but one of them were wearing a wolf pelt, with the exception of one of the women, who he was wearing what looked like a bear skin. When Furue saw him looking in his direction, he explained that they were the Navara clan, a clan of skin changers who could use the skins of animals to turn into said animals, but not in the way of an Aini. They were able to physically wear the skin as a second skin. They were a bear clan for their infiltration and assassination skills, but were feared for the macabre nature of their ability. Continuing through the camp, Naruto also saw his traveling companion Kin, standing outside a very large brown tent with a woman the blonde could only assume was his wife, and several other members of his clan, as well as Keijin, all seemed to be wearing the bare minimum amount of clothing, and their bodies were covered in tribal tattoos. Although Naruto noticed that one of the men's tattoos was and another's tattoos were blue for some reason instead of red like Kaijin's, as he continued through the outlaws' camp, he also saw several members of Shappu's clan, all of whom who had their bows and arrows close and ready. They passed by a shop that looked like it had been converted into a blacksmith shop with a furnace built into the outside that was constantly being fed to keep it warm. Naruto was a little surprised to see a group of 10 men moving around him at high speed, but not getting in the way of any of the others' paths. For Naruto, they seemed to be moving in perfect synchrony. However, the most surprising thing was the fact that all the men couldn't have. They were taller than 3 feet at most, and several of the men were even shorter than that. He didn't even need to look in Furue's direction to get an explanation from the old man. This time, he explained that they were members of the Gungnir clan, a clan that produced masters of craftsmanship, and that the weapons they produced were known as some of the best in the land, even beyond the weapons of the Land of Iron in terms of quality and strength. Unfortunately, though, his clan was denied entry to the hidden village of the Cloud during the formation of the villages. Apparently, the fact that every member of the clan always suffered from nanaism was off-putting enough for them to be denied entry into the clan even while living in the Hidden Leaf. Naruto had never seen so many different people in one place, and based on the way everyone interacted and greeted each other, they all got along. Almost no one turned to look in their direction as they passed aside from greeting Furu and before turning back to whatever they were doing before even looking at Naruto as he walked alongside Furue. There was also an air of calm that wasn't felt in the rebel camp, where there seemed to be a constant tension in the air. Naruto found that he liked the more relaxed atmosphere of the outlaws' camp than the more rigid atmosphere of the rebel camp. "Hey, why did you take so long?" a voice suddenly said, interrupting Naruto from his thoughts. Jumping slightly as he was brought out of his thoughts, Naruto turned to see Victor waving at him from a shop in front of them with his usual crazy grin on his face. The shop itself made Naruto think of his friend in the sense that it seemed to have been patched together from several different shops, and not all of them were the same color. However, what really caught Naruto's attention was the woman next to Victor, and the thing next to her had the basic shape of a man, although it was twice Kin's size in both height and width. They were wearing clothes that, just like the shop they were in front of standing there, was patched up, just sleeveless, probably because no one would make clothes for anything at that size. His skin was a dull gray, and he had more scars than even Victor's, and his head seemed too small for the rest of his body. He was also bald, though that was mainly because his head looked like it was made of metal with skin bolted to it in several places. His arms were also too long, even though they were just as muscular as the rest of his body, with a couple of giant bolts holding them together protruded from its shoulders, and the way it stood made it look like it had the stance of a gorilla with its arms used for walking more than its legs. Instead of hands, the thing had blade-like appendages grafted onto its limbs. Overall, it looked more like a zombie than Victor, as it looked like it had been made from several different bodies stitched together. For Naruto, who was probably not even 5 feet tall, the monstrous 12, almost 13-foot abomination was absolutely terrifying. The woman that Naruto, oddly enough, was relieved to find that she looked more like Victor, including the scars and the wiry gray hair that stuck out in all directions while still falling over her shoulders. She looked older than Victor, probably in her 20s, and like his friend, she wore a patchwork lab coat and even had a similar-looking shovel on her back like his friend. However, what really stood out about the woman was her right hand seemed to be made of metal and was several sizes larger compared to the rest of his body. Instead of fingers, Naruto saw what looked like giant needles that could have been used as a zan, and also noticed that there was a ninja wire running up from each finger to his sleeve. Looking at it closely, it looked like a more sophisticated version of Victor's armored bracelets, though also for some reason Naruto couldn't help but remember a sewing machine as he looked at it. As they got closer, Victor ran towards Naruto. The woman was following him to a slower pace as the giant thing stood back and stared into space with a blank look on its face. As the two stood in front of it, Victor practically bounced in place as he pointed at the woman. "This is my third cousin Jack on the side of my father's left big toe, I think, something like that. Or was he on my mother's side? Anyway, Jack. And this is the friend I was telling you about, you know, the one that eats souls. Though I don't have a name for him yet." Naruto ignored the pointed look Victor sent his way with the last comment and took the hand JK offered in a firm shake, thankful that it was her more normal left hand. Now that she was closer, Naruto also noticed that it lacked the slightly manic glint that Victor had in his eyes. Instead, She seemed more calculating, just not coldly nice to meet you. I hope Victor isn't being too much of a troublemaker, the woman said, her soft, smoky voice contrasting with her flamboyant appearance. Naruto could only give her a blank expression that you could even see through his mask, which made Kekkei give a silent sigh before realizing the giant was still standing by the tent. Giving it a scowl, he yelled out in a slightly louder voice that probably just carried over to the monstrous thing. Hey Chunk, get your ass over here. The moment Kekkei spoke, the now identified Chunk began to slowly move towards them. Each step made a loud thud and left a dent in the ground. The beast emitted strange moans as Move stopped right behind the gray-haired woman, but didn't say anything. After a moment, she opened her mouth, but instead of speaking, a large drop of slime guteo and landed right on top of Chki's head. You piece, what the hell did I tell you to stop doing that? This is the third time today. I'm tired of washing my hair every few minutes, the woman said, her face scrunched up in irritation as she gave the beast a light punch in the thigh, which, by the way, was the highest point the woman could reach on the beast. Naruto, he blinked, slightly surprised at what had just happened, before a look of dork crossed his masked face. Well, that explained his hair, Naruto thought, amused, blinking as he watched the older woman begin to yell at the giant Chunk. Naruto turned to Victor only to see him laughing behind his hands. What the hell is that thing? Who Chunk? Is it one of Jeiko's corpse dolls, as they are sometimes called, abominations? It is one of my clan's unique bloodline jutsu. You basically build a body with spare parts, then you use a lot of lightning chakra to give it a boost. They're not the smartest, and it would be an insult to Wood to say they were as dumb as him, but if you know what you're doing, they're strong and they're useful. Naruto wasn't sure what to think about that, though, as he turned to look at Kekkei only to see her still yelling at Chunk for drooling on her head. He couldn't help the bead of sweat running down the back of his head. Looking closer, Naruto used the skill he had decided on calling upon his death, since as he used it, he could sense the souls and life force of everything around him. Looking at the massive Chunk, he could see that it contained life, but upon closer examination, he couldn't see anything that resembled a soul contained within it. Blinking, Naruto stopped using his sensory ability and instead stared at the monstrosity in front of him in shock. He had never seen a living being without a soul before, and was glad that for someone like Naruto, it was incredibly unnerving. Finally deciding to ignore him for now, Naruto turned to Fur, who had been standing silently for the past few minutes with a smirk on his face as he watched the ongoing antics of the new and old outlaws, laughing every now and then in amusement as he listened to Jack's smoky voice raised in annoyance as he yelled at the unconscious Chunk. So Fur, where can I pitch my tent? I have one stored in a ceiling scroll, so I just need to use it and I'm fine, Naruto said, a slightly nervous note in his voice as he saw Furue turn to look at him. It wasn't Furue that made him nervous. No, his nervousness was caused by the possibility that he might be rejected. The old man took a moment to think about it before nodding to himself and walking away in a seemingly random direction, Naruto following him. If I recall correctly, there is a gap between Odin and Clementine's tents in the northern section of camp. I'm sure you'll be able to get along with both of them, though I must warn you that Odin is also known as Cannon Valley around here, and Clementine, well, you'll see, not sure you understand, but still willing to follow him. Naruto made a quick gesture to Victor, who would no doubt keep his clan member, one of the few dozen left in existence, or at least that was what Victor had said. With a quick shout of "see you later" to Victor, Naruto turned on his heels and ran to catch up with the surprisingly agile blind old man. As the night began to fall, closing, and the sky was getting darker, Furue led Naruto to the other side of the campsite where he would be living for the foreseeable future. The old man soon stopped right in front of two tents that had what looked like a decent-sized space between them. The tent on the right looked fairly normal and was made of a plain brown material, although there were a number of dark stains on the fabric. The tent looked like it could hold at least 5 people with ease. There was also a foot-wide pole nailed to the ground. It reached high into the air, easily taller than any of the tents in the camp. It was a stark contrast to the tent on the left, which looked like it had been patched up even more times than JK's tent. However, before Naruto could even think to comment on either of the two, Furue grabbed his shoulder forcefully and threw him 3 steps to the right. Explosion. This action was soon followed by a loud banging sound. The sound was soon followed by something moving quickly and shot out of the shop to the left at high speeds and right through the space where Naruto had been standing previously. The blur continued and went through 3 other shops, much to the chagrin of the owners of said shops, before a member of the Okori Masita clan, a large beast of a man with a bald head and brown tattoos, stood in his way and used his own body to stop him. As the man stepped forward, the brown tattoos on his body began to glow. This was soon followed by the earth around him rising into the air and covering his body like a second skin with his earth armor in place. The man stepped forward to stop the fast-moving blur, catching it in his arms. He was pushed back about a foot But no more than that before the blur fell to the ground with a groan. Now that it had stopped moving, Naruto could see that the blur had actually been a boy in his mid-teens who was slowly recovering with an embarrassed expression on his face as he began to apologize to everyone around him. The teen appeared to be of average height for his age with a slim build which was normal for a shinobi. He was dressed in a black jumpsuit that appeared to have extra padding on the outside with a pair of fingerless gloves that seemed to be attached to the jumpsuit. Naruto also noticed that the boy was wearing boots instead of shinobi sandals, and that the boots the teen was wearing were huge and appeared to be coated in metal. His strange Adwa was topped off with a metal helmet that he wore on his head. There was also a pair of tinted glasses covering his eyes and the beginning of a beard on the lower part of his face. That is Odin, and as I said, he is better known as Cannonball. He is not actually part of a rebel clan, but is from a small town in the country of Earth. From what I understand, he was asked to leave after knocking down some houses due to his ability. It got to the point that he had to run to the border before the hidden rock could take him. Naruto listened to Furu, and as the old man spoke, his eyes fell on the now called Odin as he watched the team begin to help fix the tents he had torn down while continually apologizing over and over to anyone who would listen. What was that exactly? He had never heard of something like that happening. Naruto asked, his brow wrinkled in confusion as he tried to see what the boy's ability was. He had already seen the results of the bullet's ability. Now I just wanted to know what era really was, and before I met you I had never heard of someone who could eat souls. Things like this happen more often than people think. New jutsu are created through trial and error or even accident. New bloodlines can appear randomly, going unnoticed for years. Eventually most find their way to outlaw camps like this one the same way you yourself did. It's no secret that the hidden villages of the nation's elementals have a habit of trying to collect people like this, many of whom become breeding stock or worse. Naruto wasn't sure what to think of this news. Being the son of an Okage, he knew there were parts of the job his father never told them about, but Naruto couldn't even imagine his father ordering something like that. But then again, how many times had Minato heard him talk about the need to put the needs of the village above all else? It had become a saying he used when trying to explain why he had done something. Suddenly feeling very uncomfortable, Naruto turned to the empty plot between the two tents and pulled out his unsealed scroll. Furue said a quick goodbye before leaving, telling him if he needed anything to come and ask before disappearing into the tents. He had just finished getting everything ready to set up when a voice to his right caught his attention. It's not enough. Why must that old man keep sending brats in my direction? I mean, first it was that rocker Odin, and now he's a little boy in a clown mask, said a voice, interrupting Naruto from what he had been about to do. As he turned around, Naruto looked at the speaker. In front of him, there was a young girl with blonde hair who looked around Naruto's age. The girl was slim with shoulder-length blonde hair and pink eyes. The most unnerving thing about the girl was the look on her face as she spoke. It was the kind of look a predator would give. It's pray, hey, come on, don't be so hard on the new kid, said Odin as he approached, a wary look on his face as he looked at the blonde girl. As the boy got closer, his feature began to stand out. He had taken off his helmet to show that he had short brown hair that already looked like it was starting to thin out. He also had brown eyes that at this moment were shifting back and forth between looking at Naruto with concern and at the girl with a slight fear. It seemed like he was talking to you, Rock Brain, the girl snapped as she turned to looking at Hogan. The smile on his face grew larger, which only seemed to baffle the older boy more. Come on, Clementine, I was, the boy began to say as he backed away a bit. Looking around, Naruto noticed a small crowd of outlaws beginning to form to watch the entertainment. Before the boy could finish what he was about to say, he was interrupted by the girl who in a quick blur of movement appeared right in front of Hogan with a gone now expression on her face, with what had once been a pleasant smile turned into a malicious grin, moving almost too fast for Naruto to see the blonde girl slam a fist into the older boy's stomach. Now, under normal circumstances, the idea of a girl doing that to a boy twice her size would be ridiculous. Unfortunately, for Hogan, these were not normal circumstances, as with a slight choking sound the boy's breath was knocked out of him, and he collapsed to the ground. The reaction this received from the crowd was an amusement as they cheered on the younger girls. Some part of Naruto thought they might still be angry about their damaged tents. I've told you before, and I'll tell you again, Rock Face, the name is Lady Clementine, the inhuman Lady Clementine, the girl said bombastically. She bowed slightly to the crowd, earning a few laughs and cheers from the crowd as she did so. I'm sorry, Lady Clementine, Hogan gasped from where she lay on the ground in the fetal position. I guess you're forgiven, the girl said Clementine before turning around to look at Naruto, her pink eyes glowing slightly as they caught the light from one of the nearby fires. So short, skinny, and ugly. Who are you? Hearing that, Naruto blinked, slightly confused, standing up to face the girl. Naruto pulled down his hood, revealing his pale blonde hair and the mask that hid his face. Oh, I see. You're not just ugly, the girl said, pointing to his mask. Naruto nodded, as he opened his mouth to confirm what was about to happen, about to say, only for him to be shocked by what the girl said. "Next, you're so ugly you have to wear a mask to hide your ugliness from the world," blinking lightly. Hearing Naruto reply, before fully thinking about what he was going to say, "You're some kind of bitch." No explosion. Naruto fell to the ground panting as all the air was knocked out of his lungs. The little blonde-haired girl had just landed a punch in his stomach, knocking him to the ground, but his condition didn't last long as he felt that the pool of souls he had consumed was burning in his veins. He could feel his adrenaline pumping as his system was flooded by chakra. His first thought when he felt this was that he had somehow done this unconsciously, but that thought soon faded as he heard T's soft voice in his head. "Come on, Naruto, kick this bitch's ass." Standing up, Naruto could see the surprise on Clementine's face before he charged her, aiming to knock her to the ground, only to receive a kick to the face as the girl jumped a step back before kicking forward, taking advantage of the uncoordinated attack. Once again, Naruto hit the ground, but unlike last time, he didn't stay on the ground for long as he hit the ground in a jerk and got back to his feet, pushing his arm in Clementine's direction as he did so. What happened next really shocked Naruto. A chain-like construct made of pure chakra erupted from Naruto's hand, reminiscent of the chakra chains that he had seen his sister and mother do it, only his was formed by his unique gray chakra. Naruto apparently was not the only one surprised by the appearance of the chains, as Clementine was so surprised that she did not even try to dodge when the chain lunged at her, trapping him half while catapulting her a few meters back. A ruck __. Be that it hurts like a bitch, Clementine screamed. As she stood up again, her pink eyes were fixed on Naruto as he too was standing now in front of her. "You can make a strange chain. That's not fair," as she said that. She broke eye contact with the blonde in front of her and looked down at where the chain had hit her. The parts of her shirt that had been touched by the gray chakra had disappeared. The edges of the fabric showed that it had rotted away. However, the flesh underneath looked like it had also started to rot, as it had turned dry and gray, and the skin was already falling off to show the decaying muscle underneath. However, instead of look horrified or angry, that's why Clementine let out a loud laugh. Looking down once more, she could see that one of the aspects of her bloodline was already working. The flesh had begun to regenerate. The new flesh expelled the rot that had been caused by that chain-like chakra construct. Looking up, she could see the boy's eyes behind the mask. The sclera had turned black and the irises had turned crimson. However, what was most noticeable to them was that it widened with surprise, as if the boy had no idea how he had just done what he had done, jumping up and down slightly in excitement now that his previously oozing wound had healed. The rupee girl sent the masked boy a feral grin. "Finally, a boy my age who can defend himself. Then what is your name, kid? Or should I keep calling you ugly?" When Naruto looking up, he looked her straight in the eyes. Seeing the joy hidden inside her, he decided to say the first thing that came to mind: "My name is Pine Beach." Chapter 8. Years later. Years had passed, Naruto thought to himself as he walked through the winding streets of Kirigakure. 3 years ago, he had fled from his home. At night, he was on the run like some kind of criminal. 3 years since he had met Victor, the strange boy who would later become one of his closest friends. 3 years since he had come to the Land of Water to join the rogue clans and fighting alongside the rebels in the Kiri Civil War. In those 3 years, Naruto had changed a lot, so much that he doubted anyone would know him as unhealthy tone. Instead, it looked like he hadn't been out in the sun long enough, which, considering the climate of Butter County, was relatively true. His mask was also gone. The crude thing had been destroyed by Clementina on one of his many masks. Instead, he kept his face bare. He no longer worried about hiding it behind any mask when he was in Kirigakure's home. Luckily, although he no longer looked so much like his father, with his hair trimmed and his face a little fuller and rounder, no doubt due to his mother's genes, the resemblance was no longer so close, which, when added to his eyes that now constantly had black sclerae and crimson-red irises, made him look completely different. In Naruto's mind, that was how he was. He saw no point in hiding it anymore, not now that he had found happiness in his new home. What had also changed was his style. He now wore a standard pair of shinobi sandals with mottled gray and black shinobi combat pants designed specifically for him. On his chest, he wore a mesh shirt and an open gray vest. On each of his wrists, there was a kanji tattooed, a permanent storage seal on each of his wrists, making the need for pouches or pockets useless. Thinking back over the past 3 years, Naruto couldn't think of one thing he would do differently when he thought about what life would have been like, whether trapped or isolated in Konoha, never allowed to be a shinobi, or dissected in some lab. His body was dissected to try and figure out how his abilities worked. He wasn't very happy where his life was before in Konoha. It was now nothing more than a distant memory, becoming more and more distant every day. The past 3 years for Naruto had been pretty fun, all things considered. The war in Kiri had ended a year after his arrival. Not that he played that big of a role in any of the fighting, not despite his unique abilities. He was still just an untrained child in the eyes of the rebels. He, along with Clementina and the other children in the camp, had played minor roles In the war, sometimes they had relayed messages through enemy territory. They had acted as support for the main forces going after them to mop up the remaining existence, with some of the more unique outlaws like Naruto taking advantage of the opportunity. Naruto had tended to erase himself of the souls that remained from the multiple skirmishes and battles that occurred throughout the Civil War. Kiri had managed to find his niche in their society, where some like Victor collect organs and limbs from the fallen to act as replacements, and others like Clementine ate the flesh of the dead, a rather grim aspect of his own kekkei. Naruto was the only one who devoured their souls. This it meant that he had an endless supply to eat, an all-you-can-eat buffet. Of course, this didn't come for free. He had to do his part. This for Naruto means more than just running errands and acting as support for the main force. No thanks to his unique abilities, he was the lead interrogator of the rebels recruited along with Furue to uncover the secrets of the enemies. How he did it was a secret known only to a select few, including Might. Terumi, the new Mizukage, and his closest companions Victor and Clementine let out another sigh as they felt the rain pounding around them and joined the constant mist surrounding it to soak them to the bone. Naruto continued to think about the past. With Naruto's help in extracting information, the tides of war soon turned as the Loyalists soon discovered that their agents could no longer hide their secrets. Panic had begun to spread as the rebels now seemed to know their every move, their chain of hierarchy, and even their hidden bases. This panic had turned to fear and suspicion as the Loyalists began to believe that they had a traitor in their midst. The rebels took advantage of this and soon began to push back the Loyalists, working in conjunction with the rebel clans to push back the enemy. Victory had not only become possible for the rebel forces, but had become probable, and Naruto had played a major role in this. Not through the traditional method of combat, though. He fought even if it was only in support of the main forces. Naruto helped the rebel forces to victory by providing information, and in the end it was which side had the best information that won the war, not which side had the flashiest jutsu or the largest army. Hundreds, maybe thousands died in battle during the war, mostly loyalists, but also many outcasts and rebels died, giving their lives on the same battlefield for their comrades and for victory. However, one good thing came out of this, as bonds soon began to form between the rebels and the outlaws. The bonds were formed through mutual understanding of what it meant to be hunted for having a lineage. The bonds were formed on the battlefield through sacrifice and bloodshed. What also helped was the fact that the less liberal members of Kiri were loyalists, and these people were being slaughtered by the united front of the outlaws and the rebels, with the loudest voices against the outlaws and doing dead bodies on the ground. It was no real surprise that after the war was over, an agreement was reached with the outlaws, an agreement whereby the outlaws who fought in the war were invited to join Kiri, offered funds, and helped to establish their own clans and clan compounds within the village. Most accepted after all, they had lived by the code that there was always safety in numbers, so as blacks, almost 90% of the outlaws joined Kiri. However, it wasn't a completely one-sided deal, as May had made the offer for a reason. When she had been appointed Mizukage after the fourth Mizukage was deposed after years of brutal wars and purges, the Kiri population was nearly halved, with multiple clans and bloodlines extinct or on the verge of extinction. Kirigakure was on the verge of collapse, making it very likely the village would simply die out or become a minor second-rate village. That was, of course, until she made her offer to me, at which point the beleaguered Kiri population was doubled with new and unique Tandu bloodlines. This led the shinobi of Kirigaka to be happy that their village would not only survive but also come out of this possibly stronger, and it also led the outcasts to be happy. After all, they now had the support and protection of a shinobi village, a village in which they had almost the majority. This opened up opportunities for them to put down roots and create a proper society. There was, of course, some opposition with some shinobi who they looked down on the outcasts or didn't want them there at all. Of course, they tended to be a minority and were quickly weeded out, after all having just come out of a brutal war for the subjugation of bloodlines. That sort of thinking wasn't welcome. In a way, it could almost be seen as overcorrection, as having just come out of the war, the shinobi took things like prejudice to the other extreme, welcoming a number of new clans who hadn't been invited to the shinobi villages for a reason. However, these problems were soon resolved by the new shinobi council that was formed to advise the young Mukame, a council made up of both former outlaws and former rebels, giving a voice to all the residents of Kiri. Naruto snorted to himself at that, thinking about it like that always made everything seem so grand and simple. Unfortunately, even though it wasn't, even now 2 years later, there was still tension, still division. Although most of the shinobi he had accepted and some even welcomed him being quite adaptable shinobi. The civilians of the village were not so welcoming. Some shops refused to serve the former outcasts as some of the bars would not let them in. However, at the same time, the establishments run by former outcasts did not allow civilians in, so it was not a one-sided thing. It was towards one of those bars that Naruto was heading, looking to meet up with some friends and also get out of the humid climate of Kirito. The bar he was heading to was a particularly shady one called the Poison Rat. It was a hangout for him, as Naruto had taken a liking to it due to its rough atmosphere. As he approached, Naruto smiled slightly as he saw a reddish puddle right in front of the door. Looks like some unfortunate son of a ___ got into a fight with the wrong person, Naruto thought to himself as he stepped over the bloody puddle and into the loud, sweaty bar. As he did so, Naruto looked around at his tongue sticking out of his mouth and wetting his lips as he did so. Well, look who it is, yelled a voice over the noise of the bar patrons laughing and yelling. If it isn't that son of a __ pain. Some of the drunken shinobi cheered at that the alcohol spilled out of their cups and onto the dirt floor as they did. Others, however, earned clearly uncomfortable glances walking away from him as they did. Mina Adal, as always, Naruto called out to the woman who greeted him. Her name was Mina. She was a small woman like a girl with bright white hair and sparkling crimson eyes. At first glance looked like a little girl, easily able to pass for an 80 or 9-year-old in reality, although she was a 60-year-old woman, a former outcast who, like Naruto, obtained a unique bloodline or ability that made her leave her home, where that house was, or how her ability manifested. Naruto had no idea. He only knew what she had told him, and she was never the most open of people, and Naruto knew enough about her to know that pressing for more information from her would likely be fatal. Despite her innocent and childlike appearance, Mina was not only deadly, but also a huge bitch. She was a sadist who took pleasure in the misery of others. Her unique ability allowed her to feed on another person's life force. All she needed was to touch you, and she would suck you dry, and not in the fun way. That way she maintained her youthful appearance. She was a parasite that fed on others. The stolen life force also healed her from any damage she might take, which made her practically immortal. Her other shinobi skills and fighting abilities were no better than a Chunin's, but that didn't really matter considering she only needed one touch to drain someone's life. Oh, you sure know how to be charming, don't you, Pain Mina? She replied shyly with a light blush on her cheeks as she looked away shyly. It was all an act, of course, an act to make people let their guard down or underestimate her, but for Naruto, who had seen what she was capable of, it would never work. She may have been sweet and innocent on the outside, but on the inside she was a monster. Your little friends are all at the bar, go have a drink on the house, replied Mina as she pointed across the crowded room and towards the bar. Thanks, Mina, replied Naruto with a wink as he walked past the table she was sitting at with several men laughing and drinking around them, men who would probably wake up tomorrow unable to move after having lost most of life. Like he said, she was a bitch any day, darling Mina, he called back before looking away with wide, sparkling eyes as she innocently stared at the large men surrounding her. So can any of you help me find my Monia? Was the last thing Naruto heard her say before being swallowed by the crowd walking through the bar. Naruto couldn't help but smile as he watched people move out of his way, some out of respect as his contributions in the war were not. They kept it a secret, even if their methods of interrogation and spying were left to speculation. Others, however, moved out of their way because they were both ashamed, since being afraid of a 14-year-old boy was perhaps not unjustified. This was due to what Naruto's current job was. Naruto was one of Kiri's hunters, a shinobi who hunts down and kills other shinobi rebels. It was a job that Naruto did alongside two others, Clementine and Victor. Together they formed one of the most feared hunting teams of Kiri the Ghouls, a team perfectly equipped to hunt down and slaughter rebel shinobi and then completely dispose of the remnants. To this, all their individual abilities contributed. Clementine's bloodline gave her enhanced strength, speed, reflexes, durability, and senses. This, along with her regeneration and unique chakra, made her the perfect hunter. However, the downside to her bloodline was that the changes to her body meant she had to use more energy, which meant she had to eat more, what would make her a normal person. This alone would not be a convenience, but that was not all, because her altered body could not eat normal food. In fact, doing so made her sick. The only thing Clementine could eat without vomiting was meat, and not just any meat, but human meat. Her lineage had made her the perfect predator, although unfortunately she had turned humans into her perfect prey. This disadvantage of her lineage was what led to her and her clan being excluded from the shinobi villages. It had also led to many of her kind being hunted down and killed. This was mostly her fault for giving in to her hunger and feasting on humans without restraint. Clementine was smarter than that, though. She restricted her prey to those outside of her village taking on the position of being a hunter as it fit well with her natural abilities to hunt and kill humans, and also gave her an endless supply of fresh meat. Victor was also uniquely suited to being in UNN with the threads he used. As a weapon, he had become a master of traps capable of turning any environment into a deadly labyrinth. He, like Clementine, also benefited from the amount of corpses they create doing their job, as he had an endless supply of body parts and organs he could use. Of course, sometimes he had to fight Clementine to prevent her from eating his prize then. Finally, there was Naruto's contribution. Like his teammates, he benefited from the corpses of shinobi, both local and foreign, who hunt. Although unlike them, he doesn't have to fight for the chosen leftovers. No, he has the souls to himself, plus the fact that his skills were ideally focused on death came in handy as chakra devoured life, rotting and decomposing everything he touched, be it flesh, wood, or anything living. Actually, it even devoured chakra, but more than that, his chakra not only damaged a person's body, but could also damage their souls if he wanted to, unlike the primary nature of his chakra, which was to rot and decompose anything it touched, and he couldn't turn off his ability to touch, eat, and harm souls was something he had absolute control over. Of course, more than once he had gotten into trouble with his teammates for overdoing it with his skills when he was hunting. After all, none of them could make use of a rotting corpse. This meant that most of the time he only used his chakra internally when hunting individual targets, using it to enhance his speed, strength, and durability, which when wielded in conjunction with his axe made him a true demon on the battlefield, even without his more deadly abilities. Suffice it to say, the macabre nature of his equipment had become something of a legend to the people of Kirigakure and a nightmare to his enemies and rogue shinobi, as each of them had a large bounty on their heads from some of the other villages, as although there were no wars during this time, there were constant skirmishes with other villages, the skirmishes which more often than not ended with all of Kiri's enemies dead. The skirmishes were a regular occurrence for all the others, as they not only went after the rebel shinobi of their own village, but those of others as well, which led to a lot of competition on the field. However, luckily for Naruto and his team, the fact that they wore masks when on the field meant that there were no pictures of them to put on the fact sheets, so although their abilities and code names were well known and feared, their names and appearances were completely unknown well to those outside of Kiri. There were many in Kiri who did know them, or at least knew about them, but they were smart enough to know that if they told Kiri's secrets to the enemies, they wouldn't last long. This was common in all shinobi villages of the elemental nations. Or pain, come here. Naruto listened as he reached the bar, looking up with a smile. Visual soon found himself looking at Clementine, or Lady Clementine, as she still liked to be called. Over the past 3 years, Clementine, as he had grown up, still had shoulder-length golden blonde hair and pink eyes. But now she looked older and more mature. She was no longer as innocent or childish as before, a point she made, so she chose to wear as she stood by the bar. Naruto could help but let his eyes wander up and down her lithe figure. At the moment, she was wearing a very revealing silver armor that included spiked gauntlets and armored grappling hooks. The rest of her armor, however, was more or less an armored bikini made from the head guards of the shinobi she had killed. Her light armor is a mosaic of symbols of different shinobi villains. Approaching her, Naruto leaned on the bar, making eye contact with the bartender. As he did so, "I'll eat pure. I've been told it's on the house." Nodding, the bartender turned back to the shelves of liquors behind the bar, reaching for a clear bottle filled with amber-colored liquor. He grabbed it. He then grabbed a small glass from under the bar and began pouring the precious liquid. "Make it a double," Naruto commented absent-mindedly, as he kept his attention on Clementine. "So troublesome. It's been a while," Naruto said, with a slight smile on his face. "Have you done something I wouldn't really do?" "Not just clean up after our last job," Clementine replied with a shrug. "Tying up loose ends, you know." "Loose ends?" Naruto asked with a slight frown, barely acknowledging the waiter as he handed her drink. "Yes, apparently Subaru, that ugly son of a ___ from Otogakure, had a son," Clementine replied irritatedly. "I had to check that he didn't see anything." "He shouldn't have," he asked Naruto as he took a sip of his drink. "Yes, apparently he saw me rip his dad's throat out with my teeth," Clementine said with a savage grin, showing her pearly white teeth. As she did so, behind them they heard the sound of breaking glass. Looking around, Naruto saw the bartender staring at them in horror. A glass had fallen from his shaking hand. "Chin must be a rookie," Naruto thought to himself. After all, the inhabitants of this bar were all Eterns Ambulas. They talked about __. "Pretty brutal." "Then you killed the kid?" Naruto replied curiously. "No, the little ___." Never saw my face, so I see nothing wrong with letting him live. If anything, it will help spread our infamy. Clementine replied, once again shrugging as he brought a glass of cheap red wine to his lips before emptying it, grimacing slightly at the unpleasant taste. However, Naruto was not fooled. He knew the real reason he didn't kill the boy was his way of maintaining his humanity. The life of a pair was already hard. Even now, they had a village to call home. Especially when you had a bloodline that made you have to take advantage of others to survive. That kind of __. Would make anyone go crazy, but not Clementine. Even though he claimed he was a monster, he still had his humanity. Showing mercy from time to time he could was just his way of holding on to his humanity. And it's been 2 days since our last mission, Clementine replied as she looked at the bartender waving his cup expectantly. Pal, obvious. The man grabbed a nearby bottle and filled it before stepping back. Yes, I doubt that will last long, Naruto thought, once again feeling sorry for the man. As Mina, the owner of the bar, was not the type of person that she knew how to be merciful. Doing a rat job for the old hag, Naruto replied what she told Clementine, that May had a valuable prisoner she wanted information on. Get something good out of him, the blonde asked with interest. I'm not sure, Naruto replied with a slight frown. What I got from him didn't make much sense to me, but May seemed to know something. I'm surprised she didn't tell you, Clementine said, genuinely surprised. May had a huge soft spot for Naruto, let it out with her own with most things, and often trusting him more than she would with most. This was probably due to how grateful she was to Naruto for his contribution in the war, so for her to not tell him meant that it could be something big. It doesn't tell me everything, you know, Naruto replied with a mock pout. Well, she tells you what color panties she's wearing, so I'd say it tells you a lot, Clementine scoffed as she took another swig of wine, only to choke a second later. Yes, it's so disgusting. Why do you drink it? Naruto sighed, seeing her reaction, knowing that because of her lineage normal food and drink tasted so bad to her that she could barely stomach it. It's alcohol. No, Clementine replied slyly. Even if it makes me sick, it makes me drunk. It's true, but that buzz only lasts a few minutes because of your regeneration, Naruto replied, without much sympathy, making sure to sigh satisfied. As he drank his own liquor, the girl gave him a death glare before kicking him in the shin. Imbecile, he muttered while his lips twitched. At least I can heal. Oh, low blow, Naruto said with mock pain. What he was talking about was a drawback in his bloodline ability. Due to the nature of his abilities being based on death, Naruto had lost the ability to heal naturally. He could still force his body to heal with chakra, which made it a minor inconvenience, but still Clementine found it very funny for some reason. Pain, Clementine, I see there is nothing good again, she said, a familiar voice drawing both of their attentions. That's not patchwork, the scarecrow made of patches, Clementine said as she turned to look at Victor. That's funny, Victor said as he approached them. Of the three, Victor was the one who had changed the least, meaning his personality and general appearance had changed the slightest. His real body had gone through a series of changes. He had now replaced all of his organs at least once, and his limbs probably half a dozen times. Curiously, at that moment, he looked a little pale. White arm taken from a particularly annoying IWA shinobi they had fought on one of their missions on his left side, but a dark-skinned arm from a Kumo shinobi on his right side, really giving him the look of a patchwork man. Looking at his dark-skinned hand, Victor lifted it up and flipped Clementina the bird over. However, this only managed to get her more excited. So tell me, Victor, why? I'm curious now. What? Victor asked tiredly. Do you still have your original __? Or have you replaced it now? Clementina's asked bluntly. Victor and Naruto stared at her in surprise. The sound of breaking glass told them the waiter had dropped another glass. Turning to Victor raised an eyebrow. Naruto asked, and why the hell would you ask that? Victor said, completely baffled. Well, I always heard that men from Kumo had bigger penises than men from Konoha or anywhere else in the elemental nations, so I thought you might have decided to get yourself a new penis while you were there, said Clementina, shrugging before looking at Naruto, not taking offense for saying you have a little __. Pain, offended, Naruto replied as he clasped his hands over his crotch at the thought of Victor going around hardening cocks. How the hell did we get on this topic? Victor yelled, visibly avoiding answering as he did. So I came here for a reason, you know. Of course you did. You came from Clementine's hand before emptying it. Well, that was disgusting. I don't know how you drink that cheap crap. Well, if everything's going to taste horrible, I might as well buy the cheapest, most alcoholic one I can, the blonde said, trying to deus arse. And what's the mission? Naruto asked, trying to get the mission back on track. No idea. That's why I came to find you. Lady Terumi wants to give us the infirm, replied Victor as he began to walk out of the bar. But I just got here, Naruto complained. His black and red eyes looked pleadingly at the tall Victor. So you haven't had time to get comfortable now? Come on. Victor replied as he pushed his way through the crowd of other patrons, most of whom recoiled at the sight of Victor's hideous scars and stitches. Has anyone ever told you that you're a bit of a moron? Naruto replied as he continued to talk about Victor talking about how Victor stole someone else's, as Clementine asked mischievously as she also followed the gray-haired man go to the __. Victor called back as Naruto laughed and Clementine giggled to herself in the Mizukage Tower, watching with a slight smile on her face. Naruto could barely contain his laughter as he saw Mei's right-hand man Ao looking down at him. From where he was standing on Mei's shoulder at this moment, they were in Mai's office, with Mai sitting behind her desk in a tight blue dress, a slight smile on her face as she looked at Naruto, Victor, and Clementine, all of whom were standing in front of her desk around. The room currently hidden from view was her entourage of elite ambush shinobi who acted as her bodyguards and her secret police. Not that she needed protection, considering she was a Kage one who had killed her predecessor to get the post. "I'm glad you made such good time getting here," he said me with a smile. "I had hoped to wait some time while Victor picked you up and leave you waiting here alone with the only company of that grumpy Cyclops Peg Perish." The thought, said Naruto with a look of horror on his face, even as his eyes flickered to Ao, hiding a smile at the sight of the tense Cyclops man. "Why, you little O," started staring at Naruto with his one good eye. Raising his hand, he cut me off. His response: "Try to be nice to Ao, Naruto." "I'll try, but it'll be hard with him being a huge asshole and everything." Naruto saddened as respectfully as he could how to give O started again, only to be interrupted by me giggling softly to herself. "Don't get so up, Ao, and maybe I won't get as much satisfaction from a part to you," Mei said, amused. "Despite how funny this is, I called you here for a reason." "Yes, I know. So, who do you want us to kill?" Naruto asked, standing a little straighter as he did so. "Well, I'd rather you just bring them back alive, but somehow I think these two might put up some resistance," Mei replied with a slight frown. "Would you rather they were alive?" asked Naruto, justified in his question since they were a death team. They did not bring prisoners. "Yes, but as I said, I doubt they will come silently. However, what is more important than their lives is what they are currently carrying," replied me as she walked away from Naruto's concerns. "Who are these guys?" Clementine interjected impatiently without care when Victor gave Rel a warning look. And Sayo fell silent in disgust. "Don't interrupt yourself, Kage," snapped Ao as she looked at the blonde girl, only for Clementine to stare back at her, her pink eyes shining dangerously. "Their names are Ra Korisuke and Zabuza Momochi. I assume you know what they carry?" Mei asked, looking at Naruto. "The seven swordsmen of the mist," Naruto asked with a frown. "Do you plan on reforming them?" "Yes, I have decided that the time has come to rebuild them. Kiri is stronger than that has been in decades. Our forces are battle-hardened veterans, and because of the infamy we have received for having the old outlaw clans, we are not getting as many contracts as we should. Both Kumo and Konoha are getting more, while HIW Kiri are falling behind. This is not acceptable," Mei said with a frown. "So, reforming the seven swordsmen is some kind of trick?" Naruto asked, scratching the back of his neck. "Yes and no. The swordsmen were a powerful fighting force, but more than those were also a symbol of Kiri's power," Mei explained. "Okay, then you want us to hunt and recruit or kill the current swordsman, but either way, bring back the swords," Naruto summarized, getting a nod from Mei as he did so. "But that wouldn't leave us with one less sword. After all, Kiri only had 4 of the swords at the moment, 3 of which are already in the hands of the next generation." Ao added information, and the other asked Naruto. Ignoring Ao, Sanada currently wielded by Kisame Osaki. "My agents are trying to get a location, but they've been struggling at the moment, but rest assured when we find him, I'll send you to find him," Mai replied with a frown as she thought about her lack of success in the rebel shinobi search. "Okay, sounds like a good fight," Naruto said with a smile on his face as he thought about the mission ahead. He loved to travel, and he also loved to fight. "Where do we start looking?" The answer he received was that Ao dropped 2 folders on Mei's desk, picking them up. Naruto nodded. "Then we'll get to work. But what if someone gets in our way?" "It depends on who they are and what they're doing," Mai shrugged before giving her a hard look. "But if they get in the way of your mission, put an end to them with extreme prejudice." "Understood." The 3 of them said one term in unison. Chapter 9. 5 hours later, in the land of rivers, moving quickly through the trees, Naruto, Clementine, and Victor, they crossed the border of the land of rivers. None of them stopped or hesitated. Accustomed as they were to crossing the borders of the elemental nations, in reality it was part of their job as hunters. They entered any country with impunity, their identities protected by masks. Naruto's mask was made of a dull silver metal painted black to make it less conspicuous. Unlike his teammates, his mask was completely smooth. It didn't even show the Kiri symbol, although this was due mainly to the fact that if they were caught, their identity as Kairish shinobi would not be revealed, and thus the village would not be affected by the finding of one of their shinobi in another's territory. Victor and Clementine, however, had been much more creative when they made their own masks of a turning Clementine's mask, like Naruto's, was black, but unlike his, however, her mask was in the shape of a laughing skull. The mouth section of the mask was large enough, wide enough that Clementine's mouth could be seen through it. However, this had been done for an actual reason. The laughing skull design had been done for the intimidation factor and also to put her enemies on guard. However, the opening of her mouth had been done so that she could use her mouth while in combat. Her skills and bloodline were completely geared towards hand-to-hand combat, and using her mouth to tear off chunks of flesh was part of that. Plus, it also took her enemies by surprise. Victor's mask, however, was as much a piece of junk as himself, originally made of metal painted black like the other two. His mask had other parts and joined together to reinforce different parts or to make improvements that Victor considered necessary. This had been done with a series of different materials that simply made his mask look strange. Continuing through the new land in which the three of them found themselves, they stopped. The three of them were swinging on a single branch that overlooked a collection of buildings that were in the middle of a particularly mountainous part of the region. Looking at his comrades, Naruto decided to break the silence in which they had been traveling for the last 5 hours since they left Kirigakure. That was always the case with them when they were hunting in enemy territory. They moved in absolute silence. After all, if they talked, they would get distracted, and all it would take is a single distraction for the enemy to take them by surprise. They had seen it personally after eliminating several of their targets in this manner. Attacking while they were talking or eating were shinobi. Things like justice and honor were useless in their line. Deep down, standing on the tree branch, Naruto and the others looked towards the small mining settlement. Naruto frowned slightly as he counted a number of thugs and bandits standing around the small settlement. The thugs currently overseeing several civilians, likely local people of the area, as they were forced to work breaking and collecting stones from around the mine. "How many do you count?" Naruto asked as he looked at Clementine. "That we can see, I'd say 11 hostiles, none of which are shinobi, and 24 civilians," the blonde girl replied from where she crouched on the tree branch. Her sharp eyes scanned the settlement. "But I don't see our target." Probably up above," Naruto replied as he looked up, taking note of the wooden buildings that were higher up on the mountain. "What do you want to do about the thugs? They're in the way," he said. "Clementine, just fine then," Naruto replied before looking at Victor, who was watching silently. "Victor, the first want you to kill today. I incapacitated all those bastards. The civilians get in your way." Victor nodded as he prepared to jump off the branch. "Sounds good. I've been looking for a new liver. Make sure you do it quietly. We don't want anyone to know we're here until we want them to," Naruto added, knowing how he used to like to torment his victims with his wire traps. Raising his right hand and flexing the complicated metal contraption he was wearing like a gauntlet, Victor gave Naruto a bored look. "It really can be boring sometimes, you know. Just do it. Make sure the lower half of the deal is secure before you join us. I don't fancy getting attacked from behind while we're up there." Yeah, I've done this. __. Before you know it, Victor said good-naturedly as he jumped off the tree branch, easily making it to one of the nearby rooftops that dotted the mining town. His hands were already moving as he made his way deeper into the settlement, no doubt planning to take out the town's thugs one by one. Heading to Clementine, Naruto gave another order. "Clementine, go find me the nearest bandit. We're going to need more information on what's going on here." "How many times do I have to tell you, Pain?" "Who's called Lady Clementine?" "The inhuman Lady Clementine," the blonde girl replied with a slight giggle as she too jumped off the branch. Traveling through the air like some sort of specter, Clementine slammed into a nearby bandit, moving so fast she looked blurry as she slammed him into a gap between two buildings. This went completely unnoticed by the other bandits in the settlement as they continued to shout orders to their workers, horrifyingly laughing amongst themselves. Staring into the dark space between the buildings, Naruto watched as with a single punch Clementine Inoue, the plain-looking man, no doubt also struck him down. He fractured his spine while doing so, not that it mattered as long as he was still relatively alive. As he brought him back to Naruto, grabbing the man, Clementine avoided going back to the tree Naruto was waiting at, unceremoniously throwing the man onto the branch next to Naruto. As she did so, "Go make it yours, fantasy boy," Clementine said as she looked expectantly at Naruto. Amused, Naruto replied softly as she placed her hand on the man's head. Barely thinking about it, Naruto pulled his hand back, dragging with her a glowing orb of blue light, one that had a number of dark specks floating in it. Looking up so that she was looking at Clementine, Naruto made sure to smile, knowing that she could tell what he was doing even behind his mask. Before she finished removing her hand from the man's, he made sure to inject it with some of his unique chakra. "Oh, you're such a ___ moron," Clementine muttered irritatedly as she ignored the now visible soul orb that Naruto was absorbing into his bare hand, and instead of being eaten, something he had learned to do over time, instead he scowled at the now dead man as he saw his skin turn gray and wither even as his flesh began to peel away from his skeleton. Within 30 seconds, the man once, though slightly overweight, now looked like an emaciated, half-rotten corpse. Bon appetit, Naruto said with a smile as he closed his eyes. What do you have naked with me for a second? You just devoured her soul, was Isu's irritable response, his voice echoing in Naruto's head. Okay, the guy didn't know much, but here are his memories. He was pretty stupid, so I could only get the ones from the last few months. You continued as the other half of Naruto, his secondary and internal personality, did its job, sending a series of flashing images to Naruto, growling in discomfort as he slowly processed what you had sent him. Naruto opened his eyes again. He smiled again, seeing Clementine's masked face looking at Pons. Because like that, his name was Rotting Corpse. I could almost imagine the look of disappointment on his face. Cheer up. I'm sure we can get you a nice meal later, Naruto replied. As Clementine looked at him, you better do it, she replied, irritated before continuing. So what did you get out of Ugly? It turns out a gang of thugs who call themselves the Kurisuke clan took over the village a few months ago, and Raiga is their leader. I have to say the guy is a little sick. He started organizing funerals for people who don't follow his orders, Naruto said as he went through the man's memories. What's wrong with having funerals? Clementine asked with a frown before adding in typical fashion, of course, a piece of waste of good meat. Well, it turns out Raiga buries people alive while crying and wailing like a __. While performing the funerals, Naruto replied with a shrug. He didn't really care that much after all. After 3 years of fighting in a war and being a Termin, he was pretty numb to most of things. Weird, replied the blonde. What's wrong with a good old-fashioned decapitation? No idea. Now let's go. Raiga is on top of the settlement up there, replied Naruto, while nodding towards the group of buildings further up the mountain. He has about 10 more boys up there with luck. The rest will be dead by now. Impressive, replied Clementina without enthusiasm. So let's try to capture him alive. Why bother, replied Naruto cruelly. It will be easier if we just kill him and his followers, and then we took the Kiva swords. Works for me. And you promised me a snack, Clementine replied, her pink eyes shining mischievously as she and Naruto disappeared from their branch in a blur of motion, heading in the direction of Raiga. All that was left of their presence was the rotting corpse of Pong that even now slowly broke apart, crumbling into pieces as it fell from the tree branch and landed on the ground with a wet thud. A few minutes later, okay, this is the plan. I'm going to kill Raiga while you kill the others, Naruto said as he crouched next to Clementine, both of them looking at Raiga Kurosaki as he cried in a freshly dug grave. Several of his followers were standing around him in funeral clothes. This should be easy enough for you to finish once you've done that. Come and help me. I doubt I'll need it, but it makes the job easier if we work together. Sounds good, Clementine replied with a nod as he reached behind her back before withdrawing 2 long needle-sharp stiletto blades, spinning it in her hands. She looked at her future victims with a cat-like grin. Try not to tease him too much. We'll need his head intact if we want to get his reward money. Just make sure you finish them quickly. I want this job to be over quickly, Naruto replied as he looked down at the mock funeral. Why do you want to get back to your precious May? Clementine scoffed. You know, you almost sound jealous, Naruto replied, without taking his eyes off his target. Raiga, do you want it? Clementine replied before jumping from her position. Her body blurred as soon as her feet touched the ground. Her swords were held in her hands as she charged towards the group. Naruto moved following Clementine's charge. As she did so, he noticed Raiga turn towards them, something that should have been impossible considering their skill and stealth. Compared to Raiga's recorded level as a swordsman of the mist, his skill of elite level with his swords and his lightning jutsu, but in terms of his other shinobi abilities, he was barely at honing level, but still somehow he noticed them approaching. Accelerating his charge, Naruto charged straight towards him. The seal tattooed on his right wrist glowed faintly before, in a small cloud of smoke, appeared his ad. It was a long-shafted war axe made entirely of chakra metal, something that allowed him to safely channel his chakra through it without corroding and damaging the weapon. Rushing forward, Naruto dodged. As soon as he was in range of Raiga, the man had unsheathed his own swords. The finely crafted twin swords glowed with lightning as he lunged at Naruto, immediately going for the decapitation. Crouching, Naruto dodged Raiga's strike, twisting his body as he did so before using the momentum to increase the force of his own blow. The axe blade went straight for Raiga's left arm. The metal now glowed a faint blue-gray color as Naruto channeled his chakra through it. However, it was not to be as Raiga jumped back, avoiding Naruto's surprise counterattack with surprising ease. Without flinching, Naruto took another step forward, taking a strong footing as he stopped Raiga's swords, coming his own deadly chakra, dispersing Raiga's lightning as his chakra slowly began to devour Raiga's. Twisting his wrist, Naruto did not allow Raiga a single moment as he struck the man with his axe, forcing him to raise his swords in a cross guard to block it. Another twist of his wrist caused both blades to get caught in the inner curve of his axe, pulling his and then channeling it, pulling both blades out of Raiga's grip before he raised his foot and delivered a chakra-enhanced kick straight to his stomach. Staggering back a few steps, Raiga gave Naruto a dirty look, seeing his precious swords lying in the mud a few feet away from the Naruto, who was still waiting for his gaze. However, he soon turned away. He trailed off as he felt a burning pain in his stomach. Looking down, Raiga could see the imprint of Naruto's watermelon on his stomach. His chakra-enhanced kick rotted through his shirt and killed a patch of skin on his stomach, leaving it wrinkled and gray. What? Raiga muttered as he felt the burning pain in his gut before looking at the masked man in front of him, with Clementine letting out a laugh. Clementine continued her charge, ignoring Raiga as she trusted pain implicitly, knowing that she had never failed him before. Instead, she focused on the shocked-looking Bidos in front of her, all of whom turned in shock as she appeared in their midst. The first two were unable to react as she drove the stiletto blade in her right hand through the eye socket of the first bandit, killing him instantly. Her left sword slid between the bandit's second and third ribs, causing a crippling wound that would lead to him. He was supposed to die a lingering death, or at least he would have if he hadn't also used his right foot to shatter his knees before crushing his head with a single stomp of his foot without pausing in his movements. For even a moment, he spun around, his now blood-soaked sword still in hand, as he easily dodged a wild sword swing from one of the thugs before slashing his swords again, slicing the throat of another bandit with one blade and disemboweling his comrade. Leaping back from the spot, her first impact with a savage grin on her face, she paused for a second to admire her work. 10 seconds after her first contact with the enemy, and 4 were already dead. The other 6 were either scrambling to draw weapons or looking around in shock, trying to figure out what just happened. Crouching down to be closer to the ground, Clementine once again charged to cover meters in a matter of seconds as she once again faced her enemy. Her twin swords flashed as she immobilizes one bandit, guts another, and pierces the third bandit's heart. Spinning around, she swung her 2 knives out, and the long blades found their home in the throats of 2 more standing bandits. Clementine spun around again. That maniacal grin never left her face as she saw that only 1 bandit was left standing. 8 of the other thugs lay dead on the ground. A 9th was screaming as he curled up in a ball on the ground. He circled forward like a predatory beast circling its prey. Clementina walked over to the 2 living men, her pink eyes shining through the slits of her mask. What the underscore her? Are you the man still standing? Gasped as he backed away from the scantily masked woman, horrified. I'm complicated, Clementina replied, emphasizing the last word as she brought her heel down on the screaming man on the ground, shattering his spine and ending his screams of agony. You're a monster, the man screamed as he backed away from her in terror. Oh, you don't know, not even half of it, Clementine replied before lunging forward in the blink of an eye, ripping the man's sword from his shaking hands. As she sank her teeth into his neck, letting out a moan of pleasure, she proceeded to rip the man's throat out, leaving him choking on his own blood as she began to gorge herself on his flesh. It hadn't been a minute since she first faced them in combat, but in that minute all 10 men were dead, and Clementine had gotten to the man, looked around with dull interest, and smiled slightly to himself as he took in the corpses lying around him. It hadn't been much of a fight. These men were untrained, and most of them didn't even know they were dead until they were. It took a little of the fun out of the fight. Then again, the men were thugs and bullies, so Victor didn't really care if he lived or died. Hearing a slight crunch behind him, Victor started to walk away. He stepped back as he looked to see where the disturbance was coming from. As he did so, he could see several disheveled-looking civilians watching him from their hiding places. One of the bravest decided to speak. Are you going to kill us? Asked a young-looking man nervously as he acted as a spokesman for his fellow villagers. I wasn't planning on it, but I can do it if you want, Victor replied, amused, laughing to himself as he saw the man's face turn very pale at his words. No, sir, we're fine, thanks, the man replied as he hurriedly walked away. His fellow villagers also fled, probably trying to leave quickly for fear that Victor would change his mind about killing them. Civilians, what cowards, Victor muttered to himself before looking at the bodies scattered around him, already taking out a storage scroll behind his back. You better get to work collecting some useful body parts. To the other members of his clan and kid, and had already given him a practical shopping list. The demanding group tended to give him these lists when he went out hunting so they could keep a healthy supply of well-preserved organs and body parts in their enclosure. With Raiga staggering back from the black-masked assassin who had just attacked him, Raiga brought his left hand to his stomach, channeling his chakra to that spot to soothe the pain of his half-decomposed flesh, looking warily at the man in front of him, keeping his eyes on the axe deadly appearance he held in his hand, whose blade was now wrapped in gray chakra. "What do you see, Ramura Raiga?" he muttered as he took a step back, his eyes flickering to his kiba swords lying in the mud behind his assailant. A soft voice replied, the voice coming from the large backpack he had on his back. "It hurts. It hurts to look at him. No, he's not human. It's like he's 1,000 people in one body." "What, Raiga?" he muttered in shock. He had never heard Ramura sound so confused or scared. Ramura shook his head from where he was curled up safely inside Raiga's backpack before responding to his red dujutsu, filled with fear as he looked in Naruto's direction. "Raiga, he's too powerful for you to fight him. His chakra isn't just his own. It's like he's drawing it from hundreds of different people, all of them trapped inside him. He's a monster, Raiga. We have to run now, or he'll kill us. We have to run away." Raiga was about to say something in response, but before he could, he heard Ramuru yelling at him, warning, "Raiga is coming, get down." Raiga instinctively did what Ramuru said, throwing himself into a crouch just in time to see two chains that seemed to be made of the same blue-gray chakra his attacker used piercing the air. Dawn had been standing a few moments ago, rolling to the side. Once again, he dodged as the chains of both dug into the ground. The grass turned brown and died upon contact with the chakra as the earth began to crumble, rolling towards his feet. Raiga looked up in a state of shock, only for his eyes to go wide as he watched the misty gray chains come out of the backs of his masked attackers. "What the hell are you?" Raiga yelled as he pulled out the one and out of a pouch he had on his leg, holding them both ready. The only response he received was the masked man's form blurring as he carried him. His axe swung at Raiga even as the man's chakra chains tore from the ground and shot towards his defenseless back with Naruto. Naruto frowned behind his mask as Raiga once again seemed to almost predict his attack as he avoided both of Naruto's chakra chains, both the first strike and the second launching forward again. Naruto held his axe tightly in his hands, stepping to the side. Naruto avoided both one and that Raiga launched at him even as he continued his attack, swinging his axe at Raiga's legs so he could incapacitate even as his chakra chains shot towards both of Raiga's shoulders. The plan was for the chains to literally disarm him while Naruto grabbed his legs. That way his head would still be intact, so they could ream. His reward, however, was not to be, as Raiga raised both of his hands in a hand seal before launching a powerful lightning jutsu at Naruto, lightning dragon style, lightning pulling his chakra chain back. Naruto slammed them in front of him in a cross shape to protect him from the lightning dragon. With a loud boom, the lightning jutsu hit his defense, the nature of his chakra devouring the Raiga, causing the lightning dragon to soon disperse, sending its chains forward. Once more, Naruto blinked as he saw how Raiga was no longer in front of him. Hearing a light cracking sound behind him, Naruto turned and saw that Raiga had put his hands back on Kiba's blades, holding the crackling blades defensively in front of him. As he lunged forward, Naruto didn't give him a chance to use them properly as his axe hit one of the blades one side, leaving an opening in his defense, one that Naruto soon took advantage of as a spiked gray chakra chain exploded from his chest, impaling Raiga through his sternum before continuing through his body and out the other side. As this happened, Naruto heard a grunt of agony from the former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist as his insides began to rapidly decay from the contact with Naruto's chakra. He also heard a slight groan from behind Raiga. Closing his eyes, Naruto channeled his chakra into his own eyes before opening them again. Naruto found that his vision had changed. All colors had been replaced by different shades of gray, as the only bright colors that could now be seen were the souls of those around him. Looking at the rapidly dying man in front of him, Naruto could see Raiga's blackened souls quite easily. But he could also see behind Raiga, curled up in his backpack, another soul, and this one much brighter and purer than Raiga's. "So that's how it must be as you were watching my attacks," Naruto muttered to himself as he ripped his chakra chain off of both Raiga and the person on Raiga's back. Both of them collapsed to the ground dead as he did so. This was not surprising considering the orbs of light that blew out attached to the chain, the physical representation of their souls. Both orbs were absorbed into his chest as the chakra chain returned to him, letting out a sigh of satisfaction as he felt two new souls being absorbed into his body. His chakra soon redirected into Naruto's as Naruto's inner personality did what it did best. "I hope you didn't destroy his head." A familiar voice suddenly spoke up. Looking up, Naruto saw a bloodied Clementine approaching him with a happy-looking Victor following behind her. "The head is fine, and the Kiba have already been recovered," Naruto replied as he stopped channeling chakra into his axe before using it to decapitate Raiga. After that, the axe was sealed back into his tattoo of doll. "You have a spare scroll for the body and swords?" "No, sorry, mine are full of spare parts," Victor replied nonchalantly as he looked around with an interested expression on his face at the sight of the wild corpses of the bandits who had helped Raiga. Wow, you made a real mess with these guys. And Clementine, Lady Clementine, the blonde replied absent-mindedly, as she looked through her own storage scrolls she kept in a small pouch on her thigh. I have a spare one. I was hoping to fill it with some spare meat, but I already have 2 scrolls full, so my pantry is pretty much stocked. All right, Naruto replied as he took the offered scroll, quickly getting to work sealing Raiga's head and the precious swords that were going to be Kiri. Once this was done, Naruto used his foot to kick Raiga's body, so he was now lying face down. What are you doing now, Ghost Boy? Because I'll tell you right now, I'm not taking a bite out of you. That mess, especially not after your nasty chakra rotted him inside and out, Clementine asked as she looked curiously at what Naruto was doing. Try to think with anything other than your cannibalistic stomach, Naruto answered absent-mindedly as he bent down and ripped the backpack off of Raiga's back. The material peeled away to reveal a frail-looking child on his back. The boy was dead, his eyes glazed over in horror as he stared ahead, turning his body. Naruto looked closely into his dead eyes, taking note as he did of the chakra that slowly flowed from them. His body no longer provided it constantly. Now that he was dead, this boy had a Jujutsu, Naruto said with a frown as he looked at his equipment. Maybe some sort of variant of a Sharingan or a Byakugan. I'm not sure. Either way, it allowed him to see through this bag in all directions and help Raiga track my movements and predict my attacks. Sounds interesting, Victor said, approaching Naruto. Removing his mask as he did so might be worth harvesting them. Exactly, my implantation into another Kiri shinobi once we've figured out what they do and how they work. Naruto nodded as he placed the sealing scroll in his hand and proceeded to seal Ramaru's remains. How much room is left in that scroll? Clementine asked with a frown. We'll need it to store Zabuza's head and sword. There should be plenty of room, though I could seal Kiba's swords and the Zabuza's sword on these bad boys, Naruto replied as he pointed to the kanji Fuinjutsu tattooed on his wrists. Kanji for permanent unseal that allows him to seal his weapons, etc. At will. Sounds good, Victor said excitedly, his eyes fixed on where Ramaru's body had been, his eyes shining with a barely suppressed curiosity about what secrets his body might hold. Can we move on? It's starting to stink around here, Clementine interrupted, his heightened senses making the stench of Ramaru's decaying body reek. Raiga almost overwhelmed her. Don't be so soft, Naruto replied as he raised his hands before releasing 3 chakra chains plus the thick gray blades enveloping Raiga's body. In a matter of seconds, the intensity of the chakra that Naruto's unique chains emitted turned Raiga's body into dust as it caused it to break down on a cellular level, unfortunately for Clementine. However, the moment Naruto dispersed his chains, a wind rose up, blowing the dust that was Raiga straight into Clementine's face. Clementine, for the love of the underscore, yelled Clementine as she started to hack and cough. I really hate you sometimes, Naruto and Victor laughed at that. Come on then, we better get going. Zabuza is in the land of waves right now, working for a shipping magnate named Gata, said Naruto as he started to move. The others followed quickly. In a matter of minutes, the area emptied, leaving only silence and the dead and mutilated bodies of those who had gotten in the way of his hunt 2 days ago. In Konoha, sitting comfortably in his chair in the Tower of Loge, a native Minato, Namek looked out over the village he loved. It had been thrice years since his eldest son had disappeared, thrice years since the trail had gone cold. He had either been kidnapped or had run away. All evidence pointed to him running away, no doubt after feeling oppressed by his and Kusina's worries about his health, something Minato had regretted. After all, a part of him knew they had handled the situation poorly. They should have allowed him becoming a shinobi, certainly not a combat-oriented shinobi. He wasn't too weak and fragile for that. Plus, he wasn't an interrogator. He didn't have the constitution to force people to give their answers. But maybe a Maideen based in Konoha, someone dedicated to healing like that would have worked in the hospital in a safe and controlled environment. But such thoughts were useless. He couldn't change what had been, but could only look to the future and hope that somewhere his son was there. Living a safe and happy life. That was the best he could hope for. In the 3 years that had passed, a lot had happened. His wife Kusina had given birth to another daughter, little Naruto, named in honor of his missing son. Minato also believed that she helped fill the void left in their hearts. Naruto was his precious daughter, but she was also her own person. She was not a replacement for Naruto, but still the joy she brought to their home managed to make up for the pain that Naruto's absence had caused. Apart from the birth of the newest member of the Namikaze clan, both of their daughters had enrolled and subsequently graduated from the Shinobi Academy, both of them finishing at the top of their year, with Urza beating out Mido for the AK Kunoichi of the Year award. Urza, after graduating, had been approached by Yuga, who had taken time off from the Ambu just so she could take Urza on as a student, apparently her natural talent with jutsu had not gone unnoticed by those tasked with protecting Lokage and his family. Urza, of course, she had to choose whether or not to accept the solo apprenticeship as many others had done in the past, or reject it and join a team, as was tradition. Urza, of course, chose the apprenticeship, and for the past 3 months she had been working tirelessly with her new sensei. An apprenticeship may be a rare honor, but it was not easy. In fact, it was much harder work than being on a team, but Urza had earned it through her own achievements. No one could deny it. Myth, however, there was no received such an offer. After all, it was mainly focused on Fu and Husta, with which she could ask her mother and father for help at any time. Of course, she had asked her mother Kusina about an apprenticeship with her, but Kusina had to refuse. After all, she had to take care of Naruto and her own shinobi work to do, no matter how minor it was at the time. Mito had taken the rejection with grace, knowing full well that her parents would help her if she needed it. So, instead of an apprenticeship, she joined the Team 7, a team consisting of Sasuke, Yukiya, and Sakura Aruno, a team that mostly works well together. Aside from a bit of tension between Mito and Sakura, it was at the thought of Sasuke Yukiya that Minato frowned. What had happened to the Yukiya clan? It was truly a tragedy. Things shouldn't have gone the way they did, but unfortunately, they had their investigation into the matter soon revealed the culprit behind the chaos, Danzo Shimura. Suffice it to say, the man was now dead, and his root forces, they destroyed the agents, either dead or rehabilitated. The man's death had not been pleasant either, as Minato had personally led a coalition of Ambu and elite Jonin on a mission to arrest Danzo before stripping away all the secrets that his position as Lokage's advisor held. Was meaningless to Minato, as the warlord's mind had been brutally shattered, as all his lies and secrets were revealed. Even now, years later, they were still unraveling all the man's deceptions, even if it meant covering up any involvement Konoha may have had when necessary, or wrapping up any loose ends that could point to Konoha. It had been hard work and had left many dead. Thankfully, though, some good had come out of it, as they released some of the information to neighboring shinobi villages, building better ties with them. The Hidden Mist was one of those villages. They were now at least on friendly terms with. The new information had also led to the destruction of at least a dozen of Orochimaru's facilities and the termination of many of his experiments and minions, although the man was still not found, nor was his complete network, which was worrying, especially considering the information Jiraiya had recently brought him about the creation of a new shinobi village called Otogakure, and a band of shinobi of unknown rebel power calling themselves AK Katsuki becoming more prominent. Any other thoughts he might have having had soon ended when he heard a knock on his door. Turning in his chair and ignoring the movement of his hidden Ambu hiding around the room, Minato instead simply called out for whoever it was to come in. When the door opened, Minato's previously pensive mood brightened considerably upon seeing the familiar face and big smile of his daughter Mito. The girl was barely 5 feet tall and was wearing blue shinobi sandals, black knee-length leggings, a shirt mesh, and a light blue battle dress around his waist, as he had a thick black belt that held a pouch that were Sakunai shuriken and other standard shinobi equipment. The belt also had a number of rolled-up scrolls wedged into it. No doubt they were finished scrolls containing Fuinjutsu that he could use while on a mission alongside his now teenage daughter. There was also the last loyal Yukiya. The raven-haired boy had a bored look on his face as he entered. His posture showed that everything around him was tedious and that he thought he had better things to do. Next to him was the young Sakura, a pink-haired girl about his daughter's age who was wearing an outfit similar to Mito's, although without the Fuinjutsu supply belt, and wearing a red dress. When he observed the similar ones that were dressed to a part of Minato, he wondered if they had coordinated their fashion choice today, or if it was just a coincidence. Either way, he ignored it, as instead Minato focused on his sensei and his former student Kakashi. And how was Team 7's most recent mission? Minato asked with a barely contained smile as he saw a dark look appear on the faces of the 3 young genin in the background. Minato delighted in little childish displays like this from the new genin, as it showed him how much things had changed. Just like during the Third Shinobi War, the children younger than the ones in front of her were battle-hardened soldiers having lost their childhood due to war. Looking at the new generation, now he could only smile at how happy and carefree they were. Sure, they would have to grow up very soon now that they were shinobi, but for the moment, it was nice to see that they had at least enjoyed having a childhood. It has gone well. I realized Kakashi spoke for his students with a smile hidden behind the stocking he wore on his face. Well, let's see what else we have in the way of ranks today, Minato replied with a slight smile, As he looked at the pile of scrolls piled on his desk, no Sasuke declared no more. Tasks. Kakashi says we are ready for a rank. See, I'm done doing these tasks for those who are too lazy to do it themselves. Yeah, come on, Dad, we've been gening for almost 3 months. Isn't it time for us to have a proper mission? Mito yelled, agreeing with Sasuke as he looked at his father expectantly. Hi, now my cute little friends know that missions are divided by experience and difficulty. There's a reason why the most gening take rank missions, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. He didn't really care either way what missions his team did. I don't care. I want something more than those damn Sasuke ranks, he said again with a frown on his face as he looked expectantly at Okage. However, Mito didn't back him up this time as she saw the emotionless expression on her father's face as he watched them from behind his desk. Kakashi, do you really think they're ready? Minato asked with a scowl on his face as he looked at Okage expectantly. Seriously, as he looked at the honing, Kakashi looked thoughtful before nodding and letting out a sigh before answering. I think they're very well then. Since your sensei thinks you are capable, I have a C rank that should fit your team quite well, Minato replied as he approached a recent request that had just come in, a simple protection job for some bridge builder into the waves. It seems you are going to the land of waves. Chapter 10 now with the team. Yes, very well then. Since your sensei thinks you are capable, I think I have a C rank that should fit your team quite well, Minato replied as he approached a recent request that had just come in. A simple protection job for some bridge builder into the waves. It seems you're going to the land of waves. It was later during the afternoon when Mito felt a slight disturbance in her sensory capabilities. Looking around, she frowned in confusion as she could clearly sense 2 people with high chakra reserves near the high ones. Chakra reserves could usually only mean one thing, and that was another shinobi. What was more worrying to Mito was that these shinobi were lying in wait, and due to their proximity, she could only conclude that they were stalking her and her team. With that, Mito's pace slowed slightly as she concentrated the 2 sources of chakra. Her blue eyes flickered back and forth as she searched for where these shinobi might be hiding. Noticing their slow pace, the other members of her team, they also slowed down a bit naturally, so they remained in the same formation. Sasuke and Sakura, her teammates, gave her questioning glances at her actions, something she ignored as she instead looked at Kakashi, wondering if he could sense the nearby shinobi as well. The gray-haired man didn't even look up even though Mitos knew she was trying to get his attention. Instead, he continued to casually walk down the street with his pornographic booklet in hand. As he did so, looking forward once more, Mito's eyes narrowed as he noticed puddles lying innocently in his path. They were small, innocuous things, puddles of water that Mito under normal circumstances would simply pass by without noticing, but with his sensory abilities, an ability he inherited due to his Uzumaki heritage and likely enhanced by the bijou he knew he had sealed within his gut, he knew something wasn't right. Those puddles were emitting chakra and also a bit of bloodlust reaching him slowly. The pouch attached to his belt, Mito very carefully pulled out 2 kunai, making sure to do it in a way that wouldn't draw any attention to himself. These innocuous puddles weren't just innocent puddles of water, they weren't a genjutsu, a subtle illusion hiding from 2 lurking shinobi. Looking once again at Kakashi, Mito frowned as once again he didn't seem to have noticed, continuing alongside Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna as they walked right next to the puddle. Neither of them spared him a glance at the 2 hidden shinobi. Mito caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye of Kakashi lightly glancing at the puddles. As he passed by, seeing this, Mito let out a slight sigh of relief. At first she had thought she was the only one to see it, but if Kakashi had seen it and hadn't said anything to any of them, then maybe it was just a test. Or maybe they were supposed to be there. It was while Mito was thinking that she felt the sudden surge of chakra when 2 men appeared behind her team, advancing from where the puddles previously, each a little further back, and to the side of where Kakashi was currently standing. Right behind the rest of his group, Mito's eyes widened in shock as he noticed the shocked expression on Honing's face as 2 jagged chains wrapped around him, spinning around his already drawn crib. Mito's face showed his own confusion about the situation. She had been sure Kakashi had noticed them, but the look of shock she saw on his face didn't seem fake. One less, her 2 attackers said as the 3 genins' eyes widened and the chain wrapped around Kakashi suddenly tightened, sending bloody chunks of Kakashi splattering the way. Kakashi, Sakura screamed as she broke the group's formation and began to back away, her eyes fixed on the 2 men attacking them with a fear abo in her eyes. They have Sensei Sasuke, though just like Myth, he was already on the move, pulling out a shuriken and a kunai knife. She threw the shuriken at a tree as she launched herself into the air. Tazuna, the bridge builder they were supposed to protect, recoiled in horror at what he saw running towards his attackers with Sasuke at his side, hoping to make it up to Sakura. Initially breaking the formation, Mito noticed both attackers had breathing masks on their faces, covering their mouths, noses, and chins with scratched forehead protectors resting on their foreheads with metal attachments that looked like horns. One had spiked hair, while The other's hair fell down over the head, resembling a lot of mop both wore. Chunin bulletproof vests that symbolized their rank and camouflage pants that led to their shinobi sandals. However, the most obvious object on both were the clawed metal gauntlets that they both wore and that had a chain connecting them. Myth stopped for a moment when he saw Sasuke's shuriken crash into a tree, piercing one of the links of the chain that connected the two men to the tree. Sasuke reached a certain height and threw his kunai knife, and just as the two men began to run forward, two down, the same man from before said, as he and his partner released the chain that connected them before he lunged at Sasuke with the aim of killing him while he was off guard by throwing his shuriken. However, they didn't have that chance as Mito chose that moment to attack. Using his small size and speed, he managed to get within the guard of the first attack. Dodging under his clawed gauntlet, he slammed his small but powerful fist into the man's sternum, knocking the air out of his lungs with the blow. As the man staggered back, Mito followed it up with a slash of his kunai, aiming for the man's throat, but by then the man had recovered enough to jump back, which led to the blade missing its target and instead his shirt, causing a small cut to his chest. Bitch, the man growled as he lunged forward again, ignoring how his partner now had engaged the young Yukiya in a fight, the two of them throwing and dodging blows as they ran back and forth, raising their now bloody kunai. Mito raised her other hand, creating a cross-shaped hand seal as she used a favorite jutsu of hers, one that her mother had taught her and her sister due to their excessive amount of chakra. Shadow clone jutsu appeared around them, 5 exact copies of Mito, all 5 crouching with identical kunai in their hands while keeping their sharp eyes at his attackers. However, none of them had the chance to attack, as with a swirl of wind, Unka, almost completely unscathed, he revealed himself. The gray-haired man made a dramatic entrance as he landed on top of Sasuke's attacker, sending him crashing into the ground before he launched himself forward in a blur and slammed into the myth attacker, knocking him down and taking him out in one hit. Well, that could have gone better, said Kakashi as he looked around at his students. Sakura, you broke the formation and you ran away. Mito, you didn't think to warn your teammates that there was a threat nearby, and Sasuke, you didn't bother informing the others of your plan. You simply acted without thinking of the consequences. Sasuke frowned before looking away. Looking at the room, Sakura seemed to shrink into herself and avoided making eye contact with anyone else. However, Mito frowned at Kakashi before speaking. I saw that you had seen it too, sensei, and due to your lack of reaction or the fact that you didn't inform the others, I didn't either. Well, you should always share information, as you never know when it might be useful or even save a life. That being said, I can understand why you wouldn't in this scenario, Kakashi responded a little nervously, realizing why Mito hadn't informed the others. But anyways, the good points were that both Mito and Sasuke took the initiative when they thought they had been killed. Speaking of initiative, Mito and Sasuke can secure those two so the Inbu can pick them up for interrogate them later, Kakashi said as he pointed at the two missing men who were groaning. Both Sasuke and Mito nodded as they got to work disarming and then tying up their two attackers, Mito making sure to put one of his own Fuinjutsu seals on the men, which would restrict their chakra, preventing them from escaping their restraints. While this was happening, Kakashi continued speaking as he was saying before apologizing for his initial mistakes. You guys did pretty well in the end. These guys are top-level shinobi, Chunin, formerly of Kirigakure, and are known for not giving up when fighting. Now the question is, why did two shinobi attack us while we were on a simple bandit protection mission? Kakashi finished as he looked at the client. Dazuna paled and nodded, seeing the dangerous look in Kakashi's eyes, and also how the red-haired girl and the black-haired boy were also looking at him from where they were securing their attackers. It's true, this mission is probably more than you knew, but he had no other choice. I have a super bad guy chasing me. His name is quite famous, said Tazuna, while raising his hand defensively in front of him, who questioned Kakashi with a curious look in his eyes. The rich shipping magnate Gata, said Tazuna with a tired and exhausted sigh, seeming to shrink into himself just by mentioning the man's name. The same Gata who many say is one of the richest men in the world, Kakashi asked with a bit of surprise. His mind was already spinning at what this could mean. Such a rich man as a Gata, he would probably have a lot of muscle to back it up. That included shinobi muscle. Tazuna nodded. Yes, legally he owns and runs a shipping business, but illegally he sells drugs and other illegal items to others and uses ninjas and gangs to take them over. He set his sights on our small country about a year ago and quickly took control of all of our shipping companies. He has complete control over what comes in and out of the country. The only opponent to his control is the completion of my, Tazuna said, and he was right. His control over Wave was complete due to his control over who can enter and exist and what they can and cannot take with them. However, Tazuna's bridge would break this monopoly. So you're in the way, Mito asked. That's why he's sending shinobi after you to kill you, so you can't break his control over Wave. Tazuna nodded. We're not a rich country, Even the feudal lord isn't that rich. We didn't have the funds needed for an expensive B rank. I could only afford a mission of rank C, he said before adopting a slightly pathetic look on his face. Huh? But if you give up now, I'll definitely die. It won't be a problem. It's just that my super cute grandson will cry for days when he finds out, he said, while letting out a loud fake laugh. And my super beautiful daughter will hate No I forever, but it won't be your fault in any way, he said as he walked away from them with a knowing glint in his eyes. Kakashi looked at the man with a deadpan expression even as he felt the expectant expression on his parents' faces. Students, while everyone looked at him, Kakashi sighed at that, knowing that they wouldn't let him alone until he agreed. Rolling his eyes, he said, well, I guess we can accompany you to your country. However, what Kakashi forgot to say was that if he considered that his students were in danger, he would happily abandon the mission and leave Atsuna to her fate. The life and well-being of his team outweighed a lying client any day. Smiling slightly at the thought of the exciting mission that was coming, he joined the rest of his team as they set off towards the coast, where they would meet up with a friend of Tazuna's who would take them to Wave Island. The part of the coast they were heading to was a popular crossing point, as it was at this point that Wave Island was closest to the Elemental Nation's mainland. Just an hour later, with Naruto silently jumping from tree to tree, Naruto, Clementine, and Victor accelerated at high speed as they moved parallel to a dirt road. They were heading to the nearby coast, the point that was easiest to cross due to how close the island was to the mainland's waves at that point. In fact, it was so close that a shinobi could use Walk King and run the distance. This was much better than if they had used another point along the coast, as then they would have had to run through the water in 2 stages due to the chakra usage and the continuous amount of control needed. The silence they were traveling in was soon broken by Clementine, the blonde girl. Suddenly, he stopped on a nearby branch, causing both Naruto and Victor to stop as well. What's wrong? The comforting feeling of the axe in his hand helped him focus as he closed his eyes, channeling his chakra into them before opening them again. As he did so, his crimson irises glowed slightly. Looking in the direction Clementine was, almost everything appeared in shades of gray, everything of course except the souls of the living. Moving his eyes from side to side, Naruto discarded some of the smaller bright blue shapes running through the forest. Free birds, foxes. Looking ahead, however, he could see 2 larger shapes in the distance. These were shaped like men. They glowed brightly, showing they had more chakra than an average human and had dark spots floating in them, something that usually meant shinobi. However, something was a little strange. He could also see a small black seal on their glowing chests, and the seal seemed to be infringing on the men's chakra. Closing his eyes again, Naruto stopped channeling his chakra into them. This meant that when he opened them, his vision returned to normal. Looking at Clementine, she spoke, you're right too. Shinobi of a mid-chunin level in strength, though from the looks of it someone has put a seal on them, preventing them from using their chakra. Then this is not an ambush, concluded Victor as he looked from Naruto to Clementine. What do? We interrogate them. Of course we find out what happened, and if they have a reward we take their heads. If not, Naruto answered with a thoughtful expression on his face, we kill them anyway. Let's not remember witnesses if possible. Sounds good, said Clementine as she once again prepared to move. Both Victor and Naruto followed her. Very soon the 2 incapacitated shinobi turned into 2. All of them appeared in front of the tree they were tied to. Well, look at our luck, Naruto spoke as he looked at the tied-up shinobi. If they aren't the demon brothers, what are Zabuza's bitches doing so far away from their boss? The brothers looked at Naruto for that comment, but otherwise remained silent. It seems like we've hit the jackpot. These 2 will have a lot of information about Zabuza and what he's up to. Plus, each one has a bounty on their heads. It's a lot, but at least he'll pay for a few rounds at Mina's house, Naruto continued as he looked at the 2 men. We're not telling you bastards anything. You better kill us, one of the brothers growled. The other looked at them stoically. It's good, then we don't need you to cooperate, isn't it? Naruto replied before, without warning, he swung his axe, decapitating both shinobi at the same time, their heads hitting the ground with a thud. A look of surprise on each of their faces as Naruto held him. 2 chakra cads came out of his left palm, crashing into the now headless demon brother's chest before Naruto ripped them off. His chains wrapped around both of their souls as he retracted them. What was left of the missed demon brothers were their heads and a pile of gray dust. Damn cowards, Naruto muttered in contempt as he looked at their severed heads. Well, __. What went up your ass and died? Asked Clementine with pink eyes slightly widened at the sight. The brutality with which Naruto finished off the incapacitated brothers were traitors. They abandoned Kiri to the rebellion the first chance they got. They didn't even look back. Naruto replied as his eyes moved, and he made contact with you, absorbing the memories that were recovered from the devoured soul. They were getting better at it, being able to obtain more and more from souls. Very soon, Naruto hoped that they would be able to absorb all the memories of a shinobi, but that was too far away at the moment. Good point, replied Victor, nodding along with Naruto. He had also heard about the brothers. They had fled from Kiri with Zabuza shortly after the swordsman tried to kill the Mizukage, of course. He had failed and fled, fleeing the land of water as fast as he could. The brothers had limited themselves to following him only. They had never taken a position but had fled out of fear. It still seems a bit too much, added Clementine. Tell me, are you so angry? Why did they betray? Kiryu is why did they betray me? It turns out that the sources were right. Zabuza is in the land of wave working for that Gata, but apparently he hasn't apprenticed some girl who thinks it's fun to play dress up pretending to be an Unteran, said Naruto as he crouched down and sealed the demon brothers' heads. It also seems the bridge builder, this Tazuna, has some shinobi protection. Naruto frowned deeply as he said the memories he had seen had him worried. Is there something we should worry about? Clementine asked as he stopped mocking, sensing her discomfort. Perhaps, Naruto replied, still frowning as he focused on the memories he had received. He recognized 3 of the 4 shinobi protecting Tazuna, and for once he wasn't sure how to act. The bridge builder is guarded by the copy ninja Kakashi had take and his Genin team. The team includes Miton, Namikaze, Sasuke, Uchiha, and a nameless girl. I don't recognize him. Sounds like trouble, Victor replied with an eye expression on his face. Serious face, asked Clementine in disbelief. Kakashi may be tough, but the 3 of us together are more than enough to catch him. As for Genin, they wouldn't stand a chance. We could slaughter them with ease. No, Naruto snapped harshly as she turned to Clementine. The blonde-haired girl's eyes widened when she heard the dangerous note in Naruto's tone, letting out a sigh. Naruto forced himself to calm down. It's more complicated than that. These aren't just any shinobi, they have connections. Namikaze is the daughter of the 4th Hokage, while Sasuke Yukiya is the younger brother of Itachi. Yukiya, in reality, Naruto wouldn't care if he had to kill Kakashi. He had never really interacted with the man. As such, he really didn't care if he lived or died. The same, to a certain extent, could be said of Sasuke. Naruto didn't really know the boy, but he did know his brother Itachi. He also knew there was something strange about the Yukiya massacre. Itachi wasn't the type of person who enjoyed suffering or mocking his enemies, so why would he leave his brother alive unless he had a specific reason to spare him? Naruto didn't know what that reason was, but what he did know was that he didn't want Itachi as an enemy. As far as myth goes, he wouldn't allow anything to happen to the girl. She was his sister, and he loved her. This meant that even if he had to fight his own team, he wouldn't allow anything to happen to her. Although hopefully it wouldn't come to that, as he loved and trusted his team implicitly, just like they did the same for him. The pink-haired girl, whoever she was a nobody. Naruto wouldn't care what happened to her. I doubt Itachi Yukiya would really care what happens to his brother, considering he massacred his entire clan. Although I do see you aiming for the 4th, even if the 3 of us went all out, we wouldn't stand a chance against him, Victor added with a sage nod to Naruto. Yeah, sure, I'll agree with that, Clementine also said, even if it meant gritting her teeth. But then what do we do if these tree huggers of Konoha interfere with our simple mission? If they don't interfere, we leave them alone. If they interfere, we do what May said, we neutralize them. Although I warn you now, the red-haired girl and the black-haired boy are not to be harmed. Well, the black-haired boy can be harmed, just not that bad. Well, it's okay. As long as you leave him alone, it's fine, Naruto replied, shrugging. Leaving Clara his order for his teammates. Myth is off limits. The others are free game, but they only interfere what is with you? And the redhead's Clementine asked, irritated, as she and Victor agreed to do as he said. Naruto had never led them wrong before, and they highly doubted that his caution about this Konoha team was unwarranted. I don't know what you mean, Naruto sniffed, looking away from Clementine as he did. She's right, it seems you have an unhealthy fascination with our Mizukage, and now the Namikaze girl, Victor added with a slight smile at Naruto's discomfort. I don't have a unhealthy fascination with the Mizukage, we just have a good working relationship, Naruto replied, irritated as he jumped into the trees, not even dignifying the comment about his sister with a response. Ha, good working relationship practically lets you get away with murder. Seriously, the way he dotes on you at times makes it seem like the 2 of you are, while you always get mad whenever someone says something negative and you're obsessed with following his rules. Clementine scoffed while she and Victor followed Naruto into the trees. I have no relations with the Mizukage, Naruto yelled back before adding a barely heard tone. Unfortunately, at the end, and Clementine, you know May is our Mizukage. You're supposed to follow her every order and defend her. It's kind of our job as Kaira's shinobi, Naruto added in a deadpan tone. Yeah, shut up, I know, Clementine replied, even as she stopped mocking Naruto. Well, at least she does now. Victor let out a laugh when the table turned against Clementine. Oh, go steal a __. Clementine yelled back, why don't you go eat a ___. Victor replied with a smirk. You offer? Clementine replied mischievously as she bared her teeth at her two teammates. Instantly, they both flinched as their hands moved to cover their privates with Team 7. Everyone stay alert now, we're in hostile territory. Make sure everyone stays in formation around Tazuna, said Kakashi as his team formed back up around Tazuna before they set off towards land. And in the direction of where Tazuna had set his home was Mito was using his sensory abilities almost constantly. As he moved with his team, Kakashi had tried hard to convince everyone of what the mission was all about as they traveled on the ship. They had been traveling for about 20 minutes before Mito sensed something. Without hardly thinking, he quickly pulled out a shuriken and threw it into the bushes. Even as she motioned for her team to stop, her sensory ability had picked up a chakra signature at the edge of her range this time. She wasn't going to take any chances. She was going to make sure every member of her team knew what was going on. Stalking forward and pushing the bushes aside, she looked to see what she had hit. Instead of a person like she expected, she saw a dead rabbit with her shuriken lodged in its throat. Mito, look at it, what you've done, Sakura screamed as she ran towards forward, breaking formation as she headed towards the rabbit. However, Mito ignored her. Her violet eyes looked around the silent forest. She could still feel the presence of chakra, but she couldn't triangulate where it was. Closing her eyes, she tried to expand her senses, taking her abilities further than she had before. Opening them again with a shocked expression on her face, she looked at Kakashi. She had sensed the chakra she was looking for, but she had also sensed the very distant presence of more chakra signatures. Chakra. That bunny is white, but its spring, the fur, should be brown. This has been kept in a cage to be used as a replacement jutsu. They're here, Kakashi thought to himself, oblivious to what Mito had just sensed as he began to sense around chakra. Although his abilities were much weaker than Mito's, Sakura gets back into formation, Kakashi yelled as he tried to sense an enemy. Kakashi-sensei yelled, Mito ignoring Sakura as she tried to get Kakashi's attention. There's a powerful chakra signature nearby and 3 others, although they were further away. Kakashi's eyes went to Mito at that, knowing for sure that her sensory abilities were better than his. He almost cursed himself when he heard that there were 4 possible enemies coming after Tizuna. However, before he could, both he and Mito turned around, both looking at a tree branch, before screaming simultaneously down at the command. Hearing 5 people instantly hit the ground, and Sakura was dragged away by Mito as she was worried about the dead rabbit. Everyone was lucky they did, as they all managed to narrowly avoid being hit by a massive flying sword that had just embedded itself into another tree right behind them. Looking up at Mito, Kakashi, and Sasuke, who noticed there was another one in their presence, and instantly stood up. The man had spiky black hair with a striped queer forehead protector, which meant that he, like the 2 that attacked them before, was a missing mean from Kirigakure. He had bandages around his mouth that extended down to his neck. He wore no shirt, leaving his torso exposed to the elements, but on his legs and arms were long arm and leg warmers. He wore striped shinobi pants that disappeared under his leg warmers and then gave way to his black shinobi sandals. Looking up, Mito forgot about the other chakra signature approaching, as instead she took stock of the man before her and how much chakra he had was as much or more than her sensei. Kakashi, for a moment she began to take a step back, a little cowed by the amount of chakra her man was emitting, but then she found her resolve. It was Mito fucking Namek. She was the daughter of Minato Namek and Kyuzin Yuzum, sister of Naruto. Azan Naruko Namikaze would never back down. With her hardened resolve, Mito pulled out her kunai, even as she summoned 9 shadow clones. 8 of the clones took up a defensive stance around Tazuna as they did so, while the remaining clone dragged Sakura away back to the defensive formation. Sasuke shouted, Mito AIA, who looked surprised, gets back into formation. The raven-haired boy glared at her for giving him an order, but still did it anyway as he walked away from the man until he too had joined the diamond-shaped defensive formation around Tazuna. As this was happening, Kakashi had half closed his eyes at the newcomer as he heard Mito take control of the team. Good job, Mito thought as he continued looking at the shinobi who had thrown away his sword. His fingers trembled as he prepared to spring into action at any moment. Zabuzi Momochi Imin of Kirigakure, this man is on another level. Go back and protect the client, he told his team as he faced his opponent. His bored act subsided as he prepared for the fight to come. Kakashi no Sharingan, the copy ninja of Konoha. It is said that the man copied over 1,000 jutsu. No wonder I doubt the demon brothers had any possibility. But the bridge builder is my Kakashi, replied Zabuza as he looked at the Konoha shinobi from his position on a Sharingan tree. Sasuke thought as he looked at his sensei in confusion. Mito didn't even blink. He knew Kakashi since a long time ago. Not well, of course, but he had regularly visited his home. As such, he knew he had a Sharingan, the bloodline of the Uchiha clan hidden beneath his crooked forehead protector Kakashi, ignored the gaze of his students as he raised his L-shaped headband to show his left eye, revealing an eye with a red iris, a black pupil, and 3 black tomes. Seeing Sasuke's hands clenched in anger while Mito looked away and instead tried to concentrate on the other signatures he had felt approaching Sharingan. What does that do? Asked Sakura. Knew about the bloodline, but didn't know what it did. The Sharingan, I can see it so early. I feel honored, said Zabuza mockingly as he slightly bent his legs, preparing to go into action. He says that some eyes have the power to defeat any style of nin Jino Taijutsu. The Sharingan is one of them, but that's not all. Sasuke responded to the slightest hints. Your partner, I need that bridge builder to die, he said as he jumped up and grabbed his sword from the tree. Looks like I'll have to beat you first, Zabuza continued before disappearing in a burst of speed. The 3 Genin and the 9 shadow clones quickly reinforced their protective formation around Izuna with their kunais out, even as Mito continued to focus on her sensory ability, opening her eyes in surprise and a little fear. Mito called out to Kakashi-sensei, the other 3 signatures are very close now, and so it was myth. She could feel it, and what she felt really scared her. The closest signature was one that felt quite powerful. It radiated large amounts of chakra that had at least a high Chunin level. The others, however, were the ones that really scared her. 2 of the signatories would be classified perhaps in the middle level of honing, not as powerful as those of Kekkei Zabuza, but much more than those possessed by Sakura and Sasuke. But it was the last one that scared her. She knew that because he had the QB sealed in. She and her Uzumaki heritage that possessed more chakra than a normal person, more than even Kakashi had, but the person approaching possessed more than her, and unlike hers, this person's was completely controlled. If she had to compare it in density and power, she would compare it to her father's chakra or Jiraiya's Mito. She wished she could be able to sense more about the approaching shinobi, but her control over her sensory abilities was not at that level yet. Her mother had told her that with proper training, he would soon be able to sense not only the nature of a person's chakra, but also the nature of the person themselves, but that for Mito was still far away. Looking up and once again taking part in the current situation, Mito's eyes widened as he realized that Zabuza was no longer visible, but the area around him was slowly being covered by a shroud of mist. Mito, Sasuke, stay on guard. This is Zabuza's hidden mist jutsu. He will use it to hide and be able to hit us without being seen. Kakashi spoke. His main concern at the moment was about the powerful ranking shinobi he was facing, although he was still wary of the other 3 presences Mito had warned him about. There are 8 options in the human body that he could choose from. Zabuza's disembodied voice floated through the mist, one that made all the members of Team 7 think as they looked around. Mito's clones were as nervous as the girl herself. Liver, lung, spine, levic vein, neck vein, brain, kidneys, and heart. Which one should he choose? Zabuza continued to question from his position within the mist. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he looked into the mist, searching for the disembodied voice. Zabuza was a master of silent killing, so remember, stay on guard. Suddenly the 3 Genins felt the killing intent of their sense, and enemy skyrocket. Sasuke and Sakura began to tremble as Mito felt a drop of sweat run down her face. She and his sister had been trained by their parents when they were still young. As such, they had felt all the fury and terrifying of their mother. Kusina Izumaki, as such, was much more accustomed to the eye than her teammates, so these are 2 honing fighting against them, questioned Sasuke before thinking. The air is so heavy one could go crazy here. I almost want to end it just to be away from here, thinking. This his hand that was holding his crib and began to shake uncontrollably. Come on, Sasuke, it's time for you to get up as a man. This is what it's for. We've spent the last 3 years training. Don't be a coward at the first chance for real action. Mito spoke through gritted teeth as his eyes darted towards Sasuke, hoping to lure his teammate into finding his pathetic worth. Zabuza's voice growled before a swirl of mist appeared near the Genin, swirling around Kakashi. He moved quickly with his cradle already in hand as he turned to face Zabuza, but by then reflexes were fading. Mito's clones had already activated. The slight spike of chakra that Zabuza caused with his appearance was all the warning she needed, as both she and 3 of her clones acted on instinct and thrust their kuna forward, impaling Zabuza in 4 different places. Splashing, Zabuza's body turned into water before it shattered, revealing it was actually a water clone dispelled by Mito's blow. However, Mito was trying to keep her resolve when she felt multiple spikes of chakra appearing among the mist. Zabuza soon made his presence known again as he appeared behind him and slashed him with his sword, only for Kakashi's body to turn to water, revealing that he too had once been a water clone. It's over, Kakashi said as he once again appeared behind Zabuza with a kunai at the man's neck. How you wish, Zabuza muttered, a smile on his face behind his mask. However, before either of them could say or do anything else. They both moved in blurs, jumping apart as a sudden shower of shuriken landed where they had been previously. What Kakashi thought as he looked over to where his team was still standing with a frown, realizing that it hadn't been them who had interrupted the fight. Zabuza also frowned as he looked at the shuriken embedded in the ground. Before looking around, Aku yelled Zabuza, only for a blur to appear next to him. The shinobi was dressed in a black kimono with blue trim. The person's face was covered with a white mask with the Kirigakure symbol on top. Two bangs fell in front of the mask, and the rest tied behind the person's back. A piece of cloth similar to a scarf was tied like a belt around the person's waist, and the person had sandals on. Since no skin could be shown, no one could tell what gender this person was. At first glance, a Kirigakure hunter. Kakashi, as he backed away, was once again in front of his Genin Mido team. He frowned at that. This, he acknowledged, was the high-level Chunin shinobi that had been lurking quite close to them. But Kakashi named them as an unturned shinobi that specialized in hunting and killing rebel shinobi. However, this shinobi did not seem aggressive to Zabuza, who in turn was a missing nin of Kirigakure. In fact, the unturned almost seemed submissive and had appeared when Zabuza called out, "Yes, Sir." Zabuza, the one now called Aku, replied in a soft voice. "And without, were you the one who interfered?" Zabuza asked while keeping an eye wary of Kakashi. "No, I don't know where those shuriken came from." Aku, he replied calmly. "You're not a real hunter, are you?" Kakashi said rhetorically as he sized up the newcomer. "Oh, how truly cunning of you." Kakashi attacked. A mocking female voice called out from the surrounding misty forest, raising his 6-foot greatsword. Zabuza looked around, searching for where the voice came from, using his own limited sensory abilities to assist with Kakashi doing the exact same thing. Mido did the same, though. With his skills, he soon locked onto the 3 power chakra signatures he had sensed earlier. The 3 of them were here, all so close. It was almost suffocating. "Kakashi-sensei, they are." Mido, he began, only to stop when a shuriken crashed into the ground at his feet. Kakashi, at that, "We will give you this warning. Leave the area now and take your Genin team with you. Do that, and we won't have any problems." A different voice spoke. This one was soft-voiced and masculine. "And how can I trust on you if you don't even show your face?" Kakashi yelled as he continued to try to hold on to the voice. However, because Zabuza's hidden Mishjutsu was still in effect, he was finding it very difficult. "Even with the Sharingan, you're telling Kakashi to go away, which means you're most likely here for me." Zabuza exclaimed suddenly. "Kakashi has a higher bounty than me, which means you're not bounty hunters, and the only reason anyone would have to come for me if it wasn't for the reward, it would be for my old affiliation with Kirigakure. I'm Sun Termins, aren't you?" "Oh, he's very clever, right?" The female voice spoke again. "It's true, but when has he saved someone's life?" "Being clever," said another male voice, with this one full of humor, as if this whole situation seemed hilarious to him. "I will repeat what I said before. Leave this place, Kakashi, or whatever happens next will be in your head." The soft but confident male voice spoke again. "And as I said, I will not trust your word until I revealed it to you." Kakashi replied stubbornly, knowing that if he and his team retreated, it was possible that these unknown shinobi would attack them from behind. For all he knew, it could be some of Zabuza's other accomplices. "Then we have a stalemate." The same voice from before replied softly. Chapter 11. Now with Naruto. Naruto had a frown on his face as he looked out at the clearing from where he was crouched on a tree branch with Clementine and Victor crouched on the branches. Other larger branches that were scattered around the outskirts of the clearing. Things had not gone as Naruto had expected. They had quickly managed to catch up to Kakashi and his team after they had run over the stretch of water between the land of fire and the land of wave. They hadn't even had to wait to use Kakashi and the bridge builder Tazuna as bait. When they caught up to them, Kakashi and Zabuza were already locked in combat, with Zabuza's apprentice hovering around waiting to pounce, and Kakashi's team huddled together around the bridge builder in a defensive formation. It had been at this point that things had started to go wrong. Naruto had told Kakashi to leave, giving him a way out of here with his bridge builder and his team. This would leave only Zabuza and Aku alone in the clearing, with any chance of escape being cut off by Naruto and his team. But it wasn't to be. Kakashi had decided to be stubborn, which had led to a stalemate, as Kakashi demanded they reveal themselves before he would trust them, and Naruto told him to leave or there would be consequences. "Mido, Sakura, Sasuke, get some Tazuna back. I needed him out of the way," said Kakashi as he gestured for his team to slowly back away. Clearly the man had realized they were in a stalemate and hoped to get his team and client out of the way before anything happened. Tazuna nodded nervously at that, even as the surrounding genin began to slowly back away, or at least Akura and several Mido clones did. They did with the original and Sasuke, saying behind, "We will support you, sensei," said Mido with a voice that had a hint of stubbornness. Naruto closed his eyes. At this was the first time he saw his sister in 3 years. She had changed now. She was older, more mature. The remains of baby fat that still clung to her had disappeared, Now, she was quite agile. She still had the same color as her mother with long red hair down to her waist tied in a ponytail and sharp violet eyes. Naruto felt a slight weight on his heart as he looked at the resolve in her eyes. He hadn't realized how much he had missed his overbearing sisters. No, the mission is to protect the bridge builder, and that is what you must do, Kakashi replied harshly. As he kept a watchful eye, his vision became clearer. When Zabuza stopped using his hidden mist jutsu, it seemed the silent kill master wasn't as comfortable with the mist. When he was the prey, you should go with them. Kakashi, there's no need for you and his team get mixed up in this. Naruto tried one last time, knowing the stalemate was coming to an end. Without the mist covering them, Naruto knew Kakashi and Zabuza's highly trained eyes would find them. Not until he knows he won't attack us. From behind, Kakashi replied, his Sharingan eye spinning as the mist grew thinner and thinner. The man was being too cautious now, undecided on whether Naruto and his team were enemies or not. They may not attack you from behind, Kakashi, but you should know that the moment you and your little team turn to leave, Zabuza said. As he lightly brandished his sword, Naruto frowned at that. Zabuza was trying to stop Kakashi from leaving, as he knew he'd stand a better chance in a three-way fight than if he were to go one-on-one with a trained Kirigakure team. One-tmin, the slight creaking of wood was all the warning Naruto got as Clementine apparently grew tired of waiting. In the blink of an eye, the masked girl, he fell to the ground before lunging at Zabuza from behind with his twin swords in hand. Letting out a sigh, Naruto opened his axe before making eye contact with the now visible Victor across the clearing. In unison, they leapt into the fog, free clearing, both aiming to confront Zabuza. Seeing this, Kakashi instinctively moved forward, Mito and Sasuke following after. Despite being told to turn back, Zabuza swung his ESP as he felt someone attack him from behind, while Aku jumped away, seeking to intercept Victor. With the clash of swords, Clementine and Zabuza engaged in combat. The two fought in blurs as Clementine's speed, strength, and superior reflexes battled against Zabuza's superior skill and experience. The two soon found themselves in a stalemate as Zabuza used his broadsword to defend himself from Clementine's stilettos, while Clementine was forced to constantly dodge his heavy counterattacks. Letting out a growl, Clementine used her armored claws on her right leg to push Zabuza's sword away from him before slamming her sword into his chest. Zabuza's body dissolved into the water as it made contact, Clementine having to dodge with wide eyes as Zabuza's sword, the Kubi Kurabocho, slammed into the spot she had just been standing with. Victor growled lightly as he once again had to move from his position. His opponent, the fake Termin Aku, was annoying, seemed to have a supply endless of fine metal needles to throw at him, and the worst thing was that it was very precise. He already had half a dozen metal needles stuck in his body. Luckily, he had been able to dodge them well enough so that they didn't hit anything important or vital, although they were still very annoying. Taking out Victor's hands, pumped chakra into the wire-pulling contraptions he had on both wrists, using his chakra to release and guide the thin wires. As he swung his hand, the chakra infused wires that they acted like a whip as they cut through everything they touched, destroying nearby trees and the ground at their feet. Unfortunately, however, they hadn't hit the brat who, thanks to her incredible speed, was able to maneuver around all of Victor's attacks until then. Victor frowned upon hearing this, his manic smile fading as he thought about how much easier this would have been if he had had time to cover the area with his traps. By flicking his wrist, Victor retracted his cables by pulling on they towards their intricate gauntlets. The fake one turning stopped at the sight, making sure to keep her distance, but obviously still curious as to what Victor was up to. Have you decided to give up? Asked Aku calmly as he looked at Victor. Give up, Victor replied with a sinister smile on his face. Now, why would he do such a thing? As he said those words, both of his hands were soon enveloped in blue chakra, launching forward much faster than before. Victor almost took Hu by surprise as he stopped fighting against her, using a mid-range fighting style, and instead began to try and engage her in hand-to-hand combat. But once again, Aku's speed prevailed, as did his knowledge of the shinobi arts, as he instantly realized how dangerous it would be to fight his opponent up close. Chakra scalpels, Aku said as he looked at Victor's glowing hands, a worried look on his face. Chakra scalpels were a skill that Maidens learned, although it had more uses than only in medicine, as it was also often used in combat by the Maidens with a deadly effect. They were meant to be used to make high-precision incision and surgeries, but they had an unusual peculiarity. Chakra scalpels can make cuts inside the body without damaging the skin. Suffice it to say that when used correctly, this technique could be highly deadly. So tell me, little one, do you surrender? Victor replied sinisterly as he crouched on the ground aware of what his other teammates were doing as he did so with Naruto taking a look. Naruto noticed how Clementine had taken on Zabuza and Victor had taken on Aku. Things weren't that bad at the moment. Clementine was a match for Zabuza. Naruto had enough confidence in that, and Victor could also take out Zabuza's apprentice, but he still wanted to help them first by joining Victor and killing Zabuza's apprentice before joining Clementine and totally overwhelming Zabuza. But first he had that get rid of Kakashi and his team. So instead of attacking the two enemy shinobi, he appeared in front of Kakashi. "Take your bridge builder and walk away now," Naruto said calmly, his eyes blinking at Mito, before turning back to Kakashi. "I recognize you," was Kakashi's response. This made Naruto's eyes widen even as his grip on his axe tightened. "You're Grim, aren't you?" Kakashi replied, narrowing his eyes as he raised his kunai, "which would turn your teammates into the monster and the cannibal. They are a rank A shinobi. Terms also appear in the bingo books that you are supposed to be from Kirigakure, although that has never been corroborated." Naruto calmed down, hearing that those were the names that had been given to Naruto and his team in the bingo books. This meant that Kakashi did not know who he really was. The bingo books were an annoying tool. Each shinobi village created a book with a list of enemy shinobi who had bounties from their village. However, the information they contained was on the network itself, a village espionage, something that every village was jealous of. "Well, if we were Kiris, then since Zabuza is a missing nin formerly of Kirigakure, killing him would be our business, so you will go ahead," answered Naruto in a harsh tone as he noticed the look the young Yukiya gave him and the wide-eyed look his sister gave him. "And if we weren't, he is still a missing nin, and we would be within our rights to accept the bounty on his head. However, they are also looking for you in the Konoha bingo book with a 20,000 price on your head," Kakashi replied without showing any signs of hostility. "Why are they called that?" Sensei asked Myth, from where he was. "The reason is simple. Each of them is considered a monster for the macabre way they handle their victims. The cannibal, as you might have guessed, eats those he kills, while the monster harvests their organs and body parts. However, the grim simply rot their victims from the inside out. They are all supposedly outcasts of the clan's rogues, so they're supposed to be from Kiri. Since a few years ago, many rogue clans joined the village," Kakashi replied in response to his students, as he kept a wary eye on the masked man in front of him. Mito paled at that as she looked at Naruto in horror, a look that made Naruto's chest start to ache. However, Sasuke's eyes seemed to sparkle with sudden excitement. "So, if they're in our bingo book, that must mean they're enemies," Sasuke said quietly as he kept his eyes locked on Naruto. "Sasuke comes back down now," Kakashi warned sternly, even as he slightly shifted his stance, preparing himself as he did so. However, he had underestimated his young student, as with a shout Sasuke charged at him, a black-masked Terminus. The black-haired Yukiya, seemingly oblivious to Kakashi's cry for him to stop, instead his mind was completely consumed by his need to get stronger. No doubt his justification for attacking Naruto was test his strength. It was partly Naruto's fault, as he had been suppressing his chakra and had not been using his killing intent. The fact that he had decided that such things would make it harder to convince Kakashi to back down, but it seemed to have had the opposite effect, as Sasuke had seen his lack of presence as a weakness and thus had decided to attack, raising his axe and channeling his chakra to his muscles. Naruto prepared to strike down Lukia. He wouldn't let any child get away with his own and attacked him, even if that boy was the younger brother of his friend Itachi. However, Naruto didn't get the chance to slap Lukia, as he soon found himself face to face with Kakashi, the man's only Sharingan spinning as he used a kunai wrapped in lightning to block Naruto's axe. Letting out a hiss of irritation, Naruto raised his foot to deliver a kick to Kakashi's stomach, even as his other hand went to grab Kakashi's free hand. As they parted, Kakashi grabbed Lukia by the back of his neck before throwing him behind him. As he landed on his feet, his hands were already raised again by this time and moved to create a series of lightning dragon jutsu style seals. Lightning, a dragon made entirely of Kakashi's lightning, exploded from the air in front of the gray-haired man. The elemental dragon then proceeded to shoot through the air towards Naruto. The twin chakra chains exploded from Naruto's back as he saw what was coming. The chains moved to create a cross in front of him to protect him from Kakashi's jutsu. The sight of the chains made Kakashi's eyes widen, as well as Mito's. Both were shocked to see this mysterious person use the Uzum chakra chains, although whether they really were was debatable, considering the chains were forged with blue-gray chakra instead of gold-colored chakra. Still, the sight of them was enough to shock the two, a shock that increased when Naruto used the chains to sweep away the jutsu of Kakashi, his axe already raised as he headed towards Kakashi. "Mito, Sasuke, get out of here, go to Tazuna and find a safe and defensible place," Kakashi growled as he replaced himself with a nearby log. The log broke into pieces when Naruto's axe hit it, But Sensei, exclaimed Mito in conflict. Kakashi had no time to respond as Naruto was once again upon him, sparks flying as they fought, Naruto's axe and Kakashi's kunai deflecting each other, even as Naruto produced 4 chakra chains more behind him before he used them all to attack Kakashi, turning into a maelstrom of destruction as the ground and trees around him were torn away and turned to dust by Naruto's chakra chains. Kakashi was forced to be completely on the defensive as he had to rely on his Sharingan and experience to avoid Naruto's brutal attack. You should have left while I was giving you the chance, Naruto yelled more than a little. The way things had been going, you tried hurt one of my precious students, Kakashi replied stoically, even as he noticed the pitted and rusted blade of his cradle, and once unsullied, his eyes widened as he once again took note of the unusual color of Naruto's chakra. You still have a chance, Kakashi. Leave now, and I won't chase you. Stay, and I'll have no choice but to kill you. Naruto spoke once again. I think you're getting a little ahead of yourself, boy, Kakashi replied calmly before throwing his cradle and rusted at Naruto, and then grabbing his wrist right hand with his left. As he did so, lightning erupted around his right hand, and birdsong could be heard echoing around the clearing. The Chidori, I guess, Naruto replied with a frown as he finally had enough. Shika, he almost wanted to be stubborn and die. Then it was his fault. Naruto had no particular care or interest in the man. Whether he lived or died was pointless. The only reason he hadn't already done everything in his power to kill him had been because he knew that Kakashi's death, it would upset his sister, and even then that had been a pretty insignificant reason. Chidori shouted Kakashi as he shot towards Naruto, his right hand raised to strike him, his Sharingan burning as he used it to follow Naruto's every move. Idiot, Naruto said before withdrawing his chains. Instead, he decided to form 2 curved claws a foot and a half long made from his deadly chakra from the back of his hands. Once they were formed, Naruto drew further on the souls he kept trapped in his body, using the multiple souls as nothing more than batteries for him to use to increase his already soul-enhanced power. In a blur, Naruto shot towards Kakashi, his body burning with his graying chakra even as the remaining grass and trees around him died. With a loud shout, the two collided with Clementine. You know you've truly earned a reputation as a cannibal, Zabuza taunted Clementine as he replaced him with a water clone, allowing Clementine to tear him apart with her knives as he struck from behind with his sword. When I was your age, my hands were already dyed red with blood, Zabuza continued, even as his eyes opened wide as bright, glowing wings of chakra erupted from the base of the girl's spine, blocking his sword and forcing him back. At first glance, the reddish-purple chakra wings resembled the chakra chains of his partner Pain, but upon closer inspection one could see that they were different, if only slightly. Both techniques were due to a lineage, and both worked in a similar way. That is, they involved the manipulation of chakra in a physical form. But that was where the similarities stopped. Clementine's Kagun, as she called them, were less malleable and less destructive than Pain's chakra chains, but unlike Pain's chakra chains, she could use hers at long distances. Lashing out with her Kagun, she forced Zabuza to back off while a shower of sharp blades erupted from her Kagun. Chakra blades. Zabuza had to use the large blade of his weapon to block most of them, and even then some managed to get past his defense, slicing through his body as they struck him. But then again, I was a real shinobi, not some __weirdo like you, Zabuza growled back as he swung his sword, trying to defend himself from the blonde with his sword, only to receive a nasty cut on his thigh as she ran her sword through his leg, tearing off a chunk of flesh as she did so. Bitch, Zabuza growled before trying to get a little bit away from the fast and deadly slayer. Oh, I've heard of you, Zabuza replied Clementine harshly, and you're more of a weirdo than any other member of the former outlaws. So you've heard of me? Yes, when Kirigakure was known as the village of the blood, missed our graduation exam. Zabuza began to laugh almost insanely as he pressed his free left hand against his bleeding leg, using his water manipulation to force the blood to clot, wound fighting to the death among the students. And only the winner becomes a genin. It was glorious how much blood. Zabuza raised his voice, excited. Yes, and how? Weird you murdered an entire class of comrades. And for what? Clementine scoffed, not impressed at all by the mist demon. Why? Well, because it was fun, of course, said Zabuza as he returned Clementine's smile. Now what I want to know is what the hell was the Mizukage thinking when she allowed you monsters entering the village? Saying that, Zabuza disappeared in a spray of mist only to suddenly appear in front of Clementine, lashing out brutally. With his sword, the blonde ducked under the sword before throwing the stiletto in her right hand. At Zabuza, the blade struck him in the left shoulder and lodged there. Unfazed by this, Zabuza lashed out in retaliation at the Union, hitting her with a nasty punch to the stomach, knocking the air out of Clementine's lungs and sending her crashing to the ground, squeezing Clementine's teeth. Immediately rolled into a crouching position before shooting forward easily, moving at elite honing speed. As she made full use of her bloodline abilities, the chakra wings on her back flared once more as they unleashed another barrage of chakra blades upon Zabuza. Zabuza substituted it with a log to escape, but unfortunately, he had underestimated Clementine's heightened reflexes, and senses. This led to him screaming in pain as half a dozen chakra blades were lodged in her back. By now, Zabuza was an absolute mess. Her body was covered in her own blood and was covered in multiple cuts and slashes from Clementine's blades. The girl's speed and natural reflexes had surpassed her years of practice and experience. On top of that, she was also missing a chunk of her thigh, as the wound was partially clotted. Sticking out from her now shattered shoulder was also one of Clementine's stiletto blades, so deeply lodged that would require a set of pliers to pull out. Then, finally, to finish off his set of battle wounds, there were 6 reddish-purple chakra blades protruding from his back, courtesy of Clementine's cursed J. Collapsing, Zabuza fell to his knees, the wounds and blood loss finally taking over him. His bloodshot eyes snapped open as he felt something slam painfully into his other shoulder. Looking down, he saw metallic spike, sharp and silver blades sticking out of his bloody shoulder. It didn't take a genius to realize it was the girl's other whip. With a dull thud, Zabuza's prized sword, the Kubikiri Bocho, fell to the ground, landing in the wet and blood-soaked mud. Zabuza's hands no longer had the strength to grab his most prized possession. It seems you've killed me, Zabuza said with incredulous eyes. Yes, Clementina replied in confirmation as she grabbed Zabuza's sword, lifting it easily with her line of blood-enhanced strength. If you're going to kill me, could you at least let me hold the Kubikira Bocho while you finish me off? Zabuza asked in an almost pleading voice as he saw his future killer holding his precious sword, a sword he had carried for most of his life. As he turned to look at Zabuza, Clementine's pink eyes flashed with a hidden threat. Instead of answering, she simply raised the sword above her head before bringing it down. With a sickening crack, the sword hit the junction between Zabuza's neck and shoulder. Zabuza and tore at his flesh as he nearly cut his upper body in half. The last thing Zabuza did was look at Clementine in shock and fear as she ended his life with his own sword. That was because of the weird asshole comment Clementine said to Zabuza's corpse as she raised her sword again before bringing it back down, decapitating the dead man in one blow. Now, I just have to get rid of the body, Clementine continued with a wicked smile on her face. With Victor staring at her, the front, Victor narrowed his eyes as he stared at an ice mirror, one of the dozen ice mirrors surrounding him, each of which held a reflection of the false unturned. He had discovered that despite his change of strategy from mid-distance to close combat, he was still not fast enough to keep up with the speed she displayed, especially now that she had removed the auto bloodline from her ass, as her already overwhelming speed was at a level completely new now that she could transfer between the multiple ice mirrors she had created. However, her ice mirrors were more than just a speed boost to her. They also acted as a prison, trapping Victor within a dome of nearly indestructible mirrors. She had already attempted to use her chakra scalpels and chakra-infused cables to break the mirrors so she could escape the mirror dome. However, any damage she might have done to the mirror was quickly repaired, as the girl had used the moisture in the air to repair them. It was at a time like this that Victor cursed the fact that his bloodline limit wasn't as offensive as Pano's or Clementine's. Swinging his right arm around Victor, one of them went back to using the wires coming out of his gauntlet as a whip. The chakra-enhanced wire made inch-deep cracks in the surrounding mirrors. However, once again, the cracks soon disappeared as it took in the moisture in the air, along with the bloodline. Blood and Otto, in retaliation for Victor's attempted escape, Aku peppered him with sim from multiple directions. Most of these Victor dodged using his own speed and low-level honing reflexes to avoid the Zon. However, due to the fact that they were coming rapidly from all directions, several of them lodged in his arms and legs. Not that they did much damage, as Victor used his medical ninjutsu to repair any damage he received. This turn of events had led to it that their duel became more of a battle of attrition as Victor continued to damage the mirrors, forcing Aku to expend chakra not only to maintain them, but to repair them as well. Victor, however, was also forced to expend his chakra on both repairing the damage done to his body and using techniques to damage the mirrors. Lashing out again with a slightly maniacal grin on his face, Victor once again attempted to break out of the mirror dome. However, Yulo quickly intercepted him, transporting him to the mirror closest to him, and dealt a quick blow to his stomach with a foot-long ice blade to try and scare him off or injure him. This was a poorly thought-out response on his part. However, as Victor used his attack to his advantage, a quick strike to His thigh with a chakra scalpel soon saw the end of his speed advantage, however. Victor did not come out unscathed as he received a blade of ice that pierced his chest, severing his left lung, causing significant damage as he did so. Victor cursed as he stepped away from the ice mirror, his hand glowing green as he tried to repair the damage to the bottom. Although he knew this set of lungs was he would have to replace them very soon. Although he had luckily managed to extract quite a few organs from the Raigamin, there is no escape. Me, I fear I have no choice but to kill you. You are a threat to Master Zabuza, and for that you will be expelled, he said. His pained voice seemed to come from multiple directions. Escape? I think it's you who can't escape. I've cut your thigh muscles. I highly doubt you can beat me now, Victor replied, spitting out a drop of blood as he did so. And I've damaged your lungs. If you don't heal it immediately, you'll start drowning in your own blood, he replied here in a low voice. And I highly doubt you'll be able to heal a wound like that while you're in a fight, to emphasize this statement. Aku threw more in bond towards him. The needles were now less frequent and came mainly from one direction. Not that it mattered much, as they kept working to force Victor to move, interrupting his attempt to repair his damaged lung. You're an arrogant bitch. No, Victor grumbled to himself as he once again dodged out of the way of Yotan's attack. 1,000 needles of death. In response to his words, dozens of frozen semen were launched at him from all sides, forcing Victor to dodge and weave between them, even as he used his gauntlets to block. Some of them really need to learn more offensive jutsu, Victor muttered tiredly to himself as he finished the ice semen bombardment. Victor's fighting style was based mainly on traps and catching his enemy off guard. He was most lethal when he had time to change the environment to suit him. That being said, his job as a Terman made those chances low, which forced him to learn more offensive skills, but still he knew he was lacking a powerful ninjutsu, something he knew would come in handy for situations like this. Go, yelled Victor as he leapt forward, sliding on the wet ground. As he did so, raising his arm, he punched one of the mirrors. The mirror shattered from the force of his blow. As he jumped up, he used the surface of the cracked mirror as a platform, allowing him to jump off of it and move away, even as he saw more semen shattering on the mirror he had just used. As he landed on his feet, Victor kept moving, avoiding the burst occasional Samban as he tried to come up with a new plan. Conscious as he did of how the constant movement was further damaging his lung, he could really use some help right now, Victor yelled as he once again forced his body to move, allowing him to avoid even more Zon. Seriously, girl, how many damn Zon do you have? Ja, you can't believe you're not done with the apprentice yet. Clementine's mocking voice was clearly audible from outside the mirror dome. I just finished off her master, and you're fighting with her little servant. Master Zabuza, Aku suddenly said in shock, looking through the gaps in the mirror dome. Victor could see Clementine's bloody form and approaching him with her skin and armor stained with blood as she sent him a bloody smile. Victor highly doubted that the blood was Clementine's. This was reinforced by the fact that she was holding Zabuza's sword in her right hand. The blade, blood-stained, rested comfortably on his shoulder. Obviously, Victor wasn't the only one to see this, as the ice mirrors around him shattered as his opponent exploded out of her. His own injuries were forgotten as he ran towards Clementine. Clementine, don't kill her, Victor shouted from where was whatever. Clementine replied as she resisted Aku's Saban bombardment. Her natural resilience prevented the needles from even penetrating her skin. Taking a step forward, Clementine brandished Zabuza's sword, using the flat of the blade to strike Akui in the head. His strike easily hit the girl due to the fact that the muscles in her thigh were cut, restricting her movement, and her mind was clouded by her anger at Zabuza's death. With a crash, Aku hit the ground unconscious. His fake one-Terman mask shattered, and a small pool of blood began to form around his head. And that, Victor, is how you defeat an enemy, said Clementine smugly while casually leaning on Zabuza, that a mischievous smile on his face. That's an assist at best, Victor retorted grumpily as he approached her with a glowing green hand on her wounded chest as her lung healed. I did all the hard work, you just delivered the finishing blow. Well, not exactly finishing, Clementine commented as she used her foot to flip Yu's body over so she could look at his now unmasked face. Speaking of which, why did you ask me not to kill her? She has the auto bloodline, Victor replied as he pulled Clementine away from the girl and knelt beside her with his hand on her head as he checked her wounds, making sure they weren't fatal. Oh, okay, Clementine replied. So we're taking her back to Kiri. She's most likely the last Othan user in existence. Killing the last of her clan would be a crime of the first order, Victor replied seriously. We're going to take her back to the village with us and let Lady Terumi decide her fate, knowing her well. Most likely he'll get the girl to join Kiri and start her own clan, Clementine grumbled. I hope so, however, whether that happens or not is up to the girl. I highly doubt she'll take her master's death well, replied Victor as he scowled at the girl. She'll get over it, replied Clementine cruelly as she threw the unconscious girl over her shoulder and began to walk away. Now come on, we have to catch up with Pan. I'm coming, Victor growled as he followed his teammate. The two left quickly the clearing as they followed the trail of destruction that Pain had left with Naruto spitting out a bunch of blood. Naruto looked at the battered and bruised Kakashi in front of him. At this point their fight had left the clearing and was now near the Wave Village. Their fight had left a blackened strip of land riddled with craters and rotting trees and plants. Both Naruto and Kakashi were covered in wounds, with Kakashi's being the most severe, as due to the nature of Naruto's chakra, his wounds had already festered. Naruto had been absolutely merciless with his chakra claws, tearing apart anything Kakashi in his path and never allowing the gray-haired Honing to escape him, resorting to using his senses to track the man's soul when he had to. At this point, their fight had simply become the beginning, neither of them really caring what started it or how. If they both stopped, then they could both walk away whole and sound. Both of those things didn't occur to them, and they would have been accepted if they had done so. For Naruto, Kakashi had challenged him in a way no one else ever had. Well, no one alive. At least Naruto was a hunter by nature. His entire existence depended on him hunting down others to consume their souls, just like Victor needed to search for spare body parts and fresh meat from Clementine. The hunt was in his nature. Kakashi had proven himself to be more than worthy prey. You live up to your reputation, Kakashi attacked, Naruto said as he spat out another mouthful of blood. And your reputation doesn't live up to you, replied Kakashi as he wearily looked at his opponent, his body aching from the numerous wounds he had received and his chakra reserves nearly depleted from overusing his Sharingan. I can only assume that all of your skills weren't listed in the bingo book because no one has ever survived with you when you went all out with them, replied Naruto before running forward again, leaving blackened footprints behind him as he filled his body with chakra, drawing on more and more of the souls it contained. As he did so, in an explosion of wood, Naruto destroyed the log Kakashi replaced himself with. Quickly spinning on his heels, a multitude of spiked chains exploded from Naruto's hand, tearing through the forest around him as he made his way to Kakashi. Naruto's eyes glowed crimson as he followed the trail of Kakashi's soul, leaping from branch to branch. Kakashi fled from Naruto's attack, having realizing that in the condition he was in, he wouldn't be able to face him head-on, creating a shadow clone. The real Kakashi walked away, hoping to get behind Naruto, while the masked, unturned focused on his clone. However, that wasn't to be, as when Kakashi reappeared in a swirl of leaves, it was to find Naruto, and no quirk had been using the soul-release jutsu. Shadow clone, Naruto muttered to himself as he looked down at the injured Kakashi from where he was hiding in a tree close, creating a hand seal. Naruto's body began to glow a bluish-gray, even as a series of ethereal forms noiselessly detached themselves from him. The forms took on a distinctively human shape. Very soon Naruto was flanked by half a dozen ghosts like shinobi, his smoky features and partially translucent body finishing him off. Naruto muttered under his breath as the six figures went to attack Kakashi. This was a jutsu of Naruto's own creation, based heavily on the shadow clone jutsu. Involved Naruto creating a partial shadow clone, but instead of making a clone of himself, he forced one of the souls he had devoured into the chakra-formed body. The souls were completely under Naruto's control, but still retained enough of their old personality and abilities to continue to operate autonomously if needed. This, for Naruto, had been necessary after he realized he couldn't use the proper shadow clone jutsu. The unique chakra of Naruto was too volatile for a shadow clone body to use, which led to them being destroyed within moments of being created. But by forcing one of the souls he had eaten into the body, he found a way around this weakness, as the clones would function primarily off of soul chakra and he could control them due to the connection between the souls and himself. Kakashi soon found himself struggling as he had to dodge the coordinated assault of six ethereal shinobi. Forming a hand seal, Kakashi created a dragon made of lightning, which he then proceeded to use to destroy three of his six attackers. Taking out a new kunai, he channeled lightning chakra into it before using it to cut another one. However, upon being destroyed, it exploded into a gray smoke that began to rot everything it touched, forcing her to force herself to dodge the other two, which began to go through a series of hand seals. She soon found herself having to dodge a powerful water bullet jutsu and a slightly powerful fireball jutsu. Dancing backwards, Kakashi began to weave between the attacks. The two remaining ghostly clones headed towards him, keeping an eye out as he did so. For the puppeteer of the clones, it seemed that Grim, as he was known in the bingo book, was much more dangerous than he thought. Throwing the now partially corroded kunai, Kakashi managed to destroy the fifth clone even as he had to move again to avoid the remaining one. Turning around, Kakashi was met with a face full of corrosive gray smoke as the clone dispersed. However, he had no time to react to this as from the smoke emerged Naruto. The smoke caused him no discomfort as he faced Kakashi once again and combat his silver axe blurred as the gray-haired man struggled to keep up with Naruto, gritting his teeth. Naruto went in for the kill, or at least he would have if the presence of 3 more shinobi hadn't distracted him. Kakashi-sensei leaping back. Naruto had to dodge as a gust of wind hit the ground he had just been standing on. Looking up, Naruto soon had to create one of his chakra chains to block a large fireball. "What are you doing here? Get away!" Kakashi growled as he collapsed to one knee. "We won't let you, Kakashi-sensei," shouted Mito as he made a few hand seals before sending another gust of wind in Naruto's direction. Lashing out with his chakra chain, Naruto blocked the wind blade. "We questioned Kakashi as he stood up in response to her question. Sasuke and Sakura revealed themselves, the Yukia going through a set of hand seals before breathing out another fireball, and the pink-haired girl throwing small kunai __. Naruto growled as he resisted their attacks before counterattacking. Running forward, Naruto kicked the pink-haired girl in the stomach, sending her unconscious against a nearby tree with a small trail of blood dripping from her mouth. Sakura screamed Mito as she saw her companion crash into a tree. Sasuke growled as he sent another fireball at Naruto, only to let out a gasp as a chain of chakra cut through his technique and crashed into him, taking him completely by surprise as it sent him crashing into the nearby trees, his body limp and his mind barely conscious as he landed on the ground. "Back up!" Naruto yelled in warning as he looked at the genin. His eyes met Mito's. "Make us, Mito," he growled even as a shroud of red chakra began to form around him. His teeth sharpened even as his appearance grew more savage. A weight seemed to settle in the air as a single red tail formed behind Mito, a tail made of pure chakra. "The Kyuubi," muttered Naruto with a frown. "You need more power." "Hold on," you replied in Naruto's mind even as he began to draw in the hundreds of souls trapped within Naruto, drawing chakra from each soul before transferring it into Naruto. The air around Naruto began to shimmer as he did so, even as his eyes began to glow white as Naruto began to draw on the power of the hundreds of souls he had devoured, each adding their own chakra to his own. Very soon his own chakra began to match the amount of power that the tailed form of Mito was releasing, letting out a feral growl. Mito exploded forward, his body blurred as he succumbed to his almost overwhelming rage. The negative emotions that the Q embodied affected his already angry mind, causing him to nearly lose control. As he did this, he also began to release his unbridled killing intent, which was a force in itself, as it forced Lukia to completely lose consciousness and caused a bead of sweat to drip down the injured Kakashi's face. "I'll give you one more warning, back off," Naruto said, his voice echoing as he spoke as if it wasn't just him speaking but hundreds of other people at the same time. Mito ignored this completely as he ran towards Naruto, forgetting all thought of techniques and skill as he only used pure power and aggression to fight back, completely giving in to her instincts to maim that which enraged her. The two collided in an explosion as they began to trade blows. Naruto's attacks were more coordinated, even as Mito's attacks were louder and more merciless. With a boom, Mito landed a brutal blow to Naruto's chest, sending him backwards a dozen meters and through several trees. Leaping to his feet, Naruto disappeared in a blur, only to appear above Mito with her foot raised to deliver an axe kick to the girl's head. Writhing in the air, Mito managed to dodge Naruto's kick. However, she was not prepared for the half-dozen chains that burst from Naruto's body. The chains were seen around Mito's arms, legs, and body as Naruto tied her up before using them to slam her into the ground, creating a small crater beneath the girl. Lifting her into the air again, Naruto once again slammed her into the ground, a wide grin on his face even as her eyes glowed with condensed power. She could feel it. She could feel her chakra slowly devouring the Kyuubi's corrosive chakra. However, it was slow and exhausting as the Kyuubi's chakra was incredibly dense and not at all human. She struggled as she was tied up, her face contorted in rage as she quickly succumbed to her rage at being trapped. As she did so, a second tail began to form behind her and her struggles grew stronger, slowly beginning to take over the Naruto's grip on her. As he saw the second tail begin to form, Naruto gave up on the idea of tying his sister up until she calmed down and stopped harnessing the Kumi's power. Instead, he decided to knock her out. That way he couldn't draw at all anymore. That being said, however, knocking out a Kyuubi-enhanced Uzumaki wouldn't be easy. Slamming her into the ground again with her chains, Naruto leapt into the air before landing on his sister with both feet outstretched. With a loud bang, Mito found his head crushed into the ground, letting out a grunt. Mito tried to stand up, though she couldn't as Naruto continued to hold her down. She dropped her as she released even more chains from her arms, trying to keep Mito down, a task that was getting harder as her power slowly increased along with her aggression. For the love of it, Stay down, Naruto growled as he pushed her towards him before punching her in the head. The blow caused a shock wave that shattered the ground beneath them and sent out a shock wave that made the trees around them creak as if they were caught in a sudden gust of wind. Naruto then tightened his chains around his neck, trying to suffocate Mito until he passed out. A drop of sweat ran down his face as he felt the strain of holding his sister, Kyufiata. She really needed to learn some Fuinjutsu. Letting out a scream of rage, Mito continued to fight even as her vision began to darken. As she slowly lost consciousness, the Kyuubi's chakra cloak began to flicker as it stopped drawing on its power. At last, Naruto muttered to himself as he watched Mito stop fighting the red chakra cloak disappear as she passed out, pulling her chakra back. Immediately, Naruto looked at her worriedly as he made sure his chakra didn't hurt her. Looking down at her bright white eyes shining, Naruto let out a sigh of satisfaction as he saw that he hadn't hurt his sister aside from suffocating her until she passed out. But then again, that was for her own good. In the state of fury she was in, she could have done something she would later regret. The satisfaction, however, soon came to an end as she felt a sudden pain in her chest. As she looked down, she saw a hand wrapped in lightning protruding from her chest. Right where was her heart? Naruto muttered as he stopped drawing the souls inside his body. With a thud, Naruto fell to his knees, vaguely conscious, as he did of Kakashi's scream of pain as his entire right arm disintegrated from the intensity of Naruto's chakra. His entire arm withered away in seconds, leaving only a rotting stump just below his elbow as the intensity of Naruto's chakra destroyed it. Naruto hesitantly got back to his feet, conscious as he did of the gaping hole in his chest. As he turned around, he looked at Kakashi, the gray-haired man holding the rotting stump that had once been his arm, with a look of agony on his face. Well, it was a pretty stupid move, letting his guard down like that. A less than impressed you said in Naruto's mind. Thanks for the warning, Naruto thought, irritated, as he began to shakily stand up before looking out at the now destroyed clearing. Yes, you know what you have to do, I accept, you replied with a sigh. Extending his hand, Naruto grabbed Kakashi by the collar before he easily lifted him off the ground, his eyes still glowing white with power compressed from all the souls it contained rushing through him. The gray-haired man weakly trying to break Naruto's grip with his already injured left hand. For what it's worth, Kakashi didn't want to have to kill you, Naruto said tiredly before he began to drain Kakashi of his life. Looking at him with wide eyes in shock, Kakashi could only open his mouth and let out a cry of pain as his skin began to wrinkle and turn gray. His hair thinned and turned white within minutes. Kakashi, he was dead. His body had dried up to the point where it crumbled into dust. Naruto shaking off the dust that had once been Kakashi's body. Naruto brought his hand to his chest, feeling the soft skin beneath his hand, showing that his wound was completely healed, even if it was still a little sore. I really hate doing that, Naruto muttered to himself in disgust. Due to the nature of his chakra, Naruto couldn't heal naturally. What he could do was take the physical life force from another thought and then use it to heal his wounds. However, it wasn't something he enjoyed, as doing what he had just done often made him feel like a parasite, like a plague on the world. Well, yeah, looks like you made a real mess. A female voice said, alerting Naruto to her presence. We could sense your little fight with the fleeing girl half a mile away. When Naruto turned around, he found himself in front of Clementine and Victor. So did you go finish the job, or did you just leave them? He asked. Clementine nodded at the three unconscious genin. We've done enough damage already. Let's go, Naruto replied as he started to walk away, his hand still clutching his chest in discomfort. Do you really want to leave 3 witnesses? Clementine asked with a frown. Naruto grimaced before sending her a dark look. He's not killing them. That would just cause us more trouble. So what are we going to do then? Asked Victor, cutting off any retort. Clementine might make leave them. They're a bounty on Kakashi. We're in neutral territory, plus he and his team disrupted our mission politically. There's likely little to no repercussions. He died in the line of duty, and that's all, Naruto replied with a shrug. Do you think the Leafs OC will see it that way? Victor asked with an unsure expression on his face. Well, we'll just have to wait and see, Naruto replied with a shrug. Now come on, let's go. I'm guessing Zabuza and his apprentice are dead. Zabuza is dead and his sword has been claimed, said Clementine as she showed Naruto the sword. As for his apprentice, we are going to bring her back to Kiri. Victor's idea. Naruto raised his eyebrows before shrugging. I'm sure you have a reason. Now come on, I have an idea that could be very profitable. With that said, Naruto disappeared into the surrounding trees, soon followed by Clementine and Victor, leaving behind 3 unconscious genin. And Kona day later, Lorokage, the reinforcements you sent at Kakashi's request have returned. A member of the Ambu with a lion mask said while standing in front of the Minato. Namek sent and already asked Minato with a frown. Is Team 7 with them? The Ambu changed slightly in that mix. Sasuke, Yukiya, and Sakura Runo have returned. And what about Kakashi still? And asked Minato. With a frown, Kakashi's location is unknown, and although from the statements of his team it is suspected that he is dead, Minato said with a blank expression on his face upon learning of the possible fate of his alumni. We know who did it. The Genin don't know much. From what we've been able to find out, a skirmish occurred between the missing Nin Zabuza Momochi team 7 and some 18. Minato brought his hand to his head before beginning to massage his temples. I'm going to need to know the full story behind what happened. Chapter 12 in with Naruto, Clementine, Victor. See something you two, Naruto muttered to his two teammates as he faced them on one of the upper branches of a tree. Nothing, those Konoambu are probably long gone by now, Victor muttered in response as he looked at Naruto. I still don't understand why we're hiding. This is neutral territory. Let's do your thing and then get out of here, Clementine muttered irritably from the other side of Naruto. And if any of those tree huggers get in our way, we kill them nice and quiet. The Imbu probably has one of those markers already, so use the fourth Okage. The last thing we need is an OC __. Come and get us, Naruto replied in his own raspy voice after having this conversation with Clementine before. Whatever, Clementine muttered before starting to look around the quiet wooded area of Wave. They were in any way like Victor said, the Ambu are gone. They probably just picked those brats up, searched a bit, then left. Okay, Naruto muttered in response. Then let's go. This should be quick, just an in and out job like that like your sex life. Then Clementina scoffed, smiling widely at him, looking at her. Go to the _. Naruto muttered in response. No, if it's just a in and out job, was Clementina's quick and witty reply to Naruto's ineloquent reply. Why are we friends with her again? Naruto asked Victor as the girl giggled to herself. Why do I bring some excitement to your otherwise boring lives? Clementina replied mockingly. Come on, I already have a headache pretty strong. I don't want to make things worse by dealing with your _. Naruto replied as he jumped out of his hiding spot. What he had just said was true. He had a bad headache, but that was mainly your fault. After Naruto consumed both Kakashi's soul and life force, he had decided to practice a little more. Since then, he had spent the last 2 hours trying to rip out everything he could from Kakashi's soul. The first thing he tried to get was the Sharingan, but he found that he couldn't transfer it to Naruto. Next, he went for Kakashi's memories. The man was known to have copied 1,000 jutsu with his Sharingan. He was more than eager to see them. His success with this, it had been somewhat better due to how well organized Kakashi's mind was. You had been able to take many of Kakashi's memories from his captured soul. These memories included some of his training and battles. Now, due to the nature of Naruto's chakra, he could no longer use elemental jutsu. After all, his chakra, he embodied death. This meant that he was very powerful and very volatile. As such, he could not be manipulated into the different elements, at least not without massive control and willpower. This in battle was not something that could be done easily or on the fly, at least not without a lot of training and even more experience, but he was very malleable and also very versatile. So you had set about adapting and changing Kakashi's techniques, making new versions of them that Naruto could use, which although useful to Naruto, it was also very annoying as Yu's constant mumbling echoed in his head, causing him a massive headache. Could you just shut the _ mouth? Naruto thought harshly to himself. Could you also stop inventing new techniques for you to use? Too bad, since he just found the memories where Kakashi created the Chidori. What a pity. Imagine how fun a Chidori would have been, and powered by death. Well, you just kept quiet. Naruto was more than aware that his other half was smiling to himself as he said this. Don't be a _ for Naruto replied. You're the one being a _. No, I'm here going through those perverted scarecrows' creepy memories. And why? Because I want us to get stronger. But how do you react? You tell me to shut up, you replied with fake sadness. Sometimes I can be a real jerk, Naruto muttered. You realize that technically I'm you, so by calling me an asshole, you're actually calling yourself an asshole, you questioned mockingly without. However, Naruto didn't answer her because at that moment they had reached their destination. In front of them was a large mansion surrounded on all sides by high walls with evil-looking thugs patrolling. It looks cozy, Naruto muttered as he looked towards the large mansion. Clementine, I want you and Victor to get rid of all the thugs. Do whatever you want with them, I don't care. So are you going to go get the cat? Clementine asked as she unsheathed the Kubikura Bocho from behind her back. A large smile spread across her face. Even as her pink eyes sparkled with mischief. Of course, muttered Naruto as he opened his axe, giving it a few practice swings as he made him free wake from his evil ways. It's going to be my good deed for the day and steal his vast wealth. What's that going to be? Clementine asked sarcastically. It's going to be Gatu making a charitable donation herewith. Maybe a bonus for us, answered Naruto with a smile. Make sure it's a good bonus. I feel like treating myself, Clementine added, When don't you ask Victor, as he kept his eyes fixed on the building in front of him. Okay, Pain, go find Gadu and do that soul-devouring thing of yours, get all of his wealth. And then we can get out of here. Lady Terry was probably waiting for us back a day ago. That's the plan, replied Naruto as he channeled chakra to his legs before jumping off. Where he was standing, he easily cleared the high wall as he soared over it, only to land silently on the roof of Gatta's mansion. How about a PW competition? Who can kill more thugs? Asked Clementine as she looked at Victor. Bitch, please. As if it were even a challenge to beat you, was Victor's blunt response. Oh, it's on there like this. A couple days later in Konoha, the Lokage office. It was a dark day in Konoha as the remaining members of Team 7 were led to the Lokage office. It had been 2 days since they had returned from Wave, bloodied and battered, and only an hour since they had been discharged from the hospital. Sasuke Yukiya had been admitted into the hospital for a serious infection. She had a wound on her stomach in the shape of a foot. At first, the Medding thought it was a Madura of some sort. However, further inspection showed that the damaged flesh had actually rotted so much that she contracted a nasty infection from the oozing wound. The Maidens had to cut off the diseased flesh before healing it. This was a long process as the Yukiya by this time had become delirious. Sakura Aruna had been admitted to the hospital due to as she had apparently been slapped to the side during the fight with the enemy shinobi and had been sent crashing into several trees. Her body was pretty much mangled with severe damage to her spine. The Maidens thought she would recover, but had admitted it could take several years of rehabilitation before she would be fit to be a shinobi again. Mikaze had also been taken to the hospital, but unlike her teammates, she had been taken for mostly superficial reasons. She had admitted to the Hambu team that she had gotten her and her teammates back, that she had used the Kyuubi's chakra, having taken it as far as to use two tails. This, of course, had worried Minato, who ordered her to be taken to the hospital, where he asked Jiraiya and Kusina to check her over to make sure she was okay. Hearing the door to his office open, Minato looked up to see 2 of the 3 members remaining of Team 7 enter the room. Minato frowned slightly, seeing the sorry state everyone was still in. The Yukiya boy was pale, very pale. His hands were still shaking slightly, although Minato couldn't tell if it was from fear or anger. The boy's face was completely blank. However, Mito was clearly upset. She had dark bags under her eyes, no doubt from not being able to sleep, and she was much calmer than usual. Thanks for coming, you two. Yeah, take a seat. We can begin, said Minato, kindly pointing to the 2 seats in front of his desk. Some may think he was insensitive to call the 2 of them when they were still so shaken and had just been discharged from the hospital, but Minato had no other choice. He had a missing and presumed dead Honing and a possible skirmish with a foreign village. He needed to know everything that was going on. Only then could he decide where to go from here. For the moment, the only action he had taken was to send Ambu to complete Team 7's mission and find Kakashi if he was still alive. Those Ambu had returned earlier this morning, reporting that there was no sign of Kakashi and that Gatu and his thugs were missing and presumed dead as well. This practically made the mission null and void. Not that they didn't still stand by the payment for it. Nodding, the 2 Genin sat down silently, looking over their desk at their Okage as they waited for him to speak again. Then, Mito, I would like you to tell me what happened. Do not omit any details and make sure to be as precise as possible. I need to know exactly what happened. And W, said Minato as he fixed his eyes on his daughter, conscious as he did of Koirika, his former academy teacher. He shifted slightly in his chair to the side of the room. As he did so, he had called his teacher to support him emotionally and also so that the man could write down everything the 2 of them said. He needed his report. It was documented for his records. Also in the room were Kusina and Jiraiya, although their reason for being there was pretty obvious. Kusina was there for Mito and Jiraiya was their ass Minato's advisor and spy master. Sasuke, I would like you to add anything that Mito might miss, added Minato as he looked at a pale Yukiya. He knew he brought them both at the same time because he knew it was the best way to get the truth out of them. Their reactions to what they said to each other would tell him everything. Not that he thought that Mito would deliberately lie to him, although the Yukiya agreed. The Yukiya replied curtly with a quick nod. Okay, then I would like you to start when you get to Wave, said Minato, knowing that this is where the problem occurred. The confrontation with the demon brothers had already been included in the report Kakashi sent when he requested reinforcements. We arrived at the island by boat. Mito's voice began to shake at first, but grew stronger as he continued speaking. It was around 2 in the afternoon when we arrived at the island. There was fog when we arrived, and it was wet. As soon as we docked the boat we used, we headed ashore in the direction of Tazuna's house. Where did you get the boat? Minato asked calmly. It was owned by a friend of Tazuna. The guy took us to greet the shelter of the fog on the shore. Mito replied, a little confused. He was nervous. The man on the boat, did he ask you any questions about what you were doing? Minato asked again, Yuka writing down everything that was said as she did. Well, yes, it was. Mito was nervous, but it was more about us getting caught in Cola and W. He seemed to know Tazuna pretty well. Mito replied with increasing confusion. Okay. And when he docked his ship, he waited to see where you were going. Then Minato asked again, No, imminently. He left again. Why do you ask so much about the man on the ship? Mito asked, confused, and turning into irritation. I'm just making sure we have a clear picture of the exact events of what happened. Minato replied calmly, not reacting to Mito's sudden increase in irritation. I knew that being questioned wasn't easy even when it was a simple conversation like this. And what happened then? You started traveling inland. Yes, we traveled by land from the coast. Everything was calm as we went along, although we were all still nervous because of the shinobi that attacked us earlier. While we were traveling, I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye. I reacted and threw a shuriken that hit this rabbit. Mito continued. Music. Calmaceptine important? Mito asked impatiently. A white rabbit? Minato, at this time of year? Jiraiya spoke up, sharing a knowing look with Minato. Yes, definitely one that is meant to be used for substitution if needed. A bit of an archaic trick that isn't seen much nowadays. Minato replied, nodding for Irika to write it down. Ogmo, what happened next? Zabuza happened. He threw his sword at us, but we noticed it and managed to duck and avoid it. I mean, both Kakashi and I could feel it coming, so it couldn't have taken us by surprise. After we did, Zabuza showed up standing on the branch of a Mito tree, continued carefully making sure the data was correct, and Zabuza was alone. Minato asked, sitting up straighter as he did so. Well, yes, or at least it was at first. Mito answered with a frown. What do you mean by that? Minato asked as he waved at Jiraiya, who looked like he was going to ask Mito the same thing. Well, when Zabu showed up, Kakashi recognized him, just like Zabuza recognized Kakashi. Anyway, Kakashi lifted his headband and showed his Sharingan, which Zabuza, already I knew after that they started fighting. Kakashi told us to get in a defensive formation around the client. While he did this, what did we do? Mito continued as he looked at Sasuke, only to see the boy still staring blankly, seemingly not paying attention to the conversation. So, yeah, Kakashi and Zabuza had just started fighting when someone threw some shuriken between them. The two saw it coming and separated, so someone threw shuriken between them to separate them. Minato asked, frowning slightly, while Mito nodded. What happened next? Well, Zabuza called out a name. What was it? Mito exclaimed as he tried to remember the name Zabuza had called out. Aku, added Sasuke quietly. Oh yeah, right, Zabuza called out for this Aku who appeared beside him, but this Aku said that she wasn't the one who threw the shuriken. Mito continued speaking, throwing a grateful look at Sasuke. So Zabuza and his accomplice didn't know who threw the shuriken, suggesting that they probably weren't working together. And what happened next? Well, a voice started to speak. It told Kakashi to take his team and leave with Tazuna, but Kakashi refused to back down until he knew who they were. Mito kept talking, so Kakashi suspected that they might have something to do with Zabuza, which would mean he wouldn't back down without knowing that they wouldn't attack him from behind. You said you thought there was more than one? Mito, yeah, there were three different voices talking, Mito replied. Then when they were revealed, there were only three, a standard team of a turning. Then Jiraiya, he spoke as he once again made his presence known. And if they were giving Kakashi the chance to leave, he should have taken it. Caution is good, but being too cautious can get you killed. I'm sure Kakashi did what he thought was right, Minato replied to Jiraiya before he turned to Mito. And what happened next? Did they reveal themselves? Yes, they did. After telling us to back off, once again a female voice spoke up, sounding a little impatient. Anyway, she jumped to attack Zabuza wearing a mask black that looked like a skull. Another boy followed her. He also had a mask on, although it was weird, some kind of patchwork. Anyway, he went to help his comrade, but instead he was attacked by Zabuza's accomplice. Mito continued trying to remember what he could of the other two. He had only seen them briefly before she and her teammates retreated from the clearing, so he couldn't give much description of them. However, the other member of her team, I think the leader, appeared before us. He was so fast, it was almost a blur. And what did this man look like that faced you? Minato questioned. He had heard how insecure she was about the other two, so he decided to focus on the one she seemed most confident in. Well, he was tall, about your height. Dad was also pretty beefy. He had big muscles in his arms and probably his legs. He also had a mask on, although it was completely black and didn't even have a symbol of the village. What else? Oh yeah, he also had this big silver axe that he held in his hand. Myth continued while she tried to give the best description she could of him. Most unturning don't usually display their village symbol, so the fact that they didn't isn't that surprising. However, the axe and black mask do seem familiar, Minato muttered to himself before looking at a thoughtful Jiraiya. Any ideas? Yes, the description sounds very familiar, Jiraiya also muttered as he tried to remember which of the numerous shinobi it could be. Oh, he recognized Kakashi. He said it was someone called Grim, and that he was in our bingo book, and that could work for Kiri. Mito helpfully contributed. Grim, that's what it is, said Minato as he began searching through the pile of papers on his desk looking for his copy of the bingo book. Okay, here we go, Minato muttered as he found the book before flipping through it. When he But on the right page, he showed the picture to Mito and Sasuke. Is this the man you speak of? Bingo book entry: unknown name, unknown clan, alias the Grim Hunter, range Neen of range to village unknown, suspected to be Kirigakure, alive, status abilities, tracking skills, assassination skills, known to be skilled in Kenjutsu, further abilities unknown, no one has survived fighting him, weapons silver battle axe made of chakra metal, associates the monster. See page 37 and the cannibal. See page 43. Known bounties: 20,000 are in Konoha, 25,000 are in Ijuwa, 55,000 are in Kumo. Known crimes: murder, torture, operating without permission in foreign lands. End of entry. Looking at the photo, Mito nodded. Yes, that's the guy that faced us, at least I think he is. Kakashi definitely calls him Grim, which would be the cannibal and the monster of the other two. Okay. And what happened next? Minato asked as he put down the bingo book. He was now worried there might not be much known about this shinobi's abilities, but the fact that he and his team were all A rank was worrying. He wouldn't even send a honing team to deal with them, let alone a genin team. Good. Anyway, after that, Kakashi told him that he knew who he was, to which Grim told him to back off since Kakashi was interfering in his mission, replied Mito, as she tried to remember everything that had happened. After all, it had all happened so fast. A reasonable request, especially since they weren't a threat to Kekkei, his mission. So where did it go wrong? Jiraiya interrupted again, only to receive an elbow to the stomach from Kusina. Well, if you stop interrupting, we can find out, Kusina replied, irritated, before smiling kindly to your daughter. Please go on, honey. I know it can be hard, but we need to know what happened, right? Replied Mito while sending Sasuke a nervous look. Okay, this guy from the Grima appeared in front of us and told us to leave. But before we could I attacked. Sasuke spoke still in a low voice. And why did you attack him, Sasuke? Kakashi gave you an order, asked Minato, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the young Yukia. No, but the guy was a threat, said Mito, speaking for Sasuke. That's why he attacked, take him by surprise. Is that true, Sasuke asked Minato calmly, ignoring Mito's last comment. The possibility of a genin being able to take an A-rank shinobi by surprise was almost ridiculous. Kakashi said he had a bounty on the Konoha guy that seemed to piss the guy off. I thought he was going to attack, so I decided to attack first, Sasuke replied. It was a half-truth at best. Yes, he thought the man was going to attack, but that wasn't the reason he accused him. He didn't attack to prove himself against someone strong. Only in the end, he never got the chance to do so, judging by the fact that you're not dead, I guess. Kakashi stopped you, Minato asked, feeling like at least some of what Sasuke was saying was true, but knowing that he was most likely trying to cover himself. But he would leave it for now. Actions would be taken later if he deemed them appropriate. But for now, he wanted to get the rest of the story. Yeah, the guy raised his axe to hit Sasuke, but Kakashi dragged him back, and then he started fighting with him, replied. Nito told us to come back after that and join Sakura. Oh yeah, he had already told Sakura to leave at that point with the client, added Mito. Minato nodded before asking him to continue. I knew he would have to send them to Inochi to get a more detailed account of what exactly had happened, but for now, I wanted to hear his account of what happened while it was still fresh in his memories. But before we left, I saw Kakashi send out a dragon jutsu lightning at him, only for the guy to block it with some chakra chains, replied Mito, remembering that detail. Chakra chains, asked Kusina abruptly, while both Jiraiya and Minato reacted with surprise. Yes, they were a bit similar to yours and Urza's Uzumaki chakra chains, but they were also different. They weren't gold like yours, they were gray, replied Mito, while looking at his mother to see what she said about it. Inten has a possible Uzumaki lineage, muttered Kusina. It wouldn't be surprising if he was from Kiri. I wouldn't be surprised if several refugees from my clan fled to the land of water to hide after the fall of Yuzu. I would have thought we would have found out about this, especially if an A-rank shinobi proved capable of using them, said Minato, looking at Jiraiya as spy master. No, if this guy never let anyone see his abilities get away, the only question is why did he spare the genin? Surely now he knows the information will come to light. The Kumo have been hunting down the Uzumaki bloodline for decades. Why forgive them? Jiraiya asked. The whole room that I don't know. This worries me, answered Minato while frowning at nothing, thinking about why GM did what he did. If there is something that is dangerous for a shinobi, it is the unknown. We can leave that for now. I want to know what happened after that, said Otto while turning his attention to Mito and Sasuke. We retreated to the forest. We found Sakura and Tazuna and continued retreating. However, we could still hear the sounds of fighting and see destroyed trees and explosions. I also think I saw Kakashi using a Chidori on the type, Mito continued as he looked at his father, trying to explain what he had seen in as much detail as possible. So he was taking the fight seriously. What were the other unturned doing at this point? Minato asked, not forgetting about the others. I don't know. We got out of the clearing pretty quickly. We got away, but we kept track of Kakashi. Sensei continued Mito. We ended up taking Tazuna to his house where we left him with some of my shadow clones. After from that we went back to help Kakashi sensei. The other hunter Nings were probably dealing with Zabuza, so no doubt he's dead now. and on his way back to Kiri. Minato replied before looking expectantly at Mito. So you went to help Kakashi? What was his status when you found him? He was running away. That guy Grim had sent some strange gray clones after Kakashi. He was struggling to fight them off. His left hand was already injured. It looked gray and rotten and was covered in cuts and wounds. Mito spoke. His face turned black and white, and he was covered in wounds and cuts. He turned pale as he remembered his sensei's injuries. When we saw he was struggling, we went to help him. He had gray clones? Asked Minato, a little confused before turning to Jiraiya. Some kind of new clone jutsu, maybe? Jiraiya answered thoughtfully, although from the looks of it his chakra chains were also gray, so it could just be an abnormality of his chakra, or it could be some new dark bloodline worth investigating. Minato replied, nodding as he saw Iruka write it down. Then Kakashi, he was on the defensive, and he was injured. It seems this Grim is more dangerous than we thought. And what happened next from there? Mito began to explain what had happened, how both she and Sasuke had gone to help Kakashi, how they had momentarily pushed Grim back with their elemental jutsu, how Grim had defended himself by hitting Sakura first, and then Sasuke. The two had been knocked out from the fight and from consciousness at that moment. It was at that moment that Mito admitted that her memories had returned blurry to Minato and Kusina. They knew that minute meant she had started using the Kumi's chakra. Is there anything you can remember after that? If anything at all, asked Minato to his daughter. I not only felt angry and lashed out at him, but I was trapped by his chakra chains. I just couldn't move no matter how hard I struggled. More than that, his chakra chains seemed to bind my chakra, holding it back. Myth continued, frowning as he tried to remember what had happened when he had used the chakra of the Kyuubi. However, it was a struggle as his mind was clouded by anger and rage. At that moment, his chakra chain stopped him. Asked Minato, surprised this for him made it very likely that this Grim must have some Uzumaki heritage. The coincidences were too many. A shared look from Kusina told him that she had come to a similar conclusion also. The fact that Kiri had a shinobi who could possibly contain the Jinchuriki of the most powerful Bija was worrying throughout all this. Sasuke looked around confused. He knew they were talking about something important, but he didn't know what it was. Was that all? Then you don't remember anything else, said Minato as he looked back at Mito. Her Mito began to say as he strained his mind, trying to think. After a few seconds, just when Dominato was about to tell him that he didn't need to strain himself, Engio opened his eyes as he looked at his father. I remember something else. What is it? Minato asked as he focused on his daughter. The last thing I remember seeing before I passed out. It's blurry, but I think I saw Kakas and hit Grim with a Chidori to the chest. Mito finished as he tried to remember. He had been about to pass out, but he remembered the sound of crackling lightning that made his eyes open. A Chidori to the chest that could have been a killing blow. Minato finished as he looked at the other people in the room. But if Kakashi managed to kill Grim, what happened to him after that? Maybe the teammates maybe finished off Zabuza and met with Kakashi right after he killed his comrade, said Kushina as he thought about what could have happened. But then again, maybe Grim managed to survive the Chidori up to his chest. If he has Uzumaki heritage, as we suspect, it wouldn't be too unlikely that he would have survived. We Uzumaki are a tough and durable bunch. Okay, Mito. Sasuke, you can go, said Minato tiredly as he rubbed his forehead. I would like Inochi Yamanaka to take a look at his memories of the incident, if that's acceptable. Minato, he continued, knowing he could force them if he wanted, but he decided to ask first. Yes, it's okay, Mito replied with a nod. He had already gotten to know Hochi through his friendship with his daughter Ino. She trusted him enough to let him use his jutsu on her. Sasuke, however, growled before nodding. He had had the Yamanaka poke around in his mind before. The Okage had made sure to have his mind examined after the Yukiya massacre. He might not like it, but he knew he really had no other choice. Thank you, Minato said as he smiled at the two of them. It's a daddy. Before we left, could you ask? Mito started uncertainly. It's okay, Sakura. She was seriously injured, Mito, but she will make a full recovery, Minato replied with a slight smile as he saw the look of relief on his daughter's face at the news that her teammate was okay. Unfortunately, she won't be fit for shinobi duty for a while, so what will happen to our team? Mito asked with wide eyes. Sasuke also looked worried about what would happen to her shinobi career if the team disbanded. After all, she would never get stronger if she were to return to the academy to wait for a new team. I've already thought about that, Minato replied calmly, not surprised that they were worried about what would happen to them if Sakura couldn't return to the field for at least a year. I've contacted Yugao and asked if she would take over as Tujin INS sensei with her apprentice Herza taking over Sakura's position. So that means Urza and I will be in the same gening team, said Mito with a slight smile on his face at this. Yes, although I'm sure she will have her own gening test that you must pass before she accepts you, replied Minato. Both Sasuke and Mito groaned hearing that. Now you two should run as soon as you see Inochi before You can finish this and relax, replied Minato while gesturing for them. To leave, it's okay, Dad, replied Mito as he stood up, letting out a tired yawn as he did so. Tell us if you find Kakashi-sensei, please. Mito, you know, Kusina started uncomfortably, I know, but there's also a chance that he's not, said Mito with a forced smile even as he walked out of the room, Sasuke following him as the door closed behind them. Minato looked at Kusina and Jiraiya. He looked like he almost fell fighting. He muttered, Jiraiya, what a waste. You know, Lukia was lying, wasn't he? All this could have been avoided if he had kept his head. You can't blame everything on the boy. He made a simple mistake. He didn't intend for any of this to happen, replied Kusina as she frowned at the white-haired sage. He is a shinobi. Making a mistake is inviting death. Jiraiya, he trusted harshly. He will be punished possibly, however, due to his status as the last Ukiya. Several nobles in the Land of Fire have been interested in having him as a shinobi. It would be a great advantage, replied Minato as he rubbed his face, deeply saddened by the loss of his last student. Now Kakashi had gone to join Obito and Rin in the next life, perhaps Jiraiya. So what are we going to do about this mess? There's not much we can do. We have a funeral and move on, replied Minato as he looked out the window sadly. I mean, this whole situation, replied Jiraiya. What can we do? The skirmish happened in a neutral country. Our shinobi started the fight and interfered with a mission of the Unterns, Minato replied as he frowned at Jiraiya. Politically speaking, the Unterns were justified to protect themselves, so we can't claim any compensation. We can't even claim Kakashi's body as he had a bounty on his head from Kiri. Also, that doesn't take into account the possibility that Kakashi killed one of them, but we can create our own sanctions. You're not just a politician, Minato, you're the leader of a shinobi village. Now, I'm not suggesting a war or even a dissolution of the existing relationship between Kiri and Konoha, but we have to do something, otherwise it will be seen as a weakness. Kusina spoke, expressing her own thought. How about we increase the bounty on Grim and his teams, making it so high that he and his comrades can never go on missions again due to their fear of being hunted down and killed for their bounty? But it's possible that Grim is dead, replied Minato. It's possible, yes, but it's not certain. It's likely that his teammates are also alive, added Kusina. Even if they aren't, by increasing the bounty, it will show that we are doing something. We are not assuming the loss of one of our elites without consequences. Okay, I like the sound of that, answered Minato as he nodded his head. Irika jumped slightly at that before looking at Elijah. Shiver ran through his spine as he saw the look in her eyes. Take a message to the Shinobi Administration Office for me. The bounty on the Grim will be increased to 300,000. Your ranking will be increased to rank S, and the skills you showed will be added to your bio. Also increase your teammates' bounties to 150,000 each. Once this is done, make sure it circulates throughout the other shinobi villages. Minato rasped ass. He took revenge on the murderer of his students the only way he knew how. Make the order, kill on sight. Yes, Parrot Kage. Chapter 13. In the Mizukage Tower, in Kirigakure, Naruto couldn't help but frown as he entered the Mizukage Tower, his eyes darting back and forth as he saw the white masked faces of Kiri's Ambu watching him carefully as he made his way to the Mizukage's office, the silent masked shinobi following her movements as she continued through the building. He had barely set foot in the village when he was summoned to see the Mizukage walking right behind, and to the sides of him were Victor and Clementine. They, like him, had been summoned, letting out a sigh as they reached the large double doors that led into Mai's office. Naruto absent-mindedly looked at the two Amba guarding the door, weighing their strengths and finding them lacking. With his brief assessment made, Naruto walked past them and into the Mizukage office. A pain. How nice of you to finally grace us with your presence, Ao said as soon as he saw Naruto enter the room. Oh, get it out of your Cyclops ass, replied down Naruto, barely glancing at Mai's right-hand man, a seasoned veteran and a highly skilled shinobi in his own right. Clementine let out a snort of barely contained amusement. A slightly malicious glint entered her pink eyes as she saw Ao swell with indignation at Naruto's comments from all over her cheek. Ao growled as she glared at Naruto through her only visible eye. My time, the boy knew me, cut me off, as she gave Naruto a warning look before turning to look at Ao. Her expression darkened. Shut up, or I'll kill you. Ao quickly paled at that, even though she had made that threat to me so many times it had almost become a catchphrase for her as she addressed Ao. Walking away from Ao, Mei's green eyes landed on Naruto's crimson ones. His lips twitched slightly at the slight smile now on Naruto's face. It was a cute expression, a genuine display of humanity that Pain, as he knew him, only really showed. Of course, he laughed and joked with the other Miss Shinobi when he was in the bars or on the training grounds. But in such cases, there was a constant wariness towards him, a caution that was common to shinobi like him. Hunters, men and women alike. They are in almost constant danger as they traverse the continent, passing through enemy territory as they would in allied territory. It was a caution and wariness that was ingrained in innate shinobi like Pain, Clementine, and Victor, but there were small moments where he completely let down his emotional guard cases that only occurred when he was around those he trusted implicitly. A very short list, but one he had the honor of being a part of. I wouldn't be so happy if I were you, Pain told me, just to make a face internally as the genuine emotion left Naruto's face to be replaced by the cold, slightly arrogant amusement he wore as his mask. It was a stark contrast to the genuine smile he did before, one that was made even more jarring when you could tell the difference between his mask and his true self. Seriously, Naruto asked, raising his eyebrow slightly. As he met Mei's eyes, I would have thought you'd be glad to see us after all. We've completed the mission you gave us. Saying this, Naruto raised his right arm into the air. The kanji tattooed on his wrist glowed as he channeled his chakra into it. With a light puff of smoke, the Kiba swords appeared in front of Naruto as he easily caught both blades in his hands before setting them down on Mei's desk. Once this was done, he turned around and gave Clementine an expectant look. Rolling her eyes, the blonde girl pulled out an unsealed scroll from a pouch on her hip, opening Zabuza's sword. As she did so, once this was done, she also placed the large-size blade on Mei's desk, though unlike Naruto, who gave up on the swords he was going to without a care, a flash of regret crossed Clementine's face as she gave up her possession of the Kubikura Bocho. She had grown fond of the sword and wasn't too happy about giving it up. If Mei saw this, she didn't say anything as she looked at two of Kiri's legendary swords on her desk before looking back at Naruto. I guess neither Zabuza nor Raiga accepted your invitation to come reunite with Kiri, asked Mei while giving Naruto an inscrutable look. We didn't get the chance to ask as soon as we revealed ourselves. They both attacked us though. Judging by how well they were doing as rebel shinobi, I highly doubt they would have returned even if I had the chance to offer, answered Naruto, telling a half-truth at best. After all, the truth was he hadn't even considered inviting the two swordsmen back to the village. They were both dogs rabid and would have only brought harm to. And if they had returned, I see, Mai replied as she gave Naruto an appraising look, letting out a slight sigh. She shook her head lightly. Well, it doesn't matter. No doubt both of them would have become liabilities if they had returned. You got the swords back, and that's all that matters. We got something more than just the blades. Naruto spoke as he looked at Victor and Clementine before returning his gaze to Mei. Reaching into one of his bags, Naruto pulled out a series of scrolls before placing them on Mai's desk. And what are these, asked Mai as she sent Naruto an expectant look, pointing at the largest scroll. Naruto replied, this one contains all the wealth that the shipping magnate Argata had in his treasury, as well as a series of contracts that hand over all of the man's legal and illegal businesses to Kiri. Both Mei and Ao's eyes widened at that. If what Naruto was saying was see, then in one fell swoop there was almost doubled the amount of money coming into Kiri from both the funding of the Land of Water Demillo and from the missions. They did something that could make Kiri the richest of the village's Shin Noyo, at least could if Mei put trusted people in charge of Gata's many businesses to act as representatives for her, which would give Kara plenty of other sources of income. They can rely on this, along with retrieving the swords, made Naruto's mission incredibly successful and beneficial to Kiri as a whole. And what's in the other two? Mei asked as she looked at the other two scrolls Naruto had placed on his desk. Any other fortune you've acquired during your mission? Naruto ignored the joke as he instead pointed at one of the scrolls and spoke. On this scroll is the body of a shinobi we fought. He wielded a currently unknown Dojutsu, one that could benefit Kiri. His full powers, however, are not fully known. However, from what I saw, it is similar in nature to a Byakugan, only more powerful. As he said that, Naruto looked at Ao, a shinobi who had a Byakugan implanted hidden behind his eye patch. After the body has been examined, it is my opinion that Dojutsu could be implanted into trusted shinobi, thus increasing Kiri's strength, though a proper medical examination might be required before thinking of implanting one of them. Who knows what might happen? Naruto continued as he once again looked at Mai. Mai leaned back in her chair upon hearing that Naruto was of course right, that the Dohutsu would need to be properly tested before allowing them to be implanted into any of his shinobi. However, the possibilities behind this unknown Dohutsu were certainly intriguing. Do you have any recommendations on who these Dojutsu should be given to? Mei asked, genuinely interested in his answer. She would of course make the final decision, but she was more than willing to hear the Naruto's opinion on the matter. Naruto looked down at a scroll as he listened to Mei's request. His mind raced as he thought of who could make use of having these Dojutsu implanted. Nodding to himself, Naruto looked at Mei before saying he would suggest that both Clementine and Odom could make use of having these Dojutsu implanted. Their fighting threads would benefit from the addition of the Dojutsu. Clementine looked at Naruto sharply, hearing that her pink eyes narrowed as she thought of what that she had heard these eyes could do. and how they could benefit her. In the end, a slightly malicious smile crossed her doll-like face as she thought of how much more death and destruction she could cause if she had access to the skills this Hutsa could offer me. Too took a thoughtful look at his suggestions. Somehow she saw why he suggested it, and the fact that they were both young and already powerful for their age was an added benefit. So don't you think you or Victor should take up the Jitsu? She asked as she looked from Naruto to Victor. The silver-haired man just nodded his head when he heard Naruto's suggestion. No, Naruto replied with a shrug. Due to the nature of my chakra, the Jitsu would be destroyed the moment it came into contact with my chakra, and Victor has a similar problem considering the nature of his abilities. If it were implanted in him, it would have to be replaced within a few years. May felt at that, seeing the logic behind his answer. She was already familiar with the strengths and weaknesses behind the Stein clan bloodline, just as she was aware of the weaknesses behind all the bloodlines in her village, including the two she herself possessed. Well, all except Pain. She vaguely knew what he could do, but was always cautious with the details, and May trusted him enough to let him get away with being a little vague. Oh, make sure this scroll goes to the Maidens. I want to know exactly what we're in for. We face before making any decision. Also take the scroll with Gada's assets and wealth to the Treasury Department. There is a lot of work to do, and I wanted to start as soon as possible, said me as he looked at his right hand and nodded at me. He blinked, seeing that Ao was still in the room. Now, Ao told me with a frown and running through his beautiful face. Yes, lady Mizukage, said Ao in a bad mood as he grabbed the two scrolls with a frown and left the room to hand them to one of the Mizukage secretaries. And the last scroll, she questioned me once again, looking at Naruto. The last living member of the Yuki clan was Zabuza's apprentice and fought against us when we came to claim the sword. Luckily, Victor, seeing her skills and knowing her pedigree, decided to spare her life and bring her back to the village for you to decide what to do with her. Naruto said, shrugging her shoulders. She's a little battered and bruised, but otherwise fine. However, she's currently in stasis, so she can. It took her a few hours to adjust after being freed from the scroll. I felt at this, pleased that one of the oldest Kirin bloodlines hadn't died out. However, I was also worried about how the girl might react if her master Zabuza was killed. Upon picking up the scroll, May nodded as she gestured to a nearby Ambu to take it. Take her to the torture and interrogation department. Have her treated by doctors, but otherwise confine her. However, make sure to tell the shinobi about you, that she should not be harmed and should be treated with courtesy. I wanted the girl to call Kiri back, but I knew that until I spoke to the girl and assessed her trustworthiness, she would not be allowed to wander around. Nodding, the Ambu took the offered scroll before disappearing in a light spray of mist. So all in all, it was a successful mission, May said as she turned to her team from a turning, or at least mostly mainly questioned Naruto, confused. He didn't know we had failed in a single objective except the secondary objective of recruiting the two missing Nin. You were correct that the mission itself was an overwhelming success. You recovered the swords and also brought back a fortune in bloodlines and wealth, said Mela, nodding before a slight frown crossed her face. Unfortunately, your actions in W against Team Konoha have caused me some trouble. You are referring to Kakashi's death attack, questioned Naruto. Knowingly, he and his team interfered with our mission. Legitimate. While we were in neutral territory, I would have thought there would be little backlash against Kiri, especially since we show no Kiri marks. Yes, and you're right that the Konoha officer can't take any action against us not without being seen as the aggressors, he said, me feeling with his head. However, if you think Minato Mikaz is going to take the death of his last student, well, then you're a fool. The words were harsh. May knew the pain. He was just doing his duty, though it would have caused a lot less trouble if he had shown some restraint when fighting Kakashi. I'm confused, Naruto said with a frown on his face. If what you said is true about Konoha not being able to do anything to Kiri is true, then what's the problem? The problem is that you allowed those Konoha genin to live through. This in itself was a smart thing to do considering the amount of backlash we would have received if you had killed the Yellow Flash's daughter and the last Yukiya. I might having led to the war, but it also meant that they were able to give a report on what happened, May replied as she raised her hand to rub her forehead. Namek has placed a large bounty on your heads, mainly yours, Pain, and also you now have the honor of being an S-rank shinobi, so much so that it will make your duty as a turning nearly impossible, since almost all of the elemental nation's bounty hunters will be after Grimm's boss and his team, said May, using Naruto's codename. Naruto winced at that, realizing why she was angry, because the nature of his abilities meant he couldn't just adopt a new identity and do his duty. No, his abilities were distinctive and would identify him to anyone who knew him, and as a Termin, he would be even more vulnerable, as they don't wear the symbol of their shinobi village, meaning they were free game. This meant, at least for the moment, he would no longer be able to be a Termin with this bounty now upon him. His head meant that every time he left the village under the persona of Grim or as an unturned, he would be a target one that would endanger his team and any mission they were on. Well, __. Naruto said bluntly, licking his lips absent-mindedly as he thought about the consequences of this situation of __. What does that mean for our team? Does that mean for the moment it will be disbanded, said May with a sigh, at least until things calm down, or else I will reduce the bounty on your head. Okay, said Naruto, not happy with the situation but understanding why was it necessary anyway. Okay, this is not fucking okay, snapped Clementine as she looked at both May and Naruto. What the hell are we supposed to do if our team disbands? May's expression darkened at the disrespect Clementine was showing. Keep your tongue civil, Clementine. I am still your Mizukage. Clementine flinched at Mi's tone of voice before giving in. Clementine realizes who she was cursing at and shut her mouth with a nod. As to what you're going to do, May continued to cast a glance at Clementine before catching Naruto and Victor's eyes. Clementine and Victor will be initiated into the newly formed Seven Chins of the Mist. Clementine will receive the Kubikura Bocho and Victor the new Abari. They will join sooner than they had planned, but it doesn't matter. Both will enter training with the other members. Both Victor and Clementine earned surprised looks at that statement, although Clementina's lips twitched slightly upwards as she realized that she would be retrieving the Kubikura Bocho. Victor, however, looked surprised, especially when May placed a long needle-like sword on his desk, one that had thread of steel coming out of the handle, gesturing for the two to take their respective swords. May continued speaking. The two will report to the Seven Swordsmen training camp at noon, where they will begin their training in the use of their respective sword. Once the training is completed, you will be initiated into the Seven Swordsmen along with the other 4 initiates. At that time, your team can be reformed again, or you could be sent after the last missing sword healed, depending on the circumstances. At that moment, Victor nodded absent-mindedly as he picked up the new Abari with reverence. His eyes sparkled as he thought of how he would use the needle as a sword, a blade that was literally called a sewing needle. The blade was practically the weapon perfect for a member of the Stein family, which was no doubt the reason May had given it to her in the first place. Clementine also grabbed her sword and carried it over her shoulder with ease, without, however, unlike Victor, who was a bit overwhelmed with the sword he was given and the honor bestowed upon him. A former outlaw, Clementine looked at Naruto with a frown before looking back at Mai and the pain they're going to give him. Kiva swords, she asked with a slight frown. Don't I have a different duty to campaign me? I'm sorry, but I'm not going to join you, Clementina replied calmly. Clementine frowned before placing her sword back on the table. Then I can't join the Seven Swordsmen, she said bluntly, surprising everyone in the room with that admission. Why? May asked calmly as she stared at the blonde. I'm going, she shrugged in response. Pain and I are a team. Where does he go? I'm going. Naruto blinked in surprise at that, as he didn't expect such loyalty. However, his surprise only lasted a moment as he saw a frown pass over Naruto's face. Victor, as he tried to put his own sword back on the Mizukage's desk, letting out a sign, Naruto spoke up. Take your sword, Clementine. We'll still be a team after you finish your training. Clementine gave him a stubborn look. Plus, I'm not exactly a sword guy. Give me a good axe any day over a fancy sword. Clementine snorted in amusement at hearing that. Come on, you two, join the swordsmen. We'll talk later. Either way, just remember the team can disband officially, but that doesn't mean __. In reality, Naruto added. Clementine nodded as she once again grabbed her sword from Mai's desk. Okay, now you two can leave the room. Pain, you stay behind, Mai said as she gestured for the 2 former hunters to leave, as she told them silently to do as they were told. Looking between me and Naruto suspiciously, Clementine grabbed Victor by the arm as she dragged him out of the office. So they both joined the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. What am I supposed to do? Naruto asked as he grabbed a nearby chair and threw himself into it with an expectant look on his face as he looked at Mai. May not respond at first, a curious look on her face as she inspected Naruto. You caught me by surprise, you know. Naruto frowned an eyebrow at that comment. The fact that you killed Kakashi in a take took me by surprise, he replied, still giving Naruto an appraising look. I always knew you were strong, too strong for someone your age, but I never realized how powerful you were. Kakashi was a borderline S-class shinobi, but you were able to kill them one-on-one, he told me with a slight smile now on his face as he gave Naruto a proud look. Very impressive. Naruto nodded lovingly at that, thanking him for his praise. And what am I going to do? I have a mission for you, he told me, with a proud smile still on his face. As he spoke, I'm making you a Honing sensei, and I'm giving you a Henning team that you must take to the next Chunin exams. In Konoha, Naruto blinked in surprise. What about the reward? If they find out who I am, they will try to kill me. The reward is for Grim a Termin without a village, not for pain. A Honing from Kirigakure replied, they may know who you are, but they can't do anything not without first attacking a head from their village and declaring war on Kirigakure, putting a big reward. Even a Termin is one thing, but attacking a honing from a neutral village is completely another. It's okay, they won't attack me from immediately. Why do you make me a teacher? I don't know anything about Jinin training. Naruto questioned, seeing the logic behind Mei's explanation. Well, it's good that you aren't expected to teach them. Your Jinin team will be all high-level Chunin to low-level shinobi. Jounin, a group of well-trained shinobi who never moved from Jinin to Jinin due to other commitments. You are just expected to go to Konoha and act as their honing sensei while you're there. Eni replied, and why are you sending such a powerful team to a Chunin exam? Naruto questioned suspiciously. Something about this just didn't seem right to him. He didn't answer at first. Instead, he gave Naruto a scrutinizing look as if deciding how much he could trust him. While you were on your mission, I received a visit from a man who calls himself the Otage. He is apparently the leader of a newly formed shinobi village in the land of Rice, a village called Odagakure, he said to me with a frown as he recalled his encounter with the mysterious man. The man came with a request for Kiri to join to Odagakure and Sunagakure in an attack on Konoha during the Chunin exams. Naruto felt his blood run cold upon hearing that. And what did you decide? Naruto asked cautiously. I told him that I would help them, but that was a lie. I will not decide anything until I receive more information. That is why I am sending you to Konoha. You must evaluate Sui Yodo's forces and discover his plan exactly. You must also evaluate Konoha's forces. Once you have done this, he will inform me. While you do this, your team will open the way to the third round of the exams. This will give me an excuse to come to Konoha with my most powerful shinobi as my bodyguard, said Mei, outlining her plan to Naruto. Knowing how he did it, she could place her absolute trust in him. So what will happen? Will we help Konoha or will we attack them? Asked Naruto, quite conflicted as he did so at the moment of truth. Naruto would happily die for Kiri. In the Mizukage, this was his home, and he would fight for it, but he also continued to love his family, his mother, his father, and his two sisters would happily die and kill to keep them safe. And there was the crutch as he found himself caught between his loyalty to his home and the love of his family. That is up to his infirm. If the invasion is likely to succeed, we will aid in the invasion and reap the benefits, including taking as much of Konoha's bloodline and jutsu as possible before we leave. As after meeting the other Kage, I have no doubt he will attempt to betray us. However, if Konoha is likely to prevail, we will use our forces to help, after which Konoha will be indebted to us at all. Depends on the information you provide, said Mei, revealing how ruthless she could be when it came to the safety of her village as she plotted to play both sides in this upcoming war. Okay, Naruto nodded. His mind was spinning as he thought about what he should do. He could easily falsify the information and have Kiri help Konoha, but by doing so he could put his village in danger. By being on the side loser, on the other hand, could fulfill his duty, which could lead to the destruction of Konoha and endanger his family. Are you okay? She asked me, worried, seeing the confusion in Naruto's crimson eyes. Yes, I'm fine, just thinking is all, Naruto murmured in response. Will you accept the mission? Said me. His expression still showed his genuine concern as he kept a close eye on Naruto. Coming to a resolution, Naruto looked up, his eyes once again shining with confidence. Yes, I will do it in Konoha. That day it was raining in Konoha. It was fitting in a way as it reflected the way he felt standing in the center of the training camp. Minato Namek looked down at a memorial stone, a large slab of rock that had the names of each and every shinobi from Konoha who died in the line of duty carved into it. Looking up at the stone, Minato continued his vigil. He had been standing in front of the stone for almost 3 hours, not caring about the rain that soaked his coat and clothes. As he continued to staring at the stone, his eyes moved between three names that meant a lot to him: Obidi, Yukiya, Rin, Nora, Kakashi. These three had been his Jinin team when he was a honing sensei. All three had died. All three had been killed because of Kiri. Clenching his hand into a fist at the thought, Minato fell to one knee, absent-mindedly tracing Kakashi's name as he thought of his student. Kakashi had become almost like a son to him over the years, and his loss had hurt Minato deeply. The last time he had felt so miserable and unhappy had been when Naruto had disappeared. In fact, the loss of Kakashi had brought all that old pain to the surface. This was the second son he had lost. Standing up, Minato closed his eye tightly, ignoring the rain falling down his face. Parrot, Kage, you summoned me. A female voice spoke from behind Minato, bringing him out of his thoughts. As he turned around, Minato found himself face to face with an attractive woman of purple hair, one who was currently dressed in shinobi gear and a honing flak jacket with a sheathed sword strapped to her back. Yes, Yugao, I did, acknowledge Minato as he gave the woman a tired smile. I have a request to make, Sir Okage, said Yugao as he gave her a nod of respect. With the loss of Kakashi and the inability of young Sakura, Uruno, both Sasuke, Yukiya, and my daughter Mito are without a full team, and a honing sensei," said Minato as he rubbed his eyes tiredly at that. "I summoned you. I hoped that you would be willing to become the Jonin sensei of the new Team 7, a team consisting of Mighten Namikaze, Urza Namikaze, and Sasuke Yukiya Lorokage. It would be an honor for me to take over the position. However, I'm afraid I don't have enough experience as a teacher to properly teach the team." "Yes," Yugao replied with a slight frown on her face. "Yes, I have already thought about it," answered Minato as he ran his hand through his soaked hair, moving it away from his face. "That's why my wife Kuzuna has agreed to help you part-time, at least until you feel confident enough to take full responsibility." "You honor me," Yugao replied. The uncertainty did not leave her expression. "I do not trust you. I trust you to train and take care of Konoha's future, and I know you will be able to do a good job. The improvement Urza is showing is proof enough of your capabilities," Minato replied. Yugao straightened up a little as she listened to Hirokage's praise. "Make sure you teach them well, Yugao. With the Chunin exam is just around the corner, there will be a lot of pressure on them to succeed," Minato replied with a worried expression on his face. "Are they really ready for the exam?" Parrot Cage questioned Yugao. "I don't know," Minato replied with a frown. "Unfortunately, there are a lot of expectations on them to compete. The three of them have a spotlight on them from both Konoha and the other shinobi villages. If they don't compete, it's possible that Konoha will be seen as weak. We can't afford to be seen as weak, especially after the loss of one of our elite," Honing replied Minato as he looked towards the memorial stone. "Besides, I don't think I can stop them from competing. Even if I tried, I'll make sure they're safe." Lorokage said Yugao, resolutely understanding now why both she and Kusina would be training the new team. "Thank you, Yugao. The Chunin exam is in a little over a month. You'll have to train them hard. Make sure they're ready," Minato replied with a stern expression on his face. "Yes, Parrot Cage." Elsewhere in Konoha, with the Namikaze twins, a great scream echoed through the Namikaze training camp with PS as Urza Namikaze slammed her wooden training sword into one of the practice dummies, dancing backwards from the dummy. Urza shot forward again with a confident stride and narrowed eyes as she came back from hitting the dummy. A cut to the head, 3 blows to the chest, and a final vicious blow to the waist. All 5 hits occurred in the 5th seconds. Running backwards again, a slight smile curved on Urza's face as the wooden dummy exploded in a shower of splinters. Waving her sword through the air with relaxed practice, Urza prepared to attack another practice dummy. However, before she could do so, she was interrupted by the sound of her sister's voice. "If you keep this up, we'll run out of practice dummies," Mito said as she approached her sister with her crimson hair pulled back in a ponytail and her clothes composed of a baggy t-shirt and a pair of leggings. This contrasted with her sister Urza, who was wearing a finely crafted set of light armor, complete with a series of steel plates covering her vital points. "Mito," said Urza as she turned to her sister with a worried expression on her face as she dropped her battered training sword to the ground and turned to face her sister full on. "How do you feel?" Bad, Mito replied with a tired smile. "You still feel rough after using the chakra of Kyuubi. You shouldn't have pushed yourself like that," Urza said with a frown. "You know how dangerous Kyuubi's chakra can be even when you have control of it. What choice did I have? My teammates were in danger. How was I going to live with myself if my friends got hurt because I didn't give it my all?" Mito asked as she leaned down and picked up Urza's practice sword, giving it a few clumsy practice swings. As she did, Kenjutsu has never been her strong suit. She could use Kyuna and Shuriken, but that was all. Urza he stared blankly as she said that, unable to refute her words. "What was it like to fight for your life like that?" Urza suddenly asked as she looked at her sister. Nito winced in pain, but still answered, "It was terrifying. That grim guy outclassed me in every way. Nothing we did fazed him, and when I saw one of his chakra chains coming towards me, I froze. It was as if my death was coming. If it wasn't for Kakashi, I probably would have died." There was silence as they both thought about what had happened to him. To Kakashi, when he heard that Urza had cried herself to sleep that night just for the fact that Mito was still alive. "Next time you won't be afraid, because next time you won't be alone. The next time we see that guy, we will fight him together," said Urza fiercely, her brown eyes shining as she looked at her sister. Mito smiled lightly, hearing the passion in her sister's voice. "You are right. Next time I will be stronger, and then we will beat him," said Mito as he gave Urza back her sword of practice. Chapter 14, with Naruto. "So this is the Genin team I've been assigned to lead, right?" Naruto said as he entered the training ground. Mei had indicated to him with an unimpressed look on his face as he surveyed the current occupants of the training grounds. "You were paying. I accepted our ancient sensei." One of the occupants spoke up as he looked Naruto up and down with an equally unimpressed look on his own face. "I thought you would have been more." The one who had spoken was a young man of tall-skinned boy about the same age as Naruto. The boy had shoulder-length blonde hair and violet eyes. As he opened his mouth to speak, Naruto could see that the boy had filed his teeth down to points. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he noticed the sword strapped to the boy's back. It was also quite recognizable. After all, it was one of the 7 legendary swords of the missed the blade known as shibuki, also known as the explosive sword, instantly taking note of all of these facts. Naruto was able to come to a conclusion as to who this kid Suozuki was. He took him to be one of the apprentice members of the new 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, and also one of the last remaining members of the Ozuki clan. The one now called Satsu smirked at that, his filed teeth in full view as he sent the other 2 genin in the room a smug look. Huh, so the big bad pain knows who I am. No need to be surprised. After all, the 7 swordsmen aren't called legendary. For nothing, Naruto gave him a bored look before he looked away in disdain. I think he would have preferred your brother MTSU. From what I hear, he's much more skilled and not as annoying, though I'm assuming he's not a genie and is already a full member of the 7 swordsmen, unlike you who are still a rookie. The smug look instantly left Satsu's face when he heard that. Before he could retort, though, Naruto had moved on to the other genies in the room. In him, Naruto muttered to himself as he inspected the next genin, who was looking at him, nervously, blue hair, glasses, and filed teeth, with a slightly nervous disposition, and one of the 7 swords of the mist strapped to your back. I assume you are Chojuro, the wielder of Hiramakiri, the twin sword, and another member apprentice of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. And yes, sir, Chojuro replied nervously as he shifted uncomfortably under Naruto's red-eyed gaze. It will be an honor to work with you, Pain. Sir. Naruto nodded curtly at that with a slight smile on his face at the boy's soft, nervous tone. The boy may seem meek, but from what Naruto had heard, he was truly a beast in a fight. Naruto certainly wasn't against him being on his team, nor was he really against Susu. After all, he liked the other members of the new 7 Chinese swords were chosen for a reason. They were chosen because they all had the potential to be great. It will be good to work with you, Chojuro, said Naruto as he reached out his hand and shook Chojuro's hand. Fights well, and we won't have any problems. A clearly uncomfortable look crossed Chojuro's face at hearing that he had heard of Pain, and he had heard about how much he and his team had killed, so much that they had become a bit of a legend in their own right. He really didn't want Pain to have a problem with him letting go of the boy's hand. Naruto turned to the last member of his genin team, although calling them genin was a bit disingenuous considering the fact that all 3 of them were at least shinobi of high level. Chunin down, and a genuine smile crossed Naruto's face as he approached the last member of his new team. The young man standing in front of him was around Naruto's age, with short brown and hazel brown eyes. The boy had a large, bulky build, too big for someone his age. Just like Naruto, he had packed a lot of muscle into his body, which was in stark contrast to the lean, thin physique most shinobi went for. Odin, the damn cannon has passed a while, Naruto said with a smile as he patted the boy on the shoulder before dragging him into a manly hug. He, along with Victor and Clementine, had been one of the first outlaws his age that he had met upon arriving in Kiri, as he had clung to old Furu, and like glue. Because of that, and because of their similar ages, they had all hung out a lot in the beginning, and had regularly gone on low-level missions during the war together. Unfortunately, though, Odin hadn't become a turning like Naruto, Clementine, and Victor. His skill set, after all, wasn't the most subtle type. Instead, he had remained a normal shinobi, albeit very destructive and enthusiastic. Pain, Oda replied with a big smile even as he lifted Naruto into a hug before letting go. How are things? A little __. Right now, old man, Naruto replied with a shrug. My team has been disbanded. Clementine and Victor have been trained as new swordsmen of the mist, and I have been given this mission. And how do you __. Continue being considered a genin? Ja, that's great for them. I bet they'll make some amazing swordsmen, Odin replied with a smile, before a sheepish expression crossed his face hearing the rest of Naruto's question as to why I'm a genin. Well, yes, I got promoted, but then I went on some missions and, well, you know, there was a lot of collateral damage. Naruto rolled his eyes amused. You mean you got too excited and destroyed something you shouldn't, so I'm demoting you? Yeah, Dan replied with a tone cunning. She wasn't very happy. Yes, I can believe it. Naruto chuckled with a small smile on his face. Well, I'm glad to have you with me. Odin smiled upon hearing that. Yes, Naruto was happy with the team that had been assigned to him, 2 apprentices of the 7 swordsmen of the mist and an old comrade in war veteran. Yes, he was very happy with his team. They would undoubtedly make it to the last round, and they would be a devastating force to hide within Konoha when they needed to fight. Although it is not yet known he had decided if that was for Konoha or against. Then what are we going to do now? Asked Satsu with a slight frown on his face, seeing how Naruto had been much more hospitable to the other 2, and now Naruto said with a wry smile, now I'm going to train you, and I'm going to train you hard. I have a month to make sure we can all fight as a question unit. So we'll work on teamwork and combination attacks. Chojuro nodded at that, even as Odin shrugged indifferently at Naruto's words, not caring about the extra training. After all, it was necessary. Susu, however, frowned at that. So what exactly is our mission? We've been told all we have to do is enter the Chunin exam and make it to the final round. Naruto nodded before replying, And that's all you need to know for now. When you need to know more, I'll tell you. For now, though, you just have to make it to the final round. You'll be the only gening team that Kiri will send due to reasons that will be informed to you later. Although I will say that when you participate in the exam, you must not kill in from the villages of Sunaoto and Konoha, or at least not unless I tell you. This time the three members of the team seemed confused. Well, this sounds very doubtful, said Odin softly. Oh well, we are shinobi. Cryptic ions are the norm for us, yes. But I would like to know a little more about what we are doing participating in a Chunin exam. A laser in Konoha said, his gesture in a voice loud, his voice slightly petulant, as he demanded answers. And you will be told, but for now you will be kept in the dark in case you are captured and interrogated, so get it out, said Naruto, knowing how upsetting this would be for them. Unfortunately, although the mission was important, if something went wrong it could lead to the fight breaking out before Kiri was ready. So for now Naruto was going to play things close to his chest. He needed to make sure his team was safe, which for now meant that he would keep certain details from them. Odin and Chojuro nodded at that, both understanding Naruto's reasoning. Tetsu frowned, but eventually accepted that Naruto had a point, and that they would eventually tell him more questions. Naruto asked as he looked at the three of them when none of them spoke. Naruto smiled. Well, now we have less than a month to prepare, so let's start training. Mina's Shin nor a few weeks later. Naruto let out a tired sigh as he entered Mina's house, nodding his head to the white-haired bar owner. She made it was strange to think that just a few weeks ago she was here drinking with her team, preparing for their mission to retrieve two of the seven swords of the mist. It was crazy how fast things can change in such a short time. I heard __. Through my brain, suddenly a voice shouted from the bar. Oh no, Naruto thought with a slight smile as he saw Clementine and Victor waiting for him by the bar. As he approached them, Naruto could see that neither of them had changed much except for the new abari that was now sheathed on Victor's hip and the kubikurabocho strapped to Clementine's back, except for that they looked almost exactly the same as before. Dolores, said Victor with a smile. How things have been a long time ago. Naruto blinked in surprise as he saw Victor smile. His eyes immediately went to his friends, now filed down by their teeth. Upon seeing them, he turned to Clementine. As he did so, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that her pearly whites looked exactly the same as before. Turning to Victor, he replied, they've been fine. May has given me a mission that's keeping me busy, and you look different. You mean the teeth? Victor let out a good-natured chuckle. His glasses glinted as he met Naruto's gaze. Yes, it's some sort of tradition that the seven swordsmen do them, so I thought why not, plus I can always replace them in a few years if I don't like them. Naruto replied non-committally, not really wanting to tell Victor that they looked fucking horrible. Don't you? Have you been tempted? Clem __. No, the blonde replied with a look of horror on her face. I mean, what kind of idiot would do that to themselves? I'm sure he means no offense, Vic, said Naruto diplomatically. No, replied Clementine with her pink eyes twinkling. I definitely meant to offend. Lovely. Victor spoke up, giving Clementine a dry look as he did. So you have a mission from the box? Yes, he said. Naruto, pretty big too. I don't think I can say much about it. Has something to do with the Chunin exams in Konoha? Asked Victor. Naruto immediately tensed at that. Why do you ask? Probably because Victor and I have been added to the Mizuki's protection detail for when she goes to Konoha. Clementine and spoke with a shrug. The fact that you're not on it tells me that you'll probably be on it too, just doing something else. After all, you're one of Mei's most trusted shinobi, and you would have definitely been added to her protection team if you were available. Naruto let out a sigh at that. There was no leak. They were just making an educated guess on the information they had access to. Well, you'll just have to wait and see. No joke, Clementine said in response with a smile once again on her face. So enough about me. How's training? Asked Naruto as he decided to change the topic of the conversation. As he did so, he also motioned to the waiter and ordered his usual cheap and rough-tasting whiskey. Okay, said Clementine, shrugging. For now it's about getting used to our swords and practicing the simplest techniques that can be used. The kubikurabocho is quite simple. It's nothing more than a large sword with the practical ability to repair itself by absorbing the iron from the blood. It seems that the sword is more thirsty for blood than you. Naruto replied with a giggle. Well, I wouldn't go that far, replied Clementine with a malicious smile on her face. Although Victor is quite natural with his sword, the old pork over there seems to be a master in using that needle of great size. Victor looked down at his needle-like sword, the new abari, with a loving expression on his face. Yeah, she is really a beauty. Then you know what you will do after your training is over? Asked Naruto. Let's hope they put us back on a team with you. I think the Mizuki is very interested in us locating Samada, the last missing sword. After that we will just go on assassination and hunting missions just like before, I guess. Clementine answered with a shrug. I think they just made us swordsmen to keep us busy until the heat came down on you, after you killed Kakashi and got a massive bounty on our heads. Naruto rolled his eyes at that. Well, you can't be surprised. We were an amazing team, Victor added with a smirk, slamming his fist on the bar as he did so. __. Naruto yelled out loud as he grabbed the glass of whiskey the bartender had just placing Team Go in front of him. Team Go the other two chanting as they clinked their glasses in Konoha with Team 7. The clatter of steel against steel could be heard throughout Training Camp 7 as two similar-looking redheads collided, letting out a scream. One of the red-headed girls dressed in light armor and loose hair leaped forward with a golden sword made of pure chakra held in her hand. The other girl, wearing a tight battle dress and crimson hair tied back in a tight ponytail, she frowned as she watched the other charge. Swinging her hands forward, she sent two kunai flying towards the other girl. Urza, the girl wielding the sword, nimbly dodged both kunai. Her pace didn't even slow as she approached her sister. Mito, she held in her hand a chakra blade made similarly to how Izumaki made her chakra chains. This sword, like the other weapons Urza could make with her chakra, was as sharp as a wind jut, and it had the added side effect of temporarily disrupting the chakra of anyone it slashed at. It was a useful skill, no doubt, wielding her sword against Mito. Urzan held nothing back as she saw her sister continue to close in on her. Mito began to dodge and gracefully danced around the increasingly faster strikes her sister threw at her. As she dodged, ducked, dived, and dodged, she kept her eyes sharp, patiently waiting for any opportunity that might have to counterattack. Mito's eyes suddenly sharpened as she saw her sister slightly extend one of her lunges. Running forward, Mito raised her hand, revealing the dimly glowing black seal that had been tattooed on it. Closing the distance, Mito had to dodge as Urza spun on the spot, swinging her sword to attack Mito. As she did, Mito ducked and allowed the sword to pass harmlessly over her. The golden blade cut off a few strands red hair loose from Mito's head. In her wake, Mito raised her hand, and her palm struck the flat of Urza's sword with a crack. The Fuinjutsu seal that Mito had inked on her hand activated. Urza's sword shattered even as the residual chakra was greedily absorbed by Mito's seal. Mito didn't even blink at this, but instead tried to sweep her sister's legs away with a low kick. However, Urza wasn't taken by surprise as she leapt into the air, jumping over the kick and putting a few feet of distance between the two. The moment her feet touched the ground, she was moving again. Two thin golden spears 4 feet long appeared in her hands as she used her unique Utsumi bloodline to forge the two projectiles. Spinning the two spears in her hand, she threw them at Mito before shooting forward again with a pair of swords now in her hands as she tried to attack while Mito was off guard. Seeing the two spears coming, Mito channeled chakra through her body and into the palms of her hand, twisting her body. Mito avoided both spears with ease. Her hands were already moving to slam her palms against them and destroy them and absorb them, hitting one of them but not the other. The other spear struck and blew through 4 layers of trees in the forest behind Mito. Seeing her sister charging once again, Mito went through 3 hand seals before slamming her hands into the ground using the excess chakra she had just absorbed to reinforce her chakra release jutsu. Wind palm. The air exploded from the palms of Mito's hands and then towards the ground. As it did so, dust soon filled the air as the ground in front of Mito cracked and crumbled with dust and dirt exploding from the cracks into the surrounding area. Undaunted by the cloud of dust that covered the training field, Urza continued forward with her swords at the ready until a stern voice echoed throughout the field. This voice was soon followed by a powerful wind jutsu that blew the dust away, revealing Urza and Mito stood inches away from each other, both looking at each other calmly. The sword in Urza's right hand was at Mito's throat, even as the sword in his left hand had been shattered by Mito's left hand. However, the kunai in Mito's right hand hovered inches away from Urza's chest, just above where the two Jarab girls' hearts were. As they stared at each other, taking note of the position they were in without saying a word, they moved away from each other, the two nodding respectfully as they did. "So you fought well," Urza said with a respectful nod to her sister. "Back to you, sister," replied Mito with a smirk. "We will crush the Chunin exams. Yes, we will honor both Konoha and Kakashi's memory," Urza replied sternly. Mito's smile faded before nodding. "Yes, we will make him proud. Yes, I'm sure you both will," Yugao said proudly as she approached the Sasuke, following them wide open as he looked from one girl to the other, Sharingan in her eyes spinning fast as she committed the fight she had just seen in memory. "Those other Genin are not going to know what hit them," Kushina Uzumaki said as she made her presence known with a big smile on her face. Her violet eyes sparkled as she looked fondly at her two daughters. "Team 7 is going to dominate the competition this year." Both girls smiled at seeing their mother's enthusiasm, Hyuzen Zunka's joy, and it really was contagious. With Naruto and Team Pain at the gates of Konoha, Naruto let out a sigh as he reached the gates of Konoha for the first time in 3 years. It was truly strange to think how much he had changed from the fragile and scared child he had been when he had run away to the strong and resilient person he was today. As he approached the gate, Naruto felt a hint of nervousness rise in him as he vaguely recognized the 2 gate guards. His nervousness was due to his worry about whether he would be recognized. He shouldn't be. After all, He had changed a lot in the last few years. Within 3 years, he had gained at least 4 stone in muscle and a foot in height. He also looked much healthier than he had been when he left. On top of that, he no longer had Tenna's blue eyes, but instead had his black scara and crimson irises. Having embraced who he was, he saw no point in trying to hide them. So overall, he looked very different from before, although to add to his changes, he also wore a shinobi half mask which covered the lower part of his face. In addition, he also had a shinobi head guard from the mist and sight resting comfortably on his forehead. Some may wonder why he was being so paranoid. After all, he had once called this place his home and had nothing against the place or the people within, but for Naruto, the reason he didn't want to be acknowledged was that it would interfere with his mission and bring complications into his life that he wasn't ready or willing to deal with yet. As he approached the gates, his 3 genin walked behind him, the 3 naturally a bit wary as they were lining up to enter the neutral shinobi village of Konohagakure. Naturally, the group of obviously Kaira's shinobi were left at the gate by the pair of bored-looking guards. After all, the guards wouldn't have been doing their job if they hadn't stopped a group of dangerous foreigners waiting to enter their village. "We're here for the chunin exams," said Naruto kindly as he looked at both chunin once more. He knew he recognized them, but couldn't remember their names. It seemed from their silence that you didn't remember that either, though knowing his alternate self he might not care. It was odd at best. "All right, you guys are the 13th group today. I'll just need your jounin instructor to sign you up," the guard said as he looked at the group with a board in his hand, one that had the names and pictures of all the foreign genin teams that entered the chunin exams this year. Naruto rolled his eyes before politely coughing into his hand. "That would be me, Hing Pain from Kirigakure, the Hing sensei of the team one." The clipboard man's eyes widened slightly at that, but he quickly shrugged it off. After all, a teenage J, and wasn't that shocking. It was a little irritating considering he was in his mid-20s and still a chunin. But sometimes the world worked like that. Scanning the list, he quickly found Pain's name as well as his team, all of which matched the pictures that had been sent to Konoha by the Mizukijo Kekkei. "Have you on the list? And they have you booked a hotel along the southern border of Konoha. Just walk down this street and keep going until you reach the mountain wall. Your hotel will be on that stretch. Your name will be on the hotel reception desk, and they will sort it out for you from there. Some instructions on what to do next will be sent to your room later tonight," said the guard as he led Naruto and his group towards where their hotel was. "However, I have to say, I'm surprised you're the only Kiri team booked for this year." Naruto shrugged before answering. "This year's Kirin harvest has been disappointing from what I hear. The Mizukijo held back a bunch of them as she didn't consider them ready to take the chunin exam this year." "Tough break," said one of the gate guards. "I'm assuming this means there will be a lot of Kirin in the upcoming chunin exams. I wouldn't be surprised." Naruto replied with a shrug even as he led his team through the gate and into Konoha, a slight smile on his face as he once again found himself in the village he grew up in. Even as he looked up and saw his father's face staring back at him from the Okage Monument. Chapter 15 in Konoha. With Naruto entering the hotel room, Naruto looked around in disappointment. It seemed like they were all going to share the room. It was very Spartan with 4 single beds on the walls and 2 closets. Looking at his team, Naruto made a decision. "You guys make yourselves comfortable and get ready for tomorrow. The first stage, it will take place at the Shinobi Academy. No doubt this part of the test will be a trick. Stay alert and make sure you pass." Sutsu rolled his eyes before saying, "I think we can manage to pass an exam that is made for Jinin. Well, because if I thought you weren't capable, then I wouldn't have brought you." Naruto replied bluntly. "You can take a look at Konoha if you want, but just make sure you behave. I don't want to get kicked out of Konoha before the match starts because one of you is screwing up all 3 of us, Jinin." They nodded. Suigetsu, however, seemed a little rebellious. "Why, what if that happens? Can't we become chunin?" he asked mockingly. "No, if you screw up and get us kicked out, you will have made us fail our very important mission for which I will hurt you," Naruto replied without hesitation. Both Chojuro and Sutsu laughed at that, thinking Naruto was joking. Although Odom paled a little, the pain he knew he made no empty threats. Naruto's eyes narrowed a little when he heard the 2 of them laughing, but for now he decided to let it go. He had given them a warning. If they chose to ignore it, then it was their own fault. What happened, however, thinking about it, a quick death courtesy of Naruto was much better than a painful death courtesy of May. The stakes were too high for small measures. He just wished he could tell them how important their mission was. However, unfortunately, the risk was too high. "And what are you going to do?" asked Odin cautiously. "I'm going to take a look around the village. I'll be back later. Late, and remember not to fuck with her," Naruto replied as he turned around to leave the room, allowing the 3 genin to unpack their belongings and settle into their new room. Naruto didn't need to do any of that. He had all of his belongings sealed in a scroll that was hidden in one of the pockets of his bulletproof vest. However, just before he left, Naruto paused and decided to say one more thing besides try to keep a low profile while we're in Konoha. 10 minutes after leaving the hotel room, Naruto had quickly familiarized himself with his old stomping grounds. He quickly found the main road that ran through Konoha, along which were several stalls, shops, and restaurants, all of which seemed to be flourishing. No doubt having a shop in one of the larger and wealthier shinobi villages was good for business. Determined to take advantage of the nearby shops, Naruto bought himself some food. Slipping into a ramen joint he remembered being at before Naruto sat at the counter, he decided to wait patiently for the waitress, a brunette only a few years older than him, to serve him. While he waited, he noticed someone else approaching the stand. Looking to the sides, Naruto had to contain a slight sigh as a beautiful red-haired woman sat in the seat one beyond him. His eyes widened even more when he saw that the red-haired woman had a little girl in her arms. A little girl with golden blonde hair and crystal blue eyes. Naruto felt himself start to cry. His mouth was dry as he saw his mother for the first time in 3 years. "How may I help you today, sir?" A soft voice spoke, quickly catching Naruto's attention as he looked away from his mother and instead looked at the waitress, whose name was apparently Aim according to her nameplate. "Oh, Herm, yes, can I get you a bowl of miso ramen, please?" Naruto said, licking his lips nervously, and she did. He could see that he had caught Kusina's attention. The red-haired woman had turned slightly in her seat to look at him. "Right away, sir, it shouldn't take too long." Yame smiled back as she accepted the money Naruto gave her. "So I guess you're here for the Chunin exams," Kusina suddenly spoke, looking sideways at Naruto's crimson eyes, and they looked at Kusina when she noticed that her mother seemed older than she had seen her last time. Her eyes were sadder than she remembered, but despite that she smiled at her even as she held what seemed to be her daughter close to her. Naruto didn't even know that she had a new sister, but then again, if you run away from home, it's unlikely you'll be able to get regular updates on the family. Or yeah, Naruto replied awkwardly. Kusina seemed to smile at him sympathetically. "It must be strange being in an unfamiliar village. I bet Konoha is very different to Kiri." "It's certainly a lot drier," Naruto replied weakly, not really sure what he was supposed to do. Kusina laughed at that before saying, "By the way, my name is Kusina, and this little bundle of joy is Naruto." As he said that, hugged his 3-year-old daughter, causing the girl to let out a cute giggle. Naruto thought to himself as he looked at the girl, taking his eyes off the girl. He looked back at Kusina, not entirely sure what he should say next. He should say his name is Naruto and see what happens next. "Nice to meet you, Kusina. My name is Pain," answered Naruto. "The mission comes first. Anything else is just a complication to be avoided when possible." Pain asked Kusina with a slight smile. "I guess that wasn't the name your mother gave me." Naruto shrugged before answering, "It was a name I gave myself when I was much younger. It just stuck. Must be a bit painful." Kusina replied, amused. Naruto snorted at hearing Kusina's pun before rolling his eyes. "You know that's the first time anyone's done that." Kusina looked horrified before answering, "They have no sense of humor in Kiryu." "They do," replied Naruto with a slight smile under his half mask, "but the jokes aren't that painful." Kusina snorted loudly at that, even as the little Naruto in her arms started to laugh. "A miso ramen," said Aim the waitress, as she placed the bowl in front of Naruto. "Thanks," Naruto replied, before asking, "Can I also get 2 fingers of whiskey to wash it down?" A scowled at me at that. "Are you sure you're old enough? Only upper shinobi chunin can drink if they're underage." Naruto seemed amused by that before answering, "Good thing I'm a hing then." With that, he pulled out a Kiri identity card. I looked surprised by that, but shook off her surprise as she went to get Naruto the drink he had ordered. "So, you're a Jounin sensei? I didn't see that coming," said Kusina as she looked at Naruto with a frown. The boy looked only a year or 2 older than Urze Mito, too young to be a Jounin. Then again, there were some shinobi like Ichichiya and Kakashi who were so skilled that they were promoted young, but the shinobi as those were often well known. Naruto shrugged at that. "We are shinobi, always have to expect the unexpected." Kusina smiled, hearing that. Her eyes glazed over, as if she was remembering something. "You know, that phrase of yours reminds me of something a family friend used to say. He always used to say to always look underneath words you knew," Naruto said, nodding before a frown crossed his face, as he tried to figure out which friend of the family was talking then. "Who said that is someone I would know?" Kusina sighed sadly before giving the pale-skinned boy beside her a slight smile. "You've probably heard of him. He was quite famous." Kakashi act. Naruto hid a bit of embarrassment at that. He knew the man and had actually met him and then killed him. "Unfortunately, he died recently on a mission in Wave." Kusina continued with a sad expression still on her face as she hugged Naruto against her. The blonde bundle of the joy had calmed down. No doubt he had sensed his mother's mood. "It comes with being a shinobi," Naruto replied as he took a small glass of Aim's whiskey with a smile. "We have dangerous professions, and when we are in the field, we are constantly dancing with death. Sometimes we win, And sometimes we lose. How old are you again? Kusina replied, dryly, hearing Naruto's cynical statement before letting out another sigh. Without waiting for an answer, I understand why he died, and my husband was also on a mission and got into a fight with another shinobi. However, it doesn't ease the pain of loss, nor does understanding why something happened make it okay. Naruto took a large gulp of whiskey at that. Even as he remembered his fight with Kakashi, the man was certainly strong and skilled, so much so that Naruto doubted he would have been able to prevail if it hadn't been for his skills. Yet even though Kakashi had entered the fight knowing he could die just like Naruto, this was the reason why he felt no guilt. As he looked back, the shinobi world sometimes was kill or be killed. That was a fact. Old enough to know how the world works, Naruto replied, shrugging once more, taking a swig of his whiskey, enjoying the burning sensation of the spirit as it traveled down his throat. You've seen war, right? Can I say that I'm going to assume you fought in the Kiri rebellion? Kusina asked in a somber tone as she looked at Naruto. Thoughtfully, her eyes roamed over the numerous scars. Yes, Naruto replied with a shrug. I was originally a member of the Ukas. We were always in the middle of fighting. Even shinobi like me, who were only supposed to act as support at the time, had seen my fair share of fights. Enough to know that anything can happen in a fight. A sad expression crossed Kusina's face, seeing how jaded this boy was. A boy who was probably only a little older than her son would have been. It was sad, but Kusina also knew that with an attitude like hers, she would be able to survive in the shinobi world. All too often, she saw idealistic genin who thought being a shinobi was about saving the princess and sending flashy jutsu. They were the kind of kids who gave up on being a shinobi. They died early. So on a lighter note, Naruto began to decide to change the subject. The slight smile on Kusina's face told him that she appreciated it. Do you have any genin taking the exam? Kusina smiled at that before declaring confidently, I have a team that is entering, and they are going to crush the competition. To me, they sound like fighting words, replied Naruto defiantly. How about a bet? Name it. Kusina replied with, if all my team 1 makes it to the finals and not all your team does, then you have to buy me all the ramen I can eat, said Naruto with a smile, deciding to get into the swing of things now. And the same goes for you. Oh, poor boy, replied Kusina, as she shook her head solemnly. Even as AI placed her usual order on the table in front of her. Her usual order consisted of 6 bowls of ramen to start. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight of the large amount of food in front of his mother. He had forgotten how much he could eat. Half an hour had passed, and Naruto was walking through the streets of Konoha with his stomach full of a pleasant mixture of ramen and whiskey. His conversation with Kusina had been quite pleasant. He hadn't revealed himself as her lost son long time ago, but he hadn't looked down on her either and avoided it. Instead, he had struck up a rather pleasant conversation with her, something that wasn't usual between 2 different shinobi from different villages. When talking to Kusina, he had learned that she didn't blame Kiri for Kakashi's death. She certainly blamed Grim, but it seemed like she had calmed down a bit since she first heard it. However, she was still obviously upset about it. There was no doubt about it. For the most part, Naruto had been rather vague in his speech. He told her some funny stories from his time as a young shinobi during the war, to which she shared some of her previous experiences as a shinobi. What they discussed was completely harmless and had nothing to do with secrets of the other village. No doubt, if that topic of conversation had come up, they would both find an excuse to cut the conversation short as quickly as possible. Now, though, Naruto decided it was time to get down to business. After all, he hadn't come to Konoha on vacation. He had come to assess Konoha's SUA and Oto shinobi forces and to find out more about the Otox plan and Konoha's defenses. Talking to Lokage's wife about mundane things wasn't getting the job done. This was why Naruto was walking down the main street of Konoha, keeping an eye on all the foreign and native shinobi wandering around, mentally noting the numbers as he did so. Plus, he had also borrowed/stolen a copy of the guard list from the gate on the foreign shinobi coming to the village for the Chunin exams. Now, someone might ask why he just walked out in the open and didn't sneak around and spy. Well, he had a reason for that, and that reason was the dozens of well-hidden Konoha ambu that were on the rooftops, keeping an eye on all the foreign shinobi as they walked around Konoha. Sometimes the best way to spy on people is to do things like you would any other day. Trying to hide would only draw attention to yourself. As he walked down the street, Naruto heard a loud commotion coming from the end of the street beside him. As he turned to see what could have caused such a disturbance in a relatively busy public place, he soon found his feet leading him in that direction. The cause of the disturbance seemed to be Naruto's own sisters. Both Hirza and Mito were taking turns yelling at another pair of shinobi as they Approached. Naruto looked closely at Urza. It had been 3 years since he had last seen her, and just like Mito, she had grown up now. She was taller and more mature. Her loose red hair fell to her waist, and her body was covered in light armor. At her side was a sheathed sword, although Naruto knew by heart that he didn't really need it. Standing next to her was Mito. The girl had changed surprisingly since the last time he saw her over a month ago. She carried herself differently. She stood stronger and more confident. But more than that, he could see that she had the Fuinjutsu scripture now running through his arms and hands. Naruto himself was quite skilled in Fuinjutsu. May had given him access to the knowledge that Kiri had managed to save from Yuzu after IWA and Kumo invaded it. Yet he knew he was no master in the art, just as he knew just by looking at it that Mito's Fuinjutsu writing was far better than his own, which he had tattooed on his wrists. Keeping his eyes off his sisters, Naruto looked at the other people on the street, curious to see who would fight the Okage daughters. In the middle of Konoha, one of the other people on the street arguing with Naruto's siblings and contributing to all the noise was Asuna Shinobi, wearing what looked like a full bodysuit that had cat ears on it. Looked like the boy was also wearing thick clown makeup and had something on his back. Standing next to the made-up boy was a pretty girl about the same age as Naruto. She had a large iron fan strapped to her back. She had a purple garment that reached to her mid-thighs, and her blonde hair, it was gathered into 4 ponytails to complete the scene of absolute chaos that was in front of him. Naruto was able to recognize the little boy hiding behind his sister Urza's legs, an expression of fear on his face as with Hamura Sarutobi. Naruto slowed his approach as he took all this, and he was able to recognize the 2 shinobi. One was Timar and Kamuro, the 2 eldest sons of the Kazakhs. He had seen that these 2 shinobi were registered to participate since it was his younger brother Gaara, who also happened to be the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast, had not taken Kiri's intelligence agents to decipher that little nugget of information, and the fact that such a volatile and unpredictable shinobi had been brought to Konoha raised many questions. Naruto had already begun to suspect that Tsuna's main weapon had been brought to Konoha for the invasion, meaning that the boy could be a swelling pin on which Naruto was basing the invasion on. He was also able to find the faint signs of 5 other people, all of whom were watching the spectacle, suppressing their chakra as they did so. 4 of them were genin, but the 5th was more powerful. No doubt it was a Hambu who noted what he saw and prepared to intervene if necessary. Speaking of brother, Naruto was able to quickly track down the powerful Vulu soul he had in his body, allowing him to find the boy who at that moment was hanging out of sight from the branch of a nearby tree, his eyes fixed on the ongoing argument. Listen, here, the brat ran up to me and almost hit me on the butt. As such, I think it's justified for me to teach the Kono brat here some manners. Kankuro shouted, his face reddened with anger and embarrassment as he looked at the cowering form of the boy who had taken him by surprise. Kankuro, simply let him go. We don't need to go cause any trouble here in a foreign village, Temari said, noticing that people had started to notice the loud argument going on. So she tried to get her brother to calm down and come to his senses before something unfortunate happened. They couldn't afford for anything to go wrong, not at this point. The future of their village may depend on this. I refuse to allow you to hurt the boy. He is a member of Konoha and is therefore under my protection, Urza replied resolutely as she looked at Kankuro, refusing to move or be intimidated. If you lay a hand on the boy, I will cut it off, she added dangerously, with her hand resting on the handle of her sword. As she did so, Temari's eyes turned to flint as she heard the threat to her brother, her hands now slowly inching closer to her large battle fan as she warily eyed Urza. Don't threaten my brother. If you do, I'll have to get involved, and you wouldn't want that to happen. It wasn't a threat, Urza said coldly with her icy gaze now about Temari. It was a promise, you arrogant bitch. You really don't know who you're messing with, right? Kankuro growled, his anger only fueled by the girl's threats. Don't call my sister you ugly bitch, old hag. Underscore Mito interrupted, her fingers trembling even as she gave Timar and Kankuro a dangerous look. I'm not a underscore girl. Kankuro stepped back, sharply stomping the ground with her foot as she did. So you could have fooled me, Urza spoke again before looking at Temari. Try to keep your sister under control. I will if you do, Temari replied, her lips twitched slightly despite the tension. Go to the underscore. I'm not a underscore. Woman, Kankuro yelled again and amused. Naruto decided to make a point. Your presence at that moment. Could all you girls keep the noise down? I'm trying to enjoy a nice walk around Konoha here. I'm not a fool, Kankuro started as he turned to attack Naruto before his eyes widened at the sight of the speaker standing in front of him. The boy had moved so fast he blinked and missed him. Who are you? Temari spoke cautiously as she looked at the strange boy in front of her. He was about her height with short hair that looked distinctly gray and eyes intense and powerful that seemed too unnatural. He was a built boy with broad, muscular shoulders and thick arms as she inspected him. He also took off the bulletproof vest he was wearing and the kekkei headband. The bulletproof jackets were only usually worn by chunin and hyunin, and since he was a foreigner in the village, it was likely that he was here for the chunin exams, but not as a genin, which could only mean that he was a jounin. The name is Pain, and you all should be civilized, especially with the chunin exams about to start. I'm sure there will be plenty of time for you two to battle it out in the various tests, Naruto replied with a shrug as he hoped none of his sisters had heard of his name. However, he was surprised by the recognition he saw on Temari and Kankuro's faces. Your Pain, Temari said cautiously. That's what I said. So why don't you two get going and head back to your hotel? After all, tomorrow is a big day. We don't want you to get crippled before you can start, said Naruto, not so subtly, telling the two shinobi to go to the __. As for you two, don't you think the daughters of Lo have better things to do than fight with the sons of the Kazakh? Nito seemed a little apologetic about that. Urza, however, just gave Naruto a level look. Are you saying we shouldn't act to defend one of our own when we're in our own village? Urza asked sharply. Her hazel eyes met Naruto's crimson ones. The girl didn't even blink as she did so. Besides, who do you think you were to tell the shinobi of Konoha what to do in their own village? Someone who doesn't act like a short-tempered jerk, Naruto replied softly as she looked away from Urza, knowing how he did that his dismissal would bother her more than his words. She might have matured in her appearance, but she could still read her sister like a book. Turning around, Naruto wasn't surprised to see another shinobi of his standing with his brother and sister, an emotionless look on her face. As she looked at Naruto, the boy had red hair, dark circles around his eyes, and the kanji for love tattooed above his eye. My name is Gara Sabaku. Who are you? Asked the redhead, wearing a gourd on his back. His expression didn't change as he looked at the two red-haired girls behind the boy before dismissing them as if they weren't a threat, as he instead focused on the boy in front of him. He made Mom nervous, and Mom didn't like being nervous. Mom, he claimed that there was something familiar and unnatural about him, something that Gaara should avoid destroying. Naruto looked indifferently at Gaara, not caring about the growing killing intent seeping out of him. Instead, Naruto was more interested in seeing the looks of fear on Temari and Kankuro's faces. It seemed that the information he had read was correct. The boy was uncontrollable and feared even by his own brothers. Why then was he there unless it had something to do with the invasion? It was confirmed in what regarding Naruto, and he would add it to his report. May already had a plan that was beginning to take shape in her mind, but first she needed more information. Well, idiot, if you had heard before, you would have heard. The name is Pine on Hingdakiri, and I suggest that you three return to your hotel room now, said Naruto with a clearly annoyed expression on his face for having to repeat himself. Both Temari and Kankuro tensed and looked fearfully at Gaara when they heard Naruto's insult. However, the red-haired boy did not. He said nothing, but continued to stare at Naruto and let out small amounts of killing intent. Temari, Kankuro, let's go meet Baki. Gaara suddenly spoke, his voice calm and toneless as he looked at his two older brothers, who obeyed without hesitation. Turning on the spot, Gaara gave Naruto one last scrutinizing look before he disappeared in a swirl of sand. Both Temari and Kankuro disappeared into their own shins as they followed. However, before leaving, Temari sent Naruto a speculative and cautious look. Naruto returned with a slight frown as the Shinobuna left the area. This left Naruto alone with his sisters, with Hamaru and the people spying on them. You better come out of your hiding place, Naruto said bluntly as he looked around the area, his eyes fixed on where the four genin were hiding. He decided not to call the Lambu, as not only would it reveal itself, but it could raise reds on Naruto himself. Aza looked at Naruto, confused by that. And what do you mean by that? Pain? None of us hide, Mito answered before Naruto. Could he's talking about the people spying on us? A censor, Naruto guessed with a smile on his face, not that they could see him through the half mask he was wearing. Mito smiled at that before nodding. For some reason, this person was very familiar to her. Whether it was for a positive or negative reason, she wasn't sure yet, but considering she had just helped them, she was willing to give it to him. Naruto's smile soon turned into a frown as he felt three of his vigilantes disappear. Level 3 Shinobi genin quickly disappearing from the scene. It was irritating, but not overly so. Naruto knew their souls and could find them again. This was just what he planned to do. After all, what better way to gain information than to interrogate a spy? Even if they were undoubtedly genin spying on the competition, you never knew what little nuggets of information you might learn. Finding the other spy revealed himself to be Sasuke Yukiya, who appeared alongside his teammates in a blur of motion, his dark eyes suspiciously fixed on Naruto. How is someone so young a hint? Sasuke immediately asked, not caring about introductions as he decided he wanted to find out, or was someone his own age already a Hunin while he was a prodigy was still a Jinin? Why am I that good? Naruto replied. It may have sounded arrogant, but it was true. The reason he was a Jounin was because he was too skilled and powerful to be a Jinin. Sasuke scoffed at that. Would you like to try it out? Then why don't you fight me and we'll see just how good you are. Naruto didn't take the bait as he dismissed Sasuke with a simple "you wouldn't stand a chance" before he turned to leave. He still had a job to do. After all, he couldn't keep spending time catching up with family. However, before he could leave, Urza stopped him with a strange look on her face as she looked at him critically. Wait a second. Naruto turned to look at her. His crimson eyes met hers as he gave her a curious look. Have we met before? Urza asked as she kept her eyes fixed on Naruto. There's something about you. It feels very familiar, almost like a long-forgotten dream. Do you really think you would forget someone like me? Naruto asked, amused. A former outlaw and now a proud Jounin of Kirigakure. Urza stood there thoughtfully, not at all bothered by his revelation that he was an outcast. Some shinobi might still look down on them. Even now, most of them have settled in Kiri, but her sisters and brother were raised to be tolerant and decent people. However, there is still something about you. Naruto smiled lightly at that even as he once again turned to leave. Well, maybe you'll just have to wait and see. Iza and Mito gave him confused and curious glances at his critical response. As he left, the two decided that they would try to find out more about the enigmatic pain over the course of the Chunin exam. Sasuke, however, was outraged that he was so easily ignored and dismissed. Hey, are you fighting me? Or are you too scared? That's why you're running away. 'Cause you've heard about the Ukiya and you're terrified of facing one. Come on, you coward, fight me. However, Naruto simply ignored him as he walked away, knowing that it would upset and humiliate Ukiya more than words could. The boy was still just a boy, one who seemed to need constant validation. Naruto's sisters, however, were far more complex and confusing than the Ukiya brat. Naruto was already eager to see how they would fare in the Chunin exams. He had a job to do, but he wasn't going to let that stop him from enjoying Chapter 16 in Konoha with Naruto. Naruto let out a boredom signal as he led his 3 Jounin through Konoha. He was currently escorting them to the Konoha Shinobi Academy, where the first stage of the Chunin exam. Of course, in Naruto's humble opinion, the Chunin exam was a complete waste of time. The first part of the exam was a classroom exercise where Jounin were given tasks that tested how they thought and how they could use certain skills. The second part of the test was a practical team exercise where they would be given a task against other teams. It was based on teamwork, the execution of orders, and physical ability. The final part of the Chunin exams was a tournament-style competition in which they fought one-on-one like animals in front of a crowd. Suffice it to say that Naruto thought it was a total __. Clementine and Victor had never had to go through that __. They had learned to be shinobi in the field. Either they acquired the skills necessary to survive, or they died. That was how true shinobi were forged on the battlefield, where a single mistake can cost you your life, as well as those around you. They did not need to go through this nonsense. And the fact that Naruto was now S rank, and both Clementine and Victor were era rank in Naruto's mind was proof of this. In contrast, the Chunin exams were a joke, and the caliber of shinobi they produced were just supposedly fodder. The exams were a war game, where villages could air their grievances with each other without resorting to war, as well as show off their skills for potential clients, much to which Naruto could understand and approve of. War waged over trivial grudges was inefficient and stupid, and it was potential customers. It was necessary for the economy of a shinobi village, but in terms of creating decent shinobi, he doubted the Chunin exams were all that useful. This was why Naruto was glad he didn't have to participate in the exam. Making it to the finals was his team's duty. Instead, he had been sent to Konoha to gather information on Konoha Suna and Odo's offensive and defensive capabilities, while also uncovering Odo and Suna's full invasion plan and the forces they used. Arya nor the likelihood, in Naruto's opinion, of his success. He had been in Konoha for 2 days, and progress on that front had been rather slow so far. He had gone on a stroll when he first arrived, checking out the new arrivals and the hidden Amba teams as he did so. He hadn't bothered trying to hide himself while doing so, as that would only draw attention. It was always better to hide in plain sight. So far, he had learned that the Sekage children were present along with the Shiriki of Suna, just as he had discovered that suspiciously there was only one team here from Odo. It was not a large number, but with the Chunin exams now beginning, he hoped to take advantage of the opportunity it offered him. He had managed to secure a position as a supervisor in the second stage of the Chunin exams alongside a Konoha shinobi named Anka Mitarashi. This would allow him to spy on the Odo unit teams. It would also give him the opportunity to kidnap and interrogate some enemy shinobi during the chaos from the second cover. If It were necessary to say this, however, Odo only had one team of shinobi participating in the Chunin exams and had orders to allow them to advance to the finals as per OTK's plans. Naruto highly doubted that that was the only force they had present in Konoha. Even so, that team would be Naruto's starting point. He just had to make sure that they stayed alive long enough to reach the third stage. Suna had many more genin teams in the Chunin exams, but the only group Naruto suspected of having useful information was Jin's team, briefed by the three sons of the Kazekage, Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara. However, just like with Odo's team, he had orders to make sure Suna also made it to the finals. Since Mino had decided whether she would help Suna and Odo or help Konoha, he was not to interrupt or assist in any of Odo and Suna's plans until Mei decided what she wanted to do. Konoha, naturally, as the host village, had the most teams in the exam, but like with Suna, most of those teams would be filled with useless fodder. Not that Naruto was all that concerned with digging up information on Konoha. As a former resident, he knew the big names and knew the possible targets that might have the information he was looking for. Hurry up, everyone, Naruto said gruffly as he looked over his shoulder, watching as Hogan, Susu, and Chojuro quickly followed behind him. All three resigned to having to participate in Chunin Seimin. All three were dressed in black and mottled gray shinobi pants with black sandals. They all wore mesh undershirts and light blue shirts over them. Both Chojuro and Zetsu, as trainee members of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, had their respective swords strapped to their backs and their shinobi headbands wrapped around their arms. Odin, or Cannonball, as he liked to be called, had a set of samurai-style armor over the top of his shirt and pants, with a cape of hardened armor on his chest, arms, legs, and torso. This equipment, although unusual for a shinobi due to its weight and the effect it had on mobility, was a useful tool for Odin considering his unique abilities. This is going to be a .. Tetsu complained loudly as he and the other two followed Naruto with their arms behind their heads as they watched the Konoha Shinobi Academy approach. Probably, Naruto said, nodding, not really caring about Susu's lack of professionalism. The fact was probably for the best, as Jinin were expected to be whiny and overconfident, plus he didn't particularly like the annoying swordsman. He was loud, petulant, and overconfident in his abilities. Under normal circumstances, Naruto would have kicked his teeth in hopes of knocking some sense into the boy. Unfortunately, although these weren't normal circumstances, he had to grit his teeth and show off Susu's abrasive personality. And what are you going to do while we take the exam? He asked Chojuro a little more respectfully. Naruto liked him a lot more than Susu. After all, he had the good sense not to deliberately antagonize a superior. If he was being honest, Naruto wasn't surprised by Chojuro's question. After all, he, like Odin, ISU, and JSU, had only been given the vaguest details about what Dean was supposed to be doing here in Konoha. The only thing they knew about their mission was that they had to get to the finals while also making sure not to kill Ed, Konoha's son Odo. That was everything that Naruto had decided to share with them. After all, although he trusted his own abilities, he didn't completely trust theirs, so he wouldn't give them any information that could come back to bite Kiri in the ass if Konoha, his Odo, found out. Understandably, this was frustrating for the three of them, but he knew that none of them wanted to push him, since, after all, he had a reputation for being brutal, ruthless, and almost sadistic. While you do the first part of the exam, I'll go to the room. Academy teachers monitoring this part of the exams, looking for any suspicious activity regarding the second part. Well, the Mizukage has volunteered me to be one of the proctors for the second round of the exams, so you'll probably see me after you pass the first one, said Naruto as he led the way to the academy. I assume you all remember that you have to pass the exam. Oh, .. Really? And that was where I was going to fail, said Sutsu sarcastically. Odin gave the other boy a dunk in the look at Susu. Don't get too big-mouthed. Don't worry, Pain will make it to the finals, said Chojuro with a confident nod and met Naruto's crimson-eyed gaze. All right, now get to the .. Naruto said gruffly as he gestured for them to move, sending Sutsu a look of impending doom. As he did so, he was glad to see the white-haired Pei paled significantly as she caught Naruto's fiery gaze, wilting slightly as he saw that she had managed to piss off, probably having discovered that it wasn't the wisest thing he'd ever done in his life. The waiting room is up there somewhere. Just make sure you don't do something stupid and get iffied. I'm talking to you, Susu. To try not to be an asshole and fail this part of the exam. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Pain, said Odin, rolling his eyes at the glint of amusement in Pain's crimson eyes. Nodding to his old friend, Odin turned on his heel before he and his team could see the two of them. They left following the signs that led to the first stage of the Chunin exam. Naruto waited a few seconds, watching as his team climbed the stairs. He was not at all worried about whether or not they would succeed in this part of the exam or the next. The three of them were chosen for this mission. After all, my own had attested to me that both Chojuro and Susu were high Chunin level, while Naruto knew from experience that his old friend Odin was probably low Jing level. While at least one of they would make it to the finals, that was all May needed. Even still, if any of them didn't make it to the finals, she would feel nothing but shame for them. I have to say, Pain, you really know how to inspire confidence in your Jin. And a sweet melodic voice spoke from behind Naruto. Looking around, a bemused smile crept across his face as he saw Kuzen Uzumaki standing behind him, a slight smile on his face as he met his gaze. The beautiful redhead was standing half a dozen of steps behind him, his own Jin team informed by Mito Uzumaki Yuki awaiting. Patiently behind her looking at them, Naruto was amused to see his two sisters looking at him curiously while Sasuke was glaring daggers at him. The little ___ negative reinforcement always works, Naruto said softly as he turned to face her full on. Maybe I should try it with my own team, Kusina replied. Her lips twitched upwards as she gave her team a sweet smile which caused a shudder from both of his daughters and a frown from Sasuke. Naruto chuckled at that. Just then, team, yes, everyone should head upstairs and do your best. This first part of the exam should start soon, said Kusina as she smiled encouragingly at her team, reaching out and squeezing her daughter's shoulders to comfort him. As he did so, both Yugao and I have complete confidence in you, correct, said Mito with a wide smile as she patted her sister's shoulder before turning towards the stairs and began to walk up to the exam room, giving Kusina and Naruto one last look. As she did, we're definitely going to make Chunin. Urza smiled slightly at Mito's enthusiasm before turning to Kuzen and nodding respectfully before she turned to follow Mito up the stairs. We won't let you down, HN, Sasuke growled in response, not even looking at Kusina as he turned to leave, though he did spare a single nasty look at Naruto before following the other two members of his team. Quite an eclectic bunch you have there, Naruto said dryly as he watched his sisters and Itachi's little brother leave. Kusina nodded at that, sending her daughters a proud but worried look as they walked up the stairs. She had absolute confidence in her daughter's abilities and knew that both of them were more than capable of becoming Chunin, although she was still worried. The Chunin exams were no easy task, especially the second part, where they went deep into the forest of death and competed against other Genin teams. This part of the exam had no rules, anything went, which meant there were always dozens of deaths each year. Of course, there were proctors for this stage of the exam, but their job was more to explain the task and make sure the teams didn't receive outside help. They weren't expected to make sure the teams didn't kill each other. Turning her mind away from that particularly morbid set of thoughts, Kusina looked at the young Kiri hound. He had seen him once before when they had eaten ramen together, but he still felt a connection with him. They had gotten along very well, and Kusina liked the boy's dry and cynical outlook on life, as well as his humor. And what are you going to do now? Naruto blinked in surprise, realizing that Kusina was talking to him. I'm not sure. I'll probably go to the teacher's lounge and see how my brats are doing. They told me they had a live feed for the first stage of the exam there. You are right. They just used the security system of the academy. I'll go with you if you don't mind. I think a group of Konoha Hing are also gathering there to watch, said Kusina with a smile. You can join us if you want. Sure, maybe, Naruto replied non-committally with a shrug before starting up the stairs. Kusina walking to her, a smile on her face as she turned to him, trying to make some meaningless small talk as they slowly made their way to the teacher's staff room with Team 7 as Team SI entered as they entered the testing room, they were greeted by a wave of killing intent that hit them like a wall as all the other genin who were waiting for the exam to begin turned to them. However, unlike the other genin in their year group who would be intimidated, the three of them shook it off. Both Mito and Sasuke were able to easily ignore the faint killing intent that was sent their way, having felt much worse in both when Grim and Kakashi fought and when Mito lost control and attacked Grim head-on. In comparison, the killing intent they were receiving from the genin gathered before them was almost laughable. Urza was just as capable of ignoring killing intent as her teammates. This was because, like them, it used to be much worse. Unlike Mito, who spent most of her time in her fuinjutsu, Urza had begun to learn over the last month under the watchful eye of her mother to learn how to draw and control more than 4 tails of the Kyuubi's chakra. It was very hard both physically and mentally, especially since the Kyuubi's chakra was literally dripping with rage and hatred. That was why, like the other genin's attempts at intimidation seemed almost ridiculous to them. Still, even though they weren't negatively affected by the killing intent, they could still feel the growing tension in the room as more and more people entered and the time for the exam to begin approached. The room was packed with over 100 genin, all of them from multiple backgrounds, shinobi villages, and looking at them it was clear that they all wanted to pass the exam and become Chunin just as much as Sasuke did. A loud voice suddenly shouted, breaking the tension and drawing the attention of all 3 members of Team 7. Mito let out a snort of amusement when she heard the familiar voice calling Sasuke's name. It seemed that the more things changed, the more they stayed the same. As Mito turned around, watched in bewilderment as a pretty blonde-haired girl her own age wearing chainmail armor and a fancy purple top and skirt was running towards them. This was Ino Yamanaka, a fellow shinobi from their year group, and one of Sasuke's daughters. Following Ino Mito, she could clearly see Koya Kimimara Nara, the other two members of Ino's team, Team 10, resignedly following the blonde Mito. She smiled slightly when she saw the irritated expression on Shikamaru's face as she threw her arms around Sasuke with a squeal, gaining the attention of her small group from the entire room. Troubled, it seems you guys were forced to compete in these exams too, Shikamaru said lazily as he and Choji, who was eating from a bag of chips, joined Team 7 and his teammate looking around cautiously as he felt the attention on them. Aizawa let out a small sigh upon hearing how unenthusiastic Shikamaru sounded about one of the most important events in his shinobi career so far. By his side, Mito let out a light giggle upon hearing Shikamaru's comment. I guess it's nice to see how things never change, Elsa said, with a small smile spreading across her face before she turned around and dragged No away from Sasuke, leaving the boy red-faced and embarrassed, and the girl more upset. Besides, you can keep control of your teammate, believe me, it's too much trouble to deal with her. Shikamaru sighs, getting a disgruntled nod from Ino as he did. So well, there goes the neighborhood. It seems you guys are taking exams too, not like you're going to win. True, Akamaru. Kiba Inuzuka, another of the Konoha rookies, said as he approached the others. Following him closely was the canine companion of the boy, Akamaru. Following closely behind Kiba were also Shino Aburame and In Yuga, two other rookies of the academic year of Mito Yurza, and the last members of Kiba's team, the OO team. However, unlike Kiba, who was loud and brazen, the two were much more moderate. And when they met the others, of course, we are as if we lost the opportunity to show you dog breath, said Mito with a fiercely competitive laugh, drawing a frown from Kiba before he loudly retorts. What followed next could best be described as a chaotic mess as Kiba and Mito began to argue loudly and Sasuke attempted to get rid of Hino, who had once again tried to cling on to him as the others looked on in amusement. However, soon enough his loud and rowdy behavior attracted the attention of the other genin in the room, all of whom began to stare heatedly to the noisy group. You know, being so loud usually puts a big target on your back. That's something that's not recommended for anyone, but especially not for rookies like you. An unknown older boy with distinctive glasses and silver hair said as he approached the group of gening rookies with a disarming friendly smile on his face. Who are you? Asked Sasuke, bluntly, frowning and getting grumpy at being called a rookie. His name is Dudo Jikuzi, and as a fellow shinobi of Konoha, let me give you newbies some good advice. I've done these tests 7 times so far, and believe me, they're not easy. The best thing you can do at this stage is not to draw too much attention to yourself. It will only bite you in the ass later when you have all the other genin shooting at each other, said the one now called Kabuto, and warning this earned Kabuto a series of surprised looks from Ino, Kiba, and a couple of the others as he looked around the room. The sight that greeted them was of several angry genin, most of them. They looked irritated at the group of Konoha rookies at the sight of them. The shy Anata placed herself slightly behind Kiba to hide herself, and several of the other rookies flinched slightly. It seemed some of those present hadn't noticed the spectacle they were making of themselves. So are you some sort of veteran of the Chunin exams? Ino asked as she tore her eyes away from the rest of the room and instead focused on Kabuto, thinking of the comfort in a friendly face in a sea of pissed-off shinobi. Yeah, and because we're fellow Konoha shinobi, said Kabuto, approaching the group with the friendly expression still on his face as he saw everyone leaning in to listen to what he had to say. I'll share a little of my experience with you, said Kabuto, pulling out a deck of cards from a side pocket as he did. So these information cards I have information on Noiden graded in all the elemental nations, including the top competitors for this exam. Ask me something, Kabuto continued with his eyes shining behind his glasses as he saw how Mito and Sasuke seemed to perk up at that. Then he laid out the cards, taking out a certain card. As an example, he applied some chakra, and with a puff of smoke a graph of what appeared to be participating countries and the numbers that sent to this exam. Looking at the group, Kabuto's glasses shined. He had set the bait, now he just needed one of the brats to take it. It would be a good way to ingratiate himself with the last Yukiya. He has information on individuals who they're not. Jin and Sasuke asked with a gleam in his eyes as he looked at the cards in front of him. Along with the last Yukiya, Mito also gained a very concentrated look on his face, no doubt having had the same idea as Sasuke. If Kabuto had the information he claimed to have, then he might have something on a certain shinobi he had met in Hihi. Someone to worry about? Kabuto asked with a smile, curious about who they would ask about. My information isn't perfect, but I have something on none of the shinobi Henning. Who you want to know something? A few minutes earlier in the academy staff room, Naruto opened the doors to the Kusina Academy staff room, Uzumaki walking beside him with a smile on his face as the two engaged in idle chatter. Small talk was not something Naruto normally enjoyed, as he tended to want to get straight to the point, but for now he was joking around with his mother. It had been over 3 years since he had left Konoha, but now that he was back, he was just enjoying her company. He had hated neither of his parents during his years away, and had in fact missed them. Not that he would choose to do anything different. If given the choice looking back, he now understood their reluctance to allow him to train or become a shinobi. Even if he didn't agree with it, their concern for him came from a place of love. How could he hold that against his parents? As he entered the staff room of the academy, Naruto immediately noticed it was a large room filled with tables and chairs with a small kitchen area in the corner and a series of screens placed on one of the walls. Looking at the screens, Naruto noticed that they were showing the room where all the genin were waiting for the exam to begin. Looking away from the screens, Naruto looked around the room, seeing that it already had around 24 shinobi, mostly from Konoha. This wasn't too surprising to Naruto, as the first part of the Chunin exam was heavily supervised, and seeing how the test was going on, the Jounin senses were able to see what they would need to do to help their genin improve and develop, so that if they failed they could pass next time and become Chunin. Or at least that was what most of the shinobi were doing here. However, Naruto was here so he could observe if he could spot any suspicious genin that he could track down and interrogate during the second part of the exam. When they entered the room, Naruto noticed that several Konoha Hing were looking at him with suspicion. It wasn't surprising considering his age and the fact that he was the only Kiri-hun with a team in the Chunin exam. Still, though, it didn't bother Naruto. Glancing around the room, Naruto noticed that all the Joun tended to stick to their little ones depending on what village they came from. There was almost no mixing with the other foreign shinobi. Unfortunately for Naruto, however, he didn't have a group to fall back on, and since he was the only Kiri-hun in Konoha, he had been meeting up with the Oto Jounin sensei. Unfortunately, though, from the looks of it, the Oto Honin sensei hadn't bothered to show up, which was a shame since Naruto had been hoping to get a read on him. "Hey Pain, why don't you come sit with us, Kusina?" he said kindly. Normally Kusina wouldn't be interested in mixing with Jounin from other villages, but she found that she liked Pain with things as tense as they were with Kiri after Kakashi's death. Maybe it would be best to build bridges again. After all, the last thing anyone wanted was another shinobi war to occur. "I'm not sure." Naruto started off cautiously. He could see the benefits in terms of information gathering, but at the same time it proved to be a risk. However, it wasn't a physical risk, because as a foreign shinobi here for the Chunin exams, he had what was known as guest rights. He couldn't be attacked or harmed, otherwise it could lead to an international incident or war. Such was the case several years ago when a pair of Kumo shinobi were killed by the Yuga, which had caused an international incident and led to the Yuga in question being sent to Kumo for execution. It wasn't the risk to his well-being that worried him, but the risk of Naruto showing his hand too soon. After all, there were shinobi in the room, and sitting with the Konoha shinobi might give them the wrong idea and undermine Naruto's reason for being in Konoha in the first place. Naruto ended up not really having no choice, as Kusina led him to a nearby table, one that already had several other Jounin occupying it, dressed in a green full-body suit with a bowl haircut and a bright smile. There was also a robust and handsome man with brown hair stubble and a cigarette sitting behind the smoker. Were two very pretty women, one with eyes as red as Naruto's long black hair and an unusual outfit that seemed to consist of bandages. The other woman, on the other hand, had hazel eyes, the violet hair tied back in a short and somewhat spiky ponytail. She had a cinnamon-colored coat with a tight mesh suit that extended from the neck to the arm. While Kusina carried Naruto, he noticed how everyone turned to look at him strangely. "Hey Kusina, it seems that you picked up a stray dog," said the bearded Jounindaro, although a single look at his eyes showed Naruto that he was suspicious, probably due to the Kiri symbol that the red-eyed boy proudly displayed. "Not this spine, it's a Kiri Hing I met the other day. I ran into him when we were leaving our teams, and I thought I'd invite him to join me," Kusina replied with a smile as she took a seat at the table before looking expectantly at Naruto. "It's a little young to be a Huning." "No," the bowl-cut man said with a surprised smile before looking at Naruto's forehead protector. His smile darkened at the sight of the Kiri symbol. "Though I guess considering how old Itachi and Kakashi were when they became Hin, really there's not much of a difference. I guess there are prodigies in every village," the bearded man replied, looking at Naruto closely before extending a friendly hand. "The name is Asuma." "Asuma Saratobi Pain," Naruto replied a little forcefully as he took Asuma's hand before he sat up stiffly. The mention of Kakashi was enough to tell him that these people were likely the man's friends, and as Kakashi's killer made Naruto feel less than comfortable. "Your name is Pain," the purple-haired woman snorted in amusement. "Okay, that's a terrible name." Naruto sent her a wry look about it. "Well, it's not that bad, it's certainly unique." The red-eyed woman spoke diplomatically, giving her purple-haired friend an elbow in the side as she did so. Don't worry, Anko hurts her, she just likes to cause trouble, Kusina spoke, making Anko frown slightly before sending Naruto a smile. Don't worry about it, Naruto replied, dismissing her comments like that. I guess all their teams are part of the Chunin exams. Yes, indeed, the man in the green suit said, his enthusiasm renewed at the thought of his team. A big smile spread across his face. Well, everyone except Anko, of course, she's not an incomplete. Yet Naruto sent the purple-haired woman a bemused smile at that. Well, I'm sure in a few years you can make the cut. She frowned in response. Screw you, now I'm more than ready. It's all about politics. Naruto, archaeologist, to the screens. The Jounin table fell down so everyone could hearing what was going on. No doubt everyone wanted to see how their teams would hold up under the pressure of being in the same room as so many of their competitors. However, judging by the embarrassed expression on Asuma's face when a blonde-haired girl walked in on him, it was going to be fun. Naruto also decided to watch. His eyes shifted across the screens before seeing his own team standing to the side, both Oden and Chojuro waiting patiently for the exam to begin, while Susu, who was clearly bored, tried to antagonize some nearby shinobi. Really, it was a small __. Looking away from what they were doing, Naruto watched with interest as a gray-haired boy who looked to be in his late teens approached his sister's group. Something about the boy was off. Maybe it was the way he walked or the way he talked, but something about him made Naruto nervous so much that he decided to listen with the other Konoha shinobi to what this bastard was saying. Back to the exam room. Yes, I want to know about 3 people if you have any information on them, Sasuke spoke up, talking over Mito while she was also trying to talk. The first one is a guy named Gaara who is also in the Chunin exams. The other 2 are not. I want to know what you have in a shinobi Kiri named Pain and in a Yunin named Grim. Kabuto's eyes widened a little, hearing that asking by DM was not unexpected considering the unfortunate trip of the team if to wave, but he did not expect to be asked about Pain. In fact, neither he hadn't even realized they had met up with him, but the fact that they had was worth mentioning. He would have to make sure to send out the information that the Mizuki's dog was here in Konoha and had made contact with the last Yukiya. His master certainly wouldn't like it, especially considering the plans he had in motion. Kabuto didn't know what the Mizuki was up to, but whatever it was, he would make sure it didn't disrupt his plans. Pain's presence gave him a chance, one that she could take advantage of right now. Who are those guys? Ino suddenly spoke up curiously as to why Sasuke asked about such dark people. After all, if he hadn't heard of them, they surely weren't that good. Mito frowned as she answered, Ino, Pain and Gaara are either soul or some shinobi we met the other day. Pain is apparently a Jounin despite being around our age, and Gaara, well, he just seemed dangerous. Hearing about them would be interesting, but I want to know more about him. He was the who killed Kakashi, after all, the same one who messed up Sakura? Asked Ino with wide eyes as she remembered the girl's state. She was still in the hospital recovering from the spinal damage Grim had caused her. The last time Ino had talked to the girl, Sakura had told her that she was going to stop being a shinobi. Suffice it to say, Ino didn't like this boy Grim. Yeah, the guy is some kind of monster, Mito said with a frown. All around her, she could see the other rookie Jin intense. Not really. They had known Kakashi, so his death didn't really affect them, but they had all been to the academy with Sakura and seen the state she had been left in. So do you have something on them? Sasuke asked, redirecting the conversation since unlike the others, he didn't particularly care about either Sakura's injuries or Kakashi's death. Instead, he just saw 3 strong shinobi that he could use as stepping stones to measure his skills before killing his brother Itachi. Do you know their names? That will do it. Easier, Kabuto said, looking through his cards. Most of the information he had was based on the different bingo books of the village, but he had also gathered other small details that he added from his master's spine networks. I have something on each of them, well said Sasuke as he looked at Kabuto expectantly. We'll start with Gaara, said Kabuto amicably as he applied chakra to a card and an image of Gaara appeared. He is the youngest son of the Sekage. His stats are relatively unknown, but he and his team regularly complete B-rank missions as Jinin, so you can count on him to be strong, especially since he's come back from every mission he's done without a single hard scratch, Kiba said, nodding as the other Jinin muttered to themselves, and the others asked Sasuke as he noted that Gaara was worth fighting against. Well, then we have Pain. He's a Honin sensei, and he's around your same age. His abilities are relatively unknown aside from the fact that he's skilled in Kenjutsu and wields an axe, but is apparently a veteran of the Kiri Civil War. Apparently, he was with Might Tarum and the 5th Mizuki when she faced the 4th Mizuki in combat. I don't know the details of what happened, but the fact that he survived shows that he is tough. Apart from the fact that he is relatively unknown since he disappeared about 3 years ago, it is likely that he specialized and became an Ambu or a Termin. Kabuto. He remained silent. He had his own suspicions about what the boy. I had been doing it for a while, but so far it was just suspicions, so I wouldn't say them directly just yet, though it would be helpful to plant the seeds of distrust between Kiri and Konoha in case Kiri tried something Funny, which considering Pain's presence was a possibility. Aside from that, the only other things I know is that he's a former outlaw who settled in Kiri, so he probably has some very strange and unique abilities, underscore underscore. Be like a guy like that is our age, he yelled Kiba out loud. Sounds like an interesting guy, Ino said thoughtfully before turning to Mito and Urza. You've gotten to know him well. What do you think? He's hot. He's really hot. Yeah, Urza said, moving her lips upwards as she joked with bro. Yeah, he's a cool guy, Mito added as she remembered meeting Pain. Although I have a bit of a weird name, he's an outcast. Everyone's a bit strange. Choji spoke up, having heard stories of the rogue clans before from his father. He had a different opinion on shinobi, formerly nomads. They might have been accepted into Kiri, but many of the other shinobi in other countries still viewed them with suspicion. And what about Grim? Sasuke asked, noting to himself that Pain would be a worthy opponent to fight if he ever entered him outside of the Chunin exams. After all, the boy had been involved in a cage-level fight and had walked away alive. That was not something even Sasuke could look down on. Yes, the last Grim, said Kabuto as he looked up and saw that all the rookies kept paying full attention to him. He is a young man attorney who first appeared about 3 years ago with ties to Kiri, is known for being part of the infamous Go team. Recently, he has been given a rank S level and a large reward by Konoha, and is recently credited with killing Kakashi attack by Konoha. Uriga Kurisuke, formerly of Kiri, is suspected to have ties to the Uzumaki clan, considering his ability to handle chakra chains, is also suspected to be a member of a clan Picaro, because he possesses a unique chakra that somehow dries out flesh. Other than that, not much is known except that he is very skilled in Kenjutsu and wields an axe, and that he is unary with some very strange and unique deities. Shikamaru frowned upon hearing that. His keen intelligence instantly made a link between the two shinobi, Pain and Grim. Both were obviously from Kiri, both were experts in Kenjutsu, and used an axe, a very different weapon for a shinobi. It was known that Pain had disappeared a few 3 years after becoming a Hamburo Terran, while Grimmel apparently had appeared 3 years ago, plus both were outcasts. The information that Kabuto had on both was almost too casual. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes at that. It was as if the boy wanted them to link Pain. Urim, but why? Wait a second, Myth said, her brow furrowed in confusion as she also realized the implications of what Kabuto had said with Naruto in the room. Teachers, Naruto's eyes narrowed, hearing the information Kabuto gave about him was more than a genin should have access to, and the way it was worded, it was obvious that the boy was trying to imply a connection between G. Grim and Pine. Immediately made Naruto suspicious, both from the information the boy had and his reasons behind what he had done. It was likely that he was trying to purposely drive a wedge between Naruto and Konoha. A few moments later, Naruto, he stiffened as he remembered where he was. He was at the Shinobi Academy in Konoha, in close proximity to several of Kakashi's former comrades. As he looked up, Naruto saw that the Konoha jounin around him were looking at him with suspicion. It was no wonder that they could so quickly come to a conclusion about what Kabuto had said. They had no solid evidence to base their assumptions on, but they didn't need evidence to be suspicious. Looking to the side, Naruto caught Kusina's gaze. Her red eyes widened slightly as she looked at him. Seeing the distrust in his gaze, and the way he had tensed looking around the table, he could see the hostile gazes that were now facing him. This bastard had managed to make Konoha's suspicions fall on Naruto, which would make his task much more difficult than it was before. However, more than that, Naruto suspected that the boy had done it on purpose, which begged the question of why the boy had still made a mistake, had shown his hand and drawn the attention of Naruto on him as a possible spy for Son Odo, which, considering that Naruto was the supervisor of the second stage of the exam, did not bode well for the young corporal. He got up from the table, ignoring the hostility that was now directed towards him. Naruto calmly turned to Kusina before saying, well, I better get down. I need to prepare for the next stage of the exam. I am one of the supervisors. The scrape of a chair told him that Kusina had gotten up, his face cold as stone. Meet Naruto's gaze. Then it's true, the Pain, you are Grim. Chapter 17. With Naruto in the academy staff room, Naruto froze, hearing that he didn't expect Kusina to ask such a blunt and direct question, especially considering the fact that she was basing her conclusions on the words of a genin. That being said, however, he should have known she would ask something like that. His mother had always been a passionate person, dominated above all by emotion. She was not limited to words like a politician sleazy, but rather spoke her mind and did what she thought was right. Was an admirable trait in Naruto's opinion, but at the moment it was rather annoying. Kushina's blunt question had been asked on the spot. He could already feel the gazes of Kushina and her Huning friends fixed on him. Thinking quickly, Naruto came up with a number of possible answers he could go with. First, he could make something up on the spot and hope the 5 experienced Huning in front of him didn't if they saw through his ruse, or second, he could just Ignore the question and walk away as if that would ever work out, or he could. Finally, be partially honest. Those were his three options as he saw them. They weren't great options. After all, thinking about all three, Naruto immediately ruled out the second. If he ignored the question and walked away immediately, it would look like a weak, cowardly admission of guilt, and it would probably backfire on him. He honestly couldn't see him a distinct advantage few could match, but in terms of a shinobi's other skills like lying and subterfuge, he was pretty average for a Hunin. With all honesty, he doubted that at this point he could come up with a lie good enough to stand up to scrutiny. And if he did, if Ayame decided to help Konoha during the planned invasion, then the truth would probably come out and things could backfire. Of course, he could claim to be a member of the same rogue clan as Grimo, who was a former student, but again he doubted that would stand up to scrutiny. Plus, he would still be seen as guilty by association. The last option was the truth wasn't much more desirable if he admitted to being grim instantly. Konoha's eyes would be on him more than they already were. He wouldn't have to worry about physical harm he would do to him, at least not during the Chunin exam, since he was a guest and a member of Kiri, but outside of the Chunin exams they could still kill him, though considering he was from another shinobi village, it was always going to be the case. That being said, if he came clean and explained his justification for killing Kakashi, though it was highly unlikely he would do friends, at least he could hold his head high. Like he said, none of the options were that good, but at least this way he could own it and decide what would come out. All this went through Naruto's head when he met Kusuna's cold gaze calmly, her crimson eyes not flinching as she paused for a second, creating her three options, analyzing them, and coming to a decision in a moment. Tilting her head to the side, Naruto answered yes. Kusuna's mouth tightened when she heard his admission. He probably didn't expect it to be that simple, and around him he could see the hing he had sat next to earlier. Tense mate, the man with the bowl-cut green overalls and orange leg warmers, had the biggest reaction. A dangerous glint entered his gaze at Naruto's admission, and his hands clenched into fists as he looked at him. Naruto could easily see that the man was barely holding himself back from attacking him. It seems the man must have had a strong bond with the copy ninja, perhaps of a natural nature, sexual or maybe not. Naruto was never one to judge. So you killed Kakashi, said Kushina with her expression and eyes still cold as she met Naruto's calm and collected gaze. Why? Naruto blinked, hearing that she was asking him why he killed Kakashi. I would have thought his reason was obvious. Because he attacked me, getting in the way of fulfilling my deeds. He was a shinobi with a mission, and I was a shinobi from a different village with another mission. Our missions intercepted. I gave him a series of warnings so that to back off and allow me to complete my mission, but he didn't accept them. This led to the Yukiya attacking and Kakashi helping him, which led to the two of us fighting and me killing him before he could kill me. It was a reasonable answer, and all the assembled Jounin knew it. Kusina, Asuma, Gue, Anko, and Karina, and they were all elite Jounin shinobi. They had gone on countless missions for Konoha, and during those missions they had encountered shinobi from other villages. They had killed Kumo shinobi, Iwa shinobi, Kiri shinobi, and many others from many other villages. When enemy or neutral shinobi found themselves on the field of battle on opposing sides, this often led to death. It was a fact of the world they lived in and the careers they chose to follow. However, when it is one of your comrades that is killed on the field by an enemy shinobi, it is different. The person that is dead is not just a faceless nobody. It is someone you grew up with, someone you knew, someone you had ties and connections with. When that happened, it became much more personal. It was hypocrisy at its finest. People only care when it happens to them or someone they know. In Naruto's mind, it was almost like an endless cycle of pain, as the pain will often go to one to get revenge, hurting others along the way who will also go to get revenge on themselves. You have nothing to say, Naruto said as he looked around at the shinobi in front of him, or have you realized that I am not a monster, but in fact am a loyal shinobi who abides by my duty to my village, just like your friend Kakashi. I was a loyal shinobi who did his duty to his village. Yes, I am grimy. Yes, I killed Kakashi, just like I have killed hundreds of others from Kiri, Suna, Konoha, Iwa, Kumataki, Aim, just like you sh from Konoha have done exactly the same. How many hundreds of shinobi have you killed over your careers? It's different, we began to say, momentarily forgetting his anger as a conflicted expression crossed his face. Different how? Because it was someone you knew that was killed this time. I don't think anyone without a face that you can ignore and discard, Naruto replied sharply. His crimson gaze shifted to himself. He was happy that he had chosen this option. He would not meekly hide who he was. It was pain. He would not try to sneak away from his actions. He would not admit to them. And more than that, he would take pride in the things he had done for his village. You are right, Asuma said with a sigh, earning looks of surprise from the others, and one of wounded betrayal from why. Seeing the reaction, Asuma frowned before putting his hand in his pocket and pulls out his half-empty pack of cigarettes, pulling one out before lighting it with a weak flame. The boy is right, and you know it. I know I killed dozens of enemy shinobi when I was one of Feedum and I's bodyguards, and I've killed Even more ever since I joined Konoha's main forces, the boy did his duty for his village just like we've done ours for Konoha. We may not like him, we may not forget the fact that he killed Kakashi, but I can at least accept his reasoning behind it. For once I agree with Asuma, said Anko, drawing attention to her. As she spoke, Kakashi was a shinobi. He knew what he was getting into, and he knew that he would probably die one day fulfilling his duty to Konoha. For what that's worth, said Naruto, turning her attention back to him. As he did so, he noticed that the hostility hadn't faded much. Kakashi died well, he fought hard and almost killed me. It was a bit of a fabrication, but Kakashi had hit Naruto that would have killed a younger person. I still can't believe my old friend Kakashi lost to a boy like you. Gue suddenly spoke in a calm voice. As he looked up, Naruto was shocked to see the man's eyes were steely as he met Naruto's gaze. Know this pain. One day we will fight, and on that day, I hope you will show me the same strength you used to defeat Kakashi. Naruto blinked. At that, he had been expecting something much more vehement and threatening, especially considering how angry he had been. Similar to the man before, I have no doubt that we will meet on the battlefield on opposing sides at some point. When we do, you are more than welcome to try and kill me. Gu nodded resolutely at that before turning on his heel and leaving without another word as he walked out of the room. Well, you are __. Anko said bluntly as she turned to look at Naruto with a bewildered expression on her face. We shall see, Naruto replied dryly before turning his attention to Kusina, who had been suspiciously quiet until now. Meeting her gaze, she was surprised seeing how conflicted she seemed. Problem, Kusina back in the wave, said Kusina, ignoring the others as she focused on Naruto. Back in W, after you killed Kakashi, you had the chance to kill his Genin team, but you didn't, even though you knew they would return to Konoha and tell Minato what had happened. If you had killed them, it's unlikely we would have been able to find out who attacked them. You would have never, you had a bigger bounty, and you would have never been on Konoha's radar. Why did you do it? The other three remaining Konoha hound and paused, hearing that without having thought about it before. If Grim had killed Mito, Sasuke, and Sakura, then Konoha would have never been able to find out that he was the one responsible. After all, the elemental nations were a big place, and Konoha had made a lot of enemies over the years. If Grim had killed those three kids, it could have made life a lot easier. But he didn't. Naruto paused, hearing this. His mind was moving at a mile a minute as he pondered what he could say. He could just come out and say, well, that's because I didn't want to kill my sister, Mom. But somehow he didn't think now was the right time for such a revelation. Firstly, because he had just admitted to killing Kakashi, a close family friend, his father's former student, and his sister's teacher. Secondly, because he didn't know what path May would choose, which meant that very soon he could order to attack Konoha, and even though he would never even dream of hurting his mother or his sisters, he would have no qualms about killing any other citizen of Konoha, which would put him on the opposite side of his family. However, the last reason was because he did not want to reveal his connection to her, partly because he did not want it to get in the way of his mission in Konoha, and also because he had built a new life for himself, and he did not want to give up the life he had built for himself, especially because he thought that it was very likely that the Shinobi Council would name him a missing nin, even though he had never been a Konoha shinobi. Why? Because he had a powerful bloodline ability, deep roots here in Konoha. He had killed an elite Jounin, and who knows how many other Konoha shinobi. He had fled the village and joined Kiri. All this ran through Naruto's mind in a single moment as he met Kusina's curious and wary gaze. Some idea, Naruto thought, hoping to get some advice from you, his inner self. __. Yes, I know, you replied lazily, not really paying attention to what Naruto was doing since instead he was busy playing with the souls Naruto had devoured and whatever else you decided to do with his time. I am you. After all, we think the same thing. That being said, it's best to just keep quiet. I don't want to have to deal with all the distressing consequences or hurt feelings. Just keep your mind on the mission and ignore all other distractions. Naruto blurted out a sigh at that. Sometimes he felt like his life was nothing more than a fun show to you. His inner self was a strange and capricious person, and he wasn't all that useful when it came to anything other than fighting, killing, devouring, and playing with souls, and of course making puns. Again, Endo turned his attention back to Kusina. Naruto shrugged. They were children that normally wouldn't have stopped a shinobi. He replied, Kusina, that's true, and like you said, I could have easily chosen to kill all three of them. However, I didn't. I saw them, and I decided that killing the last Yukiya and Lokage's daughter wouldn't have been the most sensible thing to do, Naruto replied, before turning to leave. After all, he was the proctor for the next part of the exam, and he had a certain genin he wanted to track down, so you knew who they were. Kusina spoke again, not letting the matter drop as she pinned Naruto with her gaze. Yes, tell me, Kusina. Would you have preferred that I had killed them? Naruto asked bluntly, receiving a surprised look from the red-haired woman as he did so. Of course not, answered Kusina in conviction. Then be thankful that I didn't. Also, maybe reduce the bounty you have on my head. I would certainly appreciate it, replied Naruto, licking his lips idly as he looked at the screens and saw that the exam had started and all the students were now sitting at desks. And as for not killing children, Kusina asked incredulously before letting out a snort. Naruto shrugged in response before turning to leave. Well, I have that. I'm leaving. After all, I'm the proctor for the next part of the exam. Sina, Asuma, and Karina and they tensed up hearing that, and he couldn't blame them. They had just found out that the ruthless and notorious Unturned Grim was going to be very close to their genin teams. A small smile spread across Naruto's face as he saw their reactions before he said, "Don't worry, gestury works both ways. Just like you can't attack me during the Chunin exams, nor being a guest in your village, can I harm any of you. You have nothing to do with me. To worry about you, we didn't just talk about how not to hurt your genin." Kusina nodded abruptly at that. Asuma and Kalina, however, both remained quite tense. "Wait a second, and I'll come with you," Anko said, the pretty violet-haired woman, receiving a questioning look from Naruto. As she did so, "I am also the proctor for the next stage of the wonderful exam," Naruto replied dryly as he turned to leave the room. Obviously, Indo, his crimson eyes rolled back as he did. "Oh, it doesn't seem like it's so grim about it," Han replied cheerfully as he watched Naruto leave the room, following him quickly, exchanging a quick but reassuring smile with the other three as he did so. "If we put our heads together, we can come up with a really flashy entrance. Plus, I bet you'll be pretty good at the bullying angle, you know, giving them a red-eyed glare and stuff." Naruto didn't respond verbally as he walked out of the staff room and began heading down the hallway. With that said, his Mito's lips twitched upwards as he heard what Hanko was saying. "Come on, wait, don't be so annoying," Hanko shouted as she chased him into the exam room. Mito sighed as she rested her head in her hands. He had quickly been able to figure out the point of the test he had taken for the first part of the Chunin exams. They had initially been given an exam that contained a series of questions. Each question got progressively more difficult until they reached a point where he doubted that even a Jounin would be able to figure out what the test was about. Knew the answer. Then, after having distributed the exam sheets, the supervisor, a guy named Iki Marino, had told them that they had half an hour to answer the 9 questions that were in front of them, and then after the time was up, he would give them the last one. However, answering the questions had not been the purpose of the test. In fact, they had only been a ruse, a smoke screen. The real purpose of the test had been the last question, one that tested the candidate's courage, his willpower, and if had what it took to be a Chunin. And Vicky had told them that they had the choice to answer the question or not. They were told that if they chose to answer it and got it wrong, they would never be allowed to take another Chunin exam again. However, if they chose not to answer and left the room, then they would fail this Chunin exam but would be allowed to take another Chunin exam later. This had put pressure on several teams, and more than one genin had caved and left the room, which of course it meant that their entire team had also failed. 15 teams probably failed at this stage of the test, which drastically reduced the number of candidates. Luckily, Team Mito, along with the other rookie teams, had kept their nerve and passed, as had Team Kiri, Team Odo, Team Kabuto, and Team Suna, which contained the Kazakage's children. In fact, most of those who failed the test were those teams who had taken the Chunin exams multiple times before. A few more minutes after noon, when it seemed like no one else was going to leave, and Vicky had told them that everyone had passed before explaining the purpose of the test and how it related to being a Chunin in general. It was like Mito had suspected a simple ruse that separated the weak candidates from the strong ones. A smile spread across Mito's face as he looked around the room and saw that all of his friends had made it as well. His smile widened even more when he met his sister. Hers gazed, the two sharing a smile at their triumph. However, their jubilation only lasted a few minutes before he was distracted when one of the classroom windows suddenly shattered, drawing the attention of the entire class. Mito's hand moved towards his kunai pouch, gripping the comforting hilt of one of his knives. As he leapt to his feet, around him Mito could see several of the other genin reacting in the same manner, all of them on guard as they warily looked out the window, now broken. However, seeing what was coming through the window, Mito rolled her eyes, seeing a large banner stretched across the front of the room, held up by 2 kunai that had embedded themselves into the corners of the banner and into the wall behind it, putting away her crib and relaxing a little. Mito smiled slightly as she read the message written on the banner: the second proctor exam, Mitara Sienko. Turning to look at the woman in front of the banner, Mito's smile grew larger. It was Anko Akunoichi. At that Mito and Urza had met a couple of years ago. The woman had spent a month living in her clan's compound, while her mother worked on removing a strange seal, a cursed seal that Anko had told them had been placed on her several years ago. Apparently, the seal had fused with both Anko's chakra and soul, causing her pain if she drew too much chakra. Due to this and the complexities involved in removing it, Kusina had apparently spent several years devising a way to remove it safely, and when she finally discovered a way to remove the complicated seal, Anko had had to spend a month in the compound under the watchful eye of Kusina. In case something went wrong, suffice it to say that over the course of that month, both Herza and Mito had grown quite close to Anko, who was only 4 years old, but had been a Chunin at the time. They had come to like her mischievous personality, her sly humor, and the complete lack of deference she had for them despite them being the daughters of Lokage. It was very refreshing. Okay, brats, this is not the time to celebrate, Anko shouted, with a mischievous smile on her face as she looked around at all the surprised genin. I'm going to be one of the examiners for the second test. The name is Anna Mitarashi. Make sure everyone remembers it. And Vicky just frowned at Anko's overly extravagant entrance, squinting her eyes at the conspicuous absence of the other proctor for this stage of the exam. Where's the other guy? Or he's already you scared. Hanko snorted at that. The chances of him scaring someone like Grimm were ridiculous. He shouldn't come. He simply refused to join me in my incredible entrance, as if what he had said was prophetic. The second supervisor chose that moment to open the door and enter. The moment he saw him, Mito guessed it was Pain or possibly Grimps, and his hypothesis was correct. Pain looked the same as before, with short hair and a muscular build. His eyes were distinguished by the fact that the iris, they were crimson red in color, and yet the scara was black. Half of his face was covered by a half-mask, one that was quite similar to Kakashi's. Other than that, his outfit was like that of a normal hound. He wore black shinobi pants, a kind of sleeveless shirt that showed off his very muscular arms, with a blue Kirijounen bulletproof vest over it. In general, he looked distinctive, but aside from his build and his height, Mito was having trouble deciphering the similarities between Grimm and Pine. Grimm, he had been wearing an all-black outfit with a hood and a full white face mask. After all this had made his eyes hard to see. "You've finally caught up, Grimy," said Hanko cheerfully. The instant she said that, Mito had frozen. It seemed she wasn't the only one who thought Grimm and Pain could be the same person. Turning to her left, Mito watched as Sasuke seemed to sit up straighter, his eyes fixed on Pain and his hands clenched into fists, looking away from Sasuke. Mito could also see that the others who had been with her when they had been talking to Kabuto tensed up. Even Kiba seemed to have realized the connection now that Anko's teasing had drawn attention to her. Standing next to Anko, and Vic narrowed his eyes as he heard what the woman was saying. Glancing sideways, he met Anko's gaze for a split second before nodding and understanding. It seemed that this Pain Kiri guy was actually the Grimm. As soon as finished this part of the test, she would head to the Okage office to alert him of this, if he didn't already know the fact that an S-class shinobi, even a slippery one like Grimm, had been able to enter Konoha undetected, was very worrying. Heads we're going to roll for this, __. And Vicky was sure of it. With Naruto entering the exam room, Naruto ignored Anko's bait as he instead looked at the Hinin crop. As he surveyed the room, his eyes lingered slightly on the forms of his sisters. Urza looked at him resolutely, her gaze stern and uncompromising. Well, was as strong and stubborn as he remembered when he met Mito's attitude, although he quickly saw the caution and slight fear that her eyes had. His stomach twisted when he saw that emotion in his precious brother's eyes at the same time. Although he was not surprised, he had made a first impression on Mito. Looking away from Mito and Urza, Naruto quickly looked at Susu, Odin, and Chojuro, making sure that they had not shit and been expelled in the first stage, because that would have been too annoying to see that they hadn't. Naruto took care of Kabo, the boy who knew too much and had caused him trouble on purpose. The little ___ that Naruto thought was a spy. Upon seeing the silver-haired boy, Naruto made sure to engrave the boy's soul into his memory. After all, it would help locate him in the Forest of Death. While doing so, Naruto noticed that Kabuto had a small, smug smile on his face, as if he knew it would be okay despite having teased Naruto. It seemed that the boy greatly overestimated Naruto. Either way, he was in for a surprise. "My name is Pine, and I will be one of your proctors for the next stage of the exam," Naruto said quietly as he looked away from the cocky Genin and instead scanned the rest of the room, not missing the look Abiki gave Anko as he did so. The moment he decided to be relatively honest, he knew that knowledge of his presence would reach the Okage. How not? Fortunately, although in the end it wouldn't matter much. Sure, they could try to keep an eye on him with Ambu, but Naruto was confident enough in his skills to know that he could swipe any tail they wanted to give him. At that moment, we're all trapped and presented. Get up, said Anko with a smile that made many of the Genin wonder if it wouldn't be better if they announced, "Now I'll explain everything to you once we change places. Let's go," she continued before turning around and leaving the room, nodding to Abiki as she did so. To watching her leave, Naruto also turned to leave, nodding as he did so. However, unlike Anko, Naruto received a glare in return as Aiki watched him leave. Her eyes narrowed in suspicion as she saw her two proctors leave the room. The remaining Genin group also stood up and walked out of the room, following them into the Forest of Death. Naruto and Anko soon led the group of Chunin towards where the next stage of the exam would take place. As they turned around, Naruto could see that all the Genin had already gathered in their teams. They all looked ready for what was to come. Well, almost all of them. He could still see Mito sending him the occasional glance, looking away from the Genin. Naruto surveyed the huge, gloomy-looking forest behind him, one that was fenced, giving most of the Genin looking at it a distinct feeling of apprehension, no doubt, because the forest had a dark and imposing appearance and had a large metal fence around it, a fence that had a series of no-entry signs and visible danger. Welcome, little Genin, to Training Camp 44, also known locally as the Forest of Death, and the setting of the second part of your Chunin selection exam. Very soon you will know why it is called, said Anko loudly as she turned on her heel and gave the Genin a nasty smile. Kiba Inuzuka, a short, stocky young man with spiky brown hair, gray fur, and red markings on his face, snorted loudly. At that, his canine companion Akamaru ran away from Agree as she sat at his feet. The Forest of Death really is the best thing you can come up with. Anko frowned as the brat spoke. The Inuzuka boy really knew how to spoil the mood Naruto was trying to create. However, she smiled slightly, though not at what the boy had said, because at that moment the boy was all bark and no bite. No, instead Naruto smiled at the reaction his comments got. Several of the other waiting Genin had turned to looking at the boy after hearing his comments. Kiba and his group had already made a scene when they were waiting for the first stage of the exam, treating the Chunin exams as if it was some sort of game to the Genin who had to take this test more than once. The casual arrogance and indifference of the rookie Genin must really rub them the wrong way. The boy was now digging a hole for himself. No doubt many of these Genin would be taking shots at the rookie Genin. Now talking about the rookie Genin, many of they seemed a little annoyed with Kiba. It seemed Naruto wasn't the only one to see that the boy's words of false confidence weren't having the effect he probably expected. Looking back at Anko, Naruto, as he felt the sudden pain erupting from his cheek. Before he could react, though, Anko had appeared behind him, her hand gripping his shoulder tightly as she whispered into the now petrified boy's ear, "Kids like you end up dying first. He's spilling that red blood that I love you so much," Anko whispered, her low, soft voice causing the boy to flinch. Releasing her hold on the boy, Anko let him stumble forward, falling on his hands and knees as he tried to get away from her as fast as he could. The boy was so scared he wasn't even paying attention to where he was going as he ended up almost running into Naruto. However, he was stopped by Naruto, placing a sandaled foot on his back, pinning him to the ground with wide eyes. Kiba looked fearfully at Naruto as they opened their eyes wide as they met Naruto's scarlet orbs. "Get up, shut up, and stop being a little __," Naruto said in a low voice as he took a step back, allowing the boy to get to his feet and back away as quickly as he could, retreating to the safety of his team. "Get up, shut up, and stop being a little __." That's the best you could come up with considering all your ruthless and deadly reputation. I was expecting something a little better," Hanko said mockingly with a smirk. Naruto shrugged in agreement. Answer, he wasn't the woman's acting monkey. Then, with his head somewhat behind Anko, catching the woman's attention as she twirled around another kunai in her hand. "Excuse me, you dropped this," said a cuss-gening woman with long black hair as she stood a meter or so behind Anko after having been getting closer to the violet-haired woman while her back was turned, no doubt hoping to return Anko's kunai that she was currently holding with her tongue. And people thought that outlaws were weird and uttered a frown as she watched Kyuzin in approaching, not having sensed him approaching until just before pain indicated that something was behind her. Cautiously reaching out to retrieve her kunai, Hanko said, "That was a dangerous maneuver there. I could have killed you a moment ago. So my apologies. I'll be sure to watch my step with you next time," the Kusa Genin replied sweetly as she returned the kunai and left Naruto's eyes closed as he watched the girl from Kusagakure walk away. Something about that girl was wrong. He couldn't pinpoint what it was, but something about her didn't sit right with him. "Do you want to continue with the explanation, Anko?" said Naruto, abruptly looking away from the girl and instead looking at Anko, receiving a nod and a smile from the slightly older woman as he did so. "Calm down, Tiger. There's no need to rush. Well, anyways, listen closely. This part of the exam is a field exam. All of you will be inside this forest for 5 days." Anko began to wink. She glanced at Naruto before she turned to look around at the Genin, once again stepping into her supervisory role now that the disruptive miscreant had been dealt with after his little display before no one. None of the other Genin dared to interrupt her, even if some of them did seem a little annoyed at having to be in a forest for days. Reaching into her go pocket, Anko pulled out 2 small, compact scrolls, one of them with the kanji for earth and the other with the kanji for sky. Raising her hand, she made sure that all the Henning watching her could see the scrolls. "Each team gets one of these, and you must get the opposite from an opposing team by any means necessary," said Hanko as she looked around at the Genin watching her, reaching into her pocket. Then, holding a stack of papers with her other hand. These are release forms, dismissing any charges against Konoha for whatever happens or may happen to all of you. After all, none of you guys want to see me get in trouble, right? Sign these forms and exchange them for the scroll in this booth, Ano said, and began handing out the forms before nonchalantly gesturing towards a small booth that two Konoha Chunin were setting up. Behind her, you have 20 minutes to consider whether or not you're going to risk your lives here and sign the forms, then come one team at a time. Then one of the shinobi two began. The man in question had multiple bandages on his face, a strange metal gauntlet on his right arm, and a heavy cloak around his shoulders. In other words, killing is allowed in this part of the exams, correct? Hanko replied, you didn't hear me the first time. You must obtain the opposing scroll from an opposing team by any means necessary. Myself and Pain will be in the forest, but we're not going to stop you from killing each other. Our job as exam proctors is to prevent any of you from receiving outside help. Naruto turned to give the genin a deadpan look at hearing that. Her red-eyed gaze moved over the gathered genin, causing the weaker and meeker genin to flinch some. However, like Mito or Sasuke and a couple of other genin, including a Yuga boy and his teammates, one of which looked a lot like Matewee while the other was a pretty brown-haired girl. These genin who didn't look away met her gaze and instead stood strong. Once Anko's explanation was made, the genin went to sign the forms, already pick up their scrolls, and after just 5 minutes all the genin teams had signed the forms and had their respective scrolls in hand, all of them ready to begin the next stage of their exam. Finally, everyone has their scrolls. Okay, now the fence surrounding the forest has 44 gates that you will pass through. In the center of the forest, about 6 kilometers from the gates, there is a tower. All of you must arrive there within 5 days with both scrolls. Each of you has been assigned a gate number. Go to the assigned gate and wait for it to open. That will be the start of the second exam, explained Anko. Naruto turned to watch as all the genins hurried to their assigned gates. Looking away from their retreating backs, he looked at Anko. So what's the plan? You take one side of the forest, I take the other. Anko shrugged in response. We could do it that way. I guess it would probably be better if we just did it freely, just kept moving and tracking the teams. It didn't interfere. I just asked, Naruto softly. So they are disqualified from continuing to participate in this stage of the exam. But as soon as they get to the center tower, we tell them that they have failed. Hanko answered before she casually went through some stretches, moving her body as she prepared to shoot off into the forest. By the way, as much fun as I'm sure this will be, try not to kill any of the genin. Naruto turned to look towards the forest when he heard that. His lips twitched. They looked up in a crooked smile. Oh, I'll try. 30 minutes later, in the forest of death, Kabuto shifted uncomfortably as he led his team through the forest. By right, he shouldn't feel this way. After all, in his own mind, he was an elite Jounin-level shinobi who had been personally trained by Orochimaru of the Sand and was so far above the level of an ordinary genin it was laughable. But here he clearly felt nervous as he led his two teammates through the densely wooded forest. His two teammates were nothing special, two rejects from Konoha who had failed to make it to the big leagues and had been seduced into following Orochimaru with promises of power and status. The two were fools, but greater men than themselves had been fooled by Orochimaru's silver-tongued promises. Just look at the box. The man was willing to betray his alliance with Konoha and join Orochimaru in invading the Leaf Village, all for the promise of greater status as a village and an influx of wealthy concubines and new bloodlines, though it was debatable whether the Orochimaru would be so generous to him. The same, of course, could be said of that foolish woman, Might Terumi the Mizukage. He didn't know what the woman was playing at by sending Pain here, but she was an idiot if she thought she could turn down the Orochimaru. Under his otage guise, he had approached her and laid out the basis of his plan. She had agreed that was all there was to it. She would stand firm in her deal, or he would die talking about the Kabuto master. He hadn't spoken to him since before the Chunin exam started, yet even so he knew he was here in the forest. After all, the young Yukiya Sasuke was here in the forest, and Orochimaru wanted him. Sasuke had the Sharingan, after all, a bloodline that Orochimaru was more interested in possessing. It was the reason he had infiltrated the forest, so he could locate the boy and give him a small gift, something that would ensure the idiot boy would come to him. Even so, although Kabuto didn't know where Orochimaru was, no doubt his master had kept his distance in case Kabuto was being watched. After all, Kabuto had made a bigger spectacle than he had planned. He had revealed Grimm's identity in hopes of ruining whatever plans the Mizukage had. After all, Orochimaru already had a strategy for the invasion of Konoha. All Matron had to do was as he was told, and then Konoha would fall. Moving uncomfortably again, Kabuto looked around at the surrounding forest. His eyes narrowed as he tried to sense someone. Come on, you two, hurry up. We need to grab a scroll from the sky and get to the tower as soon as possible, Kabuto said as he looked at his two accomplices. Oh, Kabuto is getting nervous. Yoro and Akado scoffed. The boy was in his early 20s and had a real chip on his shoulder. His attitude annoyed Kabuto, but at the same time he knew he had to deal with it for the moment. Kabuto's glasses, they flashed as she looked at her partner. "Don't bother me, Yoroi, or what will you tell your master about us?" Misumi Tsurugi, Kabuto's other teammate, said that. When she joined, like Yoroi, Misumi was in her early 20s and had a really bad attitude about still being a genin. "You need to grow up, big head, and stop running to your master like an obedient puppy." Once again, Kabuto had to hold back his annoyance before he could retort, though his keen hearing picked up a sudden cracking sound like a wooden branch being snapped. He strains ever so slightly. It was very faint, so faint that Kabuto was sure he would have missed it if he hadn't been paying attention. "Shut up, you two. I think there's someone here," Kabuto whispered harshly. "Well, it's about time I shed some blood," he cried, and replied with a sharp smile on his face as he looked around at the surrounding trees. He heard Misumi due to reply before he was cut to a blurry shadowed image of one of the trees, a bright silver arc following it. Misumi, he never got the chance to finish his comment as a few seconds after opening his mouth, his decapitated head fell to the forest floor, the flesh of the head already looking gray as if it was dissected before. Kabuto's eyes, Mummy screamed gold, and as she turned to face the blur with both hands covered in a blue glow as she used her technique, one that was based on draining the chakra of another shinobi and reusing the stolen power for himself. Kabuto didn't even bother to warn the man when he saw his attacker lunged forward, a chain of grayish spiked chakra exploding from his assailant's bare right shoulder and shooting towards the surprised genin. Yu screamed in shock and fear as he tried to dodge the fast chain of CH as it came towards him, his hands desperately stretched out in front of him, as if hoping to deflect the chain's chakra. He didn't even get a chance to scream as the chain of chakra pierced him through the chest, and he crashed into a tree 3 feet behind him, where Yoroi's now dead body lay. As Kabuto watched, he could see Yoroi's flesh and clothes rotting away along with the tree behind him. It was as if time had sped forward rapidly on anything that touched the gray chakra. Kabuto could only compare it to rapid decomposition. It was as if the chakra was devouring life itself. Kabuto could only watch in morbid fascination as his attack ripped the chakra chain from Yoro's dead body and allowed it to collapse to the ground. Looking at his around to the surrounding trees, Kabuto immediately decided that war was not an option. After all, his attacker was the Griminin, experienced Termin who had apparently never stopped tracking and killing his target. In comparison, Kabuto was first and foremost a medic nin. Sure, he was very talented with the other shinobi arts, but even he couldn't hope to beat an experienced Unturned, which they specialized in. You must feel like a big man, a jounin, attacking a group of genin. And why? Because a genin, he hurt your feelings, Kabuto said, pulling on his own chakra as he prepared to fight. He may specialize as a medic, but he still considers himself one of the strongest of Orochimaru, probably stronger than Kakashi ever was. That would be true if you were a genin, Pain said as he rolled his shoulders and practiced a few swings with his axe, his feet firmly rooted to the ground. From initial observation, it looked like he was prepared to leap forward at any moment. Kabuto took all of this in. At one point, as he bent his knees ready to back away, the moment Pain made a move. "And what makes you think I'm not a genin?" The Pain tilted his head to the side. In response, 2 chains of gray chakra slowly protruded from his shoulders, floating above him like snakes about to strike at the side of them. Kabuto tensed, his eyes sharpened, and his hands lit up with chakra as he activated his chakra scalpels, a medical technique that can be used in combat to cut muscles and destroy internal organs with ease. Kabuto was very skilled in using this technique in combat. Kabuto then changed his stance, his hands raised and ready for anything. This fight was not going to be a joke. It was going to be tough and deadly, and he couldn't make a single mistake. Pain's chakra chains contracted and his body then lowered to the ground. His grip on his axe tightened. He was about to attack, and he did, although not in the way Kabuto expected. His attention had been so focused on Pain and what he was doing that he had neglected to pay attention to anything else. That's why he was so shocked when a pair of chakra chains exploded from the ground at his feet. The chains instantly attached themselves to Kabuto's legs. The attached spikes dug into his flesh. Kabuto let out a loud cry of pain as he felt the chains cling to him. At first, he tried to escape either by using a shuns or by using a body replacement technique, but he soon found out he couldn't. The chakra from the Pain was not only was Pain not only eating his flesh, but it was also devouring his chakra. As he looked up, Kabuto's eyes widened as he saw the ground between him and Pain explode as the rest of the chains burst, revealing that they had initially come out of the soles of Pain's feet and had punched their way through the ground before striking him. As he was distracted by what Pain was doing, visibly letting out another cry of pain, Kabuto looked down and saw that the chains had already devoured the flesh and muscle of his legs, and more than that had entwined itself around the rest of his lower body. Having widened his eyes at the sight of this, Kabuto quickly began to try and heal the damage using his own prodigious skill as a medic to repair the damage. However, it was to no avail. Pain's chakra was eating away at Kabuto's flesh faster than Kabuto could heal it. More than that was the fact that Pain's chakra was also destroying Kabuto's chakra. Looking upwards, Kabuto arrived just in time to see Pain appear in front of him. The chains around Kabuto's legs dispersed for a moment before the chains protruding from Pain's shoulder caught him again. The chains lifted him off the ground as they wrapped cruelly and agonizingly around his upper body. The last thing Kabuto saw was Pain's burning scarlet eyes. Chapter 18. In the Forest of Death, there was not even a flicker of emotion in the cold eyes. Naruto's crimson face as he watched Kabuto's body fall to the ground with a soft thud, the silver-haired boy's skin quickly turning gray and desiccating as he slumped forward with a blank, vacant stare. It had been almost embarrassingly easy to track down and kill this group, so much so that it had made Naruto seriously worry about whether or not he had just wiped out a group of jin, and not that he would have lost much sleep over it if Kabuto had done so. It had been a small __, revealing Naruto's secrets as he had, and as for the other two, well, he didn't know enough about them to judge, but they were probably pretty people too __. Looking away from the blotters of Kabuto, Naruto looked at the other two corpses in the clearing, the bodies of Kabuto's now dead teammates. Naruto smiled to himself as he could already see the small glowing orbs that represented a being's soul floating above their shrunken corpses' shoulders. To himself, Naruto walked over to each of the bodies and deftly collected the souls before devouring them, savoring the taste of even more. He was a little hungry. After all, he had been subsisting on animal souls for the past few days, which was less than pleasant and was barely sustaining him. Still, he could deal with a poor diet if it meant his mission was successful. It wasn't like he could start picking off Konoha citizens off the street. Such a disappearance wouldn't go unnoticed. While enjoying his mid-afternoon snack, Naruto decided to talk to you. After all, he had been chasing you for a reason. So were we right about that bastard? Was he a spy? Or was he just a busybody who couldn't keep his mouth shut in your domain? Within Naruto's own soul, you rolled his crimson eyes. They widened as he stood up from where he sat in the center of his and Naruto's soul, ignoring everything else as he found Kabuto's soul, or floating around his eyes, shining with childlike curiosity as he grabbed it before beginning to examine it carefully. Mind, wait a second, and I won't look too long, you replied to Naruto. His look of curiosity turned to revulsion as he continued to inspect Kabuto's soul, noticing as he did how dark and twisted it was. I still can't say for sure if he was a spy, but looking at his soul, I can tell you that it was a _ fucking. Seriously, Naruto questioned, his voice echoing throughout the domain of you. Without a sound appeared in front of you, his outer body now on autopilot as he retreated into your dominance, an amused smirk on his face at the incredulous look you gave him. Oh wow, I'm honored. You don't normally visit me, you drawled as he stared at Naruto in disbelief, before waving him off and going back to what he was doing before, playing with Kabuto's soul, his hands glowing with grayish-blue chakra as he began to manipulate it like a normal shinobi would manipulate the elements. Naruto ignored the sarcasm of his older self inside, having grown very accustomed to it over the years. Instead, he looked at the soul you were currently playing with a look of interest making its way onto his face. Looking closer, Naruto could see what you meant before about Kabuto being twisted and dark, where the soul of a pure human was a light blue color free of corruption. Kabuto's soul was clearly corrupted with dozens of dark marks staining his soul. It wasn't the worst he had ever seen, but it was up there. I can't say that I envy having to go through your memories. See, you have your interests, I have mine. In general, I quite like to go over the memories of the sick. It becomes much sweeter when I torture them. Besides that, their memories are usually much more entertaining than the __ movies that people make now. What was the name of the Galage princess or something like that? You answered with her own red and black eyes shining maliciously as she sat on the floor crossing her legs while looking at Naruto. You are a real Essia that someone told you that? Naruto replied softly, not commenting on the movie you mentioned, as he instead looked out at the vast landscape that formed his own soul, watching with interest as hundreds of shadowy shapes moved around humans and animals. He realized that there were more humans in the hell side of his soul than in heaven, but considering that most of the souls he had eaten came from shinobi, it probably wasn't that surprising. Really, no, but to be honest, disembodied souls aren't the best conversationalists, you replied, amused as he continued to play with Kabuto's soul. Not even looking around. After all, this was his domain. Ignoring his surroundings for the moment, Naruto leaned down and picked up the souls of the other two genin he had killed. he noticed the stains of darkness infesting their souls as he did so. It seemed like he had been right. These two were obviously not the nicest of people, more than that, though they were probably grunts flesh of a cannon that allowed the real spy to go unnoticed with a sign Naruto threw them, throwing them into hell where they would remain until Naruto used them, died, or freed them. We can always switch places for a while if you want. You can take care of the body for a while, and I can hang around here playing with souls and seeing the best moments of their memories, Naruto said as he turned to look at his horned altar, a thoughtful look on his face. As I was thinking about some of the fun and interesting things that the shinobi I had defeated had probably experienced past, you said quickly as you looked back at Naruto. Your expression told Naruto that you weren't at all interested in exchanging their current positions. I'm happy doing my thing. Dealing with those pedants outside seems so boring now. You're also pretty antisocial. I mean, a little time outdoors might do you good. I can even let you out during the invasion, if you will, Naruto said with a smirk as he walked away from the hell side of his domain and instead looked towards the much more pleasant sky side, smiling at the sight of a flock of avian souls flying overhead. I can always kick you out of here. No, I'm the inner you, and you're the outer me, you replied, irritated less than pleased by how aggressive Naruto was being before a sudden smirk spread across his face. Though I wouldn't mind if you started reading some of those books from a Checha who wrote that kind of Jiraiya. Do you know erotica? Naruto gave you a disbelieving look at that. This was the last thing he expected to hear. You seeing the look you gave Naruto a smile. A soft giggle came out of his mouth. What can I say? Kakashi not only had memories of jutsu, he also had memories of reading those books, and I have to admit the story is really good. Of course it is perverted, Naruto replied with a smile and a loud laugh of his own. Who knew even when he was dead, Kakashi, still he was being a bad influence. Hey, I blame you. We really need a girlfriend, and you are more damn oblivious than Manaka from Achecha. When Kiryu chases him, you commented, a little embarrassed seeing how Naruto looked at him when he invented an analogy based on the story of an erotic novel, so much that he stopped manipulating Kabuto's soul and instead deliberately avoided eye contact with his outer self. You realize that those characters are based on our mother and father, Naruto said with a grimace. You know that Manaka and Kushiro are actually Minato and Kusina. No, they are not. Their names are completely different. Besides, stop avoiding the real topic here. We need a girlfriend, you replied while looking at Naruto, trying not to think about what Naruto had just said. Technically speaking, they may not have given birth to you, but you still considered them your type of parents. After all, you felt what Naruto felt and remembered what Naruto remembered. I didn't know you liked voyeurism, Naruto said softly, dodging your comments. Once again, it wasn't that he didn't want to find a girlfriend, it was just that he didn't want to get into it at the moment. And with you, the guy could be a real jerk at times. Go to the __. You replied with a snort of laughter. But seriously, you should go back. After all, we're in the middle of the forest of death, and our body is on autopilot, right? It's true, Naruto said pleasantly before taking one last look around, looking at a colossal shadow soul that was chained up in the distance as he did before, turning to you with a serious look on his face. How long do you think it will take you to get all of Kabuto's memories and knowledge? A couple of hours, so I can get everything I can out of him. Maybe more. For now, though, I'll focus on the short-term memories. I'll share them with you when I find them, you replied with a nod as he decided to get serious. Very well, Naruto commented as he gave the ominous shadow in the distance one last glance before turning to you with a smile. I'll talk to you later. You things are moving quickly, and I think this next invasion is going to be an all-you-can-eat buffet. Yeah. __. You replied with a slight smile spreading across his face before he turned his attention back to manipulating Kabuto's soul in the forest of death. As he opened his eyes a moment later, Naruto's sharp eyes looked around the clearing, checking to see if anyone had approached him while his body was in pilot, automatically confirming to himself that they hadn't. He sealed his axe back into the storage seal tattooed on his wrist and leapt to a nearby tree, landing easily on the branch as he surveyed the area. Now that he had hunted down Kabuto, well, he could move on with his latest task as proctor of the second stage of the Chunin exam, at least until you had reviewed Kabuto's memories and found out if he had any information on the upcoming invasion or any information that really could benefit. Kiri shaking his head, Naruto cast his senses, easily locking on to the souls of the genin closest to him. This was probably going to be troublesome in Konoha. Minato, what are we going to do now that we know Grim is in Konoha? How do you want to approach him? Kusina asked worriedly as she looked at her husband, who was frowning as he sat behind his desk with his hands clasped in front of him as he surveyed the room. Currently, both Minato and Kusina, along with Shikakunu Inoi, Yamanaka, Jiraiya, Ibiki, Marino, Cho, Akimichi, Yasi, Yuga, Tamanuka, and several other shinobi, including his top advisors and the heads of some of the most prominent shinobi clans at the time, they were all crowded in the Okage office in downtown Konoha discussing the revelation that pin of KIR was actually the untermen Grimm, but more importantly, they were discussing the fact that Grimm, a dangerous shinobi who had been labeled as S-class and had received a tremendously high bounty high by Konoha, was now in Konoha itself. And if that wasn't bad enough, that same dangerous shinobi was also currently in the Forest of Death acting as a proctor. For the second stage of the Chunin exam, this put him very close to where the heirs and sons of several of Konoha's most influential shinobi clans were, including Lokage's own daughters. In the last Yukiya, suffice to say, tensions were running high, and everyone had something they wanted to say. Currently, the meeting, it had been going on for a while, and the assembled group was no closer to coming to a conclusion on what actions should be taken. There's not much we can really do. Jiraiya, the Toad Sannin, and Minato's old sensei, spoke, a prominent frown on his broad features, as he idly scratches his chin and thought, we can't kill him. He's too prominent a shinobi to make him disappear any more than that. However, things between Kiri are tense enough as it is, and with Hiwa and Kumo still so militarized and hostile to Konoha as they are, the last thing we need is to make enemies of another of the great villages. The last thing we want is for the fourth shinobi what no to begin when we've been enjoying nearly 2 decades of relative peace. So you would let such a dangerous shinobi walk through the village? Iriki asked sharply as he turned to face Jiraiya. Any deference he may have had for the esteemed Toad Sage had been forgotten as he got to the crux of the matter. It's a dangerous and potentially hostile shinobi we just allowed through our doors. Didn't say we shouldn't do anything. Shikaku Shikamaru's father and Minato's closet advisor said as he gave Aiki a bored look, showing the head of the torture and interrogation department what he thought of his hasty conclusions. All he said is that we can't kill him or get rid of him. What we can do is put some hamburger tails on him and make sure we keep an eye on him 24 hours a day as long as he's in Konoha. However, the boy is a one. He'll most likely be able to escape from all but the best Ambu agents, and with the Chunin exams going on, we really do have our best operatives to spare. Hichi said thoughtfully, looking around the room for an answer. It's better to be safe than sorry when it comes to shinobi like this boy. I say we make sure to keep an eye on him for now. While we're at it, though, we should send a message to the Mizukage and ask her to remove it, Jiraiya said loudly, drawing the attention of the rest of the room to him. As he did so, the last thing Jiraiya wanted was for someone to rush into making a stupid move. It could cause a lot of trouble for Konoha. Kusina snorted loudly at that, as if she was doing it just because we asked her to. I think you overestimate the influence Kona has, especially now that Kiri has become so powerful. She is already rivaling Kumo and is probably stronger than IWA. Is there any chance we can arrest him and legally detain him until the Chunin exams are over, or until the Mizukage takes him back? Asked Inoichi as he looked at his friend Shikaku for an answer. Well, we could arrest him, but we would need a reason to do so. And so far, he hasn't committed a crime in Konoha that we know of. We could arrest him for killing Kakashi, but that wouldn't work either. The two met in a neutral country. It could have been different if they had fought in the Land of Fire. There could have been more room for that. Shouldering his eyes closed as he thought about the problems that Pain's presence brought as troublesome. But I agree with Jiraiya, the best we can do is keep an eye on him. Besides, I don't think he'll cause any problems. I'm not sure why he's here in Konoha, but I don't think it's necessarily to use trouble. The Kiri themselves just got out of a civil war a couple years ago. I highly doubt they're yearning for a war yet. Major, couldn't we just frame him for a crime and use that as justification to arrest or kill him? Ariki asked bluntly, musing. Maybe killing a shinobi from another village and blaming the death on Pain wasn't an honorable thing to do, but with __ honor was for samurai and fools no. Shikaku said, giving Aki another bored look. All it would take is for Kiri to prove he was innocent, and it could backfire on Konoha. And Vicky growled, irritated at hearing that. What do you think it seems? Minato Kusina asked again as he ignored the rest of the shinobi in the room, all of whom continued to discuss possible ways to deal with the S-class shinobi in their village. Some of the ideas kept getting more ridiculous than the next as they bounced off ideas and generally argued with each other. For now, Minato began. The rest of the room fell silent as they turned to listen to what their Okage had to say. For now, we'll put Green under surveillance and try to find out why she's here. Will also increase things to escalate the loss of Kakashi, although devastating should not. What if it's a ploy by Kirito and they attack Konoha during the Chunin exams? Or they use Grimaki's presence as an opportunity to steal one of our bloodlines or assassinate you? Kusina asked worriedly and thought of the troubles with Kumo a few years ago when several Kumo shinobi had tried to take over the Yuga heiress, and many years before that, when the Kumo shinobi had tried to kidnap her when she was still a child. In the world they live in, bloodline kidnapping attempts were not uncommon. Plus, she still had mixed feelings about the Pain. A part of her was attracted to him as a person, just as that same part of her found him to be both funny and sympathetic, however, at the same time another part of her was angry at him for endangering her daughters and wanted to punish him for killing Kakashi. So we killed him, she said. Minato bluntly looked around the room at the assembled shinobi. If he poses a genuine threat, then we finish him off. Kohen can't be seen as weak. If he is our clients, will lose trust in us, and the other villages will swarm us like vultures. If Pain tries anything, we kill him, make an example of him, and then the Mizukage will be the one to step in. As you say, Parrot Cage, said Jiraiya with a nod. I'll do it myself if I have to. Back in the Forest of Death, Urza groaned as she stood up. Her head was ringing and her back was aching. She had no idea what the hell had just happened. In a moment, she and the rest of her team, Mito and Sasuke, had been running through the Forest of Death. They had already been in the Forest of Death for almost an hour and had already gained 2 scrolls, unfortunately, although those scrolls had been made of earth just like theirs, which meant that they had to keep searching as they moved through the forest. They had been using Mito's sensory abilities that were far more advanced than Urza's to track down the other teams so they could get their scroll to hopefully finish this stage of the exam quickly so they could rest for the next stage, whatever that was. As they passed through an innocuous part of the forest, they had been attacked out of nowhere. The 3 of them had been caught off guard by a sudden powerful wind jutsu. Urza herself had been hit full on and had been thrown here. Who had attacked and what had happened to her teammates, though she had no idea. As Urza regained her feet and stretched her aching limbs, she quickly became aware of a large presence approaching behind her. She could hear the leaves on the forest floor moving and rustling, as she could hear a whistling sound in the distance, coming ever closer, twisting around her crimson hair. Flying behind her, Urza quickly used her Uzumaki bloodline, forming her 2 golden swords made of pure chakra in her hands, as she naturally fell into a perfect fighting stance, her twin swords, both swords parallel to each other. As she prepared to wield the blades in a duel, her fierce brown eyes soon settled on her opponent. Her gaze sharpened as she saw a pair of large yellow eyes and slit pupils emerging from the forest. The head of a gigantic snake followed shortly after as the beast came into view, towering over her with a loud hiss. The snake was enormous, possibly 30 feet long, with glistening ivory-colored fangs and those lime-green scales. Its yellow slanted eyes were the size of dinner plates, and its fangs almost as big as Urza herself. The snake's tongue slid out, its forked end tasting the air, searching for vibrations, heat, and other things to assess the prey within reach. Urza jumped back as she saw the snake's mouth open wide, a large cavernous maw pair of fangs. The snake was dripping with venom, more than prominent, as it reared up over her before preparing to pounce directly on her. The blow was swift and without warning, despite that, although Urza managed to avoid it as she launched herself backwards. Her eyes went wide from both the speed of the snake and the force with which it hit, as the patch of ground she had been standing on had turned into a small crater. This was no normal snake. Urza's eyes narrowed as she stared at the snake before leaping into the air with a grunt, jumping onto the snake's thick muscular tail as she dragged it behind her, attempting to wrap it around her, no doubt, so she could crush it to death, gripping her swords tighter. Urza sucked in small amounts of the Kyuubi's chakra, grimacing to herself as she felt its corrosive power merge with her own. However, she also felt the rush that sudden power gave her, making her stronger, faster, sharpening her senses and sharpening her reflexes, keeping her attention fixed on the snake. Urza's brown eyes bled scarlet irises turned a blood-red color as the pupil became a slit. Her own canines also elongated, becoming more prominent as they jutted out from under her lip. Her crimson hair grew much wilder and shaggy as she felt the potent power of the Kyuubi influencing her body. These were all the outward signs that she was harnessing a fraction of the Kyuubi's power. With a loud cry, Urza lunged forward with her swords at her side and her eyes fixed unerringly on the snake, who upon seeing her charge had backed away once more, emitting a loud hiss as it prepared to attack. When Urza approached him, the snake lunged forward with its fangs bared and its jaws wide open. The snake's attack was as fast as before, unfortunately for him. However, Urza was now much faster than before. As she approached the striking snake, Urza didn't flinch but increased her pace, getting under the striking snake's guard. Her right chakra forged the blade, piercing its thick skin like a hot knife through butter as it tore a large open wound into the side of the monstrous snake. Without a second's hesitation, Urza pushed herself over the snake's writhing body and ran across its scaly skin. With a loud scream, Urza slashed again with her swords without giving the giant snake a chance to react, as this time she called out, both swords cutting through the snake's skin and muscle. Extending her swords as she did so, the 2 swords made from her chakra were now nearly 5 feet long each, as she continued her attack, cutting through the snake's wide muscular neck, killing it instantly. Stepping away from the now headless snake's body, Urza's eyes once again turned to their usual color as she released her Kyuubi's chakra grip, falling back to the ground and landing firmly on her feet as she did so as she turned to look at the snake's corpse. Her eyes widened as she saw the body explode in a cloud of smoke, proving that she had been right. This was no normal snake, but had been a high-level summon. A snake summon, Azam muttered to herself as she watched the smoke from the cloud disperse. She only knew of two people who could summon snakes. One of them, it was Anko, who could be a bit mischievous and sadistic, but who Urza trusted enough to know that she wouldn't send such a strong summons to attack her, especially when she was in the middle of such an important exam. However, the only other snake summoner she knew of was Orochimaru, a traitor to the village of Konoha and someone who, from what Urza had heard, would be more than capable and willing to harm her. However, what would Konoha's most infamous traitor be doing in the Forest of the Death during the Chunin exams, and also where Mito and Sasuke, the rest of their team, were? However, Urza's eyes opened wide and she squirmed in place, staring at the surrounding forest. Azah soon found what she was looking for: a trail of broken branches and damaged trees, likely caused by the wind jutsu that had sent her flying. She now just needed to trace the path of destruction back to its source and hopefully find the rest of her team. With that in mind, Urza jumped into the trees and began to head in the direction he had come from. He could only hope that Mito, and to a lesser extent Sasuke, were okay with Naruto. At about the same time, it had been about an hour since Naruto had killed Kabuto and devoured his soul, and at that moment he was jumping from tree to tree, casually leaping from branch to branch as he quickly passed through the Forest of Death. Until now you had kept your word and had been going through Kabuto's memories as quickly and carefully as you could, relaying what the boy knew to Naruto and __. The boy knew a lot. It turned out Naruto was right. Kabuto was a spy and also an absolute goldmine of information. First of all, Kabuto was one of Orochimaru's closest servants and his most trusted spy. However, Orochimaru was not only Kabuto's master, he was also the mysterious OTK who had visited me, and the driving power behind the invasion plan. The mere fact that Orochimaru, a known traitor and general bastard, had some involvement in the invasion plan instantly put Naruto on edge. The man was a snake, and Naruto had little doubt that he would stab Kiri in the back the first chance he got. Suffice it to say that Naruto would pass on Otakame's identity along with the rundown of his plan, as well as the location of Otogakure and the size of his forces the first chance he got. Plus, he would make sure to tell him that Orochimaru hoped to unleash the Sun Jinchuriki during the Chunin exam finals, and using the boy not only to cause as much chaos as he could to Konoha, but as the signal for all of Odo Isuna's forces to begin the attack. He wanted me to defiantly inform him that a mentally ill Jinchuriki would be involved. After all, he didn't have the best experience when it came to insane Jinchuriki. On top of this, Noro had to make sure that he knew that Orochimaru planned to use a forbidden jutsu to revive the ancient oaks and use them as weapons to kill Minato, Namikaze, and anyone else person who stood in his way. The plan itself, when Naruto looked at it objectively, it wasn't bad and had the possibility of working if done right. Naruto could see that and would pass his own opinion on the plan itself on to Mei, but at the same time Orochimaru's involvement had him nervous. He had never met the man, but his reputation was bad enough that Naruto was instantly suspicious. Kabuto, of course, had more information than just that, as even now Naruto was finding out more and more about the Orochimaru's experiments, the forbidden techniques he knew and had developed, in the locations of nearly a dozen of his bases spread across the elemental nations. Naruto would also pass this information on. Orochimaru might be sick, but some of his experiments and projects could be useful to Kiri. However, the most prominent thing Kabuto seemed to know about Orochimaru was the man's obsession with achieving immortality, to the point where he had learned to transfer souls to other bodies, which was a jutsu that Naruto was particularly interested in, and already Orochimaru seemed to have lined up his next potential body, the young Uchiha Sasuke. Apparently, Orochimaru was almost as obsessed with the Sharingan and the Danri of all the jutsu in the world as he was with avoiding death. Naruto paused for a second as he landed on another branch, his eyes closed as you transferred even more into him this time. However, what he received was not about the invasion of Konoha or about Orochimaru at all. It was about an infamous missing nin, one who came from Suna and called himself Sasori of the Red Sand. Naruto had heard of him before. The man was an exceptionally skilled and dangerous S-class shinobi who specialized in puppeteering, and apparently Kabuto was one of his many spies. Kabuto didn't know much about the man, but the little he did know was very interesting. Apparently Sasori had joined a powerful secret organization called the Akatsuki. Now Kabuto didn't know much about them, but what he did know was that the organization was made up of multiple S-class shinobi who had a vested interest in hunting down Jinchuriki. This normally wouldn't bother Naruto, except for the fact that his precious sisters were Jinchuriki, and he'd be damned before he let some creepy society take them away. You can find out more about this Akatsuki Naruto thought as he stood on the branch he was currently on. His eyes narrowed as he looked around, keeping a wary eye out for any danger potential while doing so. I would have thought you would be more interested in learning more about Orochimaru and the invasion plans, you replied calmly, your silky smooth voice resonating around Naruto's head. Naruto paused, hearing that he had been getting ahead of himself. First things first, he needed to deal with the invasion and give his report to May. The matter with the Akatsuki and with Orochimaru's other experiments and bases could come later. For now, he needed to finish up here in the Forest of Death, take his team to the finals, and then return to Kiri. As long as her sisters were here, they would be safe for now. As such, he could worry about the Akatsuki later. You're right, focus on that first, Naruto replied, his eyes narrowed as he examined his surroundings. He had encountered quite a few teams in the last hour. None of them were of particular importance, so he had gone unnoticed. This was because he was looking for Team 7 after having seen Kabuto's memories and the Orochimaru's obsession with the Sharingan and Sasuke. A distinct feeling of unease had taken hold of him. However, before he could think any further, he suddenly felt an influx of potent and malicious power not far away in the direction to the right of where he had headed previously. Turning his head to look in the direction it had come from, Naruto narrowed his eyes in concentration as he realized he had felt this power before with Urza in the Forest of Death. It was a few minutes after his encounter with the snake that Urza reached a branch overlooking her sister and her teammate Sasuke. The moment she did, her eyes widened in a mix of shock, fear, and anger. The area in front of her looked like a war zone. There were destroyed t-shirts littering the clearing and large craters dotting the surrounding landscape. Mito Uzumaki lay against one of these fallen trees, weakly clutching a bloody wound on her side. It was likely the only reason she was still alive was due to her healing enhanced from Uzumaki and Kyubi. If it weren't for that, judging by the blood-soaked ground around her and the size and location of the wound, she was likely dead at that moment. A couple of meters away from Mito was the twisted body of Sasuke. The young Yukiya was desperately clinging to his neck, moaning in pain as she did so. Apart from that, the only other signs of injuries she showed were a couple of cuts and bruises, none of which were as severe as the one Mito had right in front of Sasuke. Was undoubtedly her. The attacker was a Kusa shinobi, a girl who looked a few years older than them, dressed in standard shinobi attire with long black hair and a nondescript face. It took Urza only a moment to realize she recognized the girl. It was her who had approached Anko from behind before this part of the test had begun. Not that that mattered at the moment. Not all that mattered was that this psycho had attacked Mito. I know you're there, the girl from the clearing screamed loudly as she turned to look at Urza with a wide smile on her face as she looked up at the trees and saw Urza. As she did so, Urza had to restrain herself from flinching at the sight of the girl's corrosive snake-like eyes, the torn skin hanging from her face, revealing the pale white skin behind, and the blood staining her mouth. Frowning as she met the girl's gaze, Urza recomposed her gaze, returned to Mito and Sasuke. Neither of them were weak in her opinion. They were probably at least on the same level of Chunin. This meant that the girl he was facing was far above the gening level she claimed to be, and considering that it was likely that she was also the one who summoned the snake that had attacked Urza just now. You were Orochimaru, right? Urza said bluntly, standing up on the branch she had been crouching on previously. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at the girl/creepy old man beneath her, two katana-like blades forming in her hands as she used her Uzumaki chakra to create them. Smart girl, Orochimaru replied, leering at Urza as she did so, reaching out and tearing the torn flesh off her face as she did so, and revealing her true face, a cold snake-like face with incredibly pale skin and flawless androgynous features and distinctive purple markings running down the sides of her nose. But you weren't the only one to guess your sister Mito. No, she guessed the same thing. Not that knowing my identity will do you any good. Urza's gaze turned back to Myth when she heard that before looking back at Orochimaru. Why are you here in Konoha? Why are you attacking us? Orochimaru raised a mocking eyebrow at that. A sneer passed over his face as his cold yellow eyes hungrily fixed on Urza. And why would he say that to a brat like you? Why wouldn't you? You're probably going to try and kill us anyway. So why bother hiding anything? Urza asked, trying to probe the much older and more experienced shinobi for information. He had no idea that none of them died here today at the same time, although he knew his father would need to know why Orochimaru was here, so why not try to get some information out of him while he could? Cute, said Orochimaru with a soft laugh. But it's not going to work. If he wanted them dead, he would have killed them all already. No, I simply came here to give dear Sasuke a gift. Now that that's done, I think I'll be leaving. After all, I have business in the land of Earth. Urza's eyes narrowed at that. I didn't know what to think about what Orochimaru had just said. He had just told her that he couldn't trick her into giving her information, and then he had given her information. Did that mean he was lying, or he was tricking her, or he was telling her the truth? and hoping she wouldn't believe it, or he was lying and hoping she would believe in the truth. It was all a bit confusing. She had no idea what to do with what he had just said. "You hurt my sister," Herza said bluntly, deciding to put aside her interrogation for now and instead get down to business. Her grip on her weapons tightened as she began to draw the chakra of the kekkei. She didn't think she stood much of a chance against a shinobi of Orochimaru's caliber. She doubted she could even get him to take her seriously at the same time, though she wasn't going to try to defeat him, but instead draw on the chakra of the kekkei. She was making it seem like it was, while in reality she was hoping to draw the attention of the Hunin and other shinobi in the forest and her surroundings. The kekkei's chakra was, after all, very distinctive, and currently Urza was channeling almost 3 tails of chakra towards her. By drawing that attention to herself, she hoped to get some help that would hopefully scare away Orochimaru or potentially kill him. She could already feel the potent power of the kekkei flowing through her. A soft cloak of red energy had formed around her body. 3 tails moved casually behind her as the cloak settled comfortably over her. Once again, her eyes had turned red and slit. Her fangs had grown sharper and now protruded from her mouth. Her crimson hair had risen into the air around her, waving ominously as she drew out more and more of the kekkei's chakra, so much so that it began to release large amounts of killing intent and pressure on the area around her. As she looked down, Azan noticed that the 2 chakra blades in her hand had changed from their original golden color to a more violet color. The previously smooth and elegant blades had become a little more jagged, having become almost demonic in appearance. Looking at Orochimaru, Urza grinned savagely. Seeing that she had made him nervous, the snake Sing had tensed considerably, his eyes fixed on her as he watched her for any sign of movement. The other 2 in the clearing also seemed to have been affected. Sasuke had no doubt the pressure of the kekkei's power and the killing intent attached to it was too much for him. As he passed out the sight, hers is sharpening. Noticed the distinctive blood mark on her neck in the same area she had been clutching earlier. It looked a lot like the __ mark that Kusina had removed from Anko a couple of years ago. Ignoring that for now, Herza's scarlet eyes shifted to Mito, noticing as she did that she too was reacting to Urza drawing on the kekkei's chakra. However, unlike Sasuke and Orochimaru, her reaction was different. Mito's body had become enveloped in the same red energy as Urza's, because half of the kekkei inside her was reacting to Urza's actions. However, this was good, as Urza could already see that the wound on her side had started to heal faster and that Mito was moving. Her eyes widened and widened as she watched the scene happening in front of her eye. "Didn't know you had that much control," Maru spoke, his voice calm but still audible to Urza. "How interesting. We'll see how interesting you'll find it." Azag growled, his voice sounding rougher than before as he crouched lower after having ignited all she dared. So far, 4 tails of power was all Urza could safely use, and even then she was often partially affected by the raging hatred contained within the 3-tailed kekkei's energy. However, she had much more. Her willpower was strong enough to resist the effects of the kekkei's chakra. "When I slammed you into the ground," Orochimaru smirked in response, very confident, "but I wonder if you have the strength to back her up." Chapter 19. With Orochimaru, Urza in the forest of death. "Well, come on, girl, show me the power of the kekkei. Show me that you are your father's daughter," Orochimaru said mockingly with a very prominent sneer on his face as he incited the young woman to action. So far, the power she released had been impressive, as had the control she had shown over 3 tails of the Biju's chakra. Even so, although she was still only a genin and he was Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, the differences in their experience and her abilities were almost uncanny, yet he was still interested in seeing what she was made of. It could be that she could pose a problem during the invasion, a problem that Orochimaru would have to deal with permanently when the time came. Urza replied with pleasure, her voice sounding rougher than normal as she sucked in the kekkei's chakra. The chakra not only affected her physically but also mentally, as the deeply hateful chakra of the Bailu pressed on her mind. With that answer, Urza narrowed her red eyes and ripped before charging straight at Orochimaru. Her 2 swords, the ancient one from her unique Uzumaki chakra, held ready behind her as she exploded forward, her body covered in a shroud of red energy. As she crossed the distance between her and Orochimaru in moments, seeing her coming, Orochimaru's sickly yellow eyes narrowed before he leapt into action, running towards Urza, his eyes glowing in the dim light of the forest. As she prepared to intercept the girl in moments, Orochimaru and Urza crossed the distance between them and began their battle, meeting in the center of the forest clearing. During the opening moments of the battle, Urza led the fight using her enhanced speed and strength. She tried to cut Orochimaru down with her swords, turning into a virtual maelstrom of fury, but every time she tried to cut him down with her swords singing through the air, Orochimaru avoided her slashes by mere centimeters with such ease it only made Urza's temper rise. The way he was acting made it clear to Urza that his movements, despite being enhanced by the Kyuubi's chakra, were still slow for the Sannin. Come on, after all that talk I thought you would do much better than this. Orochimaru mocked as he continued to skillfully dodge Urza's cuts and blows. His yellow eyes sparkled with amusement as he followed Urza's rapid movements. His joy only increased as he saw that Urza was slowly losing his temper. His movements became more violent. And predictable as she did, it seemed the girl didn't have as much control as she first thought. That being said, however, in Orochimaru's eyes, the girl was certainly skilled, a prodigy no less, although she wasn't on par with him or Itachi, but far better than the average shinobi, and by channeling the Kyuubi, that ability was backed up by a great deal of raw power. It was truly intriguing and made Orochimaru both excited and cautious about what kind of shinobi she would be if she were to be in his best moment. Dodging some of her blows, Orochimaru smirked as he suddenly disappeared in front of her, only to appear behind the girl and unleash a kick to the small of the girl's back, sending her reeling forward. It was as if he had known that despite her skill, she was still inexperienced when it came to actually fighting, and her skills, although far above that of a genin, paled in comparison to his. Come on, even your sister put up a better fight than this one. Hearing this, Urza's face contorted in anger. One of her chakra blades scattered as she released it, now holding only one sword in her hands. Her crimson eyes narrowed as she focused on Orochimaru's mocking face. With a scream, Urza leapt forward again, her sword glowing with chakra as she slashed it through the air, releasing a blade of pure chakra at Orochimaru. As he saw the crescent-shaped crimson energy approaching him, Orochimaru's eyes widened a fraction before he quickly leapt out of the way path of the fast-moving attack. Her eyes scanned it as it pierced through the trunk of a tree behind him, the crimson energy greedily devouring the wood and shredding it before continuing through half a dozen trees behind him. It seemed the girl had more control over the power of the Kyuubi than he had first thought, plus she had acquired more than a few skills with the sword. That last attack clearly resembled Kushin Uzumaki's Levin SL Hutsu. As Orochimaru leapt to avoiding Urza's attack, he immediately found Urza directly above him, a wicked grin on her savage face as she came down towards him with her sword swinging down and splitting Orochimaru's head in two. The previous attack had been a distraction which had allowed her to use her enhanced speed to outrun Orochimaru. A look of elation spread across Urza's face as she watched as her sword struck Orochimaru's head, slicing through his skull like a hot knife through the butter. However, the look of glee only lasted for a few seconds before it was erased when Orochimaru's body suddenly turned to mud, revealing that the Sannin had replaced himself with an earth clone. Just before Urza struck him, he landed lightly on the ground. His clawed left hand gently touched the forest floor as his right hand extended behind it, sword in hand. Urza's crimson eyes swept the entire area. Her senses tensed as she searched for the snake Sannin. Close, but not close enough, Orochimaru said mockingly as he suddenly appeared right behind Urza, who upon hearing him quickly spun around, a snarl on his face as he lunged with his sword. However, before she could hit him, Orochimaru counterattacked, hitting her in the stomach as she spun around. To hit him, the blow was powerful, filled with a lot of power, as he used a bastard technique that he had based on the super strength technique of his former teammate Tsunade. As such, managed to bend Urza despite her chakra cloak, leaving her winded and sending her stumbling a few steps. The chakra blade dispersed in her hand as she lost concentration. Orochimaru instantly continued his assault, following his punch with a strong kick to Urza's side that sent the girl crashing to the ground. Orochimaru soon followed this up as he charged forward, facing Urza and taijutsu, enveloping his hands and legs in chakra to protect them from any burns that might be caused by Urza's chakra cloak. And to enhance her strength, Urza let out a sigh as Orochimaru managed to catch her in the sternum with one of his swift strikes, knocking her back against a tree that broke when she made contact with it, throwing herself to the side at the sight of the smiling snake Sannin going through a set of hand seals, his hands moving so fast they were a blur even to her enhanced vision. Urza managed to dodge a breeze of wind that split the tree she had been leaning on in two and half a dozen others of trees behind him. Come on, girl, I'm getting bored. And when I'm bored, people start to die, Orochimaru sneered, hoping to further infuriate the girl so he could see more of her abilities. After all, the girl was an Uzumaki, and they were always a fascinating clan. Her chakra was so unique it could often generate multiple different bloodline abilities, some based on sensory abilities, others regenerative. He wasn't as interested in the Uzumaki as he was the Ukiya, but he Wouldn't let it pass an opportunity like this. Urza growled at his words, the power of the QB burning through her veins as she felt the bruises and internal damage her attacks had caused heal rapidly, turning her burning gaze towards Orochimaru. Once again, she drew on her chakra, this time shaping it to create a full set of samurai-like armor around him. Her solid chakra expanded from her body and turned into violet-colored armor plates that covered her arms, legs, chest, and head. In her hands formed two more swords, both made from his chakra and capable of cutting through solid steel. Impressive, Orochimaru said audibly with a contemplative look on his face as he inspected Urza. Clearly you are using a variation of the chakra chains Uzumaki. However, instead of chains as chakra constructs, you have learned to create weapons and armor from your chakra. How fascinating. I never realized the ability was so versatile. Urza frowned, hearing that, irritated that the man, as if diagnosing his techniques instead of paying attention to the fight, leaping forward. Urza drew both of her swords bare as she began to charge at Orochimaru, forcing him to go on the defensive for a few minutes. As she weaved in and out of her attacks, spinning around, Urza unleashed a spinning kick in the air, attempting to kick the Sannin in the side of the head. The sudden change from sword strikes to spinning kick was quick enough to force the Sannin to raise his arm. Urza's eyes narrowed at this, a smile spreading across his face as he watched Orochimaru raise his arm to block his blow. Seeing this, Ezra forced a chakra blade to protrude from his leg, the wickedly sharp blade extending between his foot and knee, almost 4 inches. Orochimaru's eyes widened in pain and surprise as he felt the chakra blade slice through the flesh of his arm, cutting through muscle and bone. However, his surprise soon turned to anger as she pulled her arm away and delivered a swift and brutal kick straight to Urza's armored chest. The blow caught her in the stomach and sent her flying backwards to land roughly on the ground a couple of meters away. Cuckoo, well done, girl. It's been a while since anyone managed to hurt me, Orochimaru said softly, his left hand glowing with a green light as he healed his right arm. His gaze fixed on the genie. As she stood up, the attack had taken over. Surprised, which bothered him more than it might have, the wound still was a nasty wound. The blade had almost managed to go through his entire arm. If such a thing had happened, he would have had to retreat and get rid of this body. Urza spat in response, standing up and once again adopting a fighting stance. Then I'm interested, girl. What other tricks do you have hidden up your sleeve? Orochimaru asked with a smirk as he finished healing his arm, twisting at Urza. Once again, his sharp eyes yellow examined the armor she had created for herself in the chakra cloak as she did so, noticing that unlike traditional armor, hers had no visible cracks so far. He could tell he was impressed. She had used the QB's chakra and her own abilities to forge powerful offensive and defensive capabilities. He would say she was at least on par with a reasonably strong Honin, not quite at the elite Jounin, not at an S-rank shinobi level, but certainly a cut above the rest of the shinobi. Flesh the same could be said of his sister Mito. In contrast, young Sasuke, who was only at the Chunin level, which for his next potential body was a bit of a letdown, though there was time to work on that. In answer to his question, Azah charged forward again, her swords held tightly in hand as she ran towards Orochimaru, relying on her skill with her swords, the enhancements given by the QB's chakra and defense provided by his armor. He still had no illusions that he would defeat the Sannin, but he at least hoped to injure him enough that whoever came to investigate the QB's chakra could scare him off or kill him. For the next few minutes, Orochimaru spent his time avoiding Urza's slashes and kicks with a simple smile on his face as he dodged and weaved around her, not letting her hit him. However, he didn't fight back. Instead, he seemed more interested in analyzing her abilities than in fighting her seriously. For Orochimaru, it was very interesting to see how different the fighting style of the two sisters was. Mito focused on the Funin Hutsu, using her almost unlimited potential and skill with the art to fight. However, Urza focused on Kinjutsu, using it along with her unique Uzumaki chakra and the power of the QB to devastating effect. With the way the young Urza was fighting now, Orochimaru knew that she would be able to easily defeat the average Jounin against a shinobi of S-class like him. Though it just wasn't good enough, it was enough to tell him that he might need to get some insight into his plans for the invasion to take into account the two QB genes. After several minutes of Orochimaru avoiding Urza's attacks, what was left of the glade they were fighting and was even more destroyed than before, with even more small craters dotting the landscape and more trees shattered. Finally, seeming to get bored, Orochimaru dodged one last blow from Urza's sword before approaching, getting within arm's reach of Urza as she struck out with her own counter, attacking with his fist. Orochimaru punched Urza straight in the face, knocking her back a few steps. Without stopping, Orochimaru kicked her feet out from under her, throwing her onto her back before, after going through a few quick hand seals, she manipulated the ground beneath her, causing it to explode upwards as a stone spike erupted from it, hitting her in the back. Attacking with his hand again, Orochimaru She punched the girl in the stomach. Her fingers glowed blue as she placed a 5-element shield on her. Her eyes widened at the sight before her kyubi cloak faded away, quickly followed by her chakra armor, as she suddenly felt a layer of tiredness settle over her. This always happened whenever she stopped using the kyubi chakra after having used it for a while. Stumbling backwards in exhaustion, Aza attempted to create a single blade of her chakra somehow way, though she couldn't. It was as if whatever Orochimaru had done had disrupted the flow of her chakra. Not that stopped her, she thought, as she raised her fists and instead prepared to fight with taijutsu if necessary. Seeing that she was still trying to fight him, a sneer spread across Orochimaru's face. "You still haven't had enough, girl?" Aza looked in response, her eyes flickering from Orochimaru's sneering face to the now conscious but injured body of Mito. That he had begun to stand up to Sasuke's conscious body. He had hoped to have done far more damage than he had. He didn't know what Orochimaru had done, but somehow after his last blow he found that he could no longer draw on the Kyuubi's chakra and struggled to even use his own chakra. A smile spread across Orochimaru's face, seeing how helpless the girl was now. He had just used the 5-element seal, a powerful technique that could be used to block or disrupt a person's chakra flow. Was a useful little technique he had learned that could have a devastating effect on shinobi. It was a miracle the girl was still conscious, let alone willing to oppose him. "Tell me, girl, would you like a gift that matches the one I gave Sasuke?" said Orochimaru, the tone of his voice friendly and kind, completely at odds with the cruel look on his face. Urza didn't give him the satisfaction of an answer, but instead clenched her fists once more, trying to summon her chakra. Interrupted. The very thought of the snake saint placing his cursed seal upon her disgusted her. She would not allow it. Orochimaru's smirk grew at this small act of defiance, opening his mouth. Orochimaru prepared to taunt the girl again before she could, though his eyes widened as he sensed something coming from behind him with Naruto. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he took in the scene before him. It seemed he had found Team 7. The 3 members were in the clearing with Mito and Sasuke down, while Urza struggled to get to her feet, barely maintaining her taijutsu stance as she faced off against a tall, gaunt shinobi with snake-like features and long black hair. Orochimaru and Kabuto's memories were too much to believe, though he probably could have made an educated guess, having seen a picture of the man earlier in the bingo book. Crouched on the branch below him, Naruto waited a moment as Orochimaru began to speak, timing his movements. By the time Orochimaru was more distracted, without making a sound, Naruto jumped from the branch, sliding through the air with his axe in one hand and 4 faint gray chakra chains extending from his back as he fired at Orochimaru. A moment later, Naruto was right on top of the man. His axe was already moving as it split the Sainin's head like a melon. However, Naruto did not smile as a few moments later Orochimaru's body turned to mud and crumbled into pieces. The Sannin had changed into himself. Same for a clone. It was a cheap trick and one that was in most shinobi's repertoire. That being said, Orochimaru's technique was impeccable. Naruto wouldn't have been able to notice it if he hadn't expected the pain move from Kirigakure or swordplay. Either way, it's an honor to meet you, especially after the stories I've heard about your unique abilities. Orochimaru's soft, semi-grand voice whispered, coming from multiple directions. Naruto didn't even bat an eye when one of his chain's chakra exploded forward, stabbing the ground a few feet away from him. Naruto wasn't surprised when he saw the snake Sannin emerge from the ground a few feet away with a long, thin sword now in his hand as he deftly dodged Naruto's chakra chain. "It's interesting that you were able to find me," Orochimaru mused as he took a few steps back in front of Naruto as his yellow eyes scanned. "And tell me, Pain, why are you here? These are the Chunin exams. Your interferences are not allowed," Naruto replied softly, pausing slightly as he began to analyze Orochimaru's stance. His surprise attack had failed, not that he expected it to succeed against a shinobi of Orochimaru's caliber. Now it looked like he would have to engage in a prolonged fight, but that was not something he wanted. Choo-choo. I never imagined you would be so diligent, especially when it came to looking after the shinobi of Konoha. From memory, I thought they had a large bounty on your head, Grim, for killing a Kakashi. No, Orochimaru joked, trying to get information out of Pain as he did so. The little Kabuto display in the first stage of the exam had warned Orochimaru that Pain was lurking around, not that it particularly bothered him. The boy was an outcast, and Orochimaru always found the outlaw's abilities fascinating, other than that he wasn't too worried until now Mei was following his instructions and getting a team to the finals. As long as she continued lining up, he wouldn't have any problem with her. Even so, even though he didn't expect to face Pain now, it seemed there was no other option. Neither Main and Pain knew that Orochimaru was the Otokaho was involved in the plan, and with Lokage's daughter here, he couldn't inform her. In fact, even if he wanted to, this meant that for now he would have to fight his way out of this. Still, it gave him the chance to see firsthand Pain's unique and mysterious abilities. "I'm doing my duty," Naruto answered neutrally as he shifted his stance. 2 of his chakra chains sank into his body as he moved so that he was now standing in front of the exhausted Mito, making sure that he was protecting them in case the Snake Sannin tried anything funny. But I'm more curious as to what a traitor like you would be doing in Konoha. Naruto continued to deliberately keep his responses neutral as he didn't want to alert Orochimaru to the fact that Naruto had killed Kabuto and knew exactly what Orochimaru was up to. Why I was feeling generous, and so I decided to come and give a gift to dear young Sasuke, said Orochimaru nonchalantly with a smile on his face as he shifted his stance, prepared for anything. He doubted this friendly conversation would continue for long. He was already looking for the slightest gap in Pain's defense for him to take advantage of, allowing him to strike the groomed Kirishi. Retreating, Naruto narrowed his eyes upon hearing that. His gaze shifted momentarily towards Sasuke, noticing the mark on his neck and recognizing it from Kabuto's memories as a cursed seal of heaven, channeling chakra into his eyes. Naruto's vision turned black and white. The souls of those around him took on a fiery glow as he subtly looked around. Looking at Sasuke quickly, Naruto saw Lukia's own soul and then traced his gaze to his neck, where he could see a fragment of another soul tied to the seal. It seemed Kabuto's memories were accurate. Orochimaru, if he had actually bound a piece of his own soul into the cursed seal, what a disgusting thing to do, and stupid too. Turning to look at Orochimaru, Naruto almost shuddered at the sight of Orochimaru's soul. The mere sight of it almost made him shudder. It was even more disgusting and corrupted than Kabuto's, but more than that, it had been mutilated in ways that caused revulsion in Naruto. Turning his gaze back to normal, Naruto saw that his reaction had not gone unnoticed. Orochimaru had gained an intrigued look on his face, his gaze hungrily fixed on Naruto. So tell me, Pain, those chains of yours, are they chakra chains? Uzumaki asked Orochimaru, his eyes flickering from Naruto's face to the two faint gray chains protruding from his back. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the sudden change of topic, his gaze suspicious. Gripping the handle of his axe tighter, Naruto began to extend two chakra chains from the soles of his feet, the two chains digging through the earth and heading slowly towards Orochimaru. It was the same trick he had used back then. Yes, Naruto answered bluntly, shrugging as if his admission meant nothing. Behind his back, he could fear the ragged breathing of Hirza, who was barely keeping himself upright in the collapsed on top of myth Orochimaru. Archaeologists. Music. He squinted in pity. Orochimaru replied before his eyes suddenly opened, and he jumped back in surprise as two of Pain's chakra chains erupted from the ground at his feet, pushing him back. Orochimaru managed to dodge, receiving a direct hit. Unfortunately, one of the chains managed to hit one of his legs. The thick spiked chain quickly tied Orochimaru's leg, tearing the flesh and muscles while building his leg. Growling in surprise at this, Orochimaru cut with this sword. The blade hit the chain and pierced it, causing the part that tied his leg to disperse. Meanwhile, the other chain shot towards him, acting like a snake in attack while trying to tie another of his limbs. Luckily, however, Orochimaru managed to avoid it. His sword moved again as he channeled chakra through the Kuzen-high blade and easily cut the chain in two. Chakra metal, Naruto muttered to himself as he leapt forward with his axe drawn to strike, his other hand going through several quick. One hand seals the chakra metal. The same material his axe was made of was one of the few materials that his chakra couldn't break down or rot. Yet, he had never seen anyone cut his chains like Orochimaru had, with Orochimaru letting out a loud grunt as he landed on his feet. With his Kuzen-high sword clenched tightly in his right hand, Orochimaru prepared to counterattack. It seemed he had underestimated the boy as he searched for information. The boy had been more active than he thought. His chains had literally been digging into the ground beneath them. It was foolish on Orochimaru's part. The boy had been given a rank that much for a reason. Orochimaru should have taken it on serious from the start. Looking down at his leg, Orochimaru held back a grimace as he saw how the chain had torn a large wound in his thigh, a wound that had already begun to ooze and spread and reached almost to his knee. The flesh and muscle rotted as Pain's chakra began to devour everything that came into contact with it. Orochimaru could now tell why they called it pain. The injury it caused was unbearable and debilitating. Squinting his eyes, Orochimaru began to channel the chakra on his leg, trying to forcefully expel Pain's chakra and heal the wound, which, considering that Pain's chakra had started to eat away at his own, was no easy task. All the while he was doing this, he kept his gaze on Pain as he charged sensibly, trying to take advantage of Orochimaru's injury. Brandishing his Kusanagi sword upwards, Orochimaru decided to get serious. This was not like fighting Jin, and this Pain was a credible threat. However, it would not kill him, as it was also a potential tool, since once the invasion began, Orochimaru would have influence from the Kiri forces, and after the invasion, well, that would depend on how friendly he felt. For now, however, he had to escape. Either way, Pain was going to be a useful tool in the coming invasion, which meant he didn't want to kill him now, especially since killing Mi's guard dog wouldn't endear him to the Mizukage. Grimacing, Orochimaru fired through a series of quick hand seals, preparing to send a great wind breakthrough jutsu at pain that would hopefully get rid of the boy and allow Orochimaru to retreat and heal his festering wound that even now was still struggling to combat with Naruto. Naruto didn't pause for a moment as he shot forward towards Orochimaru, his free hand moving through a series of one-hand seals, molding his chakra. Bringing his cupped left hand to his mouth, Naruto took a deep breath before unleashing his wide-range jutsu directly against the snake sand, and a burst of flickering gray fire erupted from Naruto's mouth as he launched a version of his own great fireball jutsu, one of the several jutsu he had managed to fine-tune and customize. Naruto's chakra almost acted like an actual fireball as it shot across the distance between him and Orochimaru, devouring anything that stood in its path. Naruto, smirking, followed after his attack, speeding up as it blurred out of sight, two chakra chains extending from his back and his axe in hand. At one point, he was on the attack, using it as cover as he attacked the wounded Orochimaru, not at all affected by the deadly nature of his own chakra, being completely immune to its effects. The two elemental attacks met in the air between the two combatants. Naruto's chakra devouring Orochimaru's attack. The burning gray cloud of chakra continued to spread as it rotted away trees, grass, plants, and anything that stood in its way. Unfortunately, Naruto's jutsu lacked the range of a large fireball jutsu, meaning it had already begun to disperse. Orochimaru's eyes widened at this, his teeth gritted as he watched pain explode forward, exploding out of the chakra cloud. Two chakra chains extending before him, the tips like spears pointing directly at the snake sand, and Naruto once again struck Orochimaru, his chain burying itself through his chest. But like before, the body of the snake Sannin turned into mud as he turned around. Naruto lashed out with his chains and axe as he easily cut down another 6 Orochimarus, all of which jumped out of the ground and attacked him, and all of which, upon being dispatched, turned into mud. Spamming the clones like that was an annoying trick and was starting to annoy Naruto. Squirming once the last of the clones was dispatched, Naruto began to survey the entire area, trying to locate where Orochimaru was. As he did this time, although he didn't sense anything, it seemed that the snake Sannin had decided to cut his losses and retreat. Naruto might be able to follow his trail, but considering it was Orochimaru, the chances of catching up to him before he disappeared were slim. If Naruto had been with his team, both Victor and Clementine had no doubt they could find Orochimaru and perhaps work together to defeat him, but alone and in unfamiliar territory, Naruto was a little more cautious. Squinting eyes as he thought this, Naruto once again surveyed the area. It had taken Orochimaru by surprise. He doubted he would do it again. This meant that the next time Naruto fought Orochimaru, he would have to be more cautious. Orochimaru was, after all, a prodigy for a reason. His skill and experience as a shinobi was greater than Naruto's, no doubt. The snake Sannin would have come up with countermeasures to deal with what he now knew about Naruto, with Naruto frowning at the less than satisfactory ending to his skirmish with Orochimaru. Naruto was soon distracted from his thoughts by the sound of someone standing up behind him. As Naruto turned around, archaeologist would have done to him. She didn't seem to have faded away yet. Despite that, however, she still seemed willing to fight Naruto if she had two standing right in front and next to Urza, looking warily at Naruto. She was myth, just like Urza. She was prepared to fight even though she was clearly tired. And from the looks of the large stain of blood on the side of his torso, he had been badly injured. Frankly, the two were in a weakened state, and if he had any desire for Naruto, he knew he could crush them both without a problem. By the stubborn looks existing on their faces, he supposed the two were also aware of this fact, but despite that, they were both still standing, preparing to fight and defend each other if Naruto proved to be a threat. Problem? Naruto asked calmly as he turned completely to face them, deciding to do it diplomatically. Despite that, however, she didn't let her guard down just in case her sisters were Cybele trying something rash. What are you doing here? Mito stepped back abruptly, her eyes fixed cautiously on Naruto, watching him closely, prepared to act at the slightest sign of hostility. Saving you and your team from Orochimaru, doing my job as exam supervisor, Naruto said cheerfully, shrugging before sealing his axe into the tattoo on his wrist, showing the two not wanting to fight them. Her chakra chains had already sunk into her body and her stance had relaxed slightly. Elsa relaxed her stance. Okay, how did she hear that? Giving Naruto a slight nod of thanks as she did. We appreciate your help. No problem. How badly are you injured? Naruto asked with the slightest hint of worry bleeding into his voice. Mito and I are fine. Due to certain circumstances, we both have a healing factor. Sasuke, however, Urza stayed silent as he turned to look at the unconscious Yukiya, his eyes fixed on the seal on his neck. It's in bad shape. We have to remove the seal from his neck. Naruto nodded, hearing that an idea came to his mind as he began to approach Sasuke's unconscious body. However, before he could do so, he found himself stopped by Mito the girl had moved to stop him, still giving him a hostile look as she did so. Is it possible that I can help your teammate? Naruto said, pausing in front of her. We don't need your help. Our mother is a master of Enhutsu. She can remove the seal when we get back to Konoha, Mito said sharply. Naruto shrugged, hearing that I may not be a master of Funing Hutsu, but I can do something to help you. You can fix it properly once you leave the forest, along with whatever Orochimaru did to your sister, Mito. Let him help. Urza spoke, turning to her sister with a frown. Mito turned to look at Urza in shock. He killed Kakashi. How can you and a person like him? Kakashi died while on a mission. I may not like Green for what he did, but he was doing his duty for his village, Urza replied with a frown as she looked at Naruto. But he fought Orochimaru for us, and now he's offering to help Sasuke. Mito frowned in response. How can you say that? Kakashi was like family to us. Yes, I know he was, but now he's dead. No matter what we do, won't bring him back. But letting Grim help us may allow us to survive the rest of this test, Urza yelled, starting to get angry with her sister. She didn't like the fact that they trusted Grim, but she also knew that they had no other choice. They were in the middle of the Chunin exam. They couldn't turn back now, which meant that they would have to get a scroll and finish it quickly. This would allow them a few days of recovery before the next stage of the exam, or they could wait 5 days and then abandon the exam after that. Either way, they couldn't just give up. Not only would it embarrass Konoha and their families, but it wasn't allowed. After all, they had been made to sign that contract for a reason. Until now, Mito was the only one with his full fighting strength. Mito turned to look at Naruto, hearing that before stepping aside very slowly. Naruto nodded his head. Don't worry, I'll be leaving soon. First, I'll help Luch with his seal. I'm not sure what to do about what Orochimaru did to your sister, but at least I can do this. Why would you bother? Mito asked spitefully, keeping his eyes on Naruto while he crouched down next to Sasuke and placed his hand on Lukia's neck. No matter what they said, she wouldn't trust him, so she made sure he didn't do anything bad. Because I'm feeling generous, Naruto replied bluntly as he placed his hand over Sasuke's curse seal, concentrating as he began to remove the fragment of Orochimaru's soul from him. The soul of the snake Sannin might seem disgusting and repulsive, but he was still a powerful shinobi. Devouring a part of his soul wouldn't be a bad thing. Closing his eyes and ignoring his sisters, who were now watching with interest and suspicion at what he was doing, Naruto began to extract Orochimaru's soul fragment, making sure not to kill Lukia, as he somehow didn't think Konoha would like him to kill the last Ukiya. Naruto's crimson eyes snapped open as he pulled his hand away from Sasuke's neck, pulling out a small faint gray orb from the seal. As he did so, a few seconds later, Naruto absorbed Orochimaru's soul fragment into his hand, ignoring it for the moment as instead he focused on Sasuke's cursed seal. The skin on Sasuke's neck had already turned gray. The seal was also eating away at parts of Sasuke's flesh and chakra network. The damage, though, was not severe. As soon as he removed the soul fragment and degraded the seal, Naruto drew every speck of his chakra out of Lukia. It may scar a little, and it certainly won't look pretty, but Orochimaru's seal is gone, Naruto said as he stood up. Give him a few chakra pellets and some time, and he should be back in shape. Again, what was that? That wasn't Funin Susu. How did you get rid of the seal? Mito asked, forgetting her animosity for the moment, as she instead focused on the gray patch of skin on Sasuke's neck. Crouching down, she inspected it for any trace of Orochimaru's cursed seal. Ignoring Sasuke's unconscious groan of pain as she did so, finding nothing, she looked at Naruto in surprise and curiosity. Clan secret, Naruto replied, shrugging, turning around and scanning the area as he did so. But you're in Uzum, so we're not part of the same clan? Urza asked carefully from where she was standing next to the crouching figure of Mito. Naruto shrugged in response, concentrating instead on the familiar presence rapidly approaching towards them. Standing there as well, Mito also looked in the same direction as Naruto, having already sensed the person approaching. Anko is hero great, Naruto said sarcastically as he waited patiently for the hound in special purple cab burst into the clearing, which she did a few seconds later with her eyes wide and a kunai in her hand. As she burst into the clearing, looking at the destroyed trees, the ground filled with craters and the large swath of rotting trees and vegetation, before she saw Mito, Urza, Sasuke, and Naruto. 3 Chunin flew out of the trees after her, all 3 wearing green bulletproof vests, as they followed closely behind Anko in formation, ready to spring into action at any moment. As Anko was right in front of them, her kuna and ready, her attention fixed cautiously on Naruto as she prepared to attack at any moment. I felt the Kyuubi's chakra. What happened? Rim attacked you. It wasn't Orochimaru. He ambushed us and Grim helped us, replied Mito uncomfortably. She didn't like the fact that she was acknowledging Grim's help. Orochimaru asked Anko. Instantly, her eyes narrowed as she looked at them before turning back to scan her surroundings. Tell me everything. Chapter 20. With Naruto in the forest of death, Naruto left escaping a sigh of relief as he entered the tower. In the center of the forest of death and the end point of the second stage of the Chunin exams, the last few days for Naruto had been very irritating after his fight with Orochimaru and his brief conversation with his sisters. He was confronted by Anita, as well, who upon hearing the details of what had happened had gone ahead to drag Naruto into the forest in an attempt to locate Orochimaru before he escaped. This was despite the fact that Naruto had told her that it was no use at all and the snake Sannin was likely gone by now. If it was any other shinobi, Naruto thought he would have a chance to catch up to them and take them down, but this was Orochimaru the Sannin they were talking about, a much older and far more experienced shinobi. Even Minato Mick would struggle to kill the snake Sannin by himself, and that's not even taking into account the fact that he would be tracking Orochimaru through a densely wooded forest that is practically the home of a shinobi of Konoha who used to be Orochimaru. Still, though, Hanko had been persistent and Naruto had humored her at first. After all, what else did he have to do? While he was proctor of the second stage of the Chunin exams, he had already finished the mission. He had been sent here for Kabuto's soul, had provided a great deal of information regarding the Odo invasion plan, and even now, several days later, he was still processing that, not taking into account the fragment of Orochimaru's soul he had devoured that, although useful, didn't provide as much information as he expected. Still, the combined knowledge he had received from those two was enough for him to make a report to Mai and to call his part of the mission a resounding success, which at first had put him in a very good mood, but for days later he was losing his joy. Anko was a very beautiful and sexy woman with a dry and sarcastic wit that Naruto enjoyed very much. Under normal circumstances, Naruto would probably enjoy spending several days very close to her. However, these were not normal circumstances, as Anko apparently had a great toughness when it came to hunting Orochimaru. Apparently, she used to be the man's apprentice when she was still a genin, but she had been cast aside when he turned traitor and fled Konoha after giving Anko his apprentice an experimental curse seal as a parting gift. Since then, she had nursed a deep resentment for the snake Sannin, in part due to the suspicion with which many of Konoha's shinobi treated her due to her former ties to Konoha's most infamous traitor and the stigma that surrounded those ties, and partly due to the fact that the man had used her and cast her aside. In truth, there was nothing more terrifying than a scorned woman. Never before had Naruto understood those words better than after spending 4 days with an angry and pissed off Anko. Although the woman was never particularly unpleasant to him, she tended to lower his mood. And not she was just as fun to talk to as she had been before the Sannin's appearance, which made what might have previously been a pleasant stroll through the forest of death a rather unpleasant task. Thankfully, however, the second stage of the exams had ended and the Okage had called the proctors for the exam. It seemed that while Naruto was engaged in a wild chase in the forest of death, Minato and his advisors had noticed the presence of Orochimaru, including his attack on the members of Team 7, their placement of the Cursed Seal of Heaven on Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto's intervention and subsequent removal of the seal. Apparently, according to a rather talkative shinobi named Irika, who they had encountered when they were entering the tower, Naruto's actions had somehow managed to earn him some friends. Well, not friends, but maybe a little respect from some of the Konoha shinobi. After all, Naruto had faced an infamous missing nin from rank S, all to protect a team of Konoha shinobi, a team that included the Okage's daughters and the last Uchiha. It may not completely absolve him of killing Kakashi in the eyes of many Konoha shinobi, but it did lessen the amount of hostility. Not that Naruto cared one what most of the Konoha shinobi thought of him. Of course, if the shinobi team had been any other, it was likely Naruto would not have stepped in to help, but would have stood by, and simply he would have let them die. After all, he liked to think that he generally fought sensibly, and facing a Sannin on their home turf wasn't sensible, especially since, depending on Mei's decision, he could be working with that Sannin again very soon. Unfortunately, although it had been Team 7 that was attacking, and although Naruto didn't care much, Sasuke cared a lot about his sisters and would rather they didn't get killed. Hey, cheer up, Grim. You've finished your work. You can relax, said Anko from where she was walking beside him. Well, it seems like you're in a better mood, Naruto replied dryly as he and Anko walked through the building, heading to the arena where those who had finished the second stage had gathered. Hanko shrugged in response. I'm still a little mad that the snake got away, but I feel a little better after venting it out for the past few days. Good for you, Naruto replied, irritated. He might feel better after venting his frustration, but Naruto doesn't. Why did he have to let out his anger? Rampage through a deadly forest. He couldn't let out his anger in a normal way like drinking or fucking. Okay, I'm starting to understand why you got your alias. Your name is GM. Why do you always act so gloomy? Anko asked with a big smile as she glanced sideways at Naruto. Naruto gave her a bland look at that. The pun was funny the first few times, now it's getting painful, but I thought you might like some pain, Anko replied, her smile growing as she saw that he was getting under Naruto's skin again. The pun is getting old. You need To come up with some new material, Naruto replied with a very weak groan. Now he loved a good pun as much as the next person, but being bombarded with the same ones for the past few days was getting exhausting. He was beginning to suspect his sense of humor might never recover. Anko laughed loudly at that, casually bumping Naruto's hip with her own. So I'm curious, the name Pain, did they really give it to you at birth, or is it another alias? I chose my own name, Naruto replied vaguely. That's cool, I guess, but you could have been a little more imaginative. When I hear the name Pain, I almost immediately think of a bad guy, which for a shinobi isn't a bad thing considering the reputation it'll get you, but for clients, well, no, I wouldn't feel very comfortable hiring a guy named Pain to protect my family. Anko continued chatting casually along with Naruto as they made their way through the hallways of the tower, occasionally crossed paths with an Ambu Chunin as they headed towards the good thing. I don't do protection missions. Then I was a Unteran. I hunted other shinobi and cut off their heads, Naruto replied softly. His lips twitched slightly as he saw Anko stumble beside him. Okay, you have to admit that the name Pain suits that profession, but come on, don't you want to do anything else? Work in the torture and interrogation department, a nice and comfortable job and a great place to solve any anger issues you may have, replied Anko a little too cheerfully. Considering the topic of conversation besides the name Pain would be perfect for a shinobi with that job, Naruto shrugged at that, a slight smile once again on his face. I used to be involved in torture and interrogation during the Civil War, but graduated from that line of work. I wanted something more exciting and field-based. To each their own, replied him before a sudden thought popped into his head. Wait, if you were doing that during the Kiri Civil War, how old are you? She asked, trying to make sense of what she was hearing. 14, answered Naruto, amused. So that would mean Anko started to frown as she looked at the young jounin beside her, who despite being 5 years younger than her was already a full jounin and a rank 1 shinobi, internationally recognized. The high-performing brat. I was doing your job when I was 10, asked Naruto innocently. You're a bit of a __. Has anyone ever told you that? Han replied while letting out a loud laugh. Prodigies were always a real pain in the neck. She herself had been considered a prodigy in her youth, unfortunately. Although her apprenticeship with Orochimaru had somewhat ruined her career progression, even now, years after Kyuzen Uzumaki removed the cursed seal that Kimura gave her, she was still looked at with suspicion by a couple of members of the Shinobi Council and by the majority of the Civilian Council. They have done so, but the most of the time they die a few seconds later, Naruto replied, amused. Oh, that's hot. Hanko replied with a smile. You really know how to get a girl wet, and you know how to make a conversation awkward, Naruto replied dryly as they entered the arena. That the Chunin aspirants, the Sensing and the Okage and his guards were waiting for. Hanko let out a loud laugh at that, ruffling her hair as she did so before walking away, heading towards where the Okage was on a balcony overlooking the arena, apparently going to report what they had found in their futile 4-day search in the Forest of Death. Naruto rolled his eyes as he ruffled his hair, knowing as he did so that Anko had done this to get a reaction out of him. He didn't give her the satisfaction. Instead, he decided to wander off to where the other Sense and Jounin were waiting, shoving his hands into the pockets of his flak jacket. As he did so, he glanced at the gathered Hunin, all of whom were lurking in the stands surrounding the arena, and then towards the arena itself where the Chunin aspirants were waiting. Naruto began to take into account who had passed the second stage of the exam. From a first glance, he could see Suigetsu, Odin, and Chojuro waiting for the Okage to speak. Neither of them seemed to have spent the last few days in a deadly forest. Naruto smiled slightly at this, glad that those three were fulfilling their part of the mission. All they needed to do now was to get at least one of them to make it to the finals. Some would have a legitimate reason to come to Konoha with her elite guard, considering the fact that 2 of them had high Chun Yoden level and she was a low Jounin level. Naruto was of the opinion that they would be fine if they failed. Well, Naruto would be very upset by them and then probably kick their asses for screwing up the mission. Looking away from his team, Naruto noticed the red-headed Jinchuriki of Ichibi and his 2 brothers in the arena below, standing just aside and away from the Konoha Kiri and Odo Shinobi. So it seemed the team formed by the children of the Sekage had managed to cross the Forest of Death. It is not surprising, just like with Naruto's team, only one member of the team needed to reach the finals, and unless they had very bad luck with the matches, they would be fine, especially considering the fact that they had a mentally unstable Jinchuriki on their side. Standing next to the Suna team, Naruto could also see a team of unknown shinobi, though judging by the musical note displayed on their forehead protectors, he could only assume that it was the Otoge-Kure team. One glance at Naruto was enough to see that they were nothing special, considering the competition. They might have a hard time getting even one of their members to the finals, which raised the question of what the hell was Orochimaru doing. The invasion plan was his idea, one would assume. he would have sent strong enough shinobi to the exams to ensure that at least a member of his village made it to the finals. Looking away from the Oto team Naruto looked at the Konoha teams, vaguely recognizing many members of the teams from his youth. He could see his old childhood friends Shikamaru Nara and Koya Kimmichi standing next to that annoying Shuyo Yamanaka. Also recognized the Yuga heir, the Aburame heir, and the Inuzuka heir. He may not have known them personally, but he did recognize them from the social gatherings he had been dragged to when I was a kid. Aside from that, there was also another Konoha team. This one consisted of an unknown male Yuga, a pretty girl with her brown hair and hands, and what could only be Mate Wee's mini-me. Just by looking at the kid, Naruto guessed this was the Wii team. Those poor kids never stood a chance overall, it seemed. Like Konoha had picked the cream of the crop. Most of their genin in the exam were heirs of the genin clan. They had probably been trained from a very young age in the arts shinobi of his clan, just like Naruto's sisters. And since Naruto wasn't, it's not like he was still bitter. That's why, speaking of his sisters, Naruto could also see Team 7 waiting patiently for the Okage to speak. Along with the other genin of Konoha, both Urza and Mito now seemed fully recovered, no doubt due to their naturally high stamina and healing abilities, courtesy of their Uzumaki heritage and their Jinchuriki status, in addition to whatever Kushina did to get rid of them. That seal that Orochimaru put on Urza. However, Sasuke didn't look right. His skin had a slight grayish tint, and he had large bags under his eyes, so it seemed he wasn't reacting well to Naruto removing the cursed seal. Shrugging, Naruto continued until he was next to the other Jounin, receiving a slight nod from Asuma as he did so it seems that all of their teams made it, Naruto said, deciding to be diplomatic. Congratulations, I guess. Asuma nodded friendly at that with a slight smile on her face, hearing Pain's awkward greeting. Yes, but it's been decided to hold some preliminaries to cut down on the competition a bit. I'm not sure how well my team will do considering the competition they'll be facing. You should have more faith in your team, Asuma. Karina and Yui, she said from where she stood beside him with a disapproving look in her crimson red eyes before turning to look at Naruto, a hesitant expression on her face, as if she wasn't really sure what to say to him. Luckily, she didn't have to, as the trio was soon joined by the smiling Guei Josh, and he's right. As long as they go in with the right attitude and their hearts full of youth, they are destined to succeed, Guei said out loud as he decided to join in the conversation with a big smile on his face as he gave Asuma a thumbs up. The matchups are probably important too, Naruto said dryly as he stood next to them, somewhat surprised by the lack of hostilities he faced. Not even Guei was looking at him. If you face shinobi like that, Gaara boy, or the daughters of Lokage, well, you're in for a tough fight, right? Asuma said with a nod, knowing that not a single member of his team would win if they faced one of the three Jinchuriki. Talking about the daughters of Lokage, I heard what you did in the Forest of Death. Naruto is from your own village. I truly have misjudged you, Pain, said Guei, nodding as he did. It seems that you are a much more worthy man than I first thought. Certainly a worthy rival. Next time we see each other, we should both give it our all. Naruto blinked at that, not knowing how to take the Guei declaration. Was it a compliment or a threat? Or, well, Naruto didn't know how to respond. Luckily, he didn't have to as Asuma spoke again. Yes, you did a good job there. I don't think Kushina would have survived losing another child, he added to Asuma, nodding and patting him on the shoulder, as did another boy. Naruto asked, knowing they were talking about him, but still curious to hear what people thought of his disappearance. Yes, the son of Lokage, a sweet little boy named Naruto. The boy was always a sickly and fragile child, so much so that many people thought he wouldn't survive childhood. But anyways, the boy disappeared a few years ago. Some say he was kidnapped, others say he ran away. I can't say I know for sure. Either way, the boy disappeared, and well, his loss nearly destroyed Kushina, Asuma said with a frown. She only really recovered when little Naruto was born, and even then she still gets annoying if anyone mentions Naruto, so well, we don't really mention him. Asuma, what happened to the boy is a thing of the past. There's no point in bringing up old wounds. He dined and spoke, his red eyes narrowed as he gave Asuma a scolding look. Do you think the boy is still alive out there? Naruto decided to ask, knowing he might be pushing his luck, but still curious about the answer. Asuma ignored Karina's glare, and as she turned to look at Naruto, a strange look on his face as he scratched his chin. No, the boy was always so frail and weak. I doubt he would have survived more than a day outside the safety of the village. He has officially passed away, and most people believe him to be dead, but still I think Kushina and his daughters still think there is a chance he is still alive somehow. And the Okage asked Naruto, suppressing the guilt he felt for the amount of pain he had probably caused his mother and sisters. Well, Minato was always a bad guy. It was he who declared his son dead after a year and stopped sending search parties or wasting resources on a lost cause. I know the loss of his son hurt him, but as he always put the good of the village above everything else, Amma replied before coughing into his hands and changing the subject. But anyway, it seems the Okage is about to speak that caught the attention of the others. As they all stood, they turned to look at Okage as he took a few steps forward. However, Naruto frowned internally. He knew he really had no right to feel angry, but despite that, he was irritated that his father had decided to cut his losses and declare Naruto dead. No doubt the reason came down to wasting resources looking for a sick child who was probably dead, but it was still a bit of a jerk on Minato's part. Before Naruto could speak again, the Okage cleared his throat, and he began to speak, drawing the attention of the entire room, including the genin gathered on the arena floor and Hing Sense, and those in the surrounding stands. Clearing his throat, silencing those gathered, Minato smiled slightly before beginning to speak. Before continuing, there are some things I wish to explain to you. It concerns the true meaning of this Chunin selection exam. Why do we have all the allied countries taking the exam at the same time, even some neutral countries? Minato asked as he looked from the Konoha shinobi to the Suna shinobi to the Odo shinobi and finally to the Kiri shinobi. His blue eyes shine and a slight smile plays on his lips. To promote friendship between countries and raise the quality of our shinobi. Minato continued after a brief pause, listing the general reasons that most do before continuing after another pause. However, I do not want you to misunderstand the meaning. The true purpose of the exam is to serve as a replacement for war between our allies, he said. Minato paused, accentuating his statement. The tension in the arena arose as some genins shifted uncomfortably, hearing that. Meanwhile, Naruto just rolled his eyes when he heard this. The Chunin exam was basically a watered-down war game. Who could have guessed that not too long ago village was fighting village, and shinobi were killing shinobi? The wars that followed were a terrible and wasteful thing and led to the deaths of many shinobi from all nations. This exam is an alternative to the wars of old one that allows the American countries to avoid such pointless fighting. For the third test, the lords and ladies of all the elemental nations, as well as the leaders of their countries, will be watching your fights. You will fight with your life on the line to protect not the land of your home, but its prestige. If your country is seen as weak, you will lose clients. The livelihood of a shinobi. If you are strong, you will gain clients, strengthening your home. If your country is shown to be a strong country, it will also send a political message to others countries, said the Okage in a loud and authoritative voice. Then why do we have to risk our lives? There has to be a better way to fight for this prestige, shouted a genin from below. Looking at the assembled genin, Naruto realized that he was the heir of the Inuzuka. The boy was an idiot, defying his caged words publicly in such a way. The Okage fixed the genin with a flint stare. His voice turned hard and stern. It was the voice of a cage. The strength of the country is the strength of the village. The strength of the village is the strength of the shinobi, and the true strength of a shinobi is only born in a battle of life or death. The Okage said, his voice strong and powerful, making the genin below stand a little straighter. This exam only makes sense because when you fight to become Chunin, but for your own lives and for the prestige of your villages. Stopping for a few seconds to let that sink in, Minato looked to one side of the arena. His gaze found a handkerchief with shinobi on it that happened to be leaning against the wall. 8 Geo, a shinobi of Konoha, will be your proctor for the next stage of the exam. Could you please explain to me what's going to happen next? Hey, as Minato said, the unknown shinobi from Konoha appeared in a gust of wind and left right in front of the assembled genin. As you say, Parrot Cage, said Hate with a brief bow to Minato before he turned to face the rest of the arena and the assembled genin. My name is I8 Gecko, and there is something we must do before the third exam, said I8 as he turned to address the genin. Before that, he would break out in a coughing fit with his hand pressed against his mouth. Naruto narrowed his eyes at that. The man looked sick. He had very pale skin, dark circles under his eyes, and shaking hands. Naruto was shocked that they would even allow a guy like that to be a shinobi, and Kiri, a shinobi like this, would be put on sabbatical until he recovered, or he would be forced into a desk job bar administrative position if he didn't. Ignorant of Naruto's thoughts, Halate continued. Currently, there are too many participants. The previous stages may have been too easy according to the rules. We will have to hold a preliminary in this kind of situation, said Hate, surprised. The genin, like a parrot cage, explained earlier, there will be many important spectators coming to watch the final stage of the exam within a month. As you can imagine, many of them may be pressed for time. Therefore, we have a limited period of time to hold the finals, and it is unknown how long the battles will last. So we have to make sure that only the best make it this far. He trailed off, coughing into his hand, before adding, anyway, anyone who I don't know if you're feeling okay, or who's been intimidated by what we discussed here has this chance to back out. Please step forward if you don't feel safe. The arena was silent for a minute as the gathered genin looked at each other, wondering if anyone would give up on one side of the arena. Naruto let out a sigh as if someone would give up after coming this far if they could still stand up then they should be willing to fight even if the chances of victory are low in a controlled environment like this. They should be willing to push the limits. After all, Minato said this was a matter of life or death. But honestly, unless you were stupid or very unlucky, it was unlikely you would die. Seeing as no one was willing to surrender, I nodded her head, coughing a few more times before continuing her explanation. Rules for preliminary battles are simple. Matches will be one-on-one, and no outside help is allowed. Other than that, though, there are no other rules. The match continues until one of you dies, is knocked out, or declares defeat. If you do not wish to be killed, you must quickly acknowledge your defeat. When it has been clearly established, the winner will step in and stop the fight. If you continue to harm your opponent after the fight has been declared, you will likely be disqualified and may find yourself in the hospital. 8 continued bluntly, not sugarcoating. The consequences in the screen above will decide who will fight. I8 finished as she pointed to a now revealed large black screen that was attached to the wall on the other side of the arena where Minato was looking at it. Naruto could tell he was impressed. Those screens were the height of modern technology and as such were absurdly expensive, no doubt. This was just an attempt by Konoha to demonstrate the wealth of their village to their competitors. This electronic display, 2 contestants will be selected to fight. Now, let's begin. I8 continued as he looked towards the board, his eyes along with the eyes of everyone else in the arena fixed on the board as it went through the names of the many different contestants. Each name brought a ringing sound before a loud beep signaled the names of the first 2 contestants. Susu versus Kinsey. 8 read as he looked towards the board. Could everyone other than those 2 please go up in the stands and wait for their turn to come up? So it seems one of your brats is going to fight first, Asuma said. As he looked at Naruto, he thinks he has a chance. Yeah, he should be okay. Satsume. Be a small __. But she's a capable shinobi, Naruto replied as he watched the genin file out of the arena and filter into the stands where he and the other jounin were standing. This left the arena below empty except for Suigetsu, a pretty Otoku and Kunoichi with knee-length black hair, leaning forward with her arms resting idly on her chest railing. In front of him, Naruto let out a slight sigh as he saw Satsu beginning to take on a stance, obviously mocking or flirting with the attractive Otoku Kunoichi. She really was a __. Kurenai turned to give Naruto a disapproving look, hearing that, no doubt not approving of either his vocabulary or his comments about his own genin team. You really should be talking about your genin like that. I'll tell you one thing, talk to Satsu for a minute, and you'll see why I think he's a little jerk, Naruto replied, softly nodding to Odin and Chojuro as they approached him, with several of the other genin following them. Seeing them approach, Naruto pushed himself away from the railing and approached them, aware that the other sense and jounin were doing the same. Are you 2 still alive? Then asked Naruto in a tone of mock surprise as he turned his attention away from the upcoming fight and instead looked at the 2 of them, noting again that they didn't seem affected at all by the second stage of the exam. Yes, it was pretty easy. We only ran into 2 teams. Both were pretty weak, so we beat them up a bit and hurried back here, Odin replied with a smile. I got here a few days ago, just before Team Suna, Naruto growled in response, irritated that they had been hanging around here in luxury while he had been scouring the forest of death on a wild goose chase as he tried to locate the long missing snake Sanin. Well, I would have been ashamed for you if you had hit. Once again, Naruto felt Karina's eyes on him, and no doubt she was once again disapproving of the way he spoke to her genin. Well, she can suck it. I'm glad to see you never change pain, Odin replied with a chuckle as he leaned idly on the railing, enjoying the biting tone of his old friend. Naruto chuckled a little amused when he heard that, receiving surprised looks from a couple of nearby Konoha shinobi. It was as if they didn't believe he was capable of laughing. How rude. Looking away, Naruto looked around and saw that all of the genin that weren't fighting yet were now in the stands. They all seemed to be staying in their teams as they prepared to watch the preliminary matches. Looking up, Naruto could see how the other Sense and Hunin were splitting up and going to their respective teams, no doubt to give them a bit of a pep talk after their trials in the Forest of Death, as well as a bit of commentary on the fights as they continued. Probably a little advice on how they should deal with certain shinobi if they were to encounter them. Might be a little dishonorable, but Shinobi didn't give a damn about honor. Rolling his eyes at that, Naruto was about to head back into the arena when he saw Kyuzan Uzumaki trying to get his attention. Looking at his mother, Naruto was surprised to see her nod her head slightly and mouth the words "thank you" before she looked away. Naruto smiled slightly under his mask, seeing that was no doubt the way his mother acknowledged his help when it came to protecting her daughters from Orochimaru. Hello, Pain. The match is about to begin, said Odin, gaining Naruto's attention as he turned to watch the ongoing fight. Speaking honestly, Naruto wasn't that interested in the fights. After all, they were genin. For a shinobi of his caliber, the fights weren't too interesting or impressive. Still, as long as he was here, fine, he could watch. After all, the genin in this room could one day be his. Competition in the field. Susu versus Kintsuchi. Naruto frowned as he watched the fight between these two shinobi, not surprised at all by how quickly it ended. It started with King throwing a series of senbon, each of which had a very small bell hanging from the end. His fighting style was quite interesting. It was based on casting sound-based genjutsu, using the bells in his zone as a catalyst. With these genjutsu could disorient and confuse his opponent, leaving them open to a barrage of senbon, each of which would likely be thrown with pinpoint accuracy, piercing pressure points and incapacitating their opponent for a genin. It was a very sophisticated way of fighting, intricate and subtle. It would have allowed him a quick victory over the average genin. Naruto himself was quite impressed. Of course, Suigetsu was not your average genin, but was a member of the new Seven Swordsmen of the Mist and was the wielder of Shibuki, the explosive sword. At the time it began the combat through his senbon, his JSU was already moving, his sword was already in motion. Satsu's Shibuki sword was interesting. It used several explosive tags contained within a substantial scroll in order to incorporate explosions into the user's own swordplay, which Satsu was able to use to great effect. As Kin made his move, Satsu was already bringing his sword down into the center of the arena, causing a large explosion and creating a small crater in the center. The shockwave of the explosion, it was enough to knock Chin down, and the sound of the explosion drowned out the sound of the small bells in Chin's zone. From there, everything went very fast. Satsu using her chunning level speed to get close to the girl, facing the genjutsu user in hand-to-hand combat against a trained swordsman. She didn't stand a chance and was soon knocked unconscious after being thrown backwards against the nearby wall. The truth is that it was a shame, but sometimes you were left with a bad showdown. With Naruto's subtlety and restraint aren't things Satsu knows much about, Naruto said dryly as he looked at Satsu with an amused expression. It's better to end it quickly than turn it into a drawn-out battle. Chijiro shrugged, not wanting to speak ill of his fellow swordsman like Pain did, though considering it was Pain, he really shouldn't be surprised that one of Kiri's deadliest shinobi could be a bit of a jerk. True, but the sword he used, it's somewhat familiar, Naruto said as he looked up and saw that his team was receiving some speculative glances from the rest of the Konoha Jounin. Several of them had clearly recognized the sword that Susu used. I'm sure many of you are wondering, what is a member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist doing taking a chunning exam? Odin chuckled at that. Well, the Seven Swordsmen need to advance too, unlike any other shinobi. Naruto sighed at that. He didn't answer when he saw that the board lit up again as the next competitors were called out. Sasuke Yukio versus Ino Yamanaka. The match that followed was almost embarrassing in how short the Yukio was. Although pale and weak from her efforts in the Forest of Death, she managed to defeat the blonde Yamanaka heiress in less than 30 seconds without even needing to use a jutsu or activate her Sharingan, as she beat her with pure physical skill and taijutsu. I8 had barely screamed out before it was over. Ino hadn't even been able to put a hit on her guard before receiving a punch to the stomach that doubled her over and knocked the wind out of her, followed by a knee to the face that broke her nose and made her stumble backwards. This was followed by a low kick that knocked her down, and then a kunai aimed at her throat, forcing her to surrender with blood pouring from her nose and her eyes wide in shock and a little scared. With Naruto, what the hell happened? I think I blinked and missed it, Satsu yelled mockingly from where he was standing next to Naruto. Od Dano, I swear don't be a __. Satsu. Naruto spoke bluntly, seeing the scowls sent their way by Team Ino as he looked at them. Naruto's eyes met Shikamaru's for a moment, not noticing Shikamaru gained a look of mild confusion and recognition as he saw Naruto's scarlet eyes and black scara. Instead, Naruto was more concerned with fighting off his own snide comments at the almost embarrassingly quick defeat. He seriously thought, as the heiress of an important shinobi clan, would at least fight Tintin versus Mari. This match ended up being almost as one-sided as the previous one, but not for lack of skill from either fighter. Instead, the speed of this match came from a poor matchup. The fight started with Tint showing off his skills and experience with numerous different weapons bombarding Temari with kunai, shuriken, and many other sorts. However, despite the speed and precision with which he threw them, not a single one of the multiple weapons he threw towards Temari managed to reach her. This was something that surprised the members of Tintin's team. After all, apparently Tintin never failed. Everything got worse for the brunette once Temari announced that Tintin would be defeated once her fan was fully deployed. This just made Tintin even more angry, thinking that the blonde was just underestimating her. Tintin kept trying to hit Temari, but it was useless. He ended up deciding to go at close range, but it was too late. Temari saw her coming, and with a wave of his battle fan, a powerful gust of wind blew Tintin away just before she crashed into the handle of Temari's gigantic fan. In the end, the match was as one-sided as the others. With Naruto, the girl would probably benefit from focusing on mastering one weapon rather than being skilled in a dozen, Naruto said simply. Tetsuo swore Nodding, however, the girl was a wind user. It's hard to get close to those. Odin spoke. Difficult, but not impossible, Naruto replied, knowing from experience it was very possible. After all, she had already defeated wind users before with just her axe. All Tintin needed to do was learn to get close, either by using ninjutsu or increasing her speed and agility, a bit of polishing, which were all the skills Tintin needed if she wanted to reach Chunin Zakum. And Odin, this match, like the previous ones, was fast and brutal. Zaku and Oto's shinobi, who seemed to use wind-based ninjutsu like Tamari, unlike her, although he had 2 holes in each of his palms, each of which allowed him to release gusts of condensed air from attached nozzles, were unique to say the least. Certainly against a normal shinobi, these gusts of wind would be deadly, as the wind could not only hit but also cut. Unfortunately, however, he was facing Odin, also known as Cannon B. The moment Hate began the fight, Odin had already activated his bloodline ability, propulsing across the arena at dizzying speeds. His body became blurred as he propelled himself forward. Zaku had not been able to dodge. As a few seconds after the fight began, the burly and heavily armored body of Odin lunged at him, knocking him down and crushing him against the back wall. Suffice it to say that the boy had to be carried on a stretcher with his ribcage, arms and legs shattered and broken. Odin, for his part, was practically unharmed, as the armor he was wearing protected him from the impact. Instead, he simply stretched a bit and then climbed back up into the stands without noticing, as the other genin stared at his defeat in a few seconds over Zaku with Naruto. And that's the reason why they call Odin the Cannonball, Naruto said with a grimace as he saw some chun and carry away Zaku's shattered body. And I thought Sutsa had no restrictions. Chojuro spoke absent-mindedly. Hey, suggested. He complained indignantly as he gave Chojuro a betrayed look. Shikamaru era versus Urza Uzumaki. Naruto, he realized that his chances against Urza were slim to none, as even if he managed to catch her in his cage main jutsu, it was likely that she could overpower him through sheer physical skill. This was without taking into account the fact that she could do hundreds more kage bizan than he could ever hope to contain. So on second thought, he probably made the right decision to give up when he did, unfortunately. Although this also meant that he wouldn't have the chance to become a chunin this time. He hadn't proven himself anywhere near enough to be promoted, and he hadn't even tried his luck against Urza. Even in a heavily guarded environment like the arena with Naruto, I have to say I wasn't expecting that. Naruto said softly, a slight smile spread across his face as he looked to the side and saw Asuma comically banging his head against the railing while the other Hunin looked on resignedly and amused in the arena. I didn't even blink as she dismissed both combatants, and he turned to find out who would be next to fight. Meanwhile, Shikamaru lazily walked back to the stands with his hands in his pocket and a bored expression on his face. Urza, however, frowned in irritation before letting out a slight sigh and walking towards the stands, also giving Naruto a sideways glance as she did so before walking back to where her mother and sister were waiting, amused expressions clearly evident on their faces. La versus Gaara. This match started with as one-sided as the previous ones. Gaara's sand that his brothers called the ultimate defense stopped Lee dead in his tracks as it blocked every attack from him. He seemed to focus on taijutsu to the exclusion of all else. To those witnessing, Lee's defeat had become inevitable, or at least it was until Lee removed the weights from his legs, revealing that each one had weighed 100 pounds, meaning that he was much stronger and faster than he first appeared. After this revelation, Lee was suddenly able to break through Gaara's defense, which was apparently the first time that had happened. After that, Lee began to use a strange technique that Naruto had never seen before to massively power himself up at the expense of damaging his own body. This power allowed him to push Gaara to the brink of defeat. Gaara ended up having to resort to using his hard sand weapon when Lee managed to kick him away from his gourd, and it looked like he would win, but it hadn't been enough, and Gaara had managed to grab Lee's arm with his sand, and in a gruesome display crushed it, then did the same to Lee's leg. Gaara would probably have killed him as well if Y hadn't intervened. However, suffice it to say that what had started out as a rather uninteresting showdown between the Kazekage's Jinchuriki-san and some nobody had turned into the most exciting match of the preliminaries so far, with Naruto __. Be that guy Gaara is hardcore, said Sutsu with a whistle. That defense his will be hard to beat, but if that Lee can do it, then we can too. Odin spoke with a frown as he tried to figure out how he would fight against an opponent like Gaara. So far, however, he was falling short. Naruto Taro in response, Gaara's abilities and ultimate defense were certainly a dilemma. Depending on what May decided when she presented her report after the preliminaries, there was a distinct possibility that he would face Deidara within a month. At say, if they decide to help Konoha instead of attacking them, this meant Naruto would have to think a little about how he could fight and kill a Chibi Jinchuriki if he had to. The boy wouldn't be the first Jinchuriki Naruto had fought after all he had faced his sister in, and the 4th Mizukage before that, although against the 4th Mizukage he had been one of many that had faced him, including Might Terumi, a cage-level shinobi in her own right. Choji Kiichi S2 Kinyuta. The next match ended quickly as soon as the match started. Choji used his partial expansion jutsu to try and crush Dosa, however, when Choji crashed into a wall, Dosa used his melodic arm to knock out the big squat boy. In the end, all Dosa had to do was use the water on Choji's body to transmit his sound, leaving him the winner with Naruto. I can't say these Konoha shinobi have been that impressive so far, said Satsu. Unpleasantly making the group of Curve frown was a pair of grimaces from the remaining Konoha. Jinin in the stands. In response, Naruto handcuffed the boy around the back of the head, making him stumble forward. He grabbed his head with his hand, and grown Naruto paid him no attention, instead looking up and giving Karina and a look. What do I mean? Look. The owner of the Jinjutsu with a frown gave him a nod of acknowledgement, as she did Hinata. Yuga versus Niji and Hyuga. This matchup between cousins, it was enlightening to say the least. Niji, who was apparently a member of the Hinata clan branch, completely destroyed the younger girl. The boy showed not one shred of mercy as he did his best to beat Hinata and humiliate her, egging them on. He doubted the boy had a single friend left in the room. Even his own teammate Tenten and his Sensei looked at Niji with disappointment and disgust. Lee probably would have too if he hadn't been taken to the medical area. It certainly left a bitter taste in Naruto's mouth. The family, no matter how dysfunctional it was, should never be treated like this. This was beyond cruel to Naruto. Okay, that guy was a complete idiot, Odin said with a frown as he watched some Chunin carry Hinata out of the arena on a stretcher. The slightly older boy, Nei, is escorted out of the arena by another Chunin. If any of you face him in the finals, make him suffer, Naruto said bluntly, with a slight frown on his own face as he watched Hinata leave you. That he didn't know the girl Yuga, but he knew that Nei boy was a grade I moron. He needed a good beating. You don't have to tell me twice, Chojuro replied with a scowl on his own face, which, considering the boy's generally meek and calm demeanor, was quite a surprise. Kiba and Nuzaka versus Chojuro. The next match between Chojuro and Kiba was actually a surprisingly decent match. When Chojuro unsheathed his sword, the one raised a few more eyebrows in the arena as who revealed himself to be a member of the Seven Swordsmen. Ignorant of this, Kiba ended up charging at Chojuro head on, fighting alongside his partner Akamaru with surprising fluidity. The fight after that was quick as Kiba threw smoke bombs at Chojuro before attacking the swordsman Chinkiri alongside Kamaru. The tactic was clever, and as the two attacked Chojuro, their bodies almost looked like mini Saikons as they passed through the cloud of smoke. Many in the arena began to think that Kiba had a chance despite to face one of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, who used to be some of Kiri's elite shinobi. However, those hopes soon came to an end as first Akamaru and then Kiba found themselves knocked out cold by Chojuro. The boy uses the flat of his sword to knock them down before holding his large sword against Kiba's throat, forcing him to surrender to Naruto. The boy wasn't bad, Satsu admitted to gritting his teeth. He has potential, but I think Chojuro was being too easy on him, Odin replied, leaning on the railing watching Chojuro help Kibie to his feet, a smile on his face as he did so. The fact that using the flat of his sword and not the edge could tell you a lot, Naruto replied sarcastically as he crossed his arms in front of him, giving Chojuro a feeling of approval as the boy turned to look at him. What underscore. Susu said, his tone mocking. In response, Naruto cuffed him around the head again, almost sending him head first into the sand. Can you stop doing that, he yelled Satsu as he rubbed the back of his neck. I could, Naruto replied with a slight smile before he once again ignored Susu's complaints. Shino Aburame versus Mito Uzumaki. Naruto perked up when he heard the final match being announced. He had high hopes for this match, as so far the matches had been one-sided and a bit disappointing. However, it turned out he hadn't gotten his hopes up in vain. Shino, although he was a very competent shinobi, he had encountered a very bad match, as Mito was not only a powerful and skilled kunoichi, but also a skilled Funihutsu user. The fight started with Mito running at Shino, a kunai in her hand, as she used her superior speed to get close to him. However, when she hit him, the sword did not enter the flesh, but instead revealed that the Shino she had attacked had not been the real Shino, but had been a clone of him, one that was made from his chakra by eating insects. Kikachu, realizing this, Mito had not backed down like most would have done when faced with a large swarm of chakra-devouring Kikaicha bugs about to latch onto them. Instead, he had pulled a scroll from the bandolier he wore around his waist and had sealed the majority of Shino's swarm within the walk. Isolated from Shino and unable to escape and unable to eat chakra, they were now in stasis. With the loss of the majority of their swarm, Shino had been hard-pressed to defend himself as Mito had quickly overwhelmed him in close combat, not bothered at all by the few dozen of bugs that remained that had attempted to absorb his chakra, which, considering his colossal chakra reserves, wasn't really that surprising with Naruto. Naruto let out a sigh of disappointment as the preliminary matches came to a close, with Kankuro, the eldest of the Kazekage sons, getting a 6 to the finals due to odd numbers. The remaining Genin were also told that the third stage of the Chunin exams, a full tournament-style competition, would be taking place in a month, and that foreign shinobi were welcome to stay and use Konoha's training facilities if they so wished. After that, the fights for the third stage were shown on the board above, receiving a series of murmurs from the Genin that had passed the preliminaries: Urza Uzumaki versus Near Yuga Chijiro versus Mito Uzumaki, Kankuro versus Gara Temari versus Oden Sugesta versus Sasuke Yukiya dos Kinu. Goodbye. Looking towards the board, a look of interest crossed Naruto's face. Those were some of the fights, potentially interesting. I just hoped F were more entertaining than the ones I'd seen today. Plus, I hoped I'd get to see at least a couple of them before the invasion started. And now what did? Eden asked with a note of curiosity in his voice as he looked inquisitively at Naruto. Now Naruto began as he looked around and saw the other shinobi starting to leave the arena. Now we're going back to Konoha. I want everyone to go to bed early because we'll be returning to Kiri at first light. The three of them groaned as they walked away. Here, that take care of it because we'll be up early and moving fast. I want to be back in Kiri as soon as possible, Naruto replied mercilessly before pausing as he felt someone approaching him. As he turned around, he was surprised to see Hanko's smiling face looking at him as she danced the BS, her hips moving hypnotically. No problem yet, Hanko replied with a smile before rolling her eyes as she saw Naruto looking at her dryly. He has requested to speak with you before you leave. He probably wants to hear your version of what happened in the Forest of Death with Orochimaru. Oh, brilliant, Naruto replied sarcastically at the thought of being questioned by his father and whoever decided to stay. Turning to his team, he told the many of them to continue towards Konoha and that he would catch up with them later. He leads the way then, Anko replied Naruto, as he began to go over in his head what he would share and what he wouldn't. Chapter 21 in Konoha with Naruto. Naruto let out a slight sigh as she walked towards Locke's tower that stood prominently in the center of Konoha, led by the ever gregarious and enthusiastic Anko. The purple-haired woman practically strutted through the streets of Konoha without her trench coat on and resting it on her shoulder, a smile on her face as she led Naruto through the busy streets. Mia walked behind her. Naruto couldn't help but look down, his eyes drawn to Anko's firm and shapely backside as she walked ahead of him. A part of Naruto thought that the woman was doing it on purpose, although he couldn't say for sure since he had only known her for a short time. But during that time, he had come to the conclusion that she liked to mess with people, and so far Naruto had managed to ignore all of her attempts to provoke him and make fun of him. This previous experience made him believe that it was probably another attempt to make him feel uncomfortable. Taking his eyes off Anko's as he didn't miss the slight smile she sent him as she turned her head to the side and looked at him. It seemed like she had caught him. Not that he gave her the satisfaction of looking nervous, rolling his eyes at that. Naruto looked past her and saw that they had arrived at the Okage Tower. The entrance was guarded by two visible Ambu agents. It was very likely that there were a few other Shin Yambu guarding the tower as well. Only these were probably hiding under cover, posing as normal civilians. Given enough time and a little effort, Naruto was quite sure she could find them, but for now she didn't see the point. We're here to see Okage. She requested a meeting with Pain before leaving to return to Kiri, said Hanko, as she stopped in front of one of the visible Ambu, making sure to clearly state her reason for being here and why Naruto was accompanying her, the man or the woman. As she turned to look at Anko blankly as she approached, her face completely covered by a white mask, one that had the image of a bear moving its head slightly. Naruto could tell the Shino Yambo had turned to look at him now, no doubt seeing him as a threat, comparing him to the description of Grim they had in their bingo book. Turning to Anko, the guard nodded his head without saying a word as she rolled her eyes before entering the tower of Low Cage, gesturing for Naruto to follow her, which he did so, aware of the Amba guard's gaze on him as he walked amongst them. His body tensed slightly at the if they tried something funny, I might as well be here as a guest, otherwise I'd have to. But I wasn't about to let my guard down for a moment. After all, shinobi were known for being sneaky and treacherous bastards. Seriously, is it just me, or is everyone too grammatical? I mean, sometimes I just want to scream, get a life, just because you wear a dumb mask and don't talk doesn't make you cool. Anko said out loud as she led Naruto through the building, not at all bothered by the eyes on them. Instead, a slight smile had spread across her face as she finished her comment, and then pointedly looked at the half-mask covering the lower part of Naruto's face. Naruto Archaeologist Sinner rolling his eyes. Naruto gave her a bored look. What do you mean? Hanko shrugged with a giggle for some reason, quite amused by her bland response to his taunts. I'm really not right. What would make you useless then? Naruto quickly responded, his sudden smirk hidden by his mask as he saw Anko. She stopped suddenly with a surprised expression on her face as Naruto walked past her. You just made a joke, Anko said loudly. A smile spread across her face as she ran to catch up with him, walking side by side as they slowly ascended the tower heading towards the Okage office at the top. Naruto glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. Hearing that, a slight gleam in his crimson eyes. Oh, looks like my son is growing up, Hanko yelled excitedly as she sneaked up to him and tried to putting an arm around him. Tried to be the right word as Naruto skillfully shifted so as to not allow her to. Well, after all, as much as he grew fond of Anko's company and as attractive as he found her, he wasn't about to let a potentially hostile shinobi put her arm around him in the middle of a possibly hostile shinobi village. And on another note, I think we're here, Naruto said as he looked at Anko, not surprised to see the smirk on her face, a rude or crude comment probably in the tip of her tongue as she responded to Naruto's avoidance of physical contact. Maybe her sly response would be that she won't bite unless he wanted her to, or maybe a comment on his sexuality seemed like the kind of thing she'd ask. So here we are, said Anko, instead, the smile still present on her face as she looked at Naruto for a few moments before she reached him and knocked on the door. Anko deliberately looked to the side as she made her way to where a hidden ambu was next to her. I stock his attention completely on the two of them. It seems that this is it. I'll probably see you in a month at the next stage of the exams. Naruto archaeologist shoulders. My shift starts in a few minutes and I'm working the rest of the day. I highly doubt you'll stick around long enough for me to finish my homework today. Does that mean you're expecting a hug and a tearful goodbye? Naruto asked dryly. Just a good goodbye will suffice for now. The tears can wait until later, Hanko replied with a twinkle evil in her eyes as she gave Naruto a cheeky look. For once, Naruto was glad he didn't know what she was talking about. Okay, I'll see you in a month, Naruto said, suddenly shrugging, not seeing anything wrong with humiliating the woman. Even if he barely knew her, his interaction with her had been pretty fun and positive so far. Yes, see you around, grimy. Good luck with the meeting, Anko said with a smile before disappearing in a swirl of wind and was gone. A quick Shunin took her away just before she could open the door to Okage's office. Entering Okage's office, Naruto was met with surprisingly few people, with only Minato and Jiraiya visibly present, with a few and a shinobi lurking in the shadows keeping an eye on Naruto, possibly hostile shinobi when he was so close to Okage. Not that they should really be that worried, because Naruto, if he even wanted to attack his father, he highly doubted he could survive facing Jiraiya, the legendary Toad Sage, and Minato Namek, the fourth Okage, and the Yellow Flash. At the same time, Naruto highly doubted his chances against either of them if he faced them one-on-one, or at least for the moment the chances of him defeating them both at the same time, while they were practically zero. Even so, although constant vigilance was one of the mottos of the shinobi, they were constantly on guard and constantly watching for hostiles. Upon entering the room, Naruto found himself being pierced by the cold Minato's blue eyes. The older blonde who was watching Naruto intently, her gaze went from Naruto's short hair to his crimson eyes with their black, scaredy his short but very muscular body, noticing as she did the battle scars that covered Naruto's bare arms and the small Funing Hutsa seals tattooed on his wrist. Simple but effective storage seals, a type that was commonly used by the Uzumaki clan when they still existed. Slightly narrowing her eyes as she looked at Naruto, her sharp Minato's gaze saw more than most would be able to gather. Minato finally spoke. Kirigakure's pain, or is it grim? I forget. It was a bit of a petty comment, but Naruto wasn't going to make a fuss. Instead, he simply shrugged his shoulders and nodded, a small but noticeable sign of respect and deference. Even though their villages were not allied, Minato was still the Okage, a leader of a powerful shinobi village and a legendary shinobi in his own right. Naruto was expected to behave in a manner that represent Kiri properly, even if it meant having to show a little deference to a Kage that was not his own. As if he had been born Konoha, son of Minato, he did not see the man as anything other than his father. After all, Mira, his Mizukage, she was the leader he chose, and as such was the leader that either of them will serve. Naruto responded neutrally with a casual shrug of his shoulders as he looked around the room, taking in the large windows that overlooked Konoha, the pictures of the former Okage lining the walls, and finally the neatly stacked piles of documents and paperwork covering Minato's desk. Minato nodded at that, leaning back. Okage Jiraiya also looked at Naruto, comparing the image of pain from Kirigakure, the young shinobi standing in front of him, to that of Grimmel missing Nin, and seeing him for what he truly was. No doubt the boy was a prodigy. To have a reputation and skills like his at his age meant nothing less, but he was no monster like the book suggested. Bingo, but a young man, a shinobi who faithfully served his village, was an admirable trait, and Jiraiya already knew that holding Kakashi's death against Pain was petty. After all, he had killed dozens of Kiri's shinobi during his service in Konoha, and he had also killed dozens of outlaws. People who only made a living but who happened to be his enemies at that moment. Letting out a sigh as he saw the silence between Minato and Pain stretch out, Jiraiya decided to speak. Minato, I'm sure Pain and his team must leave soon. The comment was said lightly, little more than a mild encouragement, but it seemed to work, as did a strong sigh. Minato brought his hand to his face and massaged the 100. I'm going to make this simple, Pain. Currently, the Koha has a bounty on your head, as I'm sure you know, a bounty that was placed on you after you killed Kakashi Itake, a loyal and veteran member of Konoha. Minato finally said, leaning forward in his, as he carefully studied Pain, exposing the facts as they stood without bothering to cushion you. However, Naruto didn't respond verbally. He simply nodded, acknowledging that what Minato said was accurate. After all, what else could he say? Yes, I'm sorry, my bad, because that would sound sincere, despite that you still came to Konoha and entered the village with what I assume is your real name. Minato continued, looking at Naruto for confirmation, only to receive a blank stare in response. From there, you became proctor in the Chunin exams, and you ended up saving my daughters from the missing Nin Orochimaru when he infiltrated the Forest of Death during the second stage of the exam. Minato paused again. And would you like a report on the goings-on in the Forest of Death? Naruto asked curiously, guessing the purpose of this meeting would probably be some sort of informal retorio. We'll get to that later. Suffice it to say, the testimonies of Mito, Urza, Sasuke, and Anko have given us a good idea of what happened in the forest before and after Orochimaru attacked. Anything else you can give us will be useful. But as you are a shinobi not under my command, I cannot order you to hand over that information, Minato stated bluntly, once again showing no qualms in presenting the facts as they were, a surprisingly refreshing trait and one that Naruto greatly appreciated. I have not called you here so that I can measure you the measure of me, Naruto asked, confused now as to what Minato was up to and why he was doing it. Involved. Minato nodded, tilting his fingers in front of them as he stared at Naruto. Yes, you killed my student Kakashi, but you left his Jin and team alive, a team that included the last Yukiya and one of my daughters. Things would have been easier for you if you had killed them without leaving any witnesses, or if you had kidnapped them. The last Yukiya would be seen as an incredibly valuable commodity in the shinobi world, just like my daughter would be a Jinchuriki and one of the last Uzumaki, as well as the son of the Yellow Flash. Naruto blinked, hearing that, knowing for a fact that what Minato said was true, but surprised that he was saying it so openly. On top of that was his casual announcement of his daughter's status as a Jinchuriki. On the other hand, men had obviously been told that Naruto had witnessed both of his daughters when they were using the Kekkei's chakra, so he saw no point in hiding the facts, yet you left them alive and relatively unharmed. This raises questions for me about both of your character as about your target. Minato continued his gaze without leaving Naruto, who met one of his own burning scarlet eyes meeting cold blue eyes. This was aggravated by your actions in the Forest of Death. Generous, Naruto commented dryly, considering that in your capacity as a Grimm, you are known for being completely ruthless and merciless, with a murder rate far superior to that of an experienced hound. And I doubt it, Jiraiya interrupted, avoiding the information he had obtained from his spy network, where he had discovered that the Grimm had never missed a target and had never left one alive unless ordered otherwise. There wasn't much information on Grimmo. His team were careful like that, but their cruelty and lack of mercy was one thing all his sources corroborated. Naruto gave Jiraiya a bored look at that, having heard of the Toad Sage's vast spy network. Perhaps he was looking out for Kiri's interests. Then I doubt it. If you had killed the Genin in the Land of the Waves, no one would have been able to trace it back to Uncle Kiri, and if you had stayed out of Orochimaru's way, then no one could have proven that you were fully aware of his presence and chose to do nothing. Jiraiya replied nonchalantly, we have already discussed his motives, and we have come to the conclusion that it is somehow personal. Minato spoke again, looking carefully at Naruto. There is a personal reason why you protected my daughters and the last Yuki, and Naruto gave him a blank look at that, though internally he was starting to worry. After all, he didn't want to be discovered unless he wanted to be, and currently he didn't want to be. I believe you are from the Uzumaki clan. Your ability to use a form of chakra chain suggested I believe you are somehow closely related to my wife and daughters, and that is why you protected them, Minato said, leaning forward, his expression fixed on Naruto's eyes, searching for any reaction. A flash of surprise flashed in Naruto's scarlet eyes at the conclusion that Minato had come to, and it seemed that was all that Minato needed. Leaning back in his chair, he nodded his head. I thought so. You are an Uzumaki, no doubt descended from someone who joined the outlaws after the fall of Uza. That is why you protected my family, because they are part of your clan. Naruto archaeologist, when he heard how close Minato was to discovering his connection to Kusina Urzumido, and yet how far away he was. And yes, I am, asked Naruto as he looked between Minato and Jiraiya with, you're going to offer me sanctuary as a former ally of Uzumaki? Minato's eyes narrowed minutely at that, his jaw tensed slightly. No, we're not. And I thought we got along very well, Naruto replied with his head tilted to the side and a slight smile hidden behind his half-mask. It wasn't like he would have joined Konoha if Minato had offered him a chance. His time in the Hidden Leaf Village was over. Kir was his home. Now the house he chose. His recent actions have been noted, but your previous exploits have not been forgotten. Minato continued saying, leaning back in his chair as he looked rather coldly at Naruto, not having forgotten that this was the man who had killed Kakashi, cutting down the powerful shinobi while protecting his team. I assume you were talking about your former student Kakashi, right? Naruto asked, his gaze moving idly around the room. His senses flared as he quickly took in the soul signatures of Minato, Jiraiya, and the four of them ambigards. After having addressed a topic as delicate as this, Naruto was going to be more on guard than ever. Yes, Minato answered bluntly, his face stoic as he continued looking at Naruto. The death of my student still weighs heavily on me, and despite saving my daughters, that is something I cannot forgive and will never forget. Naruto pierced before Minato's recklessness. And since when did I need or ask for your forgiveness? We are not allies. Minato Namekono Kiri, we are neither allies nor enemies. We are clearly neutral at this moment. That being said, we are still two shinobi villages that will come into conflict if our missions cross. As far as I'm concerned, Kakashi had died fighting me, fulfilling his duty to his village, just as I killed him, fulfilling my duty to my village. That's all there is to it. For shinobi to fulfill their duty, I see no reason for him to seek forgiveness for being the victor. Minato didn't respond to that, but instead looked carefully at Naruto, his still body, and his hands bowed in front of him. To his face, his blue eyes darted back and forth across Naruto's face questioningly. His eyes seemed to glow gold momentarily, so quickly that Naruto barely caught it. Finally, after several tense moments, Minato nodded briefly, acknowledging Naruto's point, but choosing not to give his opinion on it or speak further on the subject. Very well, then now I would like to talk about what happened in the Forest of Death. If you were willing to share it during your fight with Orochimaru, you found out why he infiltrated so shamelessly in Konoha, or what is he planning? Naruto let out a sigh hearing Lokage's direct questions. Things had almost gotten unpleasant when Naruto had felt a sudden surge in Minato's chakra. It had only been for a moment, but it had almost made Naruto lash out. Flash of gold in Minato's eyes, and the sudden feeling of power had thankfully stopped his hand, and Minato had quickly stopped drawing on his power. Still, it was a tense moment, and neither of the Naruto I wanted it to happen again. Pushing those thoughts aside for now, Naruto focused on the question at hand, realizing he had the full attention of Minato and Jiraiya. Both seemed very curious about what Naruto could tell them about what was going on in the Forest of Death and Orochimaru's plans. As expected, I didn't get much of a chance to talk to Orochimaru with him trying to kill me and all, Naruto finally replied with a bland tone. Minato narrowed his eyes at that, sensing that Naruto was holding something back, like that. You have no idea why a missing nin of rank was there, so what could he have been looking for? Naruto paused at that, his mind raced as he considered the pros and cons of revealing the information he knew. After all, depending on Mei's decision, Konoha could be his enemy, and only a fool provided information to the enemy. On the other hand, Konoha could be his ally, and an ally without the proper information could be a burden. Naruto, he was in a difficult situation at the time, so he decided to do what came naturally to him: improvise or Maru put some sort of mark on the Uchiha boy, which makes me believe that he came to the forest for the Uchiha. His daughters were nothing more than collateral damage, Naruto carefully replied, telling them what they would have already been told from other people's accounts. Yes, we already know that Orochimaru put his cursed seal on Sasuke. Just when we know that you somehow eliminated it, Jiraiya spoke, his eyes fixed on Naruto with interest. Your question rather obvious. I am an Uzumaki, Naruto answered with a nonchalant shrug, easily avoiding giving a real answer with that simple vague explanation. Well, that is all well and good, but the Maideen have informed us that the patch of skin that the cursed seal was placed on has appeared rotted. The skin on Lukia's neck has dried up, leaving permanent scars, Jiraiya commented with a note of accusation in his tone. They believe it could have been caused by some sort of chakra-eating poison. Naruto shrugged at that. Better a scar than some evil Orochimaru seal. I believe your old teammate Jiraiya of the Sannin. Jiraiya frowned at that comment before he could speak again, although Minato cut him off. Do you have any idea what else Orochimaru was here in Konoha for? After all, I highly doubt he would risk so much just to seal Sasuke. Minato spoke, ignoring the growing tension between Jiraiya and Naruto. Naruto's eyes closed slightly at that before shrugging. Sorry, I can't help. The fight was quick. It barely lasted a few minutes. That being said, he would be on guard after all. If he can sneak past your security once, who's to say he can't do it again? Minato paused, hearing that, watching Naruto carefully, only to receive a bored look in return. Very well, Then Minato nodded stoically. He had already been planning to reinforce Konoha's security, but now after Pain's comment, he decided to add something extra to the mix in case Orochimaru tried something similar again. Thanks for meeting me, Pain Kirigakure, and sharing some information. I look forward to seeing you again in the next stage of the Chunin exams. Minato continued, rather conflicted about Pain as he tried to figure out what he thought of him. Naruto, giving a curt nod, Naruto turned around and began to walk away, keeping his body relaxed on purpose as he mentally prepared himself for anything. When nothing came, Naruto left the office, advancing unhindered through the Tower of Low Cage, after which he gathered his team and quickly left Konoha, with Minato letting out a sigh as the door closed behind Pain. Minato brought a hand to his head, his fingers gently massaging the sides of his forehead. Beside him, Jiraiya also let out a sigh, shaking his head as he did so. That's one thorny shinobi. Minato looked at Jiraiya curiously as he listened to what the Toad Sage was saying. Seeing his gaze, the Toad Sage simply shrugged before continuing that getting answers from that boy was like trying to get blood from a stone. A flash of amusement crossed Minato's face when he heard the expression Jiraiya used. The expression was supposed to mean that something was impossible, what seemed to be getting straight answers from Pain. At the same time, although in the shinobi world nothing was really impossible, there were many strange and wonderfully shinobi abilities in the wide world. Minato had little doubt that somewhere in the world there was a shinobi who could draw blood from a stone. Jiraiya, oblivious to Minato's strange line of thought, he focused on the matter at hand. What do you think? Then Minato's expression grew more serious. At that moment, his mind raced as he recalled the earlier conversation, analyzing it mentally. I'm not entirely sure what I think of him. I think he knows a lot more than he was letting on. Just as I think there's more to him than just an Uzumaki outcast. That's an understatement. Jiraiya, he replied dryly as he too looked towards the door. However, there is more to it than that. There is just something a little bit about him. Minato raised an eyebrow, curious as to how Jiraiya hummed lightly in thought before. With a nod, he decided to simply explain the way he reacted to things, like his amusement when you noticed his connection with Kusina and the girls, or his annoyance when you talked to him about not forgiving him, or even the hesitation with which he gave answers. It was almost as if he wanted to tell us more, but at the same time he didn't act like he was conflicted. Minato nodded as he had also noticed those inexplicable peculiarities. Yes, I thought the same thing. That's why you briefly entered Sage Mode, Jiraiya questioned, bringing out the golden flash he had seen enter Minato's eyes as he looked at Pain. Minato remained still long enough to absorb a bit of natural energy, enough to last a few moments and allow Minato to use his senses enhanced. Senju, did you notice? Asked Minato, amused. You are a skilled Senju wielder, Minato, but you were still not good enough to sneak past me as Sage Mode transformation, Jiraiya replied while shaking his head. And what did you sense from him? Minato frowned when Jiraiya asked this was strange. Paino, whatever his name is, his chakra was familiar, but at the same time unnatural. Maybe the familiarity is because he is an Uzumaki after all. You live with three, Jiraiya said, one thoughtful expression on his face as to how unnatural it was. Well, Pain is apparently a former outcast, and outcasts are quite famous for having unique abilities. I'm not sure it could have been a bloodline ability like you say, but there could be more. The sheer amount of power he possessed was incredible, probably around upper Cajon level, too powerful for his age, but that wasn't what felt unnatural. It was the feeling of his chakra. It just felt wrong, Minato said, struggling putting into words how he had felt. Pain's chakra felt cold and dark, almost parasitic. He felt like he was not only feeling the chakra of one person, but the chakra of hundreds of people, all condensed into one body. Minato shrugged helplessly at that, trying hard to explain it better. In front of him, a dark expression on Jiraiya's face. Minato was much more skilled in the art of senjutsu than him. His refined control allowed him to make a complete transformation to Sage Mode. As such, Jiraiya, he trusted Minato's senses and what he sensed of Pain. Good for Jiraiya sounded very ominous. Looking at Minato, Jiraiya seemed curious, seeing the conflicted expression on Minato's face. It's dangerous, Minato nodded. Incredibly dangerous, though I'm not sure if it's a danger to us. With Naruto, it had been about an hour since Naruto had had his meeting with Minato, and at the moment he was running through the treetops, not saying a word as he led his team back to Kiri. His pace was brutal, moving through the trees in little more than a blur. The others struggled to keep up, however his reasons for this were simple. The open road was a dangerous place for shinobi, and Naruto carried some very important information. This was especially true as his actions in the Forest of Death had no doubt brought him to the attention of Orochimaru, a very dangerous shinobi, and one Naruto would not put above sending assassins to attack his own allies if it helped his cause. The moment Naruto left the Okage Tower, he quickly gathered his team and left Konoha, not giving anyone else the chance to drag him into any meetings or conversations. Not as far as Naruto was concerned. All he wanted to do was go back home, give his report to Mei, and then go to Mina's house and get beaten up. As Naruto ran through the treetops of the forest, he began to remember his conversation with Minato. His father had been decidedly awkward, much more so than interacting with his mother and his sisters. His conversation with Kusina had been quite pleasant, all things considered, and she was, Naruto thought, a woman he knew he could get along with. His sisters had also been nice as more than Mito, but that could be because Mito saw the darker side of him. However, when he returned to Konoha, he would probably meet them again, and depending on his loyalty, he might get to know them properly again. Minato, however, that had been much more unpleasant. Perhaps it was because they were meeting in a professional sense, but Naruto had felt uncomfortable around him. The man saw more than most and had a fearsome intelligence which was rather off-putting, all things considered. Naruto was decidedly insecure about his father, though that might be a bit unfair considering Naruto had met the man when he was in Okage mode. Thinking about it, that private meeting might have been the perfect time for Naruto to reveal his relationship with Minato. He probably could have revealed that he was Minato's son, and then telling him everything he knew about the upcoming invasion of Konoha if he had done so. He probably would have been welcomed with open arms, even if there was a bit of awkwardness about Kakashi's death. Despite that, though he hadn't done it, he hadn't wanted to reveal himself, nor had he wanted to go back to Konoha. Maybe he had spent too much time living behind his mask. Either way, he had made his decision, and that was to stay with Kiri and keep their secrets for now. Maybe later, in a different time or a different place, he could properly reunite with his family. It would never be the same again. But after finding them all again, he didn't want it to be another 3 years before he saw his mother and sisters again. Shaking his head, Naruto put those thoughts aside for now, instead focusing on the mission at hand. A distracted shinobi was a dead shinobi. When on a mission, a shinobi must fully concentrate on what he was doing. Where was he, and who was he? His enemy, to the exclusion of all else. Not giving any further thought to his encounter with Ino, Naruto narrowed his eyes as he continued to run through the treetops, treading the same path he had taken once before. The night he had fled Konoha a few days later in Kirigakure with Naruto. A large smile spread across Naruto's face as he entered Kirigakure village. His team of 3 followed behind tiredly. As they passed through the village gates, he nodded to the 2 members of the Okori Masita clan who they stood guard the 2 hulking bride, nodding respectfully at Naruto as they passed between them. As Naruto walked through the gates and into the village proper, he was fully aware of the sharp eagle eyes of some members of the Katane clan trained on him, bows in hand, as they watched the new entrance before their attention turned once again beyond the walls of Kiri. Walking down the main street, unbothered by the light mist that he floated in the air, Naruto headed towards his destination, the Mizukage Tower. A slight smile was on his face as he found himself being greeted by the shinobi he passed on the streets. Both former rebels and former outlaws were very enthusiastic with his greetings. As Naruto passed by, many of them would call out to him or stop their ongoing activities to greet him. Their enthusiasm was not unjustified. After all, Naruto had made a name for himself in Kiri, both during the rebellion when he had worked in torture as well as interrogation before going out onto the battlefield and helping to overthrow the 4th Mizukage, and later after the Civil War when he and his team had made a name for themselves as some of the most infamous one turning in existence, and most recently when he had become the last of Kiri's S-rank shinobi, the others being Might Terumi Utakata of Kirigakure, the Jinchuriki of Roki. Now, with Naruto, there were 3 active S-rank shinobi in Kiri, which brought in more clients and cheer to the village. As they came to a stop, Naruto turned around to look at Susu Ogen Chojuro. His 3 Jin and you 3 go and recap the mission, and any details regarding it are completely classified, Naruto said as he noticed his 3 teammates looking tired, no doubt wiped out by the grueling pace he had set as he tried to get back to Kiri as soon as he could. You have a month before we return to Konoha for the next leg, and during that month you will be training with me and some others, training to become the strongest you can be. I guess we're not training for the Chunin exams, Hogan said curiously. After all, we're already more than strong enough to beat even the toughest genin. Naruto looked at him with an amused look on his face at the statement. After all, fighting a Jinchuriki was a difficult task, and in the exams there were 3. He appreciated Hogan's confidence, but somehow he thought he might be underestimating the competition. You can never be too strong, Satsu let out an irritated snort at Naruto's amusement. since he like Hogan underestimated his opponents. So what's the real reason? Is he ever going to tell us the exact parameters of our mission, or is he just going to remain vague? I'll let you know as soon as I find out for myself. For now, all you have to do is spend the next month honing your skills. Naruto replied, his scarlet eyes moving over Satsu, a warning expression on his face making Satsu look away uncomfortably. You can trust us, Chojuro spoke, cutting off any further comments from Satsu and getting a nod from Naruto. At least Chojuro knew how to behave. I know I can, and I promise I'll tell you what I can when I can, Naruto replied with a slight sigh, knowing how annoying it must be for the three of them to be put on a mission without really knowing what the objective of the mission was. Even so, orders were orders, and until May decided on the course of action that they were going to take and a proper plan was set, there wasn't much I could tell them. Ogun nodded his head. Very well. A month of training, I guess it could be worse. Hey Pain, do you fancy meeting up at Mina's later for a drink? Naruto smiled, hearing his eyes return to his old friend. Sounds like a plan. I'll grab Clementine and Victor and drag them there. I doubt you'll have to crawl too much, Hogan said with a loud laugh as he reached out and patted Naruto on the shoulder. I'll see you later, Hogan said. Naruto with a slight smile and a nod. You two can tag along too if you want, he continued as he looked at the other two. Tetsu shrugged non-committally in response. Chojuro, however, gave Naruto a slight smile. I'll be happy to tag along. All right, said Naruto, nodding as he walked away from his team. Now I have to see the Mizukage and give her my unfailing good luck, said Hogan, calling out to Naruto as he began to walk away. Both Sujetsu and Chojuro walk in the other direction and head to the headquarters and training grounds of the Seven Swordsmen. Naruto gave Hogan one last nod before he turned around and left. It was the Mizukage Tower. He had a report to give. Chapter 22 with Naruto and Kiri. My lady Terumi, Naruto said with a slight nod as he entered the Mizukage's office, his eyes automatically scanning the room as he did so, looking for the positions of the 4 KIR Yambu that he knew would be hiding around the room. This was a natural reaction for most shinobi, one instilled instinctively due to the training and experience they gained on missions that in the field. After noticing their positions aided by their unique abilities, Naruto relaxed his gaze a little. He moved to the desk in the center of the room, and the people behind it. His scarlet eyes immediately noticed the two men standing on either side of the beautiful red-haired woman sitting at the desk, their two most trusted advisors. The first of the two men was Ao, a grumpy middle-aged man who at the moment wore a set of elegant blue robes and had a distinctive black patch over his right eye with a simple black seal etched visibly into it. Looking at the man, Naruto had to hide his displeasure. Ao's abrasive attitude often rubbed Naruto the wrong way. It was a feeling Naruto knew was mutual. In fact, in Naruto's mind, the uptight man's only redeeming qualities were his unwavering loyalty to meek Kiri and the fact that underneath that eye patch he had a stolen Bakugan, something that was quite an assessment for the village, especially since it was hidden by the seal on the man's eye patch, making it a sort of trump card as far as the other advisor was concerned. Naruto smiled as he watched him watch that man, his hand moving up and down his half mask, completely revealing his face to the room as he sent his old friend Furu a mischievous smile, one that the eyeless old man returned as he turned to look at Naruto with his blind eyes. His gummy mouth curved into a crooked smile of his own. In pain, May said dryly, looking up from her work, seemingly unsurprised by Naruto's sudden entrance. The red-haired woman seemed amused by Naruto's sudden entrance rather than annoyed, though. With that being said, Cage had to act a certain way with that in mind. Her gaze fell on Naruto. His eyes softened and a slight smile appeared on his face. Normally, I expect my shinobi to knock on the door when they want to see me. Naruto shrugged at that. His gaze now landed on May, noticing her smile as she did so, his red orbs tracing her lithe form and delicate facial feature before his lips curved into a smile of his own. I don't really see the point, especially since Furue probably heard me coming from a mile away. Plus, I thought you'd want to see me right away considering the news I bring back. He rolled his eyes at me at that before she clasped her hands in front of her and gave Naruto an expectant look. Then I must assume that your mission in Konoha was productive. You could say so. If not only is our Gening team in the final round of the Chunin exams, but I have also managed to locate one of the Okage operatives and obtain an outline of the invasion plan as well as information on the forces of both sides. Naruto continued, his tone filled with satisfaction as he recalled facing Kabo in the Forest of Death and the things that I had discovered when I had consumed the soul of the thing. Suffice it to say that it had been very enlightening and also a stroke of luck considering the large amount of information that the former assistant of Orochimaru had access to. He smiled at me when he heard that, showing the white of his teeth as he leaned back in his chair. I suppose you were discreet when you did your interrogation. He spoke abruptly, his only visible eye fixed on Naruto and his mouth in a thin line, as I always am. Naruto answered without roundabouts, meeting the man's gaze for a moment, her crimson irises boring into him before she looked back at Mai, her gaze softening as she did so. "And what have you found?" she pushed me, holding back a sigh at seeing the animosity between her second in command Ao and Suase, even now 3 years later, and neither of them were too interested in the other. At times it could be exhausting and also potentially problematic. However, it was a personality clash inevitable. Thankfully, though they were able to remain civilized, their loyalty to the village outweighed their mutual dislike. Well, for one, the Otage is actually Orochimaru, and Odogakure is not a proper shinobi village, not in the conventional way, but rather it is a huge underground bunker that Orochimaru uses as his main base in the land of rice. Naruto recited bluntly, prioritizing the information he had as he began to sort through everything he had learned from Kabuto's short-term memories, which had been many, although there were some details specific to Orochimaru's plans that the boy hadn't been privy to, which left some gaps in Naruto's intelligence. Orochimaru, the traitor snake of Konoha-san, said Mai, forming her mouth into a thin line as she began to drum her fingers on the table, her brow furrowed as she thought about what she knew of the man who in his being was based on the Konoha bingo book, the rumors, and the few bits of information his spies had uncovered. Yet she still knew enough to be wary when his name was mentioned, especially since he was apparently his potential ally. This could be worrying, as is the fact that he was already in Konoha during the Chunin exams, Naruto added. Before seeing Mei's questioning look, he expanded on the statement, thinking of their brief but brutal showdown when he found the bastard trying to hurt his sisters. Yeah, Naruto still wasn't that happy about it. "I met him during the second stage of the exam in the Forest of Death." "Konoha? Did you fight him?" Ao asked sharply, narrowing his visible eyes. "Yes, as I didn't want to give away that I knew he was the OTK. I faced him as expected of me since I was acting as a supervisor, though I wouldn't call it a fight, more like a skirmish," Naruto replied, shrugging as he looked at Mai. "I managed to chase him away, but I think that was mainly because he had already accomplished what he set out to do. You did the right thing. We don't want to give our hand yet. No, not until we've arrived to a final conclusion on what our plan will be in the future." He spoke to me, nodding to Naruto as he did so. Even now, despite knowing who they could get into bed with, he hadn't made a decision on what he would do, nor would he do it not until he had all the information and had reviewed it with his advisors, making plans for multiple scenarios. "Pain, have you found out what the Furu Sannin was there for?" And suddenly spoke. The other three looked at him curiously as he did so. "From what I have managed to find out, Orochimaru went to the forest so he could face the Genin team with Sasuke Uchiha in it, also he could put a curse seal on him," Naruto replied, with his gaze now set on the blind outcasts in front of him. "From what I've found out, he's planning to capture the boy sooner or later, all so he can get to his Sharingan." "What are you thinking?" Furo asked Mai, looking from Naruto to the older shinobi. The young Mizukage had long since found the wisdom and experience of the old outlaw very useful. "I have a feeling Orochimaru's plan to invade Konoha may be a smokescreen, such an obvious and forceful display that it doesn't fit with what I've heard about the Sannin Furue," said carefully, his expression darkening as he spoke of the disgusting snake Sannin, a man who had tormented outlaws for many years, often trying to hunt them down and capture them to dissect and experiment on. Could it be a plan for revenge? Orochimaru was denied the position of Okage and then banished of Konoha after all. Naruto asked, unsure now of what Furue meant. The information he had obtained from Kabuto had been informative, but had not shed any light on Orochimaru's true motives. After all, the man seemed to have multiple ambitions and goals, and rarely shared anything of a more personal nature with his assistant. Could it be? And that can probably be part of it, Fur muttered before looking at Mai. I think his main reason, however, is to create a smokescreen, a distraction that he could use to get what he wants. That could be the Uchiha boy, or potentially a lot of the other bloodline users that call the village home. So is the invasion a sham? He asked me with a frown. He didn't like the fact that Orochimaru tried to use Kiri herself to achieve his own goals. I wouldn't say that he probably hopes he succeeds and will work towards that end, but a shinobi of his caliber will have a backup plan, so he doesn't go home empty-handed. If the invasion fails, Furue continued his thoughtful expression as he continued to outline his thoughts on the whole matter. So the invasion plan is legitimate, but Orochimaru has other plans in motion. If it fails, he questioned me before receiving a nod from Furu's mind raced as he considered the potential that with 3 villages working together, Konoha could be conquered and Kiri would secure a third of the spoils. However, if they helped Konoha fend off the invasion, then it was possible that they would get a new alliance and trade agreements of Konoha and the Land of Fire. Pain, I want you to tell me everything. You know about Konoha's defenses and Orochimaru Isuna's forces and his plans for the invasion. After that, I want you to evaluate me of Konoha's forces and defenses. I want to get the full picture before I make a decision on which side we will choose. He spoke to me, his intense expression as he looked at Naruto. Naruto nodded sharply in response before telling him everything he had seen and bowed while he was in Konoha without holding back any details from her as he laid it all out, after which he, along with Mai's other advisors, made their own suggestions to Mai on the best route for Kiri to take while they all debated on the possible paths to take and the benefits of them, all of them trusting that Sukage would take their opinions into account when she came to a final decision on what direction the village would take in the future. Sometime later in Kiri, it was later that night, about 6 hours after having arrived for the first time in Kiri, Naruto finally exited the Mizukage Tower, still in his dark-colored shinobi attire, as he entered the busy main street, hiding a yawn as he pushed away his lingering exhaustion. A very quick trip from Konoha Kiri, followed by a 6-hour meeting with Mei and her advisors to go over everything he had found out and discuss their plans for the future. It had all cost him dearly. Ideally, Naruto liked nothing more than to just crash right now alone. He wanted to go back to his apartment, strip off his smelly shinobi gear, and take a long, very hot bath. Then after that, he could collapse on his bed and sleep for the next 10 hours. Unfortunately, he had made some promises to go to Mina's, the most popular shinobi bar in Kiri, so he could meet up with his old teammates Clementine and Victor, who would probably be at the bar considering the time. That being said, Naruto was still going to go and meet up with them. After all, he hadn't seen them for some time, not since he had gone to Konoha, and both of them had joined the new iteration of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, with Clementine taking up Zabu Momochi's old sword, the Kubikura Bocho, while Victor had begun wielding the Nobari, a sword that looked more like a large-sized sewing needle than an actual sword. That being said, he was still looking forward to seeing them. A week or so may not seem like a long time, but considering the three of them had been a one-term team, it was probably the longest time they had been apart since they first met all those years ago. Not that he got too nervous about it, as he knew neither of them would be wandering around the main street of Kiri. Naruto didn't even bother to pull his half-mask back up, not when he was in his hometown. Instead, he made his way through the still busy streets. The other residents, both shinobi and civilian, made room for him. As he made his way to the bar he knew was probably theirs, two friends along with Odin and the potential Sujetsu and Chojuro, if Odin had managed to drag them there. As they entered the bar a few minutes later, Naruto sent a half salute to the white-haired girl, the girl in question, who was lounging at the bar, drinking a glass of some sort of crimson liquid. Recognizing her fellow outcast as she passed before scanning the room and quickly noticing where her friend was, the group had taken over a round table near the bar. Upon seeing them, Naruto he headed off quickly in that direction. He only stopped long enough to relieve himself. He was a very drunk, chunning from his drink as he passed the man who looked to be in his early 20s. Didn't notice as he continued to brag to his small group of friends about his powerful feats. Not that Naruto cared to listen, as he instead took a seat at the table and slumped down on it, rubbing his eyes as he tried to stave off a headache, after which he took a sip of his new drink after sniffing the and looking for poison and such, with a slight grimace crossing her face as she gulped down the harsh tasting alcohol. "Well, you look like a ___ Clementine," and she spoke bluntly a few moments after Naruto sat down with an amused smile on her face as her pink eyes locked on him. The lithe blonde seemed completely unconcerned as she leaned back in her chair with a drop of golden-colored liquor in one hand and a white feline grin on her face. "While I fancy," Naruto replied bluntly, looking at the girl as he did so. His gaze swept over her shoulder-length golden hair and her attractive doll-like features, which were only marred by the now almost sadistic smile on her face. Luckily, the girl hadn't yet sharpened her teeth like Victor and the other swordsmen of the mist, something Naruto was quite thankful for. "Bad weather in Konoha?" asked Victor, amused, catching Naruto's attention as he looked at the Stein clan member, noticing as he did so that the older boy, who although still carried her white robe with her new sword strapped to her back, seemed to have a few more stitches on her arms and face than she used to have, as if a couple of tree huggers were going to piss off pain. Clementina laughed before slamming her fist on the table to emphasize her point. Naruto rolled his eyes at that. "No, it wasn't that bad in Konoha. Surprisingly nice." "Not really. I'm just tired. I just got back a few hours ago, and I've been in a normative session with Mei ever since, for several hours, stuck alone in a room with Mei." "That sounds like a wet dream to you." Clementine smiled, her pink eyes sparkled with mirth as she saw Naruto roll his eyes once again, though her lips twitched upwards in amusement. "You well, Furu and that asshole Ao were there for," Naruto replied dryly. "More than used to his friend's comments by now. After all, anyone would be used to them. To quickly change the subject, so how are you? How's the training going? Finished the basic training, and now we are both officially full members of the Seven Swordsmen, Victor replied, shrugging before expanding the point when he saw Naruto's incredulous expression. When I say basic training is to simply learn what the weapons do and incorporate them into our current style. Naruto nodded at that, as that made a lot more sense than learning a whole new fighting style, especially since they were both already ace-rank shinobi without the swords. I assume you had some trouble with that, Naruto asked, looking at Victor's new points. As he did so, yes, but nothing I couldn't solve, Victor replied nonchalantly, as he traced the new stitches on his fingers on his arms and face. You'd be surprised how compatible a member of the Stein clan is with using a sword that's basically a sewing needle oversized will make replacing my limbs and organs much easier. Naruto smiled lightly at that before looking away from his two closest friends to the other two people at the table. Odin, do you think you're all recovered? I'm still a little sore, but I think I'll be fine in the morning. Odin, he shrugged. The other teen had stripped off his armor and was instead wearing civilian clothes. I also tried to get both Chojuro and Sutsu to come, but Mansa managed to corner them first. I think Sitcho is still training them in his swordsmanship even now. Well, you better be. He's ordered me to take you to the other two brats and give you some. Let's hope MTSU doesn't get too harsh on them. I don't want to be bothered by that nonsense. Naruto sighed, hiding his irritation by that order since he would have preferred to take some missions instead just so he could hunt down some souls to consume. Still, there were always the prisoners that Kiri kept, and the training wouldn't be as bad as he probably thought. After all, he would probably face some powerful shinobi when they went to Konoha in a month. The more time he had to hone his skills, the better. I assume this is related to your previous mission, Victor asked, carefully ignoring the comment on Mansu, a fellow member of the Seven Swordsmen. After all, Pain made a good point. The guy could be an arrogant jerk sometimes. Naruto sent him a look. His eyes shifted to Clementine as he did so. Sorry, I can't say it's classified. It's the same with a lot of my missions. You know how it is. I can't be too careful, especially in a shinobi bar. Don't worry about it, Pain. We know what that's like. __. I mean, we've been on land in Kiri for a while too. Next month, and we've set about training and honing our skills. Clementine spoke sharply before her tone turned sarcastic, and considering that we'll be acting as Mizuki's bodyguards when she goes to Konoha next month for the exams, I wonder if our missions are related in some way. I'm sure she'll fill you in fully at a later date, Naruto replied, smiling lightly at Clementine's comment, but didn't say anything else. His gaze turned to the last person at the table, someone he vaguely recognized, even if he couldn't remember her name. The girl looked to be around Naruto and Clementine's age, with waist-length black hair that was currently tied back in a ponytail, pale, flawless skin, and dark, solemn-looking eyes. Overall, Naruto would probably say she was a rather attractive girl. On top of that, he could almost immediately tell the girl was a shinobi, a strong one, from both her looks and her complexion, as by her presence. Besides that, he could tell that she obviously wasn't very interested in Naruto. If the almost icy look she sent his way was any indication, following Naruto's gaze, Clementine let out a snort of amusement, seeing that he didn't recognize her other companion. What's wrong, Pain? I don't know who he is. Naruto sent Clementine a frown upon hearing that, before looking back at the girl who was about to introduce herself. However, before he could do so, he was interrupted by the own girl. I know who you are, Pain, or should I say Grim, the girl said with a tone not as cold as her gaze. My name is Aku, and I believe we met briefly in W just before you gave your friends the order to kill my master. Naruto frowned, hearing that, pushing aside any awkwardness as he realized who this girl was. Are you that Yuki girl we brought back? No. Yes, Aku answered, her tone still quite cold. Naruto smiled uncomfortably at that. Well, I guess it's good to meet you properly. How are you adjusting to Kiri again? He closed his eyes at that before shrugging slightly. It's more tolerable than I thought it would be. I'm encouraged to train regularly, and Lady Terumi has been very welcoming. It's a lot different than it was under the fourth Mizuki's rule. Well, that's good, said Naruto. I suppose there are no hard feelings for bringing you back here. I have accepted my new position, and while I am unhappy that Master Zabuza was killed, for the rest, I am glad. Aku replied, his tone still a little cold, making Naruto wonder if she really was as happy as she made herself look. Oh, she's so polite, isn't she? Clementine exclaimed suddenly, throwing one of her arms around the stiff girl's shoulders, as she did so, dragging the now visibly nervous girl in for a half hug. But don't worry, she warms up to you. You should have seen how upset she was with me when we first met, but now look at us, we're like best friends. Naruto, Clementine, how did you think you could do that? Well, you can't really blame her for attacking you, Clementine. I mean, you told her to her face That you were the one who gutted Zabuza like a pig, Victor replied in quotes as he repeated word for word what the rude girl must have said to me. Clementine shrugged, not caring at all for a moment that she might have been rude. Classy as usual, Naruto sighed before smiling slightly. You know them, Victor smiled as he looked over and saw that Clementine was now once again mocking him, though not in a malicious way, more the way a friend would tease another friend. You know, maybe next month won't be so bad, it'll be almost like a vacation. Odin suddenly spoke up with an amused smile on his face as he watched the others interact. The other teen has never really been that close to the other three. Instead, he's become a standard shinobi instead of specializing his skill set like the three/a tournament assassins before him had done. Naruto smiled at that. Well, it will be like a vacation for us though, for you my little Jin, and it will be hell on earth. Odin groaned at that, ignoring the fact that he was technically still a hint, just one that had been demoted. You're going to be a right jerk to us. No, come on, Odin, I mean, you've met Pain, haven't you? Surely you should know what he's like by now. Clementine laughed. Both Victor and Naruto joined in as Odin let out a loud groan. It's going to be a real pain in Konoha. Wow, Urza yelled as she danced towards forward with a golden chakra blade in each hand as he shot towards the smirking Jiraiya. His face contorted in a mix of frustration and intense concentration as he swung his two swords in tandem, his feet barely making a sound as he fluidly moved across the ground, using the momentum of his movements to add extra power to his slashes as he faced the predictable Toad Sage. Jiraiya shouted loudly as he backed away, dodging Urza's swords with ease with both hands raised while occasionally pushing with his palm, taking advantage of any opening the teen left to strike her. The older Sannin kept his blows at jounin level so they would hurt but wouldn't paralyze the girl like they would if he went all out. Stop talking, Urza snarled, her red hair flying behind her as she spun, lashing out with a low kick before lunging forward and slashing her dueling swords forward. The tips of the sword extended half a foot as Urza landed on the ground with both palms flat as she reabsorbed her chakra blades into her body. Her legs swung as she prepared to kick the Toad Sage, only for a pair of golden-colored chakra chains to erupt from her feet with sandals as he did so. The chains added extra length and lethality to his attack as they swung like whips. A surprise counter, I like, Jiraiya replied as the golden chains caught him in the stomach, both of them cutting him in half, or at least that's what they seemed, only for his body to turn to mud a moment later. I got it, Jiraiya exclaimed as he exploded from the ground beneath Urza, his hand tightening around her throat as he emerged, fully lifting the girl up a single movement and slamming his head into the ground, only for Urza's body to burst into smoke. The smoke obscured Jiraiya for a moment as a dozen other Ezras appeared around him, all of them wielding golden swords made from Urza's unique chakra and matching samurai armor that had once again been formed using Utsumi's unique ability of the girl well, __. Jiraiya muttered as the 12 girls lunged at him, all of them moving in near perfect synchronicity as they faced off quickly at him in hand-to-hand combat, forcing him to get a little more serious as he dodged and danced around the attacking clones, attacking with punches and kicks as he attempted to destroy the shadow clones the girl was using. However, this proved to be a mistake because the armor Urza's clones had created meant that each one could take at least half a dozen hits before exploding, something that took Jiraiya by surprise as, after hitting one in one hit, one he thought which would make him explode, he turned to another only to receive several nasty cuts along his right arm. For the trouble jumping back, Jiraiya quickly went through a series of hand seals before slamming his hands into the ground. The ground around him erupted into a forest of sharp earth spikes, a move that knocked over half a dozen of the Urza as it took them by surprise. Jiraiya pushed the girl even further. Now the other Urza clones, however, immediately took advantage of the new ground as they jumped from peak to peak, increasing their speed and mobility while using the pillars of earth that were rapidly approaching him, each one lashing out at him with several blows before retreating. Urza has now adopted a more hit-and-run tactic. A few minutes later, Jiraiya ended up having to resort to a fire jutsu as he jumped out of the forest of peaks, his body now covered in dozens of small cuts, although he did not come away empty-handed as in the previous hand-to-hand combat. He had managed destroying another 3 of the clones by flying through a few more hand seals. Jiraiya brought his hands to his mouth this time before with a growl he exhaled a massive gout of flames, a move that flooded the entirety of the training yard in a sea of yellow and orange fire that should do it. The blonde Singh muttered as he let the flames dissipate. His eyes narrowed as he searched the area for Urza, only to be shocked when he saw a dome of golden chakra in the center of the field. Quick thinking and a solid defense, Jiraiya screamed the moment he saw the dome and understood what the girl had done, exploding forward as he did so in a blur of motion, heading straight for the chakra dome. However, despite his quick actions, he had barely made it a few meters before the dome exploded outwards, Urza bursting forward, her body now enveloped in a cloak of bubbling red chakra. The cloak had formed 3 tails that moved behind her as he lunged forward, taking a closer look at Her Jiraiya saw that the girl's features had also turned wild, her eyes now a fiery crimson red. Even as her face became more angular, her nails turned into claws, and her long red hair grew thicker with it now billowing behind her, as if it had a mind of its own, pausing for a moment to take it all in. Jiraiya ended up backing away as he saw Urza resort to her chakra molding abilities once again, a now solid red armor enveloping his body, even as a long serrated sword appeared in his right hand, his left hand resting on the ground, his nail-like claws digging deep into the earth. "Okay, I think that's enough," a loud authoritative voice shouted from the barrier, taking both Jiraiya and Urza by surprise as they watched Urza relinquishing her hold on the Kyuubi's chakra as she looked to see her father standing on the sidelines. "Father," muttered Urza, her actions returned to the normal, even as the red cloak that enveloped her dissipated, leaving her unfazed. "That was good, Urza, very good," Minato Namek said warmly as he walked towards his daughter, giving her a smile before patting her on the shoulder. "You now have much better control over your three-tailed cape, and your combat skills are almost exemplary. I think you are more than ready for the Chunin exams." Urza smiled upon hearing that. "Chunin exams? If it were me, I would call her Jounin here." And now Jiraiya spoke out loud with a smirk on his own face. As he looked at Urza, "The girl is a prodigy. Hell, she would have easily kicked Tsunade and Orochimaru's ass if she had fought us when we were her age. I have no doubt of that. And what if she could?" Minato replied proudly. Urza blushed slightly hearing the praise, "But protocol must be followed, and if I were to promote her on the spot, especially from Jonin to Jounin, she would accuse me of nepotism. Won't it be better for Shinobi one who was a Jounin, but unlike her though had a lot of experience?" Looking at his daughter, Minato frowned slightly, easily reading her expression. "Are you thinking of that Pain character Truth with Gildaza?" Looked at his father. "I'm so transparent. Hey kid, I wouldn't worry about comparing you to a shinobi like that. Pain, there are some people out there who are absolute monsters, born in the crucible of war and death. Invariably, they become S-rank and above rather quickly." Jiraiya spoke up, patting Urza on the shoulder, thinking of the shinobi of that caliber he had met before. Both Anzalda, Salamander, and Orochimaru immediately came to mind, along with the Minato himself said this. "I think one of these days you'll be at that level, but for now you just have to focus on getting stronger on your own, and in your own time. Don't bother trying to compare yourself to others. That will only lead you down the path of insanity." Urza frowned at that, but nodded anyway. "Okay, let's go to where your mother is training, Mito. Then we can go to lunch. Don't you want to push yourself too hard? After all, the next stage of the exam starts tomorrow." Minato continued, supporting his hand on Urza's shoulder as she proceeded to lead her out of the training yard and to the one both Kusina and Mito had occupied for the past month since the second stage ended. Urza nodded obediently at that, but still her mind continued to wander back to her memory of Pain, unable to shake the bond she had felt with the teen after he had saved her. She knew she should probably hate him. After all, he had killed Kakashi, despite that though she felt close to him. However, she didn't. She was sure why, or why she couldn't get him out of her thoughts. It was just that there was something so familiar about him outside of Konoha, more or less at the same time. Above the forest just outside of Konoha, a gray-colored phantom falcon soared high above the trees. The bird easily rode the air currents as it looked down at the ground, scanning the surrounding area for miles in every direction. Swooping, the bird glided, scanning the village of Konoha for a moment before it soundlessly flew away. It dispersed into a misty gray chakra. "It seems we're almost there," Naruto said, releasing control of his technique as he did so, his voice coming out slightly muffled by the black mask of attorney he was wearing as he perched on a tree branch and looked in the direction he knew was the Konoha Gate. The red-eyed teen had just sent out the soul of a bird he had consumed to explore the surrounding area. Naruto had been able to see through the bird's eyes thanks to her connection to him. "Well, you," replied Clementine dryly, the girl with her own unturned mask, as she sat on the tree beside her with both legs swinging back and forth as she let out a bored sigh. "Could have Tello told her half an hour ago. I mean, we just passed a traffic signal." Naruto gave her a sour look at that. Not that Clementine seemed too upset, as she just smiled at him. "Today, you two stop pissing," Victor called out to the two of you from the ground of the forest with a slight irritation on his face as he looked away from the two and instead examined his surroundings, his gaze passing over the trees tightly packed around him, looking for any sign of an ambush. Letting out a sigh, Naruto dropped from the tree and landed quietly next to Victor. "And what's up your ass?" Clementine let out a snort of amusement. "Where else do you think he keeps his sword?" Victor said. Clementine, a glare that lasted only a moment before his lips twitched upwards. "We have a job to do, and it's not just hunting someone down and killing them. This is a protection detail, protection for a cage, no less." Naruto rolled his eyes hearing that. "I know. And That's why I'm exploring the way forward. Oh, and there I was thinking that was just an excuse for you to go up high and look at Lady Terumi's dress, Clementine quickly replied. I think she'd probably say it was a plus. Victor added with a smile. Tell me, Victor, has someone sewn your mouth shut before? Naruto asked dryly. Why, if we can't prove it now, do you want to? You've spent years for that, my friend. My mother had that idea years ago. Victor laughed in response. I would still be willing to try, Naruto replied menacingly, his crimson eyes shining evilly behind his mask. I can hold it if you need it, Clementine added, curving her lips into a smirk as she looked at the suddenly uncomfortable Victor. When you three have finished, an amused voice spoke up behind them, causing the three to turn around. I would like to get to Konoha sooner rather than later, might Terumi continued, her lips curved in amusement at the sight of three of her most powerful shinobi arguing like children. Yes, my lady, Naruto replied, his gaze drifted past Mei to the rest of her group, which consisted of Oden, Satsu, and Chojuro, Naruto's Genin team, as well as another tall, thin shinobi with long white hair, violet eyes, and sharp teeth, a shinobi who looked like disarming Susu. However, that wasn't all that surprising, considering he was the older brother of the other man, gets a teenager who, like his brother, was another of the seven swordsmen of the mist. Mei rolled her eyes hearing that before walking past him, her shoulder lightly brushing Naruto's as she walked away, the other four following him as he continued the journey to Konoha, with Naruto, Clementine, and Victor following. After all, the Chunin exams were about to start. Chapter 23 in Konoha. My lady, Mizukage, Minato Naim, Kes said respectfully with a slight smile on his face as he gave a slight bow to the striking and powerful red-haired woman. His gaze momentarily shifted towards the Mizukage's guards, or more specifically towards the now familiar figure of Grim, or rather Pain as he now knew him, if that was his real name. It is an honor to finally meet you in person. It is an honor to meet you too, my parrot Cage. It is not often that one finds oneself in front of the infamous Yellow Flash, answered me with the same kindness. A shy smile spread across his face as he returned the bow, his green eyes shining with hidden amusement. Minato nodded his head, although his smile became a little fixed at the mention of his nickname. After all, the name Yellow Flash had several connotations for him. In part, it represented the great deeds he had done for his country and his people. However, it was also a reference to how he had massacred over 1,000 men and women in a single battle, was a feat that had ended the ongoing war at the time and had fascinated, intrigued, terrified, and horrified shinobi all over the world. Noticing the discomfort on Lokage's face, I tilted my head to the side in amusement before giving a slight nod and another smile to the older man. But anyway, I thank you for organizing the Chunin exams this year. They seem to be going well, and for the hospitality you have extended to my shinobi and I during our stay. The smile of Minato became a little more genuine when he heard that they might not trust this woman in the slightest, but at least she was nice to talk to and look at, a far cry from the other cages of Suna, Iwa, and Kumo, all of whom were aggressive and arrogant older men with rather obvious personality flaws. However, Might Terumi seemed to ooze sexuality and had a certain charm that almost drew you in. Even so, the woman was the cage of a hidden village, barely neutral, and one didn't just become a cage for no reason. It required more than just power and skill. No, it also required a sharp mind, an indomitable will, and complete ruthlessness. No problem, Minato finally replied, looking at the younger woman and her group of bodyguards with a smile. His own bodyguards and advisors standing behind him. The two groups in question were standing just outside the cage tower as they did the expected formal meeting before the exams began. Unfortunately, this was something to be expected when the cages were they especially new during the joint Chunin exams, when the caissons of one of the 5 great shinobi villages were visiting due to the participation of their own shinobi. Watching this from the barrier with the rest of Mei's personal guard, consisting of the 3 current members of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Victor, Clementine, and MTSU, Naruto had to refrain from rolling his eyes as he watched the 2 leaders pass meaningless platitudes back and forth, platitudes that he probably didn't care about any of them, but that it was still done for the sake of decorum, almost made him wish he had stayed with his Genin team, all of whom had been sent to one of the hotel rooms that were specifically reserved for competitors almost immediately upon his arrival. Of course, if he had done that, then he would also have had to deal with the loud Suigetsu, whose attitude was just as irritating as before, despite Naruto literally trying to get him out beatings over the past month when Naruto had been forced to train both him and his other Genin. Not that Naruto had done much of the training himself, as for the most part he had just acted as a sparring partner and let them develop their own skills on their own or with other shinobi. After all, his own skill set wasn't really applicable to theirs, with Chojuro and Suigetsu being members of the 7 swordsmen, so they had been trained mostly by the other current members. or at least those who could be bothered like Victor and MTSU. The chances of Clementine bothering to train or help anyone were non-existent unless she benefited in some way or liked the people in question, which again was practically impossible since she only liked two people, Naruto and Victor. As for Odin, while he specialized in using his line ability for combat, something Naruto could understand, but in what he couldn't really help with was the differences in their abilities still, despite that he had fought with every single one of them, and sometimes against them in groups, pushing them as hard as he could, sometimes brutally hard, as he showed them why he had been labeled as an S-rank shinobi. This, of course, had led to some injuries and quite a few beatings, but unfortunately, though it was necessary after all, with the impending invasion, they would have to be prepared, as along with Mei's bodyguard, they would be their forces. Naruto was one of the elite during the invasion and was expected to be at the center of the fight. Looking past Minato, Naruto absent-mindedly looked at those with the Oki, his father's bodyguards and advisors, absent-mindedly ignoring the imbue he could sense hiding in the shadows, as he instead focused on the two people standing behind him, one of which was Jiraiya of the Sannin, while the other was Kuzuno. Making eye contact with Kuzuno, Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he saw the redhead smile at him and nod without any hint of distrust or suspicion in her violet eyes, something that somehow surprised Naruto. Although there was a possibility that she could be masking those emotions, but somehow he didn't believe that this was the case. Still, he wasn't sure why she would do that. After all, for her, he was just a foreign shinobi with whom she had had a couple of conversations. Nothing more besides that he had killed Kakashi, the former student of her husband, and Kusuna's friend. On the other hand, maybe protecting her children outweighed that offense, or at least mitigated it. Either way, he wasn't sure. All he knew was that she wasn't acting openly towards her, unlike Jiraiya, who wasn't even trying to hide his look of distrust. On Minato, who up to that point hadn't given her more than a superficial and disdainful look. Well, anyway, I look forward to seeing how the exams go without problems. Mei continued with a smile, nodding at Minato as their brief conversation came to an end, as the formalities had already been fulfilled. Yes, and I can say that I look forward to a victory. In Konoha, Minato smiled back. His blue eyes sparkled in amusement as a slight smirk spread across Mei's full lips. Well, I'm afraid there will have to disagree. After all, how can I not cheer for my cute little Genin? She countered, her green eyes sparkling with amusement. Naruto, of all everyone in the Kiri group, knew that an invasion was coming, yet those comments were necessary to avoid suspicion. They couldn't bow their hands so soon. I suppose I can't blame you for that, Minato replied before giving another slight bow. However, if you'll excuse me, the cage duties are endless, and as nice as it was, I have other things that currently require my attention. Of course, I understand exactly where you're coming from, Mei replied, simply accepting the end of the conversation, as she then proceeded to take her leave and leading his group away, heading to a very fancy hotel that had been reserved for visiting down nobles and village leaders, one that would no doubt be nicer than the hotel for the visiting competitors and their sensei following them around. Naruto listened to this. He gave the Konoha group one last glance before turning his back to them. His eyes narrowed slightly as he saw Minato and Jiraiya sharing a few words in hushed tones before the large white-haired Sannin gave the Kiri group a strange look, making eye contact with Naruto for a moment before he turned around and walked away. As Minato, Kusina, and his ambigards left, they were alone as the group turned around and walked back to Lokage Tower, hurrying as the final stage of the Chunin exams would soon begin some time later. And now we do, asked Clementine, as the group of Kiri shinobi minus the Genin gathered in Mei's suite of rooms, all of which were very luxurious and filled with furniture and decor, expensive looking. Not that that would have stopped Naruto, Clementine, and Victor from sweeping the room for listening devices and seals. Jira of the Oni was infamous for knowing things she shouldn't, after all, and she was supposed to have a massive spy network that spanned the elemental nations. On top of that, Kusina was known for being one of the last of the Uzumaki. And if there was one thing the Uzumaki were known for aside from their short temper and red hair, it was their skill with seals. Why did we attend the exam? Chunin, of course. And we support our Genin as they represent our village before the noble and Dano spectators alike, she replied kindly to the loudmouth blonde as she leaned back in one of the comfortable chairs with a slight curl to her lips. As she saw the impatience on Clementine's face, the pink-eyed, red-haired girl waved one of her stiletto blades in her hand as she leaned on a nearby table, dressed as she was in her striking if slightly scandalous outfit consisting of numerous forehead protectors she had taken from enemies she had killed, being forged to create a macabre piece of armor that covered her small but firm breasts, her forearms, her thighs, and her waist. The lower part of her stomach was left open to the air along with the upper part of her arms. Pain, Victor, and you, Clementine, will join me in the upper box as my bodyguards, while MTSU will take over as the Genin's sense and Honin. May continued after a few moments. Green eyes slid from the fidgety blonde to the bored-looking Pain with his crimson irises and black scara and the eerily smiling Victor who fiddled with his own needle like a sword glaring at May for her words. Naruto couldn't help but frown hearing her orders and expression shared by Mansu as they both looked at me and confused why the sudden change. I'm one of the 7 swordsmen and your bodyguard, MTSU asked sharply, not sparing Naruto a glance as if he didn't know what to do. She will not exactly dislike them either. They will really like each other or have anything to do with each other because I will be in an area full of Sannin and Shinobi rank S boxes. I will need mine with me if I want to get to the top, she answered me, sending Naruto a meaningful look at this one that spoke of her knowing something that no one else except Naruto knew, a look of hidden communication that made Naruto's face tense for a moment before they nodded. Mayor feeling in response, I think so. With so few of us in the village right now, we'll have to use all of our trump cards to ensure we emerge victorious, he replied before looking at MTSU. So that's it. Do you think he's stronger than me? Asked Mansu with a hint of anger entering his tone as he looked at May. Because of his unique and overpowered bloodline, he is indeed stronger than Su. There's no point in denying it, especially when working in his 3-man team, he replied honestly without batting an eyelid at the hostility in his tone. I'm not going to lie to you, but you are still one of my strongest shinobi, and that's why I brought you. You and the 3 genin will have your own mission when the invasion begins. Mansu frowned at that, but didn't say anything else. His pride calmed down a bit, even if he didn't like the blunt statement that Pain was stronger than him. Maya felt satisfied by that before looking at the others. Tomorrow will be of crucial importance for our village. There can be no mistakes. Ao and Furu have their orders and duties as well that all of you must act with cohesion and as one. If we succeed, the reward will be great, but if we fail, it could lead to another prolonged war starting. Everyone gathered nodded, even as Naruto gritted his teeth, realizing what he might have to do tomorrow on the streets of Konoha. It was sometime later that night that Naruto left the hotel and headed out to the main street of the shinobi village. Clementine accompanied him, while Victor and Mansu stayed with me as protection detail. Both are more than happy to get out after being trapped in the Suidmi. Going over the plans for the next few days in excruciating detail for the past few hours. Unfortunately, it really was, but Orochimaru had barely been forthcoming regarding his grand plans, not when he first approached May under the guise of Otage. The snake was no idiot after all. This, of course, meant they only knew what he deemed they needed about their ES, although the information Naruto had obtained from the recently deceased Kabuto had helped supplement what they did know. Yet despite that, they still created numerous contingency plans based on speculation as to when Orochimaru would unleash his invasion and how his forces would act. The Suna forces and the Konoha forces. It had been exhausting to say the least. Ah, thank the gods, I thought we would never get out of that stifling room. Clementine moaned loudly, stretching as she did. The metal of her suit gleamed brightly. The light from the nearby lamps as he writhed back and forth. His sudden loud exclamation made the civilians passing by flinch as the two, now devoid of their full-face masks, wandered down the main street. It wasn't that bad, Naruto replied dryly. His lips twitched upwards under the half-mask he still had covering the lower part of his face and mouth. Good for you. After all, you were in the presence of your precious May. Clementine cooed, her pink eye sparkled with amusement as she watched Naruto's eyes twitch. She's got us there. You did your bit, making Naruto's eye twitch again as he tried to ignore the ever-present voice of his inner self in his head. So anyways, where do you want to go, Naruto? Instead, he asked quickly, trying to change the conversation. Now wait, no snarky retort or witty comeback, Clementine asked teasingly, curling her mouth into a smirk. If you want my comeback, you can scrape off your mother's face, Naruto replied gruffly, looking around at the now busy street with interest as he got his first taste of Konoha's nightlife during what was practically a festival, ignoring as he did so the scandalized looks on the faces of some of the families running past him as they processed what he had just said. While straight to mom jokes scraping the bottom of the barrel, you must not really be distracted if that's the best you can get. It happens, Clementina replied lightly with a smile on her face, completely unfazed by Naruto's comments after they had just discussed it already. The upcoming invasion, normally you wouldn't care at all, but for some reason being here in Konoha makes you act a little bad. Clementine stopped here, her gaze fixed on Naruto as he sent her a bland look. Where did you say you were from again? I didn't, Naruto replied firmly, a hint of warning now entering her voice. You didn't say your name either, Clementine whispered, her voice so low only Naruto could hear her even as she leaned closer with her sweet-scented breath in his ear. "I wonder why you let it go," Naruto replied, just as calmly, only there was a harshness and anger in his voice that hadn't been there before. "Whatever you say, Pain." Clementine giggled after a few moments, dancing forward with a smile on his face before turning around and smiling at him. "But if I do that, you gotta cheer up. After all, this is a festival. You should act festive. There's no need for you to act like grim." "Seriously, just a pun," Naruto replied, though he couldn't help it. Clementine smiled slightly, something she knew could be heard in his voice. "So anyways, where do you want to go?" Clementine asked, winking at her as she did so. "Well, I wouldn't mind going somewhere to eat. I'm pretty hungry." Naruto shrugged, looking around as he did so. "Well, there's plenty around if you're up for something to eat. We can even share," Clementine replied, curving her lips into a wild grin as she looked around at the crowd surrounding her. "Hey, we can even get something to eat. For Victor, you also know what I meant," Naruto replied with a sigh, ignoring the fact that Clementine, who was a cannibal by nature, actually meant that they pluck some innocent people from the street and eat them. Naruto would keep the soul and Clementine the flesh, while Victor would be given some organs or limbs, things that he could use along with his own bloodline ability to swap his own body parts. While Clementine groaned, raising her arms and resting her hands in her shoulder-length golden blonde hair as she exhaled loudly, once again making some of the more nervous civilians flinch. "And where do you want to go?" "There was a good ram place last time I was here," Naruto replied, rolling his eyes at his friend's childishness. Then again, she was still a teenager. "At least they have drinks there." Clementine groaned. She was lucky she could still enjoy a good drink, even if getting hit on was pretty hard with her regenerative abilities. Still, it was a shame she couldn't digest normal food. It was one of the drawbacks of her line ability, and also one of the reasons she was one of the outcast predatory cannibals who needed human flesh to survive. Weren't exactly the kind of people a normal village probably wanted lurking around. Naruto shrugged before starting to head towards where he knew the stall was, pushing his way through the crowd with easily walking behind him their obvious weapons and armor and Naruto's mask and stocky build making the civilians move out of their way. As they did so, within a few minutes the two had arrived at the stand they had been looking for and sat down on stools. The kind woman behind the counter recognized Naruto from a month prior as she walked over to take his order. "Hi, it's good to see you back. What can I get you?" "I'm in the mood for something pretty heavy, a lot of broth and a lot of meat," replied Naruto, looking at the menu as he did before looking at the pretty older girl. "Something you can recommend me? I think I have the perfect thing for you." Aim smiled at him. "Then please surprise him," Naruto replied with a smile of his own. "And you, miss?" then asked Aim to the board looking Clementine politely. "I'm not really here to eat. However, if you have a drink, preferably the alcoholic variety, then I'll take it," Clementine replied curtly, but not rudely. After all, she didn't need Pain to scold her for her manners. What he usually did when she was rude to someone, she liked a plate of sake is coming. Aim nodded. Her smile faded slightly when she noticed Clementine's age that could barely be around 14 or 15 years old. Although she was still trying to be accommodating. "Forget about the plate, just bring the bottle and 2 shot glasses," Clementine replied, searching through Naruto's pants pocket as she did so before dropping her stupid turtle-themed wallet on the counter, sending the white-haired teen a sultry smile as he did so. "He's paying." Naruto rolled his eyes at this, but didn't deny it. Instead, just gave Aim a commiserating smile. "I feel sorry for my friend. She never learned the finer points of polite conversation, manners, and etiquette." "Bite me." Clementine punched Naruto back before her face suddenly turned mischievous as she licked her lips. "Or would you rather I bite you?" "Maybe later," Naruto replied dryly, causing Clementine to blink in surprise at that response, even as she turned to the now smiling Yame and rolled her eyes. "No problem, being in a shinobi village, I tend to get all sorts of eccentric people," she replied with a light laugh before her gaze landed right behind Naruto. "The Nanas and the Uzumaki are just one example." Naruto blinked at that before turning around, only to nearly freeze when he saw Kusina, Midoriya, and young Sasuke Uchi entering the stand. The 4 of them stopped at the sight of Naruto and Clementine, Mito flinching, Iza and Kusina smiling pleasantly, and Sasuke instinctively grabbing the scarred side of his neck as they watched. "I'll go place your order." He spoke to me with an awkward expression on his face as he sensed a bit of tension between the two groups, his soft brown eyes flickering between the two before he turned and headed into the kitchen. "So this is fun." Clementine joined in as well, also noticing the tension. However, unlike Aim Clementine, she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, she seemed positively delighted by the sudden tension she could sense between Pain and the 3 redheads. "And one boy, Kusina," said Naruto, suppressing his awkwardness of calling his mother by her first name, as he instead just gave her a nod and a smile. "It's been a while. How busy have you been?" Kusina replied. After a few moments, a smile spread across her own face as she walked forward and he sat down next to Pain. His team followed suit. "It's good to see you again." Although pain was keeping me busy, I didn't want you to come back, not after everything that happened last month. He ordered me, and I responded. Naruto shrugged, knowing he was referring to the way Minato and Jiraiya treated him like a snake that was about to strike at any moment. Even though he had saved Minato's daughters and the last Yukiya in the forest of death. How is everyone? Have you recovered from that unpleasantness in the forest, Naruto? She continued, looking at her sisters now who had sat on the other side of their mother. Yes, it's okay, Urza quickly replied, brushing her long crimson hair behind her shoulder as she smiled at Naruto. Her sharp violet eyes shone with an undecipherable emotion as they met Naruto's crimson. Once her smile widened as she did so, it was a learning experience, one that I intend to use to my advantage. Kusina rolled her eyes at that. What she means is that she's been training almost continuously since the fight. Why is it because you want to catch up with that old snake-faced bastard? Orochimaru Clementine rudely interjected, receiving several surprised looks from the others and aside from Naruto. Oh yes, I'm Clementine, by the way, since the underscore of brains here didn't introduce me. Naruto gave Kusina and his daughters a long-suffering look, while Clementine said that, getting a soft laugh from Kusina in response. Delighted, I'm sure, Urza responded disapprovingly. Her eyes violets ran up and down Clementine's lithe and athletic figure in disgust, focusing on the amount of stolen forehead protectors she had used to craft her outfit and the many swords she carried openly, almost arrogantly. But not with the one I intend to catch up. Spin Kirigaki, you're someone not much older than me, but already a ranker. That way, do you want to catch up with me? Naruto asked with a puzzled look on his face. Now that their roles seemed to have reversed since their childhood. After all, back then he had been the one who wanted to catch up with his two sisters. And why wouldn't he? You are a deadly and dangerous shinobi, a skilled one beyond your years. What better measuring stick could I have than you? Asked Urza with a tone still strong and confident, although now Naruto could notice a hint of pink on Urza's cheeks as she looked at him, and a worryingly familiar flash of emotion in her violet eyes, one that Naruto could now recognize. I think our sister is in love with us, you chimed in helpfully, her usually dry and sarcastic voice filled with mirth as she mocked his outer self. Shut up, Naruto, he thought about it before nodding. Well, thanks, I guess. Urza, and your sister has been training with you too? Yes, she has, Mito replied scathingly. Her earlier awkwardness was fading now as she sent Naruto a scowl. And she's here and can answer for herself, Mito. Kusina groaned, shaking her head as her daughter, who was so much like her, so much in appearance as in temper. He seemed to burst with indignation. I'm sorry, you just looked a little uncomfortable before, Naruto replied, not knowing what to say now. Wow, now he looks like a tomato, don't you know, with red hair, the round face, and now red and angry cheeks. Clementine followed suit, which caused Mito's temper to flare once again, and his face reddened. He also let out a slight moan at the comment, even as Urza once again gritted her teeth in disapproval of the actions. Clementine, do you want to go? Mito shouted, with all his attention focused on the smiling Clementine, with his hands clenched into fists and his long crimson hair still in a ponytail flowing behind her as he practically trembled with indignation. Mito, stop it, Kusina. He interrupted, his high-pitched tone now as he looked at the still smiling Clementine, his violet eyes meeting Clementine's pink ones in warning. These shinobi are here as guests in our village, so they should be treated as such. They should also act as such. Naruto followed him, his gaze shifted to the surprised Clementine as he did so, who in response sent him a look of betrayal, and then, with as he looked between Naruto and the three redheads, indeed nodded Kusina, sending Naruto another smile. Now, before looking back at Mito, besides, you would be in a lot of danger if you fought her. She is not the kind of shinobi a genin should play with. Oh, it seems you recognized me, Clementine mused, licking her lips again as she looked the cautious Kusina up and down, her pink eyes then shifting to the stern Urza, to the still given myth, and the boy, who even now merely watched the proceedings calmly, her dark eyes shifting occasionally to pain with a hint of defiance and fascination in them. Though I can't say I've had the pleasure of meeting you before, I think I would have remembered you, nor would I you, though I have heard of you. Kusina replied before looking at her teammates. As you know, Panaki was once known as the S-rank under NRM. I think you met him in. However, Clementine, from what I've heard, is his former teammate, the unturned, known only as the Cannibal, and is a powerful A-rank in her own right, and is responsible for killing Zabu, Zoki, and many other missing. Mito and Sasuke shuddered at the reminder of Wave, both nervously looking at the two KIR shinobi, and now both remembering the confrontation and subsequent fight in Wave. Sasuke more intrigued than ever while cautiously watching the person who killed Kakashi take. Mito's reaction, however, was harder to interpret. You are very well informed, Clementine mused before tilting her head. Moreover, I have heard that pervert Jiraiya has a formidable spy network. Kusina smiled lightly at that but said no more. Instead, she locked eyes with Clementine's, turning violet into pink and vice versa, as an unspoken battle began to take place between the two powerful shinobi. But anyway, Naruto cut off, sighing at his actions before looking at his sisters. How have you been? I didn't talk to you after the events in the forest, partly because I didn't really know what to say after what happened in Wave. You mean when you killed our sensei? Mito asked harshly. Yes, Naruto answered bluntly. It's the life of a shinobi. Few of us die of old age. Most of us fight until we meet someone better than us, at which point we die. Sasuke finally spoke. His Naruto's tone was soft, and his expression disinterested. Death walks hand in hand with the life of a shinobi. Naruto tilted his head to the side, hearing that he knew words. You are in Yukiya. No, Sasuke nodded at that, hardening them. Accustomed to death, after all, you are one of the last of your family, said Naruto, not offering any sympathy or empathy to the boy, partly because he knew the brat wouldn't accept nor wanted any, and partly because that wasn't who he was as a person. That's good, though. Sooner you get rid of your naivety, the longer you will live. Sasuke growled at that. Before looking away, here's your order, Aim suddenly shouted, breaking the following silence as she walked out of the kitchen with a large steaming bowl in one hand and a bottle of sake and 2 glasses on a tray in the other. She set them both in front of Naruto and Clementine before she turned to take Kushina and her team's orders. Thank you, Naruto nodded before bringing his bowl closer, enjoying the warm, wonderful aroma of the food before finally beginning to eat. Clementine said at the same time, pouring 2 generous glasses of the spirit before taking a swig straight from the bottle, letting out a gasp of pleasure as the burning liquid slid down her throat and smacking her lips as she did so. Don't they teach you manners? And Kiri asked Urza, irritated as she glared at Clementine, even as Naruto began to devour his food with gusto. Oh, they do, but I'm not from Kiri, at least not originally. I'm not a born and raised outcast, Clementine replied, with a smile, clicking her lips. Drinks with Naruto as he came up for air from his food and sipped his own drink. Not like pain here, I mean, who knows where it came from? Naruto's eyes sparkled when he heard that, even as he shot Clementina a warning look which only got a smirk from the girl in response. Outcast asked Urza, confused. I'll tell you later, Kushina replied, cutting off any need for an explanation as she once again looked at her neighbors. So, your team is ready for the exam? Kus asked, returning the conversation to safer ground. After all, talk of murder and death wasn't exactly acceptable at the dinner table, or at least not in Kushina's house. As smart as they'll always be, Naruto shrugged, noncommittally, internally grateful to Kushina for changing the subject. Ha, don't be modest, Pain. Our boys will crush the competition, Clementine yelled with a smirk on her face as she saw the 3 genings stiffen at that challenge before they looked at her. You seem very sure of yourself, Kushina mused, placing her hand on her most impetuous daughter Mito's shoulder as she did so. Anything can happen, Naruto shrugged, neutrally sending his blonde friend another warning look as he did so. But what about you? Your team is ready for the exam. Like I said, I've been preparing and I'm stronger than ever. I'm more than ready to face any challenge that comes my way. Urza spoke first, her eyes shining with confidence. Yes, I doubt anyone would be that big of a challenge or anything, even your team. Mito fought back. His gaze didn't move away from Naruto as he once again gave him a very strange look, one that even he couldn't interpret. Urza isn't the only one who's been training me too, and not just my sensory abilities, but also not in front of shinobi from another village. Mito is interrupted with a sigh before sending Naruto an apologetic look. It's not that anything's wrong with you, it's just, well, you know. Yes, I understand, Naruto replied with a nod before looking at Sasuke. The one Orochimaru had been hunting, the one that interested the snake Sannin so much, and you, Yukiya Achin. No one will stand in my way, Sasuke replied bluntly. His hand once again moved to the scar on his neck as he gave Naruto a challenging and slightly angry look, one that Naruto couldn't see the reason behind. I see, well, that's good, Naruto nodded before waving to Aim, getting her attention as she walked back with Kushina and her team's orders. Can we get another glass, please? Sure, she tweeted to Yame. How about a drink? Kushina Naruto then asked as Yame brought over another glass, and Naruto struggled with the half-empty bottle of Clementine's sake, filling all 3 glasses once he did before offering one to the redhead. Kushina tilted her head in amusement, hearing that before picking up the glass. Her gaze swept over it as if trying to see any possible way it could have been interfered with before shrugging. Why not? Hey, we can get something to eat too, Mito cut in next. Yes, I'd like to join too, added Urza, looking once more at Naruto. Achin growled Sasuke, disinterested. You're not too young, Kushina countered. We're not much younger than those two, Mito complained, pointing at the smiling Naruto and Clementine. Now, well, they're not my children, Kushina replied, looking back at Mito, now who simply frowned truculently at her. Urza added her own frown to the mix. Meanwhile, Sasuke frowned, though not at Kushina's words, not because he thought she would ever allow him to drink, but at pain since her right eye seemed to twitch and her lips barely visible through the half mask. also seemed to curve downwards for a moment of very strange reaction, and not when she thought the usual calm and collected S-rank shinobi would let out. "So what should we drink to?" Kusina asked obliviously as she stifled her daughter's complaints and turned to the two Kiri shinobi. "May the Chunin exams be bloody and brutal." Clementine shrugged, raising her glass and ignoring Naruto's eye roll and Kusina's sigh, as by now she had gotten a good understanding of the blonde shinobi's personality to the peaceful coexistence between the different shinobi villages. Kusina replied, raising her own glass, her lips twitching as she saw Clementine frown. "Well, that would put us all out of a job," the blonde muttered to the future. Naruto said, finally rolling his eyes, before raising his glass and clinking it with the other two, after which they then drank their drinks in the cash register. The next day, with a roll of his eyes, Naruto had to refrain from letting out a sigh of boredom as he leaned against one of the cash register's pillars. His bored, crimson-eyed gaze looked towards the 4 seats in the box that contained the Kazekage, the leader of Sunagakure, the Otak, the leader of Otogakure, the Okage, the leader of Kanahagakure, and finally, the Mizukage, all of whom were making dry and sarcastic comments amongst themselves, verbally sparring, as each trying to outdo each other without seeming to insult each other. They all acted as if they were quite friendly as they sat in their large throne-like seats, all of which were on a slightly raised dais that looked down upon the arena below, where the start of the final round of the Chunin exam had just been announced, and the first competitors had been called out to begin the tournament. It was still fairly early in the day, but despite that Naruto had been awake for a by now, she had checked all of her weapons and had gone through her usual set of warm-ups, preparing to fight at any moment. The same could be said of Clementina and Victor, who were also in the box, both trying to look casual as they had their swords slung over their shoulders and their masks on, even as their sharp and experienced eyes flickered back and forth looking for any potential threat to May. The same could be said of all the other shinobi in the box, the guards of the 4 boxes, all of whom were watching the foreign shinobi surrounding them warily, their eyes constantly shifting back and forth between the different shinobi in the area, more than a few looking at Naruto, the only ranking shinobi that he knew among the assembled bodyguards. Noticeably absent from the surrounding shinobi was Jiraiya, who strangely was not at Minato's side as he had been the last time Naruto had seen him. Instead, the man had missing her location was currently unknown to the Kiri group. However, the same could not be said for Kusina, who, even as she watched, could be seen throwing caution to the wind with a smile on her face as she walked over to Minato's seat and leaned on the arm of her husband's chair, whispering in his ear for a moment before she then sat excitedly on the arm of the seat and looked down at the arena below. As this happened, Minato initially turned bright red in embarrassment as he felt the eyes Naruto looked at the judges of the Kage on him at first, as well as the amused and lecherous look of the Mizukage and the slightly surprised look of the Otkage, but only for a moment, as Kusina gave them all an amused look before turning back to the arena, putting an end to any questions or comments from them before he could begin rolling his eyes at the woman's evil actions. Naruto looked towards the arena. Yes, he could already see that the place was packed. All the seats seemed to be occupied by spectators. All they were shouting and roaring their excitement as the first of the matches was about to begin. None of them were aware that at some point very soon all the fun was going to come to an end and war was going to come to Konoha.